However, the first batch of summoning scrolls design did not include the 2 SR rank pet cards and the 2 event-limited pet cards. After all, the power of the SR level pet card is still too strong, and it isn't suitable for showing it prematurely. As for the pet cards limited by the event, since they are all limited, they are the same no matter which world they are in. At the same time, according to Qi Li's request, the power of the summoning scroll is limited. The summoning scroll converted from the B-level pet card can exert low-level power in the extreme state. Summoning scrolls converted from A-level pet cards are medium-level. R-rated pet cards are naturally high-level. Clear power boundaries can also more easily distinguish customer groups. Because these 3 levels of summoning scrolls, the difference in price is very large. For a low-level summoning scroll, Qi Li decided to sell one for 10 silver coins. A medium-level summoning scroll is a gold coin. And the high-level summoning scroll, that is 10 gold coins. In terms of price, unity is a 10-fold increase. Although this price may not be a big deal for nobles, one thing should be clear, that is, the summoning scrolls are all one-time use. 1 or 2 summoning scrolls are nothing. 10 or 100 may also be acceptable. But tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, it may be a headache. Therefore, those nobles should not be stupid enough to use the summoning scroll to challenge the authority of the summoner. But then again, once the summoning scroll starts to be sold, the status of the summoner will definitely be impacted. Although it will not fall to the bottom, it will certainly not be as noble as before. Therefore, even if the summoning scroll is expensive, the people who should buy it will still rush to it. There is no need to worry about sales. The only thing Qi Li is worried about is not to let the summoning scroll ruin the stable summoning world, and make fire everywhere, then the fun will be great. Let me see what the first batch of summon scrolls are. The first is the summoning scroll modified from the pet card. Low-level summoning scrolls, puppet doll, earth doll, golden doll. Medium-level summoning scrolls, earth demon bear, water spirit white fox, flame tooth dog, thunder tiger, wind treader white horse, red flame spirit bird. High-level summoning scrolls, death knight, wind dragon, bronze giant, golden winged griffin. In terms of properties, although it is still complete, there are not many types. So Qi Li also let the system design some summon scrolls based on these attributes. However, due to the relationship between the standard summoning scrolls, the additionally designed summoning scrolls look a bit rigid. For example, the derivative versions of the stone-armored beasts I have seen before, the golden-armored beast, the wooden-armored beast, the fire-armored beast. Or it is an advanced version of the original pet cards such as puppet dolls, summoning scrolls such as giant wooden puppets, giant stone puppets, and diamond puppets. In short, there is a wide range of varieties, which can meet almost any customer's needs. From beginning to end, Qi Li looked down one by one, dazzled, and nodded in satisfaction. The strength of the summoning scroll is only one of them. Types and attributes are also very important. Because different types of summoning scrolls are combined, the different changes produced are also what many customers are pursuing. In order to cope with various occasions, it must be equipped with various summoning scrolls. Only in this way can those customers continue to contribute their faith. And most importantly, that is, after the system improvement of the vending point, the collection speed of the power of belief has been much faster. It will no longer appear in the forging world, that kind of unpleasant restriction. Great, so I can start my next plan. Qi Li nodded slightly and said in his heart. Then he raised his eyebrows, stood up, jumped down the steps, and came to the training ground. Angel, how are you practicing? When Angel stopped moving and began to rest, Qi Li asked aloud. There are not many high-end skills in the magic of smashing a blow, and Itenli pays attention to a control power burst, which means to fight. After all, smashing strike is not an area-based magic, but a single target attack magic. If you want to break the face with points, then precise strikes are very important. I feel like I've got it all in. Angel immediately replied confidently, "What's the matter, Qi Lu? Do you have any new magic to teach me?" "Don't worry about the new magic, I want to test what you mean by complete mastery." Qi Lu smiled, then raised his hand to form a fist-sized stone ball. This is a hollow stone ball with a smaller stone ball filled with water inside. Your goal is to break the outer stone shell, but not hurt the small stone ball inside. As long as your strength is a little dissipated, the stone ball will crack and the water inside will seep out. After explaining the rules, Qi Lu stretched out his hand, holding the stone ball. "Now, you can start." "Hey! Could it be that you are holding this stone ball?" Angel was stunned when she saw Qi Li's actions. To be honest, Angel was really confident before, but after Qi Lu explained the rules, Angel began to feel a little less confident. Because of this challenge, the degree of control of power is too demanding. It is almost necessary to reach the level of sending and receiving freely. However, for most magic, in addition to continuous practice, in order to achieve the level of freedom of sending and receiving, there are also high requirements for talent. It takes enough comprehension to do it. Therefore, after seeing Qi Li's actions, Angel was most worried about accidentally hurting Qi Lu. After all, the destructive power of a smashing blow is not small. "You don't need to worry about this, just because you can't hurt me." Qi Lu could see what Angel was thinking at a glance, and immediately said angrily. A little magician whose strength level is still quite reluctant to even hit the professional class, is even worried about himself. Although he is well-intentioned, there is no doubt that he cannot see his own level of performance. "Really, then I'll try." Angel raised his hand with some guilt and began to condense magic. Smash blow. Boom. Then, as Qi Lu expected, the fist-sized stone ball turned into a pile of stone powder and exploded all over the sky. The water in the small stone ball spilled Qi Li's hand. Power control is completely unqualified. Your level is far from complete mastery. Qi Lu shook his hand and said lightly. Blind pride is not conducive to the next teaching, so it is necessary to take appropriate blows. Although Angel is indeed far ahead compared to the students in the Flame Academy. However, now that he has accepted Qi Li's teaching, he has decided to embark in the path of a magician. Then Qi Lu would never allow Angel to compare with these guys, because it will be too much of a loss of identity. Yes, I understand. Angel scratched her hair in embarrassment. In the actual combat class, the pride that appeared because of the victory also disappeared. It's good if you understand, but this kind of thing can't be rushed, just practice slowly, and remember not to be complacent. Besides, I didn't plan to lecture you today, but wanted to show you something. After Qi Lu said a few words, he took out a scroll of summoning. What is this? Angel looked at the scroll in Qi Li's hand and asked, curiously. This is a summoning scroll that I specially made to help you solve the problem of summoned beasts. Qi Lu said without changing his face, and unceremoniously deducted the black pot back. Since Angel is to be trained as a spokesperson for the summoning world, it is better not to let her know the truth of the matter. Summoning scroll. To help me solve the problem of summoned beasts? Angel was stunned when she heard the words. Yes, I sealed the summoning magic inside, you can use it when you need it. Qi Lu nodded, then put the summoning scroll into Angel's hand. The material of the summoning scroll is a tough magic paper with a golden edge and a white background, and many magic runes are drawn on it. After it is rolled up, it is fixed with a ribbon. The way to use it is also very simple, just tear off the ribbon and open the magic paper. The summoning magic sealed in the summoning scroll will be released. It's quick and easy, and anyone can use it. But I should be fine without summoning a beast now. Angel looked at the summoning scroll in his hand, and suddenly raised his head and said. They've all modified the berserk method, and what are you doing with a summoned beast? You don't understand the truth that 2 fists are invincible to 4 hands. Angel, when your enemy can summon a large number of summoned beasts, do you think you can stop it with your current strength? Qi Lu was not surprised by Angel's reaction, so he followed the procedure and began to persuade as usual. This is a typical situation of being unable to see clearly, and it is also a common mentality among budding practitioners. Commonly known as the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. You must know that one of the best ways to fight a summoner is to summon a beast horde. Generally speaking, it is a means used in large-scale wars. It takes a lot of summoners to summon summoned beasts, to form a beast type composed of summoned beasts, to break through the enemy's defense line. Simple and rude, and very useful. To deal with magicians who do not know range magic, it is even more unique. It seems to be the same. I see, thank you, Qi Lu. Angel is also a smart person, who knows everything, and understands that T-Sis Qi Li's good intentions. In addition to increasing the combat power, the summoning scroll is actually disguising Angel's identity. As a summoner, if you can't even summon a summoned beast, you will definitely be laughed at if you spread it out. Even if Angel doesn't need to summon beasts, the fighting power displayed isn't weak. But this is always a thorn. So after having the summoning scroll, even if Angel couldn't summon the summoned beast, he could still use the summoning scroll as a cover. And even if it is discovered by others, Angel's summoned beasts are all summoned through the summoning scroll. That doesn't even matter. Because Angel can completely explain that this is a behavior that is only Denito save magic power. Seal up all the summoning spells that you use during your usual practice, and use them again when they are useful. As long as this kind of statement spreads, not only will no one say bad things about it. Instead, they will praise Angel's behavior as extremely genius. Don't be polite to me, try it and see how it works. Qi Lu didn't want to understand why Angel was thanking him, but it didn't matter. The most important thing now is to test the effect of the summon scroll, to see if there is any room for improvement. Well, then I'll open it up. Angel obeyed her words, tore off the ribbon, and opened the summoning scroll. In the next second, the summoning scroll turned into ashes, and the thick magic power poured out. The summoning magic condensed in front of Angel and turned into a tall figure. Earth Demon Bear. It was really summoned, and the strength of this summoned beast doesn't feel weak at all. Angel just wanted to try. But I didn't expect that it would actually be able to summon a summoned beast. I have to say that my familiars have brought me too many surprises. In terms of combat power, it can be confirmed that there is no loss. In terms of magic power reserves, it can probably support the summoned beasts to fight for about 12 hours. At the moment, there is nothing to improve, which is good. Qi Lu and Angel have different concerns. Since it was decided to sell the summoning scroll as a commodity, it is natural to be responsible for this commodity. At least you can't sell defective products to cheap people. Angel. Huh? What's wrong? Angel was looking at the Earth Demon Bear when he was suddenly called by Chila's name, and turned his head in confusion. Do you think how many people would want it if the summoning scroll was sold? Qi Lu naturally asked this question. Sell? Why sell such a good thing? What if it is bought by the enemy? Angel is quite wary of this question. Enemy capital behavior is absolutely unacceptable. Even if you don't use it very much, you must never use it for the enemy, or people who may become the enemy. Angel, what are you doing so nervously? I still have a lot of summoning scrolls here. I can take as much as you want. So even if you sell some of it, it doesn't matter. And even if it was bought by the enemy, it doesn't matter, because they can't buy more summoned scrolls than I have left here anyway. Qi Lu spread his hands and answered lightly. If someone is willing to buy a scroll of summoning, and then attack Angel, or her family, Qi Lu was really welcome. Because these guys can generate income for Qi Lu while doing useless work, they are simply talents in the field of cerebral palsy. It's more wasteful than taking gold coins to waste water. And, as far as I know, when nobles build their fiefs, they need a lot of money. At the end, Qi Lu thought of this question again. Among the nobles, from the beginning of the Viscount, they will have a fief of their own, and as long as they have a title that is not lower than the Viscount, the fief will not be taken back. Therefore, this is also the best place for aristocratic families to develop and multiply. As long as there is a Viscount in the family, the fief will not be lost. It doesn't matter even if it comes down from an earl or a marquis, the fiefs that have been awarded will not be taken back. At most, when the title is promoted in the future, there will be no more fief awards. An angel's family, although it is now only a Viscount family, but there you said to be an earl. Then the size of the fief is naturally based on the count's fief. But here, there is one thing that has to be mentioned. Once a fief is awarded under the name of a certain noble, the task of building the fief will also be transferred to the name of the noble. All expenses are covered by yourself. And every year, according to the income of the fief, a certain amount of taxes paid to the kingdom. So don't look at many nobles who are extremely wealthy on the surface, but when they really want to build a fief, it is a bottomless pit. No matter how many gold coins are thrown, they will be swallowed up. So much so that a considerable number of nobles who own fiefs are very beautiful on the surface, but when they look inside their fiefs, they will find out how appalling it is. Why do you know such a thing? Angel was stunned. It's not a secret. If you want to know, is it difficult? Qi Lu shrugged and said expressionlessly. The construction of fiefs has long been a recognized problem in the aristocratic circle. I heard that the lord of the country first formulated regulations for awarding fiefs to nobles, because the treasury was overwhelmed, and he really couldn't get so many gold coins. So simply throw the problem to those nobles who only enjoy themselves, but do nothing. Thereby reducing the burden on the treasury and recovering the wealth in the hands of the nobles. It's just that at the beginning, those nobles didn't realize this, but they were very happy because they suddenly had a fief. It was not until they discovered that their small treasury was stretched thin that these nobles realized that they might have been tricked. However, by this time, the regulations for rewarding fiefs will no longer be hanged. So these nobles could only knock down their teeth and swallow in their stomachs. However, while building a fief is indeed a bottomless pit. But on the contrary, in any matter in the fief, no one has the right to intervene except the owner of the fief. So even if there is a thankless feeling, it still can't stop the nobles from yearning for the fief. Because the power of life and death is the most primitive attraction. It can attract countless people who are hungry for power. What's more, if the fief was really built, it would definitely be profitable. After a long time, not only can the gold coins invested in it be earned back, but after that, all the gold coins earned are pure profits. So at the end of this matter, it is impossible to say who wins and who loses anyway. The gold coins that should be spent on building a fief will not be less. So to sum up, it becomes how to build the fief as soon as possible. In order to quickly end the predicament of making ends meet, fill the bottomless pit as soon as possible and turn it into a cornucopia. After all, the life of the nobles, food and clothing expenses are all piled up by gold coins. As for the training of the summoner, it will cost more. So what Qi Lu said before was really on point. That is, when the nobles build their fiefs, the funds they need are indeed massive. And once the key point is not reached, the capital chain will be broken, and it is very likely that all the investment in the early stage will be wasted. Well, I admit that the family's current funds are indeed a bit problematic. Angel stared at Qi Lu, looked at it for a long time, then sighed and said aloud. The demon and the deed master will live and die together, one will be prosperous, and one will be lost. So even if Qi Lu knew the financial status of his family, there would be no problem. But what Angel couldn't figure out was why a familiar would know so much about their noble circle. Are these familiars also idle? If there is a problem, solve it. I still have a lot of summoning scrolls here, so you don't have to worry, Angel, just take them out and exchange them for gold coins. Qilu followed Angel's words and continued. In fact, from the very beginning, Qilu had been waiting for the day when the summoning scroll was designed, and had done some research on it. That's why we know the financial status of the Angel family. It doesn't seem very good. Then, taking this as an opportunity, Angel can become the spokesperson of the summoning scroll, and sell the summoning scroll to various places in the summoning world. Anyway, Qilu sells summoned scrolls, not really, for gold coins. All Qilu needs is the power of faith attached to the gold coins. It just so happened that there was a problem with Angel's family capital chain. Therefore, Qilu, who has obtained the power of faith, gives Angel the remaining gold coins that are useless to him, and it doesn't really matter. Mutual benefit. Only enough interests can make people do their best. As an aristocrat, he would naturally not refuse the benefits at his fingertips. Of course, Qilu was not referring to Angel, but the people in Angel's family. Because of such a simple matter as selling the summoning scroll, Angel would definitely not be allowed to do it. What's more, one person can't be too busy. So this task, in the end, will still fall on Angel's family, those clansmen. Then it is necessary to tie them with interests. This, I understand. Thank you, Qilu, really thank you. When Angel heard this, a layer of mist suddenly appeared in her eyes, which slowly turned into water droplets. I know. I'm probably not a very good deed master, my strength is not strong enough, my qualifications are not high enough, my family background is not good, and I don't have any friends. You know, since the family was in the middle of the road, the friends who followed Angel and tried to please her, all left one after another. Most of the nobles are very realistic people. In the huge Yanlong kingdom, there are thousands of nobles who hold the tightly off viscount. And most of them, because of the fief, there is not much oil and water tofish. So there is no need to make friends at all. It's not like the people in the Earl's family at all. If you are good at it, you might even get the title of a knight. It was also at that time that Angel clearly saw the warmth of human relationships. This is fortunate and unfortunate for a little girl. But my luck is very good. I was able to summon you in the summoning ceremony off the familiar, and signed a contract with you. So I thank you very much for not disliking me. Really, thank you so much. As she spoke, Angel also stepped forward without hesitation and hugged Qilu tightly. In these days of getting along, Angel couldn't feel that Jiu Hui was his own familiar. Instead, Qilu felt like a big brother, caring about himself. When something goes wrong, I always try to solve it myself. You must know that the familiars of other summoners will never be so enthusiastic even if they are not at ease. In particular, those familiars with unparalleled strength and high realm off-power never cared about weak masters. Unless the deed owner can have the power to have an equal dialogue with them. Just like the flame Yalong summoned by Nora, if Qilu hadn't suppressed the flame Yalong. Maybe Nora had already been dropped out of the Flame Academy at this time and went home. So Qilu's actions made Angel feel genuine concern and moved from the heart. However, Qilu, who was hugged tightly by Angel, was confused. What the hell did I do? It's just selling a summoning scroll, is it necessary to thank me so much? However, Qilu is not a straight man of steel, so naturally he will not ask this sentence in a bad way. Since Angel wants to hug, let her hug. Anyway, I have nothing to lose. No, I'm sorry, I'm a little excited. After waiting for a while, Angel seemed to have reacted, and quickly let go of her hand and took a few steps back. His face was even more embarrassed. It's okay, just be happy. Qilu said truthfully. After learning about the summoning scroll, Angel also took a few theoretical lessons after the actual combat course. Decisively skip class and give myself a few days off. Because it is too troublesome to ask for leave, and the Fire Academy does not strictly manage such things as skipping theory classes. So it's better to just walk away and say that you are in the library. And Angel will forsythia for a few classes, of course, is to return to Thefamily's fief. The distance is not too far, just on the outskirts of a city-state adjacent to the City of Flames. In fact, most of the nobility's fiefs are not very good. After all, in those well-located places, the Yanlong Kingdom had already allocated funds to build it into a city-state, so how could it be possible for these nobles to come to the rescue? Unless it is a duke or a prince, only a few city-states can be awarded directly. However, in this case, it is simply to enjoy the past, and there is no need to dig out gold coins by yourself. This place is indeed a bit biased. Qile sat on the carriage and looked at the city wall that was gradually disappearing from his sight. He couldn't help but say something. Although it is said to be a suburb, it is a bit too suburban. If the carriage had not been walking on a dirt road, Qile would have thought that it was heading towards the deep mountains and old forests. It is because the location of the fief is too remote that the family's funds will have problems. Angel said with emotion. The commoners all feel that the nobles are high above and live a good life, but who would have thought that most of them are glossy? Of course, if those nobles who disregarded the life and death of their own fiefdoms and lavishly amassed wealth, life would be naturally better. But that kind of favorable conditions are exchanged for life. Angel asked herself, that kind of thing can never be done by herself. Not to mention the high realm of loving the people like a child, at least one can't make extortionate taxes and disregard human life. However, these situations are very common among nobles who own fiefs. Otherwise, how to say it is difficult to build a fief? It is because there are very few nobles who are willing to put all their wealth into this bottomless pit and wholeheartedly engage in construction. More than that, they are just enjoying the power and accumulating money recklessly. Want to pluck these iron cocks out? That's a real joke. In order to develop, the road must be repaired first, not to mention extending in all directions, at least it must be connected to a city-state. Qile looked at the dirt road under the rails of the carriage, and said something abruptly. Although I still don't know what's going on in the fief owned by Angel's family. However, it is located in a remote area, and if the road is not built, then everything will be over. Those who want to come can't find a place, and those who want to go out can't. Even if there is any special product, it can only rot in the fief. After going back and forth, if the economy cannot develop, let alone the construction of fiefs, if it cannot be dragged down by this bottomless pit, that is considered a skill. Build the road? We want to build the road, but we can't get so many gold coins. You should have seen it along the way. How far is the distance from the nearest city-state, and this road is paved, at least it takes hundreds of thousands of gold coins to do it. Angel said with some embarrassment. A single gold coin is enough for an ordinary family to live without disease and disaster for the first half of the year. Hundreds of thousands of gold coins, even if Angel's family was hollowed out, I'm afraid they won't be able to collect so much. After all, an aristocratic family still has so many people to support, so the daily expenses such as food and clothing cannot be saved. Then, the necessary expenses for maintaining the fief and the annual taxes that need to be turned over to the treasury are added. How many are left? Yeah, I almost forgot about that. Qile rubbed his temples. If Angel's family was really that rich, then this fief would not be so known. It will not end up like this, and even the capital chain is about to be disconnected. Grumbling. The carriage moved on, passing through a deserted forest, and then, after a half-dark plain. A low city wall appeared within Qile's line of sight. However, it is a city wall in name, but Qile felt that this low earth and stone mixture was more like a fence, and it was only as high as one person. Not to mention defending the enemy, I am afraid that even a child who is a little more active can turn over. However, these are not important. Because the carriage was stopped by arrows as it approached the city wall. Several dark-skinned and sturdy men stuck their heads out from behind the city wall, drew bows and arrows in their hands, and looked at the carriage coldly. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" I'm just a coachman, I don't know anything." The driver of the car was shocked by the cold arrow and broke into a cold sweat, and said quickly. This also made Qi Lu understand that Angel's current situation was indeed quite embarrassing. A dignified eldest lady who came from a noble family didn't even have a servant of her own. When she returned home, she had to hire a carriage again. It was too difficult. Of course, this may also be related to the fact that the Flame Academy prohibits non-academic persons from living in the academy. "I'm back." Angel also did not hold her identity, but got off the carriage directly. "Anyway, they are all at the door of the house, take one more step or one less step, in fact, that is the case. Sorry, it may have frightened you. This extra silver coin can be considered compensation." Qi Lu, who followed behind, also sent the driver away. Angel is also the eldest lady of a noble family. Although there is no special carriage when she returns, she will still be sent to Raging Flame City by Somion when she returns. After all, this time it was Angel's idea, and he didn't tell the family. It turns out that the eldest lady is back. "Hurry up, open the door." When the men behind the city wall saw Angel, they quickly put away their bows and arrows and walked down. No matter how simple a city wall is, there will always be a city gate. No matter how vulnerable it is, the face project still has to be done. But after entering the city gate, Qi Lu realized that the so-called city wall might really be just a fence. Because in this city wall, it is not a city-state, and even a small town is a bit high. At best, it can only be regarded as a larger village. Looking up, you can see about thousands of households. There are many fields in the distance, and there are hundreds of people working in the fields. Is this the fief owned by the former earl? Qi Lu followed behind Angel, walked all the way, looked all the way, and was very emotional. The area of this fief is indeed not small, and it is located on the plain. The terrain is flat, the land is fertile, and there is a small river flowing next to the fief. In addition to the remote location, it is very suitable for living. But in terms of the number of residents, Qi Lu really does not see much hope. There is only land and no population. If you want to develop, you are dreaming. If you look at the scale of the village, there are indeed a lot of thousands of households. But if you look at the scale of a city-state, there are less than 10,000 residents, which is too small. And along the way, Qi Lu also found a lot of dilapidated empty houses. It shows that the number of residents in the past should be more than that. "Here, Qi Lu, this is my home." While Qi Lu was thinking about it, Angel's voice suddenly rang, making Qi Lu come back to his senses. Looking up, a beautiful manor appeared in front of him. Although the buildings inside are not so magnificent, they are still gorgeous, very much in line with the style of the nobility. Compared with the houses outside the manor, I don't know how many times better. There is still a gap between nobles and commoners. This is not only a manifestation of financial strength, but also a status symbol. "Miss Angel, welcome home, the master is already waiting for you in the study." The housekeeper in the manor had been waiting at the door for a long time. After seeing Angel, he bowed slightly and said humbly. Then, he raised his head again and looked at Qi Lu. "I don't know who this one is?" Residents in the fief could not care about Qi Li's identity, but the housekeeper of the manor could not care less. Even to be on the safe side, ask questions. "He's my angel." Angel introduced Qi Li's identity in one sentence. For a summoner, a familiar is the most trustworthy partner. After all, life and death are together, so it is impossible for the familiar to harm the contract master anyway, unless you don't want to live. This one is your familiar? That one is rated as an excellent high-ranking familiar. Hearing this, the housekeeper's eyes on Qi Lu changed immediately. What is the meaning of high-level excellence? As the steward of a noble family, that is clear. When the letter from the Flame Academy was sent to the mansion, it really made Angel's father, the only viscount in this fief, Barrett, very happy for a while. This is the hope of raising the title. Come on, Qi Lu, go to the study with me. Angel nodded, and then walked to the study with Qi Lu. The housekeeper didn't stop him either, just looking at Angel and Qi Li's back with joy. If the status of his boss is improved, then as a housekeeper, his status will naturally improve. Honor and disgrace. In the study. Barrett sat behind the desk. The book on the desk was open, but he didn't want to read it. When there were 2 crisp knocks on the door, Barrett closed the book and looked towards the door. Come in. Father, I'm back. Angel stepped into the study first, followed by Qi Lu. Hello. Qi Lu looked at Barrett, who had a mustache on his lips, and also said hello. The tone is neither high nor low, very flat. This one, isn't the familiar you summoned? Bellet is still a lot smarter than the housekeeper, and he guessed Qi Lu's identity at once. Yes, father, his name is Qi Lu. Angel immediately introduced it aloud. Then there is the very usual greeting and asking about things in the academy. It wasn't until the end that Bellet sighed and said, It's just a pity, Angel, you didn't come back at the right time. What's the matter, father, is something going to happen? Angel originally wanted to talk about the summoning scroll, but when she heard this sentence, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Yes, when you came back, you should have seen that the periphery of the fief was already under martial law. Bellet said with a serious face. I see. Angel responded. As soon as he came back, he was stopped by the residents of the fief with bows and arrows, which has never been the case before. That's because the hyena people are about to attack, and several noble fiefs around have been looted by the hyena people, so we have to do this. Barrett said in a low voice. Hyenas, an inferior race, are greedy and bloodthirsty, do nothing to produce, wander around, and make a living by looting the territories of surrounding races. Most of the noble fiefs suffered from it. Even the Yanlong kingdom was very annoying, and organized several clearing operations to encircle and suppress the hyena people. However, the reproductive ability of this group of hyenas is indeed too strong. As long as they keep a low profile for a while, a large number of them can appear. So in the end, the task of defending against the hyenas can only be left to nobles themselves. In the past, Angel had only heard that a certain fief was looted by the hyenas, but he didn't expect that this time it would be his family's fief. No wonder when I came back, I didn't see a single figure along the way. Angel suddenly remembered this. When I went home in the past, even if it was remote, it was not deserted. After all, there are still several other noble fiefs around, which can't communicate with each other. But this time, there was really no one. From this point of view, I am afraid that they either escaped or were killed by the hyena people. It turned out to be like this. It's no wonder that along the way, I can see many empty houses. It turned out to be an escape. Qi Lu, who had been standing on the side without speaking, raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Qi Lu didn't know what the hyena man was. But if the Yanlong kingdom can organize a cleanup, and there is no way to destroy it, it proves that the hyena people are not a mob. At least some fighting power. That would be a catastrophe for ordinary people. So while the hyenas haven't come, Angel, you should go back to the Flame Academy first. After the hyena people are driven away, I will send someone to the academy to inform you, and then you can come back. Bellet looked at Angel with a serious face, and said solemnly. This kind of thing is no joke. Although Belodi knew that Angel had officially become a summoner through a letter from the Flame Academy. But what role can a new summoner play in the face of thousands of hyenas? You must know that there are no summoners in the fiefs of other nobles. It's just that when facing such a large number of hyenas, if the number of summoners is not enough, the dozen summoned, or even dozens of summoned beasts, were nothing but a drop in the bucket and were useless at all. Otherwise, how could the hyena people become a headache for so many nobles? This is not because of how strong a single hyena is, but because there are too many hyenas. And a large number naturally means a huge consumption. Otherwise, even if the hyena people are not engaged in production, they will not often go to loot the surrounding territories. That's what happened. Angel smiled, without the slightest nervous look on her face. Father, if that's the case, then after Qi Lu and I come back, you can rest assured. To be honest, if Angel had heard about the hyena people coming to attack his family's fief, he would definitely have panicked and couldn't sleep or eat. But now... Angel, this is no nonsense. I know you are a summoner now, but you alone, facing the hyena, is not enough. The family doesn't need you to be a hero now, just go back to the Flame Academy honestly. Bellet frowned and scolded aloud. Not long after Angel was born, Angel's mother unfortunately passed away because of her weakness. So Barrett devoted all his love to his wife to Angel. Naturally, she is very concerned about Angel's safety. Father, I'm not fooling around. What I said is true. With me and Qi Lu here, you can rest assured. Angel knew that this was a piece of kindness from her father. I don't want to put myself in danger. But Angel also understood that she could not live under the protection of her father all her life. If you don't believe me, look at this. As she spoke, Angel took out a summoning scroll from her arms. This is what Qi Lu put on Angel before as a sample for sale. Huh? What is this? Bellet looked at the scroll made of magic paper and asked for some unknown reason. This thing, called the summoning scroll, is Qi Lu. No, it was something I researched together with Qi Lu. Angel quickly introduced it aloud. As for the origin of the summoning scroll, it was naturally what Qi Lu taught Angel to say. After all, to prove his identity as a summoner, this summoning scroll is Thebiest proof. Summoning scroll? What's the use? Bellet's face became even more puzzled. As long as you open the summoning scroll, you can summon summoned beasts from it. Angel introduced the function of the summon scroll in detail. And that's very easy to use. What? There is such a thing. The summoning magic can be sealed on the magic paper and made into a summoning scroll. After Barrett heard it, he was stunned on the spot. Because the impact of this summoning scroll is too great. As an aristocrat and a weak summoner, the value of the summoning scroll is too clear. Just after listening to these introductions, you can imagine how popular the summoning scroll will be. Yes, Father, if you still don't believe it, you can try it and see if what I said is true. Angel said very seriously. No, I believe you. Barrett had no reason to doubt his own daughter. I don't think Angel would lie about such a life and death matter. What's more, this summoning scroll, according to Angel, was an item developed by her and her superior high-level familiar. Even if Angel doesn't have this ability. But an excellent and high-level facilitator has great abilities. It is just to seal up a summoning magic. In theory, although the process is a little more difficult, it is not impossible. It's just that no summoner would do this before. 1. Because I hadn't thought about it. The other is also because of the problem of success rate and quality. Sealing up the summoning magic does not mean that it is sealed, and the problem of the flow of magic power must also be considered. Once the magic power is missing, the summoning magic will automatically shatter. The summoning scroll is useless. So, how could a noble summoner do such a thankless thing? Wasting time and earning a few gold coins. The failure rate is high, and the cost of magic paper may also be included. In addition to the summoner itself, this summoning scroll is also useless. So it would be strange if the summoner would make summon scrolls. This is also the reason why Belit was so shocked. But even with these summoning scrolls, it's not enough to resist those high in April. According to those nobles whose fiefs were looted, there are at least tens of thousands of hyena people this time. Belit's fingers rubbed the summoning scroll, still disapproving of Angel staying in the fief. What are these, father? I still have a lot of summoning scrolls here. Chila, are you right? Angel was talking, and suddenly turned to look at Qi Lu. Yes, there are indeed many summon scrolls. Qi Lu spread out his hand, then stretched out his hand and waved, and thousands of summoning scrolls appeared instantly and piled up in a corner of the study. Storage-type magic items also exist in the summoning world. Although the number was a bit rare, it was enough for Belit to not think this scene was strange. But shock is unavoidable. These are summon scrolls. How come there are so many? Looking at the summoning scroll that filled almost half of the study, Belit felt that his breathing was a little heavier. Because according to the calculation, even if a summoner does not sleep, Hatsan make 10 summon scrolls a day, which is quite efficient. After all, the mana reserves and success rate must be taken into account. And also focus. Otherwise, in a trance, the summoning scroll that may be about to be completed will fall short. So these thousands of summoning scrolls are placed in front of them, which is extremely shocking. It's nothing, it's just a small part of it. Chila said lightly. But listening to Belit's ears, it's not like that. Therefore, in Belit's eyes, Qi Lu was immediately labeled with unfathomable strength. By the way, there is also a very rich family. Angel is really lucky to be able to sign a familiar contract with you. With these summoning scrolls, the hyena people are not a problem. Barrett took a deep breath, looked at Qi Lu, and said solemnly and comfortably. No need to be polite, since Angel has become my deed master, I will naturally not be stingy with these things. Qi Lu also had no intention of taking credit. It's all a matter of mutual benefit. Saying thank you or not is too outrageous. Well, I am relieved that Angel can meet a familiar like you. Belit said with joy on his face, and the look in Qi Li's eyes became a bit strange. It's like looking at the eyes of my son-in-law? Thinking of this, a chill appeared behind Qi Li's back involuntarily. Could it be that in the summoning world, can the deed master and the facilitator fall in love? That's too exciting. Father, what are you talking about? I have a good relationship with Qi Lu. Angel couldn't help but speak. If the relationship is good, then it will be fine. Barrett said with a smile, if that's the case, then I'll go out and make arrangements first, so that the residents can feel at ease. These days, for the hyena people, some people are really panicking. After speaking, Belit got up and prepared to go out. I want to leave the study room, to Qi Lu and Angel. Wait, father, there's another thing. Seeing this, Angel quickly stopped Belit. What else? Barrett turned his head with a smile. It's about selling the summoning scrolls, Qi Lu said. The summoning scrolls can be sold in exchange for gold coins, which can be used to build fiefs. It also said that a road to a nearby city-state must be built first. Angel pondered for a while, before saying these words succinctly. Sell the summon scroll? Why sell such a good thing? What if the enemy bought it? When Barrett heard the words, he frowned immediately. Hearing Qi Li's brows twitching, the heart said, how can the way of thinking of the father and daughter be so consistent? Even after hearing this suggestion, the questions asked are almost the same. It seems to be real. This. After Angel heard Barrett's words, she also looked at Qi Lu in a helpless look. Then he started to persuade his father using the same way that Qi Lu persuaded himself before. Anyway, the summoning scroll is a one-time use, and it will be sold if it is sold. And as long as the buyer wants to continue to buy the summoning scroll, it is impossible to have any wrong thoughts on Angel or her family. Because you offend the seller, what you need to face may be. It's not just the seller's anger anymore. More likely to face the ire of other buyers. Infighting between nobles. Those guys wouldn't pass up such a good opportunity to eradicate a family that could become an enemy. And it's still everyone's hands to share the cake, such a good thing, where to find it. Someone who can become a nobleman, especially a person at the helm of an aristocratic family, is very shrewd in his actions. They don't know how to kill chickens to get their eggs and fish out of water. Angel, I understand what you are saying, but you seem to have said just now that there are summoned beasts of all attributes in these summoning scrolls. Is it true? Or did I hear it wrong? Barrett could understand Angel's persuasion, but he was more concerned about the information revealed in these words. What type of summoned beasts have summoning scrolls? Is this really a summoning scroll that a summoner can make? As we all know, the attributes of the summoned beasts that the summoner can summon are the same as the attributes of the familiar. So even if you make a summoning scroll, you should only seal the summoning magic that you can cast. This is also the reason why summoners do not make summon scrolls. Since they are all summoned beasts of the same attribute, then in battle, what should be restrained should be restrained. If you can beat it, even if you don't need to summon scrolls to help, there is no pressure. But when it came to Qi Lu, the situation was completely different. A summoning scroll with all attributes means that it will never be restrained, so the value of the summoning scroll is truly reflected. Both for ordinary people and for summoners. Buying summon scrolls for self-defense, or to make up for your restrained shortcomings, are all very good choices. It was this that shocked Bellet. For Qi Li's identity, Beirut became more and more incomprehensible. All attribute familiar? This kind of thing, not to mention the history of the summoning world, even those historical legends, are not so outrageous. But it happened to appear in front of his eyes. So Bellet couldn't react for a while, and his face was full of disbelief. Of course it's true, there are indeed summon scrolls of any attribute. Angel replied subconsciously. This is really incredible. If it is true, then the family is expected to rise. Barrett took a deep breath and couldn't help muttering to himself. As a noble who really wanted to build a fief, Barrett naturally knew the importance of gold coins. The fief, a bottomless pit that is constantly devouring gold coins, wants to turn it into a cornucopia, and the funds that need to be invested can definitely drag down several great nobles. And even if it turned into a cornucopia, it would only start to earn gold coins back. If you want to continue to develop, you still have to keep investing a lot of money in it to maintain all aspects of the fief. Therefore, if there is a signboard such as the summoning scroll, the speed of earning gold coins and building fiefs can definitely be faster than imagined. After the attack of the hyenas is over, I will build a warehouse for the supply of summoning scrolls and a shop nearby, and then sell the summoning scrolls, which must be done in the shop. Qi Lu could see that Bellet was already tempted, so he said while the iron was hot. If the interests are aligned, there is nothing to worry about. Because this kind of cooperation is completely one-way, Qi Lu, who has the summoning scroll, occupies an absolutely dominant position. So as long as Beirut's brain doesn't have a problem, it's impossible to pit Qi Lu. It is good. Bellet responded quickly, and didn't ask why the summoning scroll could only be sold in the store. Anyway, his daughter's familiar can't harm him. As for the issue of profit sharing, Bellet and Qi Lu also tacitly did not mention it. Because in Beirut's view, no matter how big a family business he owns or how grand a fief he builds, in the end, it's still Angel's. As long as Angel can hold the title of Viscount, he can inherit this legacy. And Qi Lu is Angel's familiar, so it doesn't matter what it is divided into. As for Qi Lu, it was purely a matter of not caring about gold coins. Then let's go to rest today. Presumably you all came back from Raging Flame City, and you must be tired. After Barrett finished speaking, he walked towards the door. Such exciting news must be told to the residents of the fief. The news that the hyenas attacked the noble fiefs had already spread all over the surrounding area. As a result, those nobles whose fiefs have not yet been attacked are all sleepless and uneasy all day long. Because for the vast majority of nobles, in addition to the previous awards, the biggest source of wealth is their own fiefs. Although building a fief is indeed a bottomless pit. However, if the fief is only used as a tool for making money, it can still generate a lot of income. After all, the fiefs that can be awarded to these nobles, even if they are remote, it is definitely not unsuitable for living. As long as you are willing to look for it, you can still find some items that can be exchanged for wealth. For example, various seasonings such as trees, minerals, fruits and vegetables, animal skins and animal meat, spinning and weaving, oil, salt, sauce and sugar, and even various handicraft products. They can all be taken out to trade with other noble fiefs or surrounding city-states. Therefore, even if these nobles are unwilling to build fiefs, they definitely do not want to give up their fiefs. And just yesterday, these nobles also received clear news that the hyenas have appeared near Viscount Bellet's fief and are ready to attack. This news inevitably made these nobles feel a sense of sadness. No one wants to be attacked by hyenas, but this is impossible. Every time the hyena people appeared, they would loot the fiefs of several nobles one after another, until they felt that the looted materials were enough, they would stop and hide. Until the supplies are exhausted, it will appear again. Then began to attack the surrounding fiefs, looting the supplies for survival. Week by week. Therefore, these nobles who learned the news, in the process of panic, are also praying that these damn hyenas can plunder enough materials as soon as possible. Anyway, dead Taoist friends are not dead, poor Taoists. An accident in the fiefs of other nobles is better than an accident in one's own fief. Those goddamn hyenas came so fast, much quicker than I thought. Beirut, who has been staying in the fief, naturally knows the news that the hyena people have come to the vicinity of his fief. If it was before, Barrett might have panicked. But now that he has obtained the summoning scroll, Barrett is really looking forward to the arrival of the hyena. After all, Barrett's the fief, the location is still a bit remote. Even if there is such a good thing as the summoning scroll, it may not be known to other nobles. So the hyena attack is the best advertisement. As long as these ferocious hyena people can be repelled, the surrounding nobles will naturally come to ask. At that time, even for the safety of their own fiefs, those nobles will buy summoned scrolls. Once you have this good start, the follow-up development will be a matter of course. Come on, you damned hyenas, come here, just use your blood to make my Viscount Belotti's fiefdom famous. Barrett stood by the window of the manor's main house and looked out of the fief. That direction was exactly where the hyenas had appeared in the news from the spies. Report, sir, a large number of hyena figures have appeared on the Silver Moon Plain. But at this moment, a spy quickly came to the door, landed on one knee, and said aloud. The Silver Moon Plain is where the fief owned by Bellet is located. If Bellet can build this fief into a city-state in the future, then the name of the city-state may be called Silvermoon City. It's a pity that now this fief is just a larger village. Is it coming so soon? Just right, then let me see how powerful these hyenaple are. Also, go and inform Angel about this. After Barrett finished speaking, he walked quickly towards the outside of the manor. This battle is a battle that symbolizes the rise of his own fief, and Belot doesn't want to miss it. Beside the humble fence. At this moment, the residents in the fief were already standing, holding all kinds of simple weapons made by themselves, and looking solemnly at the Silver Moon Plain outside. Outside the horizon, a dark line approached quickly and gradually became clear. The vicious and ugly appearance of the hyena man was also displayed in front of everyone. Ouch! The hyenas, who are even smaller than ordinary people, look particularly fierce when they are in groups. The harsh roar is even more creepy. The goddamn hyenas are here, get me their weapons. A strong man who seemed to be the leader shouted loudly. Since he chose to stay in this fief, he was prepared to die in battle. Although a few days ago, the owner of this fief, Viscount Beyrat, came out and spoke, telling them that he had obtained a treasure that could repel the hyenaple. But in the eyes of these residents, they are more willing to believe that this is a lie that Viscount Beyrat made up in order to comfort them. But even if it was a fabricated lie, these residents were moved. Because in the eyes of most nobles, these commoners are just tools for making money. To get these people out to comfort the tool in their eyes is to dream. However, Lord Viscount Beyrat is different from those people. He really wants to build this fief, and he really treats them as his own people. So even if you die in battle, you must not let these damn hyenas break through this fief. Ow! The roar got closer and closer, and the hyenas got closer. Countless figures follow one after another, and at a glance, there are tens of thousands of hyenas. Such a strong fighting power, unless it is those city-states with towering walls. Otherwise, just relying on the fiefs of these nobles, such a weak defense would be impossible to resist. Good day. My people, it's great to see you so brave, I'm so proud of you. It was also at this time that Beyrat came to the fief's wall. Looking at the hyena people roaring on the silver moon plain, and seeing the residents in front of him who were fearless and looked at death as if they were at home, Beyrat's heart was filled with pride. However, the construction of this fief still needs to use your strength, so this time the hyena attack, I have my own way to solve it. Now, go back to me, then pick up these scrolls by my side and open them up, Tothos, goddamn hyenas. The summoning scroll was naturally brought along by Beyrat when he came over. Otherwise, it would be a lot of wasted time. In the current fief, there are only a few thousand residents left. If there are more deaths in battle, Beyrat will start to worry about the population. Yes. Lord Viscount. The residents in the fief were immediately moved by Beyrat's words. After hearing what Beyrat said, he quickly retreated and took out the summoning scrolls one by one from the box beside Beyrat. Then, according to what Beyrat said, he opened the summoning scroll in the direction of the hyena attack. The next moment, the majestic magic power surged out from the broken summoning scroll, condensed into one summoning magic after another. A large number of summoned beasts suddenly emerged from the summoning magic and guarded outside the wall. Isn't this a summoned beast? How did the summoned beasts run out of this scroll? Is this the treasure that the Viscount said? It must be. I didn't expect Lord Viscount to even take out this kind of treasure for us. Lord Viscount is wise and martial, I will be loyal to Lord Viscount forever. After experiencing the initial shock, the residents of the fief, looking at Beyrat, became more loyal. And the shocked mood also began to change to praise the virtues. All kinds of compliments go out like they don't want money. For ordinary people, the summoner is definitely a high-ranking existence, even more noble than the ordinary nobles. Therefore, the value of the summoning scroll is absolutely unattainable in their eyes. But even such a precious item, Viscount Beyrat is willing to take it out for them. The shock and emotion it caused was absolutely indescribable. But Beyrat didn't think so much. Buying people's hearts is just a subconscious behavior. This is something that every fiefdom owner should know. As long as it is used on the right path, it is the best way to ensure the stability of the fief. There are so many summoned beasts to deal with these hyenas, and they can definitely get their prestige out. Everyone obeys the order, and they all charge for me. Kill. After seeing the appearance of a large number of summoned beasts, Beyrat also began to assume the commanding position, driving the summoned beasts to charge towards the hyena people. Ow! And on the silver moon plain it also rang out. A ferocious roar. Hyenas are creatures with a ferocious nature and are not afraid of death. When he saw so many summoned beasts charging towards him, he didn't have the slightest idea of retreating. This is exactly what Barrett wanted. If the hyena people were scared away, it would not have such a great deterrent effect. Soon, a large number of summoned beasts collided with tens of thousands of hyena people. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the shouts shook the sky. Hyena people are not afraid of death, even more so with summoned beasts. But the difference is that although the number of hyena people is large, there is also a limit. But the summoned beast is not necessarily. As long as the summoning scroll is not exhausted, the summoned beasts will be continuously summoned. And in terms of strength, hyenas may be a lot stronger than ordinary people, but compared to summoned beasts, it's not enough. The highest strength is no more than the peak of the brave level, and it can only rely on the number of low-spirited species to win. This is Qi Li's evaluation of the hyena people. At the beginning of the battle, Angel brought Qi Lu to the side of the wall, but he didn't make a sound. Anyway, there are so many summoned beasts, and whoever takes the command is actually the same, and it is impossible to lose. So it is better to let Beirut to command, so as to gain greater prestige. Quantity has always been the biggest advantage of the hyena people. But when this advantage disappears, the hyena people will probably only be able to bully ordinary people. The strength of the hero level corresponds to the summoned beast, but at only a low level. This is the most basic level for any summoner. Even if the potential of the familiar is low, it can still be achieved. Then in front of the summoning scrolls provided by Qi Lu, there is no way to compare them. So the outcome of the war was determined from the very beginning. When the tens of thousands of hyenas came to attack the fief, a large black figure was indeed quite spectacular. But in the end, there are not 1 out of 10 hyena people who can escape. Outside this fief, on the silver moon plain, there are corpses of hyena people everywhere, and the blood has dyed the land dark red. It's over, you'd better let those guys burn all the corpses on the spot. By next year, this will be the most fertile land. Qi Li said in a very calm tone. However, other people can't be as calm as Qi Lu. We won, we actually won. The hyenas are dead, they are all dead. Those goddamn hyenas dare to attack us. Great, really great, we won. Long live the Viscount. The residents of the fief were shouting loudly, and some even wept with joy. In previous years, the hyena people brought great disasters, and every time they suffered countless casualties. So much so that the vast majority of civilians can't avoid hyenas. You must know that, because of the news of the appearance of the hyena people, in this fief, hundreds of people fled and took refuge in a hurry. However, from now on, they no longer have to fear the hyena. Good, very good. My people, the hyena people have been defeated by us, so what difficulties are there that we cannot conquer? From now on, we can start building our homes with confidence. Barrett was also excited. With the summoning scroll, the rise is already inevitable. What? The fief of Viscount Barrett actually resisted the attack of the hyenas. Such a startled voice came from a certain noble's study. The spy who landed on one knee and bowed his head to report, gritted his teeth and corrected a sentence. No, my lord, it was not that they resisted the attack of the hyenas, but they killed most of the hyenas. The rest of the hyenas, all, escaped. Hearing this, the nobleman took a deep breath and almost choked himself. Having wiped out most of that's tens of thousands of hyena people. Are you sure you're right? It is normal to have doubts about such incredible news. However, the spy's tone was very firm. He stretched out his hand to press his heart, and said, I'm sure I'm not wrong, my lord. It's just that there is news that Viscount Barrett was able to exterminate most of the hyena people, because of one thing. What? The noble asked, quickly. This is a matter of life and wealth, so it can't be sloppy. You know, the number of hyena people is far more than that. The tens of thousands of hyenas that appeared this time were only a small group that appeared this time. Those hyena people who haven't appeared yet, I don't know how many there are. Discount Belotti's fief can be passed, but it does not mean that his fief can also be passed. It seems to be called summoning scroll. Conversations like this happened in the study rooms of many nobles. The name of the summoning scroll is also completely on fire. All the nobles who were following the incident of the hyena attack on the fief knew that Viscount Belot's fief was able to withstand the attack of the hyena, completely relying on this so-called summoning scroll. So these nobles began to inquire about the summoning scroll and what it was. Belot, who heard the news, naturally wouldn't hide it, but instead released the information of the summoning scroll generously. He also released news that as long as his colleagues needed him, he would be willing to part with the pain and sell a small amount of summoning scrolls. These remarks really made these nobles go crazy with joy. Although every noble family has more or less several summoners. But in front of thousands of hyenas, there is really a feeling of powerlessness. That is, the Marquis family that can recruit private troops and have excellent level summoners cannot fear the attack of the hyenas. As for the Earl and the Viscount, when facing the hyena people, they can only pray that they don't choose their own fiefs. However, how many Marquis are there in the entire Yanlong kingdom? Not to mention the dukes and princes on it. Therefore, earls and viscounts represent most of the nobles who own fiefs. So Belot's name, along with the summoning scroll, became popular among these counts and viscounts, and even spread to the ears of the Marquis and dukes. For a while, the entire noble circle was spreading the news of Belot and the summoning scroll. Even the barons and knights who didn't even think about the hyena attack knew Viscount Belot's name. And the name of the summoning scroll is even louder. Because these nobles are the most important. The goal, or the summoning scroll, knew the name of Viscount Belot, and that was just a matter of the way. After all, you have to know who the seller is when you buy something. At the same time, Viscount Belot's righteous words were also praised by many nobles. How precious is the summoning scroll, even if these nobles have not seen it with their own eyes, as long as they know the function of the summoning scroll, they can guess. After guessing the preciousness of the summoning scroll, there will naturally be nobles who will let the summoner try to make it. Then from the horribly high failure rate, I learned a fact. That is the output of the summoning scroll, which is really scary low. In this way, what Viscount Belot said reluctantly parted love was not a polite remark in the eyes of these nobles, but a proven truth. Plus the price of the summoning scroll announced by Viscount Belotti. The low-level summoning scroll has 2 silver coins and 1. The medium-level summoning scroll has 2 gold coins and 1. High-level summoning scrolls cost 120 gold coins. It is simply the price of cabbage at a loss, which is 20% lower than the estimated cost of these nobles. Therefore, knowing the righteousness of Belot's name, it became louder and louder. Knowing the righteousness of Belot? When the news reached Qi Li's ears through various channels, Qi Li's face immediately showed a ridiculous expression. Knowing the righteousness is a hammer. Qi Li still remembers that on the day he repelled the hyenas, he built a large warehouse and a summoning scroll sales shop in Beros Fief. Then there are about 20,000 summoning scrolls left to test the water. Finally, the price of the summoning scroll was also mentioned. As a result, Qi Lu and Angel had just left the fief and returned to the Flame Academy when the news followed. Belot directly doubled the selling price of each level of summoning scrolls, and then released a message saying that the inventory of summoning scrolls was limited, the production was limited, and it was first come, first served. It also earned the reputation of deep sense of righteousness. The routine of hunger marketing can be said to be quite in place. But there is no way, the summoning scroll is a seller's market, and there are too many nobles who want to buy. Even if there are a handful of people who don't want it because it's too expensive, there are still people who want it. In recent days, the Silver Moon Plain has been very lively, and there are carriages rushing to buy summon scrolls everywhere. Bharat was so happy that he couldn't even close his mouth. On the spot, he waved his hand and said that these gold coins would be used to build roads, so that the surrounding fiefs could communicate with each other. As a result, the reputation of Bharat, who knew the righteousness, spread even more fiercely. Only Qi Lu could see clearly that the so-called road building was the first step in building a fief. If you want to be rich, build roads first. On the contrary, the nobles who have received the favor are all highly praised. And there are many leaders of noble families who have begun to try to propose marriage in front of Bharat. And also promised that Angel would not need to marry away, but let their direct descendants come over. This is a very important condition. You must know that the condition of joining an heir, in the noble circle, is definitely the result of the discussion after completely putting down one's face. Even many collateral descendants are unwilling to accept it, let alone direct descendants. But even so, Bharat refused without hesitation. He also said that how to choose a marriage partner is Angel's own business, and he, as a father, will never interfere. Because Bharat knew very well in his heart that those nobles who came to propose marriage were not looking at Angel at all. It's the summoning scroll, and Angel's potential. That outstanding high-level familiar, Qi Lu. So Bharat pushed all these things out directly and let Angel solve it by himself. After all, the conversation between nobles also needs to pay attention to face, at least on the surface, to look harmonious. However, when it came to Angel, there were no such scruples. Because after a few days of getting along and communicating, Bharat is very clear that Qi Lu is a familiar with a strong opinion, and will never let the master's behavior go. So these shirks, on the surface, allow Angel to fall in love freely. In fact, those who have bad intentions must at least pass the level of Qi Lu. During the time when Bharat was in high spirits, among the many noble families, there happened to be one, and he was so annoyed that his head was about to be smashed. That's Kamibo's family. The two families were originally good friends, but because of the death of Bharat's father, the Earl, the relationship was indifferent. I thought that by the time of Angel's generation, this aristocratic family should have completely disappeared. Who knew it turned over? No, using rollover is not accurate. This situation is more like a carp jumping over the dragon gate, and it became famous all over the world. Damn it. I didn't expect Angel to actually turn over. He can really turn over. Kamibo was sitting on the sofa in his dormitory, banging on the armrest of the sofa angrily. The warmth of human feelings are very thoroughly reflected in the aristocratic circle. It is normal to hold it when it is expensive and step on it when it is cheap. Angel's family was just a nameless Viscount family before, and it was easy for Kamibo's family to play tricks in secret. But in the current situation, if Kamibo's family dared to play tricks again, it would be their own death. The nobles are watching. But it doesn't matter, I still have a chance. After Kamibo calmed down for a while, he muttered to himself with a gloomy expression. By now, it is impossible to restore the relationship. After all, the matter of the salted fish turning over has few precedents in the aristocratic circle. Basically, once it begins to decline, it will continue to decline until it disappears. Because the lower the title, the less resources can be obtained, and the lower the possibility of cultivating a powerful summoner. Under such a vicious circle, the chance of being able to turn over is too small. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for Kamibo's family to choose to alienate Angel's family. Although this kind of deliberate alienation will make the two families hate each other. But in the face of a family that may not last long and is about to die, what can you do if you have a bad relationship? It's just that there are exceptions to everything. Kamibo never thought that this exception would fall on Angel's head. So, since there is no way to restore the relationship, there is only one way left. If you can't make it, it will be destroyed. Otherwise, as Angel's status gets higher and higher, Kamibo's status will only get lower and lower. This kind of thing is not what Kamibo wants to see. Flame Academy, Summoner's Dormitory. Time flies by like a white horse, and with a flick of a flick, more than half a month has passed. The 20,000 summoning scrolls left in the fief of Viscount Belodi were basically sold out. This also made Chila start to think about simulating robots. After all, Chila can't go to delivery often, and looking at the sales volume off the summon scroll, there must be a lot of demand. So it's time to use a simulated robot to cover up the origin of the summoning scroll. At that time, even if Chila did not run into Viscount Belot's fief, there would still be a steady stream of summoned scrolls, which would be supplied from the warehouse. As for how to explain the simulated robot, why explain? A qualified noble is to learn what it means to turn a blind eye and turn a deaf ear. Angel, are you there? In this quiet time, the door of the dormitory was knocked. Nora's voice came in. Why does Nora come to me when she has time? Didn't she go to the theory class? Angel put down the summoned beast picture book in his hand, and walked over to pen the door with some doubts. In this kind of theoretical course, Angel always chooses to skip classes because it is not helpful to her at all. In addition to being able to cope with the final theoretical examination. So Angel wisely chose to borrow books from the library and go back to the dormitory to read, and just preview the theoretical knowledge of the summoner bee himself. Angel, I knew you were in the dormitory. It's been a long time since you went to a theory class, and now the theory tutor doesn't call your name. Nora pouted and said worriedly. Even the tutors who took the class were not named, wouldn't that mean giving up completely? This is not a good sign. However, if Nora knew that Angel could not go to class, but Dean Fader handpicked it, it might be another result. It's a pity that even Angel didn't know about it. Theory class is boring, so is my reading. Angel pointed to the illustrated book of summoned beasts beside the pillow, then stretched out, and then said, and not only the theory class, but also the practical class I don't want to go to. Those guys are too weak to fight at all. As she spoke, Angel involuntarily spread her hands, expressing helplessness. Although Angel will go to every actual combat course, the result is the same every time. Almost all of the students who fought against Angel could not survive a single move. Occasionally, there are one or two students who can get away with a few tricks with Angel, and they are so happy that they jump up, but I don't know that it is entirely because Angel has released water. Weak. It's still in your terms. If I have such a strong familiar, I can say this. Nora took a sour look at Chi Lu on the sofa, then hummed. If you can have an excellent and high-level facilitator to open a small stove, you will also say such words to attack people. It's really cheap and sold well. Not only because of me, Angel's talent is also very strong. Hearing this, Chi Lu opened his mouth with a smile and added a sentence. Humph. Nora snorted heavily to express her unhappiness. Okay, I won't make trouble with you. You came to me at this time, definitely not for dinner, there should be other things. Angel smiled and brought Nora into the dormitory and sat down by the bed together. Because the sofa used for meeting guests was occupied by Chi Lu from the beginning, and now a quilt and pillows have been added. It's really hard to sit. Yes, I remembered when you said that, and I almost forgot it just now. I came here to inform you that the actual combat course has been changed to field combat outside the hospital. I heard that it is dealing with monsters, but the specific situation will be known only after the past. And this time, the field operations outside the hospital will be directly included in the final actual combat assessment results. Nora was a little surprised when she was reminded by Angel. This decision was temporarily notified by the tutor, so Nora came over to tell Angel. Of course, in previous courses, there were occasional emergencies like this. Generally, when the city guards in some places or the frontier troops are in short supply, they will issue support tasks to the major colleges. The nearest academy will then send students over to support it. One can solve the problem of shortage of combat power, and wait until the combat power is replenished, even if the task is completed. Second, the combat experience gained in actual combat is also much more useful than learning from each other. Thirdly, it is also possible to accumulate some military exploits for these noble children who have not yet left the academy, so as to facilitate future awards or promotion of titles. Therefore, under normal circumstances, colleges that receive support tasks will not refuse. After all, the summoner doesn't have to face the enemy head-on by himself, he just needs to stand behind and summon the summoned beast to help in the battle. Such a good opportunity to gain military exploits, but few summoners would refuse. The support mission can also be our Flame Academy's turn. I really didn't expect it. When Angel heard the words, she immediately became excited. There is no point in sparring with the students, but fighting on the ground is different. It's just that the Flame City, where the Flame Academy is located, is far from the border, and general support tasks are completely out of the question. Therefore, Angel never thought of having such an opportunity to fight on the ground. When to set off? Tomorrow. The support mission undertaken by the Flame Academy this time is located in the giant stone pass of the Yanlong Kingdom, bordering the neighboring Blackwater Kingdom. The specific task is to defend against the monsters in the Blackwater Forest outside the Boulder Pass. Blackwater Forest, strictly speaking, should be the dividing line between Yanlong Kingdom and Blackwater Kingdom. It's just that most of this forest is in the Blackwater Kingdom, so it is called the Blackwater Forest. According to records, the monsters living in the Blackwater Forest have been quite honest in previous years, and have never attacked the surrounding areas aggressively. However, I don't know why, but this year, a riot suddenly occurred. Start frantically attacking the surrounding area. Not only the Yanlong Kingdom, but even the Blackwater Kingdom on the other side is also being invaded by monsters. As a result, the Boulder Pass, which was originally used to defend against the Blackwater Kingdom, has now become a place to defend against the attacks of monsters. Therefore, it was caught off guard, which led to the shortage of troops at Xuanhuan, and had to issue support tasks to the colleges in the neighboring city-states. And because the situation is urgent, there is not much preparation time. Just set off the next day, and rush to Xuanhuan with the fastest speed. This journey will take about 3 days. And these 3 days are time for students to adjust their mentality. After all, actual combat is not better than learning. If the giant stone pass is broken, or a few monsters are accidentally let-in, it will really be life-threatening. So all those hip-hop and slapstick emotions in the past have to be put down. Otherwise, you will only put yourself in danger. However, for Qilu and Angel, these 3 days were the time when Qilu helped Angel learn magic knowledge. That's about it. You can't learn other magics with your current strength. Just be careful when fighting. 3 days passed in a flash. Qilu saw a huge checkpoint from the car window, lying in front of him. Hekna, the destination was approaching, and he took the initiative to end this tutoring session. The Giant Stone Pass is a collective name for the combination of city-state and checkpoint. Usually, no residents live here, and they are basically soldiers in the frontier army. All the food, grass, and supplies were transported by other city-states in the Yanlong Kingdom to maintain the operation of the Stone Pass. Therefore, after the students of the Flame Academy got off the carriage, what they saw was a huge border. The towering city wall and the majestic side wall of Xuanhuan are combined together, like a giant beast lying across the earth, which is daunting and shocking. Is this the Boulder Pass? What a majestic side wall! Angel looked at the towering high wall in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. The tens of meters high side wall stretches for hundreds of miles. It is not easy to break through. What's more, there are the frontier troops, guarding the stone gate." The other students also exclaimed. It is normal for the children of nobles living under the protection of the family to be surprised when they have seen such a majestic building. Even the instructors who led the team over, many showed shocking expressions. Because of the border crossing, usually no one will come here on purpose. So the only person present who wasn't surprised was probably Qi Lu. After all, I have seen giant dragons with wingspans of thousands of meters. It is really nothing to be surprised at this city wall with a height of tens of meters. Are you the students sent by the academy that took over the support mission this time? Just when everyone was full of emotion, a man in armor with a serious face came over. That's right, we are from the Flame City, from the Flame Academy. May I ask who you are? The leader of the team immediately stepped forward and said aloud. Hello, I'm the commander of the Xuanhuan border garrison, Olaine. I will be in charge of receiving you for this support mission. The serious man nodded slightly as a greeting. Commander, the authority is equivalent to the head of 10,000 households, which is a very high position. In the entire frontier army, it is second only to the captain. After all, the number of frontier troops in the entire Xuanhuan is only a few 100,000, so the number of commanders is only 10. It was a sign of sincerity for Orion to receive the instructors and students off the Flame Academy. It turned out to be the leader of Orion. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. This time, our Flame Academy will trouble you. You're welcome, you have taken over the task, then receiving you is what I shall do. Orion waved his hand, and then continued, okay, needless to say so much, since you are here, let's go to the Boulder Pass first. After that, Orion led the way and walked into the Boulder Gate first. The building that combines the city-state and the side wall is a gate that is nearly 10 meters high. After passing through the gate and entering the Boulder Gate, you will find it. In the Stone Pass, except for a few houses for outsiders to live in, all other places are the camps of soldiers. Now that the war has not yet come, the soldiers of the Frontier Army are all training in the camp to maintain their best condition. A sense of iron and blood rushed to his face. Let the students of the Flame Academy straighten their waists involuntarily and lower their voices. The accommodation is arranged in front of you. If you need anything, you can tell the messenger, and I will try to allocate it to you. You can usually look around in the giant stone pass, but some military important places, please don't approach. Also, when the front line needs you, there will be messengers to inform you. I hope you can be ready at any time. Orion brought the instructors and students of the Flame Academy to the special residence, followed by a few words, and then turned and left. Only one messenger remained, standing guard outside the residence. After all, as one of the commanders of the Frontier Army, Orion is usually very busy. Being able to take time out to receive visitors from the Flame Academy was already a great deal, so no one said anything. You know, according to Orion's identity and military exploits, even if it is a title, it is at least an earl. Compared to these students who are nothing, they are much stronger. I believe you have heard the words of the leader of Orion. This is the Boulder Pass and the front line against the monsters, so you must be ready to fight at any time. Now, every 2 people are in a group, choose a residence, and then come to Mito register. Disband. The team leader also encouraged a few words, and then let the students move freely. As Orion said, a border area like Xuanhuan issued a support mission to the academies in the Yanlong Kingdom. One is to ease the pressure of war. The other one is to give these students a long-term experience. That's why the students of the Flame Academy are allowed to look around in the Boulder Pass when they are free. Because most of these students are from noble families. There are very few students who can enter these academies as civilians. And the descendants of aristocratic families, if they want to obtain aristocratic status and title, their military exploits are an indispensable thing. Of course, the same is true for the commoners who want to leap over the Dragon Gate. Merit is very important. Therefore, even if you don't come now, you will still have to come to the frontier border, like Xuanhuan. After all, in aristocratic families, there is no such thing as gilding. Moreover, the lord of the Yanlong kingdom would not be able to let the fellows out of the gold and jade get the title. If you want to be recognized and get the status of a noble, you must show your real skills, go to the front line to kill the enemy, and take your life to fight for merit. However, the achievements that can improve the title are not only military achievements. Suppressing bandits and pacifying the chaos, or making a huge contribution to the Yanlong kingdom, or having a huge impact, can be regarded as a kind of merit. It's just that the Yanlong kingdom is now singing and dancing, and it is really difficult to obtain merits in the Yanlong kingdom. Therefore, the front line where wars are frequent has become the best choice. Although the border area of the Yanlong kingdom is not limited to the giant stone gate. But if there is no support mission, they are only the descendants of the nobles of the students, and they are not qualified to come to the front line. So such a good opportunity must be seized. The monsters in the Blackwater forest attacked the Boulder Pass, so our mission should be to destroy the monsters. I don't know when we will be able to join the fight. Angel sat on the armchair and said excitedly. When fighting Warcraft, the calculation method is more complicated. It is completely different from the surrounding forces or the war between kingdoms, which is calculated by the number of enemies killed. Because in general, if a wave of monsters can be formed, the number of monsters is an extremely huge data. It would be too unfair to calculate the merits simply by the number of beasts killed. Therefore, when fighting against monster attacks, it is more to increase combat experience, and military exploits are second. However, after the battle, the corpses left by the monsters can be taken back as trophies by those who were killed. You know, the magic core, animal skin, bones, claws, and fangs of Warcraft are very valuable things. Even if there are not many military exploits, it is still possible to sell a lot of gold coins by taking back the valuable things on the beasts. And if you come across good materials, you can also use them to create some equipment for yourself. After all, the summoner's combat power is mainly reflected in the summoned beast, and his own combat power is still too low. Since his combat effectiveness is low, it is especially necessary to wear powerful equipment. For summoners, protecting themselves is the best way to maintain combat effectiveness. So, even if you don't have powerful equipment, at the very least, he had to build a set of equipment with astonishing defensive power, so that he would not be caught off guard during the battle, and would be seriously injured or even killed in a sneak attack. Because the rules that do not allow direct attacks on the summoner themselves are only applied between summoners. For those who practice vindictiveness, there is no restraint at all. That's even more true for Warcraft. It is also based on these reasons that there are not a few summoners who die every year because of assassinations or sneak attacks. Especially between hostile forces, this kind of underhand means is used more frequently. The status of the summoner is indeed respectable, but it is also quite fragile. So in addition to these defensive equipment, a powerful familiar is especially important. Of course, those who need to worry about these things are mainly those summoners who have become famous. As for the little-known summoner, no one really paid attention. Of course, there's no such thing as an assassination. So Angel this time still seems quite relaxed. Because this support mission, for Angel, is to accumulate combat experience, and there is no need to force any military exploits. After all, Qilu also said that learning about combat magic is only the first step. What is really important is to constantly hone and strengthen yourself in actual combat. As long as the strength is enough, there are many opportunities to obtain military exploits. I think we should be here to gain knowledge. There are hundreds of thousands of frontier troops at Xuanhuan. If we really lack combat power, we don't have enough people either. Nora, who lives in the same room as Angel, said while sitting on the bench kicking her legs. Makes sense. Angel nodded in agreement, then paused, but the conversation changed. However, I think we should still have the opportunity to participate in the battle, otherwise how will the results of the actual combat assessment be calculated? It's not easy to come to Zheshiguan, and it would be a pity if you didn't even participate in the actual combat. Is it really fun to post support missions? Don't worry, you will definitely be able to participate in the battle. I just saw it outside, and the high-end combat power of Zheshiguan is insufficient. At this moment, Qi Lu, who had been wandering outside since he arrived at the Stone Pass, finally returned to his residence, and said casually after hearing the conversation between Angel and Nora. Then he glanced at the layout of the residence, raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that I don't have to sleep on the sofa anymore. The accommodation provided by the Stone Pass is not as comfortable as the Summoner's dormitory in the Fire Academy. Sofas and princess beds are definitely not available. Forget the dresser. The soldiers of the Frontier Army didn't need these things at all, so they didn't think about it. Everything is kept simple. At most, the quilts in these residences should be softer and not so rough." Fortunately, there were 2 beds, so Qi Lu wouldn't have nowhere to sleep. As for Angel and Nora, they are good friends, of course they slept together, which is not surprising. Anyway, when the 2 lived in the same dormitory before, they often slept together. But Angel didn't care about this problem, but stood up and asked aloud, "Sheila, you said that we will definitely be able to participate in the battle, is that true?" Because what Nora said before was actually not wrong. The frontier troops at Zheshiguan numbered more than 100,000 people, and they were all battle-hardened soldiers. And the students sent by the Flame Academy are only a few hundred people. Compared to these hundreds of thousands of soldiers, it is really too few. Therefore, even if the combat strength of Zheshiguan is insufficient, and support is really needed, then the combat strength of their group of students should not be enough. For this reason, in Angel's view, this time the support mission is more like coming here to accumulate combat experience, rather than supporting the Stone Pass. Of course it's true. It seems that you still don't understand the value of a summoner. When Qi Lu heard this, he couldn't help shaking his head in a funny way. In the process of wandering around the giant stone pass before, Qi Lu used his mental power to perceive the entire giant stone pass. For the vast majority of warriors, the power level is hovering around the hero level. There are very few people who can reach the professional class. That's why Qi Lu said that the high-end combat power of Zheshiguan is insufficient, and it is seriously insufficient. Then, the value of the summoner is obvious. It is to fill the shortage of high-end combat power, and will be dispatched to support. This is also the main reason why the status of the summoner, especially the powerful summoner, is so respected. High-end combat power is deterrence. It is possible not to use it, but definitely not without it. To give a very simple example, Nora's facilitator, that Flame Yalong, if he were to participate in the war, he would face the frontier army at the Great Stone Pass, and he would be finished. All can be done with 1 against 10,000. So you still feel that you have no chance to participate in the war? When Qi Lu said this, he asked again. Is Gluck that strong? When Nora heard the words, she asked dumbly. To be honest, in Nora's mind, there is no concrete impression at all about the power of the superior level. It's just listening to the people around him saying that the superior level familiars are tyrannical. However, in Nora's view, the warriors who can guard the Stone Pass should not be too weak. So when I heard Qi Lu mention it at this moment, I immediately showed a little doubt. Of course. Qi Lu answered Nora's question with a bit of a laugh. But there is one thing to say, if you haven't seen the strength of a hero-level powerhouse with your own eyes, it's really hard to imagine how powerful it is. The level of excellence, written in the book, is just 4 words. But on the bright side, not many people have seen it. At least no one has seen the group of students dispatched by the Flame Academy to Zheshiguan. So just imagine. Otherwise, it is said that the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, and it is not because of their lack of knowledge. What about you, Qi Lu, can you be able to defeat 10,000 with one? Angel asked, curiously from the side. More or less. Qi Lu heard the sound, stunned for a moment, and then said vaguely. 1 against 10,000? Just kidding, it's not an exaggeration to say, with Qi Li's strength, the huge stone pass that stretches for hundreds of miles is just demolished. One enemy 10,000 is completely trivial. It's just that Qi Lu came here not to dominate the world. The main purpose of Qi Lu is to collect the power of faith, not to fight. So why show the power and attract attention? It turns out that's the case, then I'm relieved. Angel had never doubted Qi Li's strength. Now hearing the expected answer, Angel nodded as a matter of course. Okay, you don't have to think so much, just do what you need to do, and the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge. Qi Lu smiled helplessly, and then walked out of the residence. Life in the Stone Pass is more boring than in the Flame Academy. The duties of the Frontier Army are simple and difficult. Every day is training, standing guard, and then investigating the situation in the Blackwater Forest, and being ready to deal with any kind of attack. Even if the students of the Flame Academy come, it cannot affect the duties of these warriors. Therefore, these students who have not experienced boredom are a little uncomfortable. Wandering around in the Boulder Pass all day, there is nothing to do. Because Zheshiguan is a combination of a city-state and a side wall, there are no residents here, so naturally there are no shops, and all materials are uniformly supplied by logistics. In addition to staying in the residence every day, I just turn around in the Boulder Pass and look at the stereotyped scenery. And the lush Blackwater Forest. And there are many places that are not allowed to approach. This kind of day is simply boring for these noble children who have been in the city for a long time. The impetuous mind really needs to be tempered. These situations were seen by the team leader, but they didn't say anything. Coming to support Zheshiguan was not for enjoyment. What's more, these students didn't endure hardships or fatigue. At most, they were just a little bored, and they didn't have any effect at all. Rather, it is a grind. Whoop dash. On this boring day, a sharp voice suddenly sounded inside the Boulder Pass. The door of the lead instructor's residence was also knocked on by the messenger. Please ask all the students who came to support Zheshiguan to gather quickly. The battle is about to start, and the wave of monsters in the Blackwater Forest has begun to gather. The order was quickly passed to the leader of the team through the mouth of the messenger. It also spread to the ears of the students. I can finally participate in the battle. I have been waiting for a long time. I'm so bored that I'm starting to feel sore. This time, I must perform well and try to kill a few more monsters. Maybe after this support mission is completed, I will be able to have the title of knight when I go back to the Flame Academy. If you can get a knighthood, so can I. The students who have nothing to do are naturally excited. It's hard to come to Zheshiguan, even if it's not to participate in actual combat, it's also for military exploits. If the noble children did not have this idea, they would not become a summoner at all. Therefore, the news of the attack of the monsters, to these students who have not seen the war, is like going to a conference to receive military exploits. Everyone is thinking about the beauty after the battle. I think too much. Qi Lu glanced at the self-intoxicated students and said silently in his heart. Those who have not been beaten in actual combat will naturally be full of expectations for these wars that symbolize military exploits. However, this mentality is precisely one of the most undesirable mentalities in battle. Underestimate the enemy. Fortunately, although Angel was excited, he did not mean to underestimate the enemy. On this point, Qi Lu was quite satisfied. Everyone, gather. Stand at attention. Commander Orion appeared in front of the students at an unknown time and said aloud. The loud voice caused all the students to stand at attention subconsciously. This simple etiquette is something that every nobleman will learn. Commander Orion, all the students dispatched by the Flame Academy have assembled. After the team leader counted the number of people, he stepped forward and reported to Orion. The leader of the team has little knowledge about the command of such a large-scale battle, so naturally he will not fight for the command. Okay, just get there. Students, I won't say more if you want to. This time, you will be commanded by me for the time being. I don't have high requirements for you, as long as you can obey the command. Orion nodded, then turned around and looked at the towering side wall. Now, everyone, go to the city wall. When a summoner participates in a battle, he directs his summoned beast to fight, so the most suitable position is naturally above the city wall. Being able to look at the overall situation, you can better dispatch the summoned beasts and send them to the places where they are most needed. Because in this kind of battle, the number of summoners is too small compared to the number of frontier troops. Therefore, the main force of the battle, of course, cannot be the summoner. Boulder Pass. Support tasks will be issued to each academy for the same purpose as Chi Las Aid. It is to use summoners to make up for the lack of high-end combat power. After all, the combat power of Warcraft is generally stronger than that of the human race. Especially in terms of high-end combat power, if those powerful monsters do not have the support of the summoned beasts of the summoner, they can only fill it with their lives. This kind of situation is something that every frontier army commander does not want to see. Therefore, fighting between kingdoms and resisting the attack of monsters are completely two different things. At least between the kingdoms, the comprehensive combat power is half a caddy, and the number of high-end combat power is almost the same. However, when the monsters attacked, no one knew how many powerful monsters would be hidden in the wave of monsters. So even if it is to be prepared, this kind of support task will be released to Toch Academy, requesting the dispatch of summoners to come to support. Boom! The battle strength on Xuanhuan is gathering, and in the Blackwater Forest there is also a huge noise. The terrifying momentum raised the smoke and dust in the sky. It is especially noticeable even among tall trees. The earth also trembled slightly under the stampede of this huge wave of demon beasts. The roaring, and even more constantly came out, which was heart-stopping. What is this? Is this the tide of monsters? What a terrifying momentum, are we going to face these guys later? This number is too much. My God, I feel like the city wall under my feet is also shaking, can't I? The astonishing momentum of the Warcraft tide made the students' faces turn pale in an instant. This terrifying feeling was completely different from what they had guessed before. Originally, these students thought that to fight the attack of the monster wave, it was just to summon the summoned beast, and then drive the summoned beast to kill the monster. It was an easy and thankful battle. Just wait for the settlement to be settled. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. The smoke and dust that filled the sky almost drowned the entire sky, making it impossible to even see the original blue. It was like the haze that shrouded the hearts of these students, and the ease before was completely lost. Orion, who was standing in front, couldn't help shaking his head slightly when he saw the changes in the faces of these students. To be timid before fighting is a taboo in marching and fighting. A true warrior, even if he is defeated, must have the courage to fight and the will to never retreat. It seems that these guys still need a good training. But Orion was not surprised at all. The children of nobles who have not experienced war have always been like this. They come to the border for support, in addition to filling high-end combat power, it is more for experience. You will never understand what a real battle is without going through the trials of iron and blood. Over the years, Orion has also seen more and more aristocratic children of all kinds. It's all too common to be pretentious at first, only to cringe as soon as you get into a fight. Huh? Interesting. However, while scanning these students, Olane's eyebrows suddenly raised, and a look of interest appeared on his face. There are still people who can't change their face when they face this wave of monsters for the first time, and they have a high fighting spirit. A really malleable talent. The place where Orion's eyes stayed was naturally where Angel was. Among the trembling, pale-faced students, Angel, who was high in fighting spirit, was particularly conspicuous. It's hard not to get Orion's attention. The battle is finally about to begin. With so many beasts, I'm really nervous. Angel clenched her fists tightly, taking a deep breath and speaking in a low voice. However, it was said to be nervous, but the excitement on Angel's face could hardly be concealed. Because since knowing Qi Li's strength, this support mission, in Angel's view, has become a pure experience. Don't worry about your own safety, then naturally you have to let go. You don't rely on your own strength to start not paying attention to combat skills. You must know that there are people outside people, and there are days outside the sky. Precisely controlling every bit of your strength is the key to fighting, understand? Glancing at Angel's excited face, Qi Li had to warn him again. Fighting skills and fighting consciousness must be subconsciously honed before they are perfected, and integrated into the bone marrow, in order to continuously improve. If you blindly rely on powerful strength to crush in battle, there will be no progress. I know, don't worry. Angel patted her chest. Then he turned around, reached out and patted Nora's shoulder again, comforting. Nora, what are you doing so nervously? Your face is pale. It's really not good, just look out. No matter what, the flame Yalong is a familiar with the blood of the dragon family. For those low-level warcraft, there is a natural blood pressure. Even if there is no way to stop the attack of the monster tide, it can make those monsters take a detour to the flame Yalong. I'm not nervous, I just feel that there are too many monsters. Nora was taken back to her senses by Angel, pointing to the tide of monsters outside the Boulder Pass, and stammered. At the moment of Xuanhuan, the frontier troops have long been assembled and displayed outside the city wall. The dense array is majestic and solemn, grand and solemn. At a glance, there is no end to it, which makes people's blood boil. However, the wave of monsters that Xuanhuan is about to face is not so easy to resist. In the shaking of the earth, countless monsters roared and rushed out from the Blackwater forest. Looking around, even if there are tall trees blocking it, you can see the endless wave of monsters running through the gaps between the canopies. Rush to the Boulder Gate. A rough estimate, at least there are hundreds of thousands. And no one knows how many monsters still haven't come out in the Blackwater forest. In this huge Blackwater forest, even when the warcraft did not riot, neither the Yanlong Kingdom nor the Blackwater Kingdom had finished exploring. There is something in the depths of the Blackwater forest that no one knows at all. Boom. 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 The dull war drums were struck. Archer ready. Open the bow. The voice of another commander of the Xuanhuan border garrison also rang out. In such a war, only the commander is qualified to take over the command and fight against the tide of monsters. As for the highest position of the frontier army, the commander-in-chief, he's responsible for overall planning. Otherwise, this megalithic pass that stretches for hundreds of miles is not a single pass. The individual can take care of it, and a slight negligence is a matter of life and death. Roar. The demon beasts rushing out of the Blackwater forest obviously also noticed the formation of the frontier troops outside the stone pass. Suddenly there was a huge roar. The roar of so many beasts is earth-shattering. The violent sound waves almost formed ripples visible to the naked eye, carrying a terrifying impact and spreading towards the Boulder Gate. Array, raise your shield. Kill. The soldiers guarding outside the city wall also let out a loud roar, not about done. The roar entwined with vindictiveness was no weaker than the roar of the monsters. Two invisible sound waves suddenly collided together, and the moment the terrifying impact collided, a loud noise that resounded through the heavens and the earth suddenly erupted. In an instant, flying sand and rocks, the situation changed, and the sky shook. Such a terrifying scene suddenly made the faces of the students standing on the city wall, which were not very good-looking, turned even paler. This is the battle between the frontier army and the tide of monsters. This is completely different from what I imagined. How can it be so scary? Are we going to face such a terrifying wave of monsters later? Can we realize anything when we face the wave of monsters? What to be afraid of, anyway, it is the summoned beasts to fight, not us to fight. But, what if the magical beast breaks through the city wall? When this question was mentioned, the students, who were already extremely nervous, became even more uneasy. The panicked expression on his face could not be concealed at all. Quiet. Just give me a good look. Even if the city wall was breached by the tide of monsters, that's when Noon in the frontier army could fight. Orion's icy gaze swept across the students. The voice of discussion stopped abruptly. The murderous and suffocating aura of the leader of the frontier troops who have been fighting all year round is not something that these pampered noble children can bear. The children of the nobles who have come over these years are really becoming more and more outrageous. To confuse the army, if this crime is placed in the army, it must be executed on the spot to boost morale. But for this group of noble children who came to experience, they couldn't dot his. It's not that Orion is afraid of offending those noble families. In fact, as Orion was in the frontier garrison at the Stone Pass, he was not afraid of those nobles at all. It's just that these noble children came to experience it. But it was never a frontier army man. So even if these guys are to be dealt with, it is still up to Orion to report, and then let the adjudication office of the Yanlong Kingdom judge. This is also the main reason for Orion's dissatisfaction. Now that these pampered noble children have been brought over to experience, they must be prepared to die in battle. However, it is clear that those noble families are not willing to put their children's lives in danger. Fortunately, 1 or 2 pieces of rough jade can be found in this pile of dead wood. Thinking of Orion here, he involuntarily looked at where Angel and Nora were. These 2 people are also the rare 2 people who did not participate in the discussion just now. One of them, even when he saw the great momentum of the Warcraft tide, did not panic at all, and his fighting spirit was even higher. The other, although he looked a little nervous, didn't have the slightest bit of cowardice, and his eyes were very firm. As for the man next to that fighting-spirited girl, I heard that it is a rare humanoid familiar. For the Summoner's Demon, there are no restrictions on the Giant Stone Pass, as long as it does not affect the normal order. So Orion doesn't think there's anything strange about it. It is normal for a summoner to bring his own familiar beside him. It's just that most of the familiars are not so normal in appearance, so most of the time, they stay in the space of the familiars. Or be released by the summoner to move freely. When there is a need, the summoner will be summoned to the side through the demon space. Even a girl who only has a humanoid demon is more courageous than you. The noble children who came to experience this time are really disappointing. Orion shook his head, and then turned his attention to the outside of the Boulder Pass. The previous collision of roars and roars was just a test before the war. For Warcraft, this is a deterrent to prey. For the soldiers of the frontier army, this is a means of inquiring into the reality of the enemy. Through the confrontation of the momentum, you can roughly judge the strength of the enemy that you are fighting against. Although not very accurate. But it's a great way to boost morale. Archer, let go. A steady and loud command sounded above the city wall. The tens of thousands of archers who remained on the city wall had long since drawn their bows and arrows, ready to go. Now when the order arrives, the sound of the bowstring rebounding, like a gust of wind, whistled out. In an instant, the rain of arrows in the sky was like a black cloud covering the sky, layer upon layer, carrying the sound of breaking the sky, and smashed toward the overwhelming wave of monsters. Whoosh dash. Whizzing. For a while, the arrows in the sky, like pouring rain, fell on these beasts. The feather arrows lingering with a little grudge are extremely sharp, and can easily break through the scales and fur of these beasts, leaving red blood on the ground. As a pioneer of warcraft, the strength is not strong, and the physique is naturally not strong. In the face of this rain of arrows like a cloud over the top, in an instant, thousands of beasts were damaged. In front of this tsunami-like wave of monsters, as long as the arrow falls to the ground, it will be declared death. Even if the arrow is not fatal, it will be trampled into mud by the monsters behind. Fire arrows. Volley. All archers give me 2 rounds, alternating attacks. Don't let the rain of arrows stop, attack me with the fastest speed, and suppress the charging speed of the tide of monsters. The roars in the battle formation continued to sound, and the archers on the city wall kept firing bows and arrows. The arrows in the sky are almost indistinguishable from the torrential rain. In the hands of these archers who have been fighting all year round, the arrow rain will not stop at all until the feather arrows are exhausted. The terrifying rain of arrows, like a catastrophe, also effectively stopped the charge of the wave of monsters. Countless magical beasts were damaged under the rain of arrows. However, for the Warcraft tide, these casualties are impossible to make the Warcraft people have the slightest retreat. The commanders of the Xuanhuan border garrison are also aware of this truth. So the arrows that never stop are for the sake of. It is just to consume the power of the monster tide, not to repel these monsters. All arrays, obey orders. The cavalry is ready. The order of the Frontier Army commander, through the order flag of the commander, was passed to the eyes of every soldier. In a battle involving hundreds of thousands of soldiers, it is obviously not practical to rely only on voice to give orders. Chong. The cavalry was ordered, and the spears for charging were also placed on the saddle. The sharp point of the spear emitted a cold light. Charge. Kill. The roar of the sky broke out suddenly. The cavalry at the forefront of the frontier formation began to charge with this roar like a volcano erupting. Heavy cavalry, whether human or horse, would wear heavy armor. Once it starts to charge, it is like a torrent of steel, only advancing but not retreating, with a monstrous momentum, sweeping forward, tearing apart all the enemies blocking the front. In the dull and shocking sound of war drums, tens of thousands of heavy cavalry and the wave of monsters collided fiercely. The demon beast rushing to the front, although out of the coverage of the arrow rain. But they were greeted by the heavy cavalry with the strongest charge. In an instant, the group of beasts blocking the front were all scattered and knocked down by the heavy cavalry of the frontier army. Under the terrifying charge, these beasts, who had just experienced the baptism of arrow rain, could only be torn apart by the oncoming horseshoes and sharp spears. Attention archers, cover cavalry turn. The cavalry obeyed the order, turned left and right, and charged again. In the hands of the messengers, the brightly colored command flag was waved loudly. The heavy cavalry, who had already penetrated into the wave of monsters, also took advantage of the last charge, and began to divide into 2 teams, left and right, and turn towards the back. In the face of the wave of Warcraft, there is only one end of being alone. That is, without support, and then being consumed by the tide of Warcraft. Therefore, the border troops with rich combat experience are unlikely to make such low-level mistakes. Just because no mistakes are made doesn't mean there are no casualties. The combat power of Warcraft has never been a joke. When the heavy cavalry is charging, they will also be thrown off the horse by surrounding monsters, and then buried under the fangs and claws of the monsters. Death, in such large-scale wars, is the most common thing. The soldiers of the Frontier Army have long been commonplace. However, for the students of the Flame Academy, it was the first time that they were so bloody and faced death. As a nobleman, he may be exposed to darkness, but he rarely sees blood. The scene that happened in front of them at this time will definitely leave a deep impression on them. This is also the first step in the experience. You can't be called a true warrior without going through the trials of iron and blood. The impact of the wave of monsters seems to be getting more and more ferocious. Orion was keenly aware of this problem. As a pioneer of warcraft, the combat power should be regarded as the weakest group in the wave of warcraft. Can be called cannon fodder. Therefore, Xuanhuan can barely resist the charge of the arrow rain and the heavy cavalry, and even the follow-up troops have not yet been put into the battle. However, after these cannon fodders were consumed, the monsters that follow behind are not so easy to deal with. Whoa! When the heavy cavalry of the frontier army was preparing to launch the third charge, a deafening roar came from the Blackwater forest. The terrifying momentum immediately attracted the fierce wind hunting. The frontier army commanders who were standing in command positions also had a condensed expression. The real battle has only officially begun now. Orion took a deep breath, and his expression suddenly became extremely serious. It was also after this huge roar that the warcraft that rushed out of the Blackwater forest had a significant improvement in combat effectiveness. Obviously, the cannon fodder for the warcraft tide has been exhausted. The next to appear is the backbone of the warcraft tide. Archers, keep suppressing. The cavalry joins, as a sharp knife, to cut off the offensive of the beasts. All the remaining soldiers, get ready. Follow the cavalry, and charge. Charge. A high-pitched roar was uploaded from the city wall. The bright flags rang out, commanding the soldiers below to launch an attack. Although the side wall of Boulder Pass is tens of meters high, it is not enough for these monsters. In front of the monsters who are good at climbing, this mere tens of meters off height is nothing, but it can climb up in a few breaths. For some powerful monsters, as long as they are not optimistic, the seemingly thick city wall will be cracked. Therefore, the best option to fight against the tide of monsters is to block them outside the city walls. At least in this way, the frontier troops at Xuanhuan can still take the initiative. If the city wall is lost, it can basically be announced that the stone pass has been breached. Start charging. War. Kill. The sound of war drums, roars, and roars were mixed with the high fighting spirit. The frontier army array outside the displayed city wall began to move at this moment. Rushed towards the tide of monsters. Looking at the city wall, it looks like two waves of the sky colliding with each other, and the momentum is earth-shattering. You should also start preparing now. The task is to drive your summoned beasts to intercept the powerful monsters in the wave of monsters. At this time, Orion also began to give orders to the students of the Flame Academy. I don't force you to kill those powerful monsters, as long as you can contain them. Have you understood? Although the role of the summoner is to make up for the high-end combat power of the frontier army. But Orion had no hope at all for these noble children who had never experienced combat and were pampered. Therefore, only a restraining order was issued. Because those beasts with low combat effectiveness, in front of the well-trained and closely coordinated frontier soldiers, the odds of winning are not great. However, those monsters whose combat power is so powerful that they can completely overwhelm the soldiers of the frontier army are not an object that can be solved with close cooperation. Every time a powerful monster appears, it will cause huge casualties. Therefore, the value of the summoner is reflected. In terms of numbers, the summoned beasts of the summoner are warriors who can keep up with the frontier army. But in terms of quality, the summoned beasts summoned by a powerful summoner can completely defeat 100. Even an enemy of 1,000. And most importantly, for a creature like a summoned beast, as long as the summoner's magic power is enough, that is yuan. Incessantly. It doesn't hurt at all to consume it. As long as the familiar is still there. Therefore, in the face of the wave of monsters, those powerful monsters are handed over to the summoner to deal with. In general, it is also a kill. After all, a crazy monster is not something to mess with. It's just that Orion doesn't dare to hold such high expectations for these noble children, so it's good to be able to contain them. Clear. Although these students were still a little pale, they still responded. Actual combat is something they have to go through no matter what, unless they want to spend their lives mediocrely. So after Orion's order was issued, these students also began to summon their own summoned beasts. Fortunately, after more than half a month of theoretical and practical teaching in the Flame Academy, they are no longer the first new summoners. At least in the process of summoning the summoned beast, the chain did not drop. It's just that the strength of these summoned beasts may not look good. Because the strength of the summoned beast is inseparable from the power level of the summoner itself. Therefore, the best student among them only summoned a medium-level summoned beast. And in the process, Orion also noticed one thing. That was the girl he had been optimistic about before. It seemed that she was a student named Angel, and she did not summon a summoned beast. What's going on? The fighting spirit was so high before, but now it's not summoning. What is she trying to do? However, this question was only turned around in Olian's mind, and he did not ask it. Anyway, the combat power of a summoner can't affect the overall situation. And in such a tense battle situation, there is no time to ask these small questions. I don't need to teach you how to find powerful monsters. From now on, you can drive the summoned beasts to attack the monsters freely. In this battle, I will record your performance as your assessment result for this support mission. So, students from the Flame Academy, let's get started. After glancing at the nearly 1,000 summoned beasts in front of him, Orion sighed in a deep voice. It is roughly estimated that each of these students has almost summoned 3 summoned beasts. Such a new force joining the battle situation is definitely a big boost. And it is also a boost that will not reduce the combat effectiveness. Angel, aren't you going to fight? After Nora drove her summoned beast into the battlefield, she looked at Angel beside her, curiously. Nora saw it very clearly just now, and Angel hadn't summoned a summoned beast at all. And now the performance of this battle will be included in the total score of the actual combat assessment of the Flame Academy. Doesn't Angel want to graduate? Look at it first, don't worry, if you want to get good grades, you have Tozai's, the opportunity. Angel waved her hand and said confidently. Killing a powerful monster is definitely better than killing 100 weak monsters. Because it will cause huge casualties to the soldiers of the frontier army. Only those powerful monsters. So Angel's idea is very simple. Compared with winning by quantity, it is better to save some effort and win by quality. Really, then I'll leave you alone, or I'll fail to graduate. Nora's face showed a vaguely understandable expression, and then she turned her head and began to concentrate on commanding her summoned beast. The other students were also staring at the battlefield outside the city wall, driving their summoned beasts to attack those places where the battle situation was stalemate to support the soldiers of the frontier army. With the addition of these summoned beasts, the tide of monsters was once suppressed, and the speed of advance almost stagnated. After all, this is also the combat effectiveness of the frontier troops at Xuanhuan who entered the battle in an all-round way. And there are so many summoned beasts to help. It is not so difficult to stop the attack of the Warcraft tide. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. With the continuous increase in the number of monsters, the strength of these monsters is also increasing. After the demon beasts that were used as cannon fodder in front were almost eliminated, the truly effective demon beasts who followed behind also began to emerge. This also made the soldiers of the frontier army gradually tighten their battle lines. Although there is the help of summoned beasts. But these summoned beasts with not too strong combat power, the biggest effect is probably to reduce some casualties. and relying on the attributes that are not afraid of consumption to contain those tyrannical beasts. But it is impossible to push the tide of monsters back with these summoned beasts. Nearly 1,000 summoned beasts, in front of this tsunami-like wave of monsters, only caused a circle of water at most. Especially in this continuous battle, the summoned beasts continue to die. The summoner needs to spend mana again to summon. And these students of the Flame Academy have only become summoners for less than a month, and they are naturally not strong enough to temper their own magic power. Because in terms of magic power reserves, the gap between summoners and magicians is really a bit big. After all, magicians mainly rely on all kinds of magic to fight. If the reserves of magic power are low, it will be fatal. But the summoner, that is, summoning magic requires magic power. As for other auxiliary magic, to be honest, there are very few summoners who will deliberately learn these things. Why add an auxiliary magic to a problem that can be solved with summoned beasts? If summoning summoned beasts can't solve the problem, it must be because the number of summoned beasts is not enough. What does it have to do with auxiliary magic? So, partial science is really terrible. With the impact of the wave of monsters, the faces of the students standing on the city wall, who had finally recovered, began to turn pale again. But this time it wasn't scary. But because the magic power in the body is depleted, the complexion is pale. This scene was naturally seen in Orion's eyes. However, Orion was helpless in dealing with the shortage of magic power. After all, fighting spirit and magic are not the same. If he really had that aptitude, Orion would have switched careers to become a summoner long ago. Damn, we still underestimated the destructive power of this wave of Warcraft. I didn't expect that there would be so many monsters. Looking into the distance on the city wall, Orion could see that there was still an endless stream of magical beasts rushing out of the Blackwater forest. This is definitely a scary situation. You know, outside the side wall of Xuanhuan, the area that stretches for hundreds of miles is covered with the corpses of monsters. The number of demon beasts that fell to the ground was at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Even the Xuanhuan border garrison has lost nearly 10,000 soldiers' lives in his battle. However, the tide of monsters gushing out from the Blackwater forest still has no end in sight. This level of Warcraft tide is rare in the world. At least in Orion's military career, he had never heard of such a huge wave of Warcraft. So it's normal to make mistakes. Ow! Just as Orion frowned, a terrifying roar of a tiger erupted from the Blackwater forest. A circle of looming sound waves also spread to the battlefield. Earth-shaking. The powerful monster is finally coming out. Damn, how can there be such a terrible aura? It was just this tiger roar that made Orion change his face. Every powerful beast whose combat power far exceeds that of the frontier army soldiers will become a sharp knife that will tear the battlefield apart. It caused a huge blow to the front of the frontier army and caused a large number of casualties. Especially for the current frontier soldiers, their fighting spirit and physical strength have already begun to decline. Once the front line is torn open, it will be a fatal blow to the entire formation of the frontier army. Separate the manpower, and we must prevent this monster from entering the battlefield. Thinking of this, Orion hurriedly spoke to the students beside him. There must be no cracks in the front lines of the frontier troops. Otherwise, that crack will be the beginning of defeat until the walls of the stone pass are destroyed. Although that's what we said, we don't have any magic power anymore. After Nora heard this order, she couldn't help frowning and muttered softly. Of course, the words of complaint cannot be heard by Orion. But it is true. Those who participated in the battle were all students who had not yet graduated. Although the summoned beasts were all summoned beasts with poor combat power, it was not easy to persist until now. Moreover, since Nora has an excellent level familiar, she can still have a bit of an advantage in terms of magic power. Then the situation of other students, needless to say. Even Nora can't hold on anymore. Those weaker students may have bottomed out in the magic power in their bodies. Commander Orion, our magic power is almost exhausted. Even if we want to summon a summoned beast to stop the beast, I'm afraid it is powerless. Just when Nora was complaining, a student came out and spoke bluntly. This sentence said what everyone wanted to say, and immediately made all the students turn their eyes away. It's Kamaibo, classmate. Yeah, Kamaibo is right, our magic power is indeed running out. My remaining magic power, I can't even release a single summoning magic. I'm almost there too. The students talked a lot, all agreeing with Kamaibo's words. Summoning magic is not something that can be condensed with willpower, but requires real magic power. Therefore, Olaine can understand the difficulties of the students present. It's just that it's useless for Orion to understand, and those who just want to break through the giant stone gate can't understand it. They only know that when the enemy in front of them is exhausted, the enemy's death period will come. But, I think Commander Orion also noticed it. Before Orion could speak, Kamaibo made a sound. He raised his hand and pointed everyone's attention to Angel before he continued. Student Angel has never summoned a summoned beast from the very beginning. I think she should be accumulating strength, and wait for such a critical moment to make a move. Kamaibo speaks eloquently. He did not condemn Angel's inaction, but put a high hat on Angel. In this way, everyone has higher expectations for Angel. If Angel doesn't do it, it will fall even harder. Oh? Is that so? Orion raised his brows and said suspiciously. To be honest, since Angel didn't take part in this battle before, Orion's impression of her has dropped several grades. Because this place is the border and the front line. If it's just a guy who came to watch the show, then there is no way to make the commander of the frontier army have a good impression. No matter how good the previous impression was, it was useless. But now listening to what the male student said, could this Angel student have any trump cards? Yes, Kamaibo is right, it must be so. Student Angela is the well-deserved first place in the actual combat course of the Flame Academy, and she will definitely be able to stop that powerful beast. I'll just say, how could classmate Angel come to the show? Certainly, it can't be wrong. Hearing what Kamaibo said, the other students also looked suddenly enlightened. Angel didn't summon the summoned beast. In fact, all the students standing next to him saw it, but no one brought it up. After all, in the actual combat course of the Flame Academy, Angel never drove the summoned beasts to fight. There must be other trump cards. Only Kamaibo, who was calculating Angel, knew it. Hole? What cards can Angel have? But it was just a few powerful magic tricks that she learned from her faculties. But in such high-intensity battles, it is far from being as easy to use a summoned beasts. Therefore, if Angel fails to live up to the expectations of the students present, and even Commander Orion, then her reputation will definitely plummet. Want to roll over? Or wait for the next life? Thinking of this, Kamaibo's eyes couldn't help but flash a carefree color. It's a rough calculation. Chi Lu, who was on the side, had a panoramic view of this scene. On the surface, he was calm, but in his heart he sneered. Under Chi Li's perception, the beast with the tiger's roar had nowhere to hide. At most, it is a monster at the peak of the master level. For the soldiers of the frontier army, this is indeed an extremely powerful monster, almost unmatched. However, it is not even heroic, so it is not impossible for Angel to deal with it. If it really doesn't work, Chi Lu secretly does a favor, and it is impossible for anyone to notice. So Kamaibo's calculations are doomed to bankruptcy. Moreover, he will also create momentum for the object he wants to calculate, and he will be so angry that he vomits blood no matter what he thinks. Whoa! In the time of these few words, accompanied by a tiger roar, a huge tiger with a length of 7 or 8 meters rushed out of the black forest. The speed was so fast that after images were left in the air. The momentum was so strong that the demon beasts beside the tiger were startled and retreated. Orion's face also became extremely ugly, and he could only hold the mentality off using a dead horse as a living horse. Doctor looked at Angel and asked aloud, "Student Angel, can you stop that beast?" Should. Of course, Angel also felt the momentum of the tiger, so he was a little lacking in confidence. But with the corner of her eye, after she swept across Chi Lu, Angel immediately cleared her throat and said in a loud voice, "No problem." Immediately afterwards, without waiting for the voice to fall, a pure magic power emerged from Angel's palm. Then it quickly condensed to form a spear full of magic lines. Its length is more than 3 meters, and it is full of deterrence when Angel holds it in her hand. The piercing spear of death. "Give it to me." With a light drink, Angel leaned back, then leaned forward sharply. The 3-meter-long spear suddenly turned into a stream of light, pierced the sky, and flew towards the giant tiger. She'd dash. The sound of breaking open is like a scream, and the streamer of the sky seems to be training. Everything is in an instant. Before everyone could react, the spear had already pierced into the body of the giant tiger. Unbiased, straight into the back of the heart, through the body, in the midleaf the heart. Then, the magic spear turned into a little fluorescent light, and a large amount of blood poured out from the wound on the giant tiger's body, spilling in the ground. No matter how powerful the life force of the beast is, if it is pierced through the heart, it will still die. This giant tiger at the peak of the master level has just emerged from the Blackwater forest, and has not had time to show his strength. He was stabbed by a spear that fell from the sky, giving him a chill. Then, without a doubt, fell to the ground. The shocking scene made the area around Angel become silent, and the needle drop could be heard. Everyone was stunned looking at the loud banging tiger that fell to the ground, only to feel that this scene was not real at all. "That's it, it's over? One move? Solved with just one move? What just happened? I haven't seen it clearly. How did it end?" This is too strong. In addition to being shocked, these students are more emotional, that is, they are unsure. The look in Angel's eyes changed completely. This kind of feeling, as if Angel and their realms are completely different, and they have long exceeded them. In the Flame Academy, the students who had sparred with Angel before, could only secretly rejoice in their hearts. By the way, I would like to thank Angel for his mercy. Student Angel, your strength really surprised me. I don't know if you have any intention to stay at Jushiguan, but I can assure you that within 3 years, you will definitely be the leader of the border garrison at Jushiguan. At this moment, Orion has already started to recruit Angel with excitement. As soon as these words came out, they immediately aroused the envy and jealousy of the surrounding students. Frontier Army Commander, that is a position with a very high status. And he has real power in his hands, and he has all the orders. If he returned to the Yanlong Kingdom from the border, even if the Marquis saw it, he would have to give 3 points politely. Because the Marquis wanted to recruit private troops, he could not do without the support of the frontier troops. For the students of the Flame Academy, this is a good opportunity to reach the sky in one step. Even Kumaibo had red eyes from jealousy at this time. Of course, more emotions are still angry. He used his own conspiracy to calculate Angel, and now he actually made her outing dress. In this case, I didn't vomit blood on the spot because I was so angry. It was considered a city government and self-restraint. No need, thank you for the kindness of Commander Orion, but I am not interested in this, and the environment of the Frontier Army is not suitable for me. However, such a great opportunity, Angel did not hesitate to resign. Just kidding, guarding in a place like the border, how can it be interesting to build a fief? It's a pity that the students around don't know Angel's mind. Seeing this scene, they all shouted wildly in their hearts, "You can give Met his opportunity if you don't want it." To become the commander of the frontier garrison within 3 years, even if resigns later and returns to the field, that is still an important qualification. For the promotion of the title, it is of great help. After all, where's the best place to get something like military exploits? Not these border areas. In the end, you rejected it so lightly? Envy makes my eyes red. Jealousy makes me delirious. If that's the case, then I won't force it. However, if the angel students can change their minds, then you can come Toth Giant Stone Pass at any time. I promise that as long as I stay in the Giant Stone Pass for a day, my promise will always be valid. Orion heard the words and said it with regret. If such a powerful combat force can be recruited, it will undoubtedly greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the frontier army. For the Black Kingdom on the other side of the Blackwater Forest, it can also form an effective deterrent. It's a pity that people's ambitions are not here. Well, if there is such a day, I will come over. Angel nodded and said politely. But when I say this sentence, it means that basically there will not be such a day. Okay, now with the help of Angel's students, the battle situation can beast a lot. But the battle is not over yet, students, don't think too easily, let's continue the battle. At the end, Orion took a meaningful look at Kamaibo. Such an obvious calculation, for a Lan, can be seen at a glance. Just don't want to say it. After all, it is still wartime, and the battle situation is so stalemate, but there is no time to deal with such trivial matters. What's more, the final ending is also considered a good one, so this page will be temporarily overturned. As for whether to write it down in the transcript returned to the Flame Academy, it will have to be discussed after the battle is over. Chila, you helped me just now. On the other side, Angel calmly looked around before whispering to Chila, who was beside him. For her own strength, Angel still has self-knowledge. It is not practical to kill a high-level monster with one magic. It didn't help much, it was just fixed. Chila did not hide it either. The giant tiger from before, if Chila did not help lock the position, then Angel's attack may not be able to hit. So overall, it's still Angel's credit. What Chila did was to help Angel lock on the target, and then put a little vulnerable magic on the target, by the way. Used to ensure that Angel's attack can kill with one hit. I knew, how could I suddenly become so strong? When Angel heard the words, she breathed a sigh of relief, and a relieved expression appeared on her face. This state of mind made Chi-Lu on the side show a smile. To improve your strength, your mood is the key. Guarding against arrogance and impatience, and having a clear understanding of one's own strength is the first step to improving one's mood. Therefore, when Chi-Lu faces any enemy, he can take it calmly. Because Chi-Lu knew very well that no matter who his opponent was or how powerful he was, he could use the best way to deal with it. Whether it is to fight or withdraw, there is a clear route. Okay, I just know that. Next, it's time for me to gain military exploits. This time I go back, I must get a knight's title. Angel clapped her hands and quickly returned to her fighting spirit. Powerful monsters have begun to appear. The next battle will definitely not be easy. The long-term and high-intensity battles also consume a lot of physical and mental strength. So over time, Angel's face also showed fatigue. That's not to mention the frontier soldiers who fought against the tied-off monsters outside the city wall of the Stone Pass. Chi-Lu stood on the city wall and looked into the depths of the Blackwater Forest. World of Warcraft. Speaking of which, Chi-Lu had seen the wave of Warcraft before. While not as large, they are essentially the same. However, in comparison, the area of the Blackwater Forest is wider. Therefore, the impact of the wave of Warcraft is also more ferocious. So, will the reason behind this wave of Warcraft be the same? Angel. What's wrong? Angel, who just threw the condensed magic out of her hand, looked at Chi-Lu with a confused expression. If we continue to fight like this, I am afraid that the wave of monsters has not been resisted, and all the soldiers of the frontier army will be finished. Qila looked at the battlefield outside the city wall and said in a calm tone. As for Angel's safety, Qila did not mention it. Because of this level of monster wave, it is simply impossible to hurt someone in Qili's hands. This? Of course I know, but what can I do if I don't fight? Angel originally wanted to refute, but when he glanced at the endless supply of magical beasts in the Blackwater forest, he couldn't help sighing. Of course there is a way. Did you forget to summon the scroll? Qila smiled and asked back. The border garrison in the border area is a huge source of tourists. As long as there is still war, the summoning scroll will never be sold out. The reason for this is probably because the number of summoners in the frontier army is too small. After all, who would be willing to go to such a boring place if he really became a summoner? Unless it's for military exploits. But even for military exploits, few summoners would stay in this kind of place all the time. Because of the usual petty fights, the military exploits that can be obtained are not good enough to put in the teeth. When there is a big war, then you don't need to bother with these summoners, you can also get the news and rush to the border. So why stay in such a place without entertainment? Yeah, I forgot, there is also a summon scroll. Angel clenched his right fist and slammed the palm of his left hand with a face like waking up from a dream. Then why didn't you remind me earlier? You came here to practice, and you took out the summoning scroll so early, how can you practice? Qila squinted at Angel and said expressionlessly. For any combat-oriented cultivator, no matter what kind of combat style, actual combat training is the most important. Even if it is dangerous, it is one of the most effective ways to improve combat effectiveness. However, your performance today is still remarkable. Although it is still a bit of a waste of strength, it will be good to train more in the future. Look at you now, the magic power is about to run out, it's time to take out the summoning scroll. Qila continued to speak, but his eyes signaled Angel to negotiate with Orion. After all, in the eyes of others, Qila is just Angel's familiar. Even if the strength is strong, that can't change this. So really speaking, it would be better for Angel to negotiate, at least no one would suspect anything. I know, if it goes on like this, Xuanhuan will really be unable to hold it. Angel rubbed her face, and then walked straight to where Orion was. That is the very edge of the city wall. Olian's face was very solemn at the moment, his fists were clenched, pressed against the wall, and the blue veins on the back of his hands showed the Olian's mood at this time. The current situation is not optimistic. As the physical strength of the soldiers gradually decreased, the casualties of the frontier troops also began to rise rapidly. However, the impact of the monster wave has not weakened. If this continues, there is no doubt that the giant stone pass will be broken. At that time, the hundreds of miles-long side wall was washed away by the wave-off monsters, and the Yanlong kingdom was equivalent to breaking a huge gap. The enemy can drive straight in from the direction of the giant stone pass, causing unimaginable damage to the Yanlong kingdom. This situation is the result that Olian does not want to see, or even imagine. However, it did not stop the wave of warcraft this time. Then the worst result is what is at hand. Commander Orion, I have a way to solve the current predicament. Angel could see the anxiety on Orion's face, so after coming over, he said straight to the point. People in the military do not like to go around. Student Angel, do you have a solution? Solve the current predicament? Orion was still very impressed with Angel, so after hearing this voice, he subconsciously spoke out before he turned his head back. Then he quickly came back to his senses, turned around quickly, and looked at Angel with burning eyes. Are you telling the truth? This is no joke. And I think your current magic power should have bottomed out. Orion's serious face was filled with anxiety and a faint hope. When reality has nothing to do, any hope will become a life-saving straw for those who fall into the water. And Orion is now the drowning man. Yes, Commander Orion, my magic power is indeed about to run out. Angel nodded. I don't even think about arguing about the obvious. Then what else can you do? Orion's brows were already locked so tightly that they couldn't get any deeper, and the wrinkles between his brows could almost kill bugs. As for Angel's strength, Orion admitted that it is indeed very strong. But personal bravery is meaningless in the face of this endless wave of monsters. Unless, it's as powerful as the legendary realm. It's a pity that Orion is also very clear that Angel does not have that level of power, and it is unlikely that he has it. Therefore, Orion doesn't think Angel really has any way to fight the current wave of monsters. I am not referring to my own strength when I say the solution. I am still clear about this. However, Commander Orion, have you heard of the summoning scroll? Angel did not feel that he had the power to fight the tide of monsters. If it is Qi Lu, it may be possible. So Angel didn't plan to set the stage, and directly asked the most core question. Summoning scroll? This time it was Orion's turn to be stunned. What it is? Although the summoning scroll is very popular among the nobles, it can be said that everyone knows it, and everyone knows it. However, the border area of Xuanhuan has always been out of touch with the major city-states of the Yanlong Kingdom in terms of information that does not involve the military. So Orion has never heard of the summoning scroll, which is normal. After all, with Beiros hunger marketing, then the summoned scroll, even in the noble circles, can't be distinguished. Then how could it be passed on to other people? If you invite a few opponents for yourself and come to grab the summoned scroll together, how can you get it? It's the scroll that sealed the summoning magic, and as long as it is opened, the summoned beast can be summoned to help fight. Angel briefly explained the purpose of the summoning scroll. Suddenly Olian's eyes widened in shock, and he said stunned, there is such a good thing? Why haven't I heard of it? If there is, shouldn't it be Equipetto the border first? That's right. Compared with the major city-states that danced and prospered, the place where the Yanlong Kingdom needed the most fighting power was definitely the border area where the wars continued. So things like summoned scrolls, if possible, must first meet the needs of the border. But now, what surprised Orion the most was that the news of the summoning scroll was actually heard from a student who came to experience it. Incredible. Hearing these questions, Angel scratched his head in embarrassment. To be honest, Angel hadn't really thought about these things after knowing that there was a summoning scroll. But now is not the time to discuss these issues. Why the summoning scroll isn't equipped to the giant stone pass, we will talk about it after this wave of Warcraft. Those nobles who only care about their own enjoyment are getting more and more outrageous. Orion didn't want to get the answers to these questions from Angel, so the conversation soon changed. Student Angel, since you mentioned the summoning scroll, you should have some here. I also know that if the summoning scroll is sold as a commodity, the price is definitely not low. Therefore, on behalf of the Dashiguan border garrison, I can purchase the summoning scroll in your hand at a premium of 30%. I hope you can agree. Having said that, Orion's tone has turned into a request. In fact, after hearing the purpose of the summoning scroll, Orion realized it. This may be this battle, the last turning point. If the number of summoning scrolls is enough, it is enough to reverse the result of this battle. Commander Orion is too polite. In this case, don't talk about a premium. As long as there is a need for Xuanhuan, you can buy it at the original price. Angel decisively rejected Olane's proposal for a premium. If this is a premium on the basis of Beiros price, it would be too black-hearted. As a consumable, the summoning scroll may have a wide range of uses, but it does not change the fact that it can only be used once. So if the price is too high, although it is a monopoly market, customers can only hold back if they have opinions. But Angel always felt that it was not good to do so, probably because of the lack of business. Moreover, looking at Qi Li's reaction, it seems that he does not agree with the price, that is too high. Although he didn't understand why, Angel still hoped to follow Qi Li's wishes. After all, the summoning scroll was taken out by Qi Lu. Original price. Student Angel, you are too generous. Orion originally thought that only a 30% premium would be too little. Because in the current situation, even if Angel took advantage of the situation, Orion could only suffer. Otherwise, the giant stone pass was broken by the wave of monsters, and all that was empty talk. But what Olaine never expected was that Angel not only did not take the opportunity to raise the price, but was willing to sell it at the original price. For Orion, who never thought of taking advantage of others, it can definitely be called generosity. This is nothing, Commander Orion, I still have a lot of summoning scrolls here. No, to be precise, my father is selling the summoning scrolls. So it's my duty to contribute to this. Angel continued. By the way, I also talked about the prices of the 3 levels of summon scrolls. The information about the seller of the summoning scroll can be known by just going back to the major city-states and asking a little about it. So instead of making Orion feel uncomfortable in such a place, it would be better to say it directly. I see. A suddenly enlightened look appeared on Orion's face. It seems that those nobles blocked the news, otherwise I wouldn't have learned about the summoning scroll now. But these questions, let me get out and talk to the king. Now, with the remaining funds in the stone pass, I can probably buy 50,000 medium-level summoning scrolls. I wonder if you have so many stocks in your place, Student Angel. 50,000 medium-level summoning scrolls, according to the price of Bellet, is 100,000 gold coins. And it's just a one-time purchase. In terms of military spending, the Yanlong Kingdom still attaches great importance to the border area. 50,000 copies, I have to look at it to find out. Angel paused. Because she didn't know how many summoning scrolls there were in Qi Lu, she didn't agree directly. Of course, there are only 50,000 copies, no matter how many you want. Qi Lu answered Angel without hesitation. Then Angel went back and replied to Orion. 50,000 summoning scrolls are simply the urgent need to solve the big stone pass. Among the tens of thousands of archers who remained on the city wall, thousands of them suddenly stopped the attack in their hands, and were then assigned to open the summoning scroll. Tens of thousands of summoned beasts poured into the battlefield, and immediately stopped the decline of the frontier army. The battle situation that was about to be unsustainable also began to change, and the advance of the warcraft tide soon stopped. There is absolutely no doubt about the combat power of the summoned beasts coming out of the summoning scroll. Suddenly joining the battlefield, almost all these beasts are going to be fooled. The other students standing on the city wall were almost dumbfounded. The name of the summoning scroll is not a secret among nobles, and they naturally know that Angel's father is selling it. But what they didn't expect was that Angel was able to take out so many summoning scrolls in one go. Such an amazing move, it's no wonder that it's not stupid. But in this matter, these students have no way to say that Angel is wrong. At most, it can only be said that Viscount Bayrat obviously has so many summoning scrolls, but he does not sell them, and he is suspected of hoarding them. However, what about monopolizing the market and hoarding goods? No one dared to say anything. Because as long as anyone dares to say bad, then don't ask for it if it's a big deal. Don't you still lack a customer? In the aristocratic circle, there is no shortage of people who pursue power. Summoning scrolls have always been in short supply. And now there is a market in the border area, even more so. After all, among the noble circles, there are fewer ways to consume the summoning scroll, so it is used slowly. Buy some more, keep them in your hand, and you'll be able to handle them for a long time. However, in the border area, the wars were repeated, and the summoning scroll was consumed, which was almost like the whereabouts of a waterfall, and it was sprinkled with gold coins. To say that money flows like water is not wrong at all. Otherwise, how to say a large-scale war, the fight is gold coins, and the fight is logistics. It's finally blocked. According to this momentum, the tide of monsters should not be able to attack. Orion was relieved to see the changes in the situation on the battlefield. It's just that the lieutenant of the frontier garrison at Jushuguan has to make a report after the war to explain where the military spending goes. By the way, I will send someone to report the summoning scroll to the ear of the king and wait for it to be dealt with. In the end, let the national treasury add a batch of military expenses to buy summoned scrolls. Because from this battle, it can be seen how powerful the summoning scroll is. It can be used as a killer and placed in every border. Student Angel, this time, it's really thanks to you. I will record your performance in this support mission truthfully and hand it over to the Flame Academy. I hope you can have a good future. Orion looked at the gradually receding monster tide, and looked at Angel with a smile on his face. Judging from Angel's performance in the support mission this time, a knight said that he would definitely not be able to escape. As for the extra military exploits, it is unknown to Orion to the extent that Angel's title can be raised. Then thank you, Commander Orion. Angel said politely. No one thinks too much of a good thing like merit. At this time, the tide of Warcraft has come to an end. The corpses of monsters all over the ground are the gains of the Boulder Pass border garrison in this battle. Even if you can't use it all, you can pack it up and sell it in a nearby city-state, and you can get a lot of gold coins to use as military expenses. However, corresponding to this massive harvest, it is the huge casualties of the soldiers of the frontier army. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers, in the end, only 70,000 or 80,000 were left. Almost half of them. And those who survived by chance were all injured. Although the severity varies, the number of seriously injured is obviously much higher. Therefore, although this battle against the monster tide was won, it was only a tragic victory. Although the gains are large, the price to be paid is also not small. Those soldiers who cleaned up the battlefield after the war walked beside the corpses of these monsters, and they also walked next to the corpses of their comrades. Every battle is cruel. No matter how much you experience, as long as your feelings are not erased, you will feel something in your heart. Even in the frontier army, soldiers who were used to seeing life and death would shed hot tears after their comrades died. Jushuguan and his party have indeed allowed the students of the Flame Academy to learn a lot. Especially after the war, looking at the devastated battlefield, looking at the earth dyed dark red with blood, looking at the soldiers who no longer breathe. The shock brought to these students is no less than the scene of the World of Warcraft tide. Let these noble children who have never seen the flames of war breathe a little heavier. Let's go, don't look at it, there's still a lot to go through. Qilu reached out and waved in front of Angel. Qilu had even experienced the war that destroyed the world. Facing this kind-of war, it could only be said to be a small scene. Therefore, the depressed atmosphere after the war had no effect on Qilu at all. It's not that Qilu has no feelings, it's just that he has experienced too much. Not to mention the battles that Qilu has experienced in the past. Even in the trial space, the hundreds of reincarnations he has gone through are enough to make Qilu become calm in the face of anything. Well, let's go back to the residence first. Angel came back to his senses, first took a deep breath, and then closed his eyes, and said. After the war, in theory, the support mission that the Flame Academy took over was completed. It's just that the time to return to the Flame Academy will not be decided until the battlefield is cleared. There is a problem in the Blackwater Forest. Otherwise, this wave of monsters wouldn't be so huge. After the war, the captains and commanders of the Jushuguan border garrison held a post-war meeting as usual. In the post-war meeting, everyone put forward such a view very uniformly. Because of the wave of monsters that came to attack Jushuguan, the scale is stood contrasting. In the past, the Boulder Pass and other border passes in the Yanlong Kingdom have not encountered a wave of monsters. But since it was recorded, there has never been such a huge wave of monsters. So there is no problem behind this, absolutely impossible. Do you need to send someone into the Blackwater Forest to investigate? One of the commanders knocked on the table and asked aloud. Of course yes. But where are the hands? Since there is a question. Problem, find the problem and solve it. So another question arises. The depths of the Blackwater Forest have not been explored, so no one knows what dangers there are. So how many people to send to explore, and who to send to explore, is worth exploring. Then do you need to inform the students of the Flame Academy about this? Another Frontier Army commander suddenly proposed. It would be a lot easier to deal with if they could send someone with them. It's better to apply for the master of the country, and release the task taught Ho's powerful summoners. I believe they will not give up such a good opportunity to obtain merit. Let's do both sides at the same time. If the students of the Flame Academy are interested, they can step into the Blackwater Forest first. The lieutenant raised his hand and concluded slowly. The proposal to explore the Blackwater Forest soon came to fruition. Although the tide of monsters rushing out from the Blackwater Forest is terrifying, entering the Blackwater Forest is actually much better than fighting the tide of monsters. After all, the emergence of the wave of warcraft requires a lot of time to assemble. In the battle against the Boulder Pass, after being dispersed, the threat has disappeared. The monsters scattered in the Blackwater Forest are actually not that scary. Especially when facing the summoner. The combat power of Warcraft, in front of summoned beasts of the same level, is half a caddy. But the number of summoned beasts is more than the single beasts. So the result of the deliberation was soon notified to the instructors of the Flame Academy, as well as the students. However, whether to join the team exploring the Blackwater Forest depends entirely on personal wishes. Because this matter is not the content of the support mission, and doing it will not bring extra points to the actual combat assessment. So don't force it at all. It seems that the captain and commander of Xuanhuan are not stupid, and can see that there is a problem in the Blackwater Forest. After Qi Lu learned about this, he immediately became interested. If it is said that Qi Li's feeling before, it only comes from the intuition of the strong. Then after combining the news from the Xuanhuan border garrison, it can be determined. There is indeed a problem with this wave of warcraft. Thinking of this, Qi Lu reached out and tapped Angel's back. Angel suddenly understood, raised her hand, and said, "Teacher, I want to sign up and explore the Blackwater Forest." Student Angel, are you sure you want to go? Blackwater Forest is not the training ground of the Flame Academy, and the magical beasts in it are quite dangerous. The leader of the team looked at Angel in astonishment, and subconsciously persuaded him. It would be a huge regret for such an excellent student to be damaged in the Blackwater Forest. And as a qualified team leader, I don't want to see such a student fall. I'm sure, Master. Angel said firmly. As long as Qi Lu is by his side, all dangers are clouds. No matter how bad it is, there are still a lot of summoning scrolls that can be squandered. Since you've made up your mind, well, I'll report your name. The leader of the team knew that his persuasion was invalid, so he could only sigh, and then asked. Anyone else wanting to explore the Blackwater Forest? To be honest, from the point of view of the team leader, this kind of thankless task would not involve any students at all. Because as a son of a nobleman, even if he does not pursue profit, he will not treat his life as a child's play. But who knows, the first person to sign up is the most talented student. It was a big surprise. If Angel is going, then I'm going too, Mentor, I'm going to sign up too. The second person to raise his hand was Nora. Going to explore the Blackwater Forest is not dangerous, Nora does not know, she only knows that Angel cannot face the danger alone. A good girlfriend is to share weal and woe. What's more, with look around, there is no danger in encountering ordinary monsters. That's me too, master. The third person who spoke was Kamaibo, who the students never thought of. Nora and Angel have a good relationship, so it's normal to want to explore the Blackwater Forest together. But Kamaibo, and the relationship between these two people is not very good. Okay, I know, and I'll report your names as well. For such a thankless thing, people would raise their hands one after another sign up. It was indeed something that the team leader did not expect at all. Could it be that this year's aristocratic children are so full of exploration spirit? That was a real headache. Although this voluntary registration method is entirely the student's own behavior, it has nothing to do with the leading instructor. But if there are too many students in the accident, it is a teaching accident. As the leader of the team, it is natural to be to blame. Then is there anyone else who wants to sign up? So when I asked this sentence again, the tone of the team leader suddenly became a little difficult. Fortunately, this time, no fourth student raised his hand. This also made the team leader breathe a sigh of relief. Then, Student Angel, Student Nora, and Student Kamaibo, I will report your names to the military captain at Xuanhuan. When the departure time, someone will notify you. The other students will continue to stay in the Stone Pass, and return to the Flame Academy after the task of exploring the Blackwater Forest is over. After briefly talking about the next itinerary, the team leader left in a hurry. Only the students present were left, and there was a lot of discussion. The Blackwater Forest, where there was a wave of monsters before, was probably a source of fear for these students for a long time. But in this case, some people dare to sign up to explore the Blackwater Forest. It has to be admired. However, the master who is being discussed by these students will not continue to sit here. As soon as the leader of the team left, Angel and Nora followed. Sheila, why do you want to go to the Blackwater Forest? I heard that there are monsters everywhere. The Yanlong Kingdom and the Blackwater Kingdom sent several groups of people to explore, but they all failed in the end. Angel was walking on the road, pulling the corner of La Chila's shirt in confusion. I feel that there is something wrong with the wave of Warcraft this time, intuition, so I want to confirm it. Chilu answered without hesitation. According to the incomplete exploration records in the past, it can be known that the number of monsters in the Blackwater Forest is very large. It's just that under normal circumstances, the monsters in the Blackwater Forest are very honest and don't run out much. Occasionally, a wave or two of small monsters will gather, and then hit the surrounding levels, but the result will not cause much damage. The situation of aggressively attacking the surrounding area has basically never occurred. So Lu guessed that there was probably something that amplified the ferocity and aggressiveness of these monsters. And something that can create this level of monster wave must be a rare treasure. Since it is a treasure, it is naturally worth checking out. However, Nora also came along, which was a place Lu didn't expect. The movement of the Xuanhuan border garrison was very fast. Although the news of requesting manpower from the lord of the country has been submitted, the action on Xuanhuan's side has not been delayed. The first team to explore the Blackwater Forest was formed in just half a day. It consists of 20 elite soldiers selected from the Frontier Army soldiers. Plus Angel, Nora, and Kamaibo, 3 students from the Flame Academy. 23 in all. Because exploration is not a battle, the more the number of people, the better. If the movement is too large due to the large number of people, and disturbs those monsters, it will be a bad thing. After making full preparations, a group of 23 people entered the Blackwater Forest after a simple farewell. Lush flowers and plants, tall trees, everywhere. In the bushes on the side of the road, rustling sounds were heard from time to time, and there should be small animals hiding inside. Occasionally, a few monsters could be seen resting on the ground. But as long as they don't take the initiative to disturb them, these beasts don't care about these outsiders. Although it is said that monsters have territorial awareness, it is also aimed at powerful monsters. Weak monsters don't deserve to own territory, because it just can't hold it. Therefore, for the vast majority of Warcraft, in this Blackwater victory, at most, they have a long-term habitat. As for the territory, that's just a luxury. If the strength is not enough, having a territory is just a disaster. On the way, the soldiers of the frontier army were all vigilant, always paying attention to their surroundings. There are quite a few demon beasts in the Blackwater forest. Although they won't take the initiative to attack, that's normal. And now, a wave of monsters has just gathered. Who knows if these guys will be murderous and start random attacks? Fortunately, this did not happen. Probably because there were too many beasts killed in the attack on the Stone Pass, so the number of beasts with weak combat power in the periphery decreased a lot. After all, in the wave of monsters, the first to be consumed are these cannon fodder level monsters. On the contrary, those monsters with tyrannical combat power were able to escape when they were finally counterattacked by a large number of summoned beasts. Then back to the Blackwater forest. And these relatively more powerful monsters, the habitat is naturally deeper in the Blackwater forest. Therefore, after walking the road outside the Blackwater forest, the next trip will become more and more dangerous. So much so that the group of people who didn't talk much along the way became even more silent. Even Nora quietly followed behind Angel, looking around at the surrounding situation, for fear that a monster would suddenly appear from somewhere. It's so quiet, it's strangely quiet. Qilu was walking, and suddenly said aloud. Would it be better to be quiet? Angel asked with some doubts. Quietness also needs to be divided into places. In a place like the Blackwater forest, if it is too quiet, it means that the surrounding small animals have been emptied. This situation will occur. The biggest possibility is that we have entered the territory of a certain monster. Qilu glanced at Angel and explained aloud. In the forest full of various monsters, whether it is the chirping of insects and birds around, or the movement made by small animals, it is a sign of safety. It means that there are no powerful monsters nearby. Otherwise, the most sensitive small animals would not stay here. But now in the surrounding environment, apart from the sound made by their pedestrian walking, almost no other sound can be heard. Frontier soldiers who were on guard might not have noticed this change. However, Qilu noticed this change, so he said it directly to warn others. The domain of monsters. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed slightly. The magical beasts that can own territory in the Blackwater forest will definitely not be weak. Moreover, the territorial awareness of monsters has always been very strong, and they will never show mercy to creatures that enter their territory for no reason. Unless you can't beat it. No way. Nora grabbed the corner of Angel's shirt nervously. However, the group did not wait long, and a loud wolf howl came from the depths of the Blackwater forest. Ouch! The long, sharp howl of the wolf was like a fuse. Ouch! For a while, the surroundings of Qilu and the others were full of loud wolf howls. And the sound waves are getting bigger and bigger. Obviously, the guys who made the wolf howl are gradually approaching. Wolf. The appearance of the wolf's howl made the faces of the 20 elite soldiers of the frontier army change greatly. Among the many monsters, wolf monsters are one of the most gregarious types of monsters, and they are also one of the most dangerous types of monsters. The offensive like a tide, even those powerful summoners, are unwilling to face it. However, at this moment, they were met by them. With the howls of wolves, a pair of scarlet beast pupils also emerged from the darkness. The dense beast pupils make people shudder. Scarlet eyes, and this wolf howl. It's the Blood Moon Wolves. In the library of the Flame Academy, Angel, who had read a large number of summoned beasts and monsters, recognized the names of these monsters at a glance. Blood Moon Wolf, a mid-level monster, likes to live in groups. In the Blood Moon Wolf group, there is usually a high-level Blood Moon Wolf King, leading the entire group to act. The more Blood Moon Wolves this tribe has, the stronger the power of the Blood Moon Wolf King. So no matter which beast forest it is in, the Blood Moon Wolves are quite dangerous beasts. Few Warcraft are willing to provoke. What did you say? These beasts are Blood Moon Wolves? When Kamaibo heard the words, the expression on his face suddenly became a little frightened. These guys, even a high-level summoner, can't avoid it and don't dare top-provoke them. So what can these people do? This time, the number of people who came to explore the Blackwater Forest was not large. In the face of the monsters of average strength, they are a little stretched, let alone the Blood Moon Wolves. Originally Kamaibo followed A. When I got up to explore the Blackwater Forest, I just wanted to prove that he was no worse than Angel, but now I have to put myself in it. Blood Moon Wolf. I don't think so. Along with Angel, Chilu had also read a lot of Warcraft illustrations, so he had also heard of the Blood Moon Wolf. Naturally know the strength of the Blood Moon Wolves. But the Blood Moon Wolves in front of them, especially the Blood Moon Wolf King, have already reached the hero level in strength. That is the level of excellence in this world. Therefore, it is yet to be determined whether the monsters in front of them are the Blood Moon Wolves, but Chi-La can be sure that there are treasures in his Blackwater Forest. A treasure that can catalyze the improvement of Warcraft's strength. System, host, long time no see. Then in the next second, the sound of the system suddenly rang in Chi-La's mind. I knew you would definitely show up, tell me, what's going on this time? Chi-La was not surprised that he would hear the sound of the system. Since it came to the summoning world, this two-stroke system seems to be dead except for the one time when the summoning scroll was developed in the middle. It seems that it does not exist at other times. Now, when you encounter a treasure that may appear, you will immediately cheat the corpse. System, host, don't say that. It's as if this system will definitely want Toscu to do things as soon as it appears. Be confident, it's not like, it's the truth. If there is nothing good to attract you, how can you show up on your own initiative? Chi-La spread out his hands and narrated a fact in a flat and straightforward tone. Originally, Chi-La thought that when he heard the sound of the system again, it might be the time when he wanted to open the door of the barrier and go back. As a result, the system ran out at this time. In this way, it also proved Chi-Li's conjecture that there must be treasures in the Blackwater Forest. System, okay, host, even if you guessed correctly this time. System, this system has detected that there is an item with extremely strong energy fluctuations nearby. I hope the host can get it as soon as possible, and then submit it to this system. Now that it's demolished, there's nothing to be euphemistic about. Wait, did you miss something? Chi-Lu immediately stopped the system's self-talk. You didn't even tell me what that item was, just let me submit it to you. What if I need it too? This is a very serious question. If it's something you don't need, it doesn't matter if you hand it over to the system, you can just exchange it for rewards anyway. But what if it worked? There must be a price increase. System, host, your question is very good. The system doesn't know what itis. System, however, according to the detection and analysis of this system, it should be related to the will of this world that is about to take shape. The will of heaven and earth? Chi-La raised his brows, and immediately became interested. From this point of view, this thing is a good thing, you have to get it. But having said that, the brothers have to settle accounts clearly, and the rewards they need must not be less. I understand what you said, but this item doesn't help me much. Anyway, I can't use the will of heaven and earth. Are you right? So, shouldn't you compensate me elsewhere? So Chi-La started the usual bargaining. Chi-La will not be soft-hearted when it comes to blackmailing the system. Silence. System, host, please rest assured, this system has always been very generous. Stop, I'm already a mature host. I've never thought about drawing a pie. You'd better save it. Sheila quickly stopped the system from speaking. I don't know how this second arrived, why he started to say this kind of cliche. The stupid, crossed out, naive system of the past has never done these bells and whistles. It seems that after the IQ becomes higher, it is not all good. This side effect also occurs occasionally. Let's get straight to the point and talk about what kind of reward you can give me. If he didn't say it directly, Qilu was afraid that this suddenly stunned system would not know what else to come up with. System, okay. System, host, the reward for completing this quest is a new use of the power of open faith. The specific content depends on the items the host gets. Gone? After waiting for a while, Qilu was a little stunned after finding that the system had no text. The new use of the power of faith. To be honest, Qilu is really looking forward to it, but as a reward, is it too little? If this new purpose can't be used, it will be a big loss. System, no more. A confident voice appeared in Qilu's mind. Okay, then I'll go first. Don't worry about this shit, the Blackwater Forest is too dangerous, let's leave quickly. Qilu said in a pretentious manner, raised his foot and was about to turn around. System, wait, host, there is something to say, what is our relationship, why bother? System, well, this system has decided to add an additional advanced purchase channel to the host, how about it? Advanced purchase channel, what is it? Qilu, the purchase channel, knows it, but adding the prefix advanced always feels a little different. System, it is the purchase channel that can appear treasure level, or even epic level goods. Make a deal. Qilu nodded in agreement, without saying a word. What is the concept of epic merchandise? That is the same level as the fairy and magic weapons that came out of the fairy and demon battlefield, and at least it is a commodity of the power level. Needless to say, this reward is definitely a massive bleeding in the system. From this point of view, this treasure in the Blackwater Forest should be quite precious. Otherwise, the system will not be so obsessed with it, and even willing to bleed heavily for temptation. Are you preparing to fight the Blood Moon Wolves? After Qilu finished the conversation in his mind, he came back to his senses and saw the soldiers of the frontier army beside him, and took out their weapons. Although his face is a little ugly, his courage is still there. Xuanhuan border garrison, there is no example of cowardice before a battle, and there is no deserter. Hearing Qilu's words, a soldier said with a serious face. To die in battle is the honor of a soldier. Well said, but I don't think it's a good thing to die in vain. Qilu still admires this kind of courage. At least, it was dozens of times better than Kamibo, who was standing on the side with a pale face and 2 wars. What does it mean to die? Can we still walk away now? Kamibo, who was in fear, immediately roared after hearing Qilu's words. The Blood Moon Wolves are quite famous among beasts for their ability to surround and kill their prey. Unless it can completely overwhelm the Blood Moon Wolves in terms of hard power, otherwise, once it is targeted, it will be a mortal situation. Just like now, the surrounding jungle has long been surrounded by Crimson Beast pupils. There is no way out at all. Once the Blood Moon Wolves started to attack, it was an overwhelming attack. It does not give the prey any respite at all until the prey is bitten to death, or exhausted to death. So Kamibo will be violent, completely oppressed by the fear of death. In any case, Kamibo is just a nobleman who has not experienced much, and it is impossible not to fear death. Definitely escape. Gluck, come out. But at this moment, Nora made a sound, and with a move with both hands, the summoning magic began to condense. It is the same summoning magic used to summon the demon to the deed master, but the way it is outlined is different. Roar. The next second, a huge flame yalong appeared above Nora's head. A huge roar suddenly burst out from the mouth of the flame yalong, and the impact made the surrounding trees rattle. The violent aura also emanated from the flame Yalong's body and spread around. The coercion mixed with the breath of the dragon race is not as terrifying as the pure dragon might, but it is not something that ordinary monsters can bear. This is also Nora's confidence. Although Nora didn't quite know how strong her familiar was. But Gluck himself and Nora said that ordinary enemies would not be its opponents. And there is Ji Li's affirmation, saying that Gluck can completely defeat 10,000. So in Nora's opinion, calling Gluck out will definitely solve the current problem. This is an excellent level familiar. The elite soldiers of the frontier army are naturally quite aware of the summoner. And the level of the magician is a well-known thing. With such a terrifying aura, there is absolutely no doubt that it must be an excellent level familiar. Because of the high-level familiar, what kind of aura these elite warriors have seen before? It is simply not as good as this flame Yalong. Great, if it's an excellent level familiar, then you don't have to worry about the threat of the Blood Moon Wolves. Yes, it seems that we are saved. In a place like Xuanhuan, where you often need to face monsters, you will have a basic understanding of the strength of monsters. When facing the Blood Moon Wolves, these frontier soldiers were already prepared to die in battle. But, if you can live, who wants to die? The only thing that surprised these elite warriors was that the student named Nora in front of him actually had an excellent level familiar. And in the previous wave of Warcraft, it has not been shown. But they don't care about the past. It is more important to resolve the immediate crisis first. Is this an excellent level familiar, this power, how powerful? Kamibo stared blankly at the flame Yalong in the sky, sighing unconsciously. Although Kamibo had also seen the flame dragon at the familiar summoning ceremony of the Flame Academy before. But the flame Yalong at that time was not in the current state of battle. Therefore, it was also at this moment that Kamibo truly saw how powerful an excellent level familiar was. This momentum alone is enough to make people feel scared, and even breathing becomes difficult for 3 points. How powerful is the power that can suppress the flame Yalong? Thinking of this, Kamibo couldn't help but look at Qi Lu. The picture of the flame Yalong being pulled from the sky to the ground in one move is still vivid in my mind. His eyes, which had been covered by jealousy, suddenly came to his senses. Kamibo has always felt that he has a chance to catch up with Angel, but the reality is often cruel. Some people are born to be looked up to by others. I want to use my ridiculous calculations to challenge these people, but the final result is just self-destruction. Little girl, why did you come to such a place? Gluck's wings fluttered, and a frantic storm spread out all around. What's going on around here? Naturally, I can't hide it from Gluck. Because of the relationship between the Blood Moon Wolves, other Warcraft will choose to take a detour after sensing this aura. Therefore, the magical beasts surrounded in all directions are all Blood Moon Wolves. Even after Gluck appeared, these Blood Moon Wolves did not show any signs of retreating, but instead showed a more ferocious expression, making the Crimson Beast pupils in the darkness even more violent. This is where Gluck is most surprised. When did the Blood Moon Wolf, which relies on numbers to win, become so brave? We are exploring this Blackwater forest, but for some reason, we encountered the Blood Moon Wolves. Gluck, can you help us out? Nora raised her head and said aloud. It was only after walking to this position that I encountered the Blood Moon Wolves, so naturally, there was no way to continue exploring. Otherwise, if you go further, you will just send rations to the monsters. Since you say so, then I'll help you clear up these guys who are blocking the road around you. Gluck looked around at the Blood Moon Wolves, before speaking. If the Blood Moon Wolves are not cleaned up, it is really inconvenient to save all these people on the ground. So after saying this, Gluck took a deep breath. Then he opened his mouth and spit out a fiery flame. The flame dragon has the blood of the dragon family, although it will not be able to use the dragon's breath due to the impure blood. But the flames spewed out are definitely more destructive than ordinary flames. The terrifying flames were like a scorching wave, covering the sky, and under the control of Gluck, it perfectly avoided Nora and others. It rushed towards the surrounding blood moon wolves. There is no doubt that if it is enveloped by this blazing flame, then there is absolutely no blood moon wolf that can withstand such a terrifying destructive force. The violent aura that Gluck exuded earlier failed to make the blood moon wolves retreat, but the terrifying flames at the moment made these ferocious beasts begin to retreat. The blood moon wolf is not a monster with no IQ and only knows how to kill. On the contrary, under the leadership of the Blood Moon Wolf King, the Blood Moon Wolf pack is smarter than most of the beasts. So when faced with an attack that threatens their own life, they know how to dodge. Back off. The Blood Moon Wolves are starting to back off. As expected of an excellent level familiar, it is such a powerful attack as soon as it is shot. And this amazing control power, it is an attack with such a huge coverage, but it can attack the target you want to attack with such precision. The sky-high flames immediately amazed these elite warriors. The whole sky seemed to be dyed the color of flames. The notorious blood moon wolves among the demon beasts around them, under the deterrence of flames, kept retreating. In this way, they must be able to escape from the encirclement of the blood moon wolves. Ouch! But just when everyone was happy, a long wolf howl suddenly sounded from the blood moon wolf pack. Appearing with it, there is also a terrifying evil spirit, charging towards this flame. Call. The wind was fierce, like an invisible wall, blocking the front of the flames. It also stopped the continuous retreat of the blood moon wolves. How could, in the blood moon wolves, is there an excellent level of warcraft? Gluck saw that the flames he spewed out were actually blocked, and he couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. As a flame dragon, it contains a trace of dragon breath flame, but it is Thebiest move. The power is strong and the destructive power is great, and almost no one in the same level can surpass it. That is, pure dragon breath can stabilize one end. But this scene in front of him made Gluck a little surprised. Could it be the Blood Moon Wolf King? Right now, that's the only possibility. It's finally here. After Qilin noticed this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. Among the blood moon wolves outside the flames, a particularly tall giant blood moon wolf walked out slowly. Just looking at the size, this guy is nearly 3 times the size of the average blood moon wolf. And the aura emanating from it is also much more condensed. The surrounding blood moon wolves, when the giant blood moon wolf came out, stepped back one after another, making way for a spacious passage, and bowed their heads slightly to show their loyalty. There is no doubt that this guy is the Blood Moon Wolf King. Roar! Suddenly, a sharp roar erupted from the mouth of the Blood Moon Wolf King. Like a tide, it slammed on the flame in front of him, and in an instant, the flame in front of him was extinguished. The shocking picture immediately froze the happy expressions on the faces of those soldiers. Kamaibo's face became even more pale. This is excellent level of warcraft. It is the excellent level of Blood Moon Wolf King. Unlike Look in the Sky, the aura of the Blood Moon Wolf King is more inclined to be fierce and soul-stirring. If the strength is insufficient, just being infected by this momentum will produce uncontrollable fear. Why? Why is there an excellent Blood Moon Wolf King among the Blood Moon Wolves? It's over, it's really over now. The terrifying ominous aura spread, causing Kamaibo to almost sit on the ground with weak legs. The elite soldiers of the frontier army next to them also gave birth to a creepy feeling. According to common sense, the Blood Moon Wolf King is at most a high-level warcraft. Therefore, after seeing the strength displayed by Gluck, Kamaibo, and others will be relieved. But the current situation is like after walking through the gate of hell, Heffinelli crawled out, but was thrown in again. The Blood Moon Wolf King of the excellent level is simply unheard of. But the power that can compete with the Flame Yalong has to make people convinced of this desperate fact. How so? Nora also felt a little dumbfounded. Gluck is really strong, but not strong enough to kill monsters of the same level in seconds. Therefore, the appearance of the Blood Moon Wolf King completely reversed the situation. As long as Gluck was held back by the Blood Moon Wolf King, then the rest of the people alone would not be able to deal with the Blood Moon Wolf Pack. However, the disappointment is not over yet. Just after the Blood Moon Wolf King appeared, another aura that was only half a point weaker than the Blood Moon Wolf King also appeared. It is another excellent Blood Moon Wolf. Just because the strength is slightly weaker than the Blood Moon Wolf King, he chose to surrender and follow the Blood Moon Wolf King's clan. Two excellent monsters. Little girl, your luck is really good. This time, I can only protect you and go out. Gluck's words also rang. An excellent Blood Moon Wolf King, Gluck, is sure to be able to deal with it. But the two are completely different. Even if Gluck could guarantee himself undefeated, that would be of no use. Because the target of the Blood Moon Wolves was not Gluck, but the prey surrounded below. Simple battles are easy for Gluck, who is a flame dragon. After all, in terms of physique, Gluck has a big advantage. Even if there is no way to quickly resolve the battle, it can be consumed slowly, and these Blood Moon Wolves can be consumed to death. However, in the battle, it is not so easy to protect Nora and others. It's like a fight between two people with several eggs in their pockets, and they have to make sure that the eggs won't be broken during the fight. Easier said than done. Gluck did not deliberately whisper. Therefore, Kamaibo and others also heard what Gluck said, and despair appeared in their faces. That's why Angel's expression was calm. Chila, you should have a way. Of course there is, but I can't protect so many people. Chila glanced at Angel and said calmly. Chila didn't intend to let these people know about the treasure needed by the system, so he naturally found a way to get them all out of the Blackwater Forest. The current situation is a good excuse. Gluck, let's discuss something. Thinking like this, Chilu immediately raised his head and shouted at the flame Yalong in the sky. It's you. I almost forgot, and you are here. Gluck was called by Chilu, and after his eyes moved, he suddenly thought of Chilu. And even now, seeing Chilu with his own eyes, Gluck couldn't feel Chilu's breath at all. Back to basics, unfathomable. This is Gluck's assessment of Chilu, a rather dangerous guy. Tell me, what are we discussing? For Chili's words, Gluck still attaches great importance to it. These Blood Moon Wolves, let me drag them, you can help and escort these guys out. Chilu pointed to the surrounding Blood Moon Wolves, and then pointed to the people around him, and then said aloud. Are you sure? Gluck was a little surprised. Because normally, familiars usually only think about the deed master, and don't care much about other people. Just like Gluck, in a critical moment, he never considers the life and death of other people, as long as he can save Nora. So Chili's righteous words really surprised Gluck. I'm sure. Chila nodded. Chila, if you do this, it will be dangerous. Let's go back together. Angel looked at Chilu worriedly, trying to stop Chili's behavior. No, there is no danger to me. Chila shrugged and spoke very calmly, as if stating a fact. Although this is indeed a fact. But. No but, just follow Gluck back to the stone pass, and I'll be back soon. When Chila said this, he paused for a while, then spoke again, and said seriously, also, don't use the power of the demon contract to summon me, just wait for me to go back to find you. Then you must come back safely. Angel knew that she couldn't persuade Chilu, so she could only ask. Don't worry, it will definitely happen. Chila nodded, then pushed Angel to Nora's side. Gluck, let's go, you go to open the way, I will stop the two excellent Blood Moon Wolves. As you wish, then I also wish you a safe return. Gluck will naturally not hesitate. Ordinary Blood Moon Wolf is a pile of waste in front of Gluck, and it is impossible to resist Gluck's attack. Roar! When the Blood Moon Wolf King saw the prey he was eyeing, he wanted to escape, so naturally he would not sit idly by. With a wolf howl, the Blood Moon Wolves entered a state of battle. He began to pounce towards Angel and the others. Even the Blood Moon Wolf of the superior level launched an attack behind many Blood Moon Wolves. Your opponent is me. Those ordinary Blood Moon Wolves were handed over to Gluck. This excellent Blood Moon Wolf was naturally shot by Qi Lu. With just one palm, the Blood Moon Wolf, who was just about to pounce, was slapped back and slammed into the tree trunk. Dozens of trees were broken one after another before hitting the ground heavily. Such an amazing attack immediately caught the attention of the Blood Moon Wolf King, so much so that he relaxed his vigilance against Gluck. This also made the process of Angel and others leaving easier. The Blood Moon Wolves that attacked one after another could not slow down their pace at all. Everyone is almost gone. During the battle, Qi Lu took a look back by the way. It has to be said that under Gluck's opening, they retreated very fast. And with the imposing presence of the Flame Yalong, there will be no blind beasts looking for their troubles along the way. If that's the case, let's settle the battle quickly and go look for treasures. Qi Li's purpose was to let Angel and others leave early, so as not to interfere with his actions. That's why he has been at a stalemate with the Blood Moon Wolves. Now that they are all gone, naturally, they will not stay here any longer. It can be seen that you are very dissatisfied with me, because I let go of your prey? Seeing the fierceness and anger that almost overflowed from the crimson beast pupils of the Blood Moon Wolf King, Qi Lu said with a smile. However, this also made Qi Lu feel more interesting. Among the Blood Moon Wolves, 2 Blood Moon Wolves of excellent level appeared in one breath. This is absolutely impossible in the past. Therefore, this Blood Moon Wolves should have been to the place where the treasure was. Then, tracing the location of treasures based on breath is always more effective than searching aimlessly. Meteorites fall from the sky. Suddenly, Qi Li's palms folded together, and a circle of magic inscriptions instantly condensed in the sky. Large-scale magic, meteorites fall. Summons a large number of flaming meteors, indiscriminately attacking all units within the range. The destructive power is second to none among many ranged magics. Boom! With the appearance of the magical inscriptions, a large number of meteorites began to appear on the sky, falling towards the ground. The raging flames emerged from the surface of the meteorite, which greatly strengthened the destructive power of the meteorite. A mere Blood Moon Wolf pack, no matter what, it is impossible to resist the impact of the flame meteorite. Even the excellent Blood Moon Wolf King is no exception. Then the game is over, goodbye. With a faint smile on Qi Li's face, he watched the flaming meteorites all over the sky fall on these Blood Moon Wolves. The earth was shattered by the violent impact, and countless cracks spread rapidly outwards. The pits and the meteorites inside were still burning with flames. The Blood Moon Wolves that were chosen as targets naturally did not leave one. What was that just now? Why are there so many meteorites suddenly appearing in the sky? Could it be? The vision produced by the meteorite can be seen even from a distance. Therefore, Angel and others who followed Gluck and prepared to withdraw from the Blackwater Forest could naturally see it. One by one, they were suddenly shocked to the point where they couldn't bead. That's the magic released by Qi Lu, it must be. Angel said with longing. Such a tyrannical magic, Angel felt excited when he thought that it was released by Qi Lu. Because Angel felt that as long as his strength reached the standard, he would definitely be able to learn this terrifying magic. At the same time, Qi Li's worries disappeared with this magic. Such a tyrannical combat power is only facing the last Blood Moon Wolf pack, so what is there to worry about? This. Kamaibo, who was walking not far from the side, fell silent even more with a pale face. He was even more determined in his heart that he would never provoke Angel again in the future. Otherwise, in the face of such a powerful familiar, I'm afraid I don't even know how to die. Now Kamibo's family, at most, has no communication with Angel's family. If he continued to die, Kamibo felt that his family might disappear. Although unlikely. However, the act of killing is really not advisable. I knew that the strength of that guy is really unfathomable, and such terrifying magic is all at your fingertips. Gluck's heart was equally shocked. It's just that Gluck didn't show his self-esteem as a flame Yalong. Not to mention others. In particular, the soldiers of the frontier garrison at Xuanhuan were almost dumbfounded. However, the reactions of these people were completely beyond Qi Lu's expectations. Aura detection. Tracking. What Qi Lu is doing now is to use the breath of this Blood Moon Wolf pack to find their way. Then see if you can find that treasure. Otherwise, Qi Lu could only go through the entire Blackwater forest slowly by himself. Fortunately, the tracking magic was still easy to use. Qi Lu followed the trail of the Blood Moon Wolves and walked all the way to the depths of the Blackwater forest. Then, after searching for a long time, a cave was found. Is it in a cave? Qi Lu looked at the guidance of the tracing magic, and determined that the breath of the Blood Moon Wolf pack was the change that occurred in this cave. The location of this treasure, this cave is the most likely. Since everyone is here, let's go in and have a look. Qi Lu still had some confidence in his tracking magic. So after thinking for a while, Qi Lu raised his feet and prepared to walk into the cave. But at this moment, at the entrance of the cave, a scorching white light flashed. Defense magic circle? A defensive magic circle arranged at the entrance of the cave immediately confirmed Qi Li's conjecture. If there is nothing in it, who would put so much effort into arranging such a defensive magic circle? Isn't that enough to eat? However, the effect of this defensive magic circle seems to be just to cover the breath, which is really strange. Qi Lu has done a lot of research on magic circles. So before entering the cave, Qi Lu also checked the effect of this defensive magic circle, but the result was quite strange. Just to cover the breath of the treasure, not to prevent others from coming to take the treasure. From this point of view, the person who set up this defensive magic circle may have other plans. But for what purpose, you have to see the treasure and determine the function before you can guess. Thinking like this, Qi Lu quickly passed the magic circle. In an instant, a strange energy appeared around Qi Lu. The nature is violent and the concentration is extremely high, but it cannot be absorbed. No, to be more precise, it should not be absorbed by the human race, but it can be absorbed by the beasts. No wonder it hadn't been noticed before. Catalyze the growth of monsters and increase the ferocity of monsters. It seems that I am not looking in the wrong place. It's really hard to find a place to break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. Although the Blood Moon Wolves are dead, they can still show some residual heat, but they are really dead in a proper place, which is touching. At least Qi Lu thinks so. With the catalysis of this energy, it is strange that the monsters in the Blackwater forest are not violent. Otherwise, the previous Blood Moon Wolves would not be so vicious. Even if they saw the appearance of the flame Yalong Gluck, they did not have any intention of retreating. That is the double suppression of strength level and bloodline level. Thinking of it this way, this peculiar energy, in addition to strengthening the ferocity, may also affect the brain. Let's go take a look first. It's useless to stand at the entrance of the cave and think so much, you still have to see the real thing before you can make a decision. In the dark cave, it twists and turns, and after turning 2 corners, the light completely disappears, and it becomes invisible. So the superiority of fire magic is reflected, it can be illuminated. The cave is not very long as a whole, it is just round and round, and it has been detouring, and Qi Li's mind is a little confused, and it is finally over. Another defensive magic circle. But this time the defensive magic circle is finally used to protect the things inside from being destroyed. When Qi Lu came to the end of the cave, as expected, he found a defensive magic circle again. If there is no powerful magic circle to protect the treasure that can make most of the monsters in the Blackwater Forest go crazy, Qi Lu may have taught out the authenticity of this treasure. Therefore, the discovery of this defensive magic array at this moment made Qi Lu feel more at ease. At least it proves that there is really something in there. After all, with Qi Li's accomplishments in the magic circle, this level off defense magic circle really can't stop Qi Li's dismantling. Look for the position, calculate the formation, and then directly destroy it, neatly. If it were someone else to break the formation, I am afraid that the summoner of the superior level would be at a loss. Because of the knowledge that summoners and magicians need to learn, there is very little overlap. So the guy who set up this defensive magic circle should be very confident. It's a pity that when I met an out-of-common guy like Qi Lu, he opened this defensive magic circle, which is impossible to break through with brute force, even with an excellent level of magical beasts. Buzz. The sound of the pattern breaking in the small cave seemed a bit noisy. But the noise soon disappeared, leaving only a golden scale half buried under the ground. This thing, it should be the scales of some kind of monster. Qi Lu couldn't be sure what kind of beast scales the golden scales, with only one horn exposed. So we can only dig it out first. Soon, the whole picture of the golden scales was displayed in front of Qi Lu. The golden patterns were densely covered and shaped like a crescent moon. One finger was thick, and the two palms together were two circles smaller than this scale. From the size alone, you can tell how huge the owner of this golden scale is. Look at this shape, and there is a trace of breath left on it. Could it be dragon scales? Qi Lu grabbed the golden scales and looked at it for a long time before speaking in surprise. This sentence is naturally said to the system. When encountering uncertain things, the system is the most comprehensive encyclopedia. System, host, you guessed right, this golden scale is indeed a dragon scale. System, and it's also a giant dragon with a very high cultivation realm, with the reverse scales it possesses. The realm of cultivation is extremely high. Qi Lu heard the words and frowned. How high can it be? To be honest, it is all empty talk if you go against the scales and not against the scales. The giant dragon that can pull out all the inverse scales is probably either dead or dying, or else those magicians and summoners, how can he go to giant dragon to ask for the inverse scales? What's more, judging from the long-term distance of the breath carried on this golden scale. Even without systematic analysis, Qi Lu could understand that this should be something dug out from a certain ruin. It just happened to have the magical effect of catalyzing the magical beast, so it was placed here. But for the question of cultivation realm, Qi Lu is still very concerned about it. Even if the dragon is dead, it can be used to analyze the level of the top combat power in the summoning world. Although it is very likely to be the top combat power in the ancient times. System, according to the detection of this system, the master of this dragon scale is at least at the peak of the powerhouse level, and due to the passage of time, this is only the lowest guess. System, the possibility of a higher realm is not ruled out. The realm of the powerhouse level peak? It's just the lowest possibility. This time, Qi Li's eyebrows were not jumping, but his heart was beating wildly. Not nervous, but shocked. After all, it's just a dead dragon, so there's nothing to be nervous about. No matter how high the cultivation realm before his death was, as long as headied, it would be useless. It's just that Qi Lu could never have imagined that the master of this dragon scale could have such a high level of cultivation. No wonder just a dragon scale has such a magical effect. It's a pity that Qi Lu thought it was some kind of treasure, but it turned out to be such a thing. It's okay to be shocked. Is this dragon scale what you want? A giant dragon with such a terrifying level of cultivation has an inverse scale that is definitely the top material for forging. But it was of no use to Qi Lu. System, accurately speaking, this is only a part of the items required by the system. When Qi Lu heard these words, he always felt that he was being tricked. Whether the items required by the system are complete is not a matter of stroke system. Based on this, Qi Lu felt that the Erbi system must have deliberately retaliated. System, host, this system knows you won't believe it, so let's say one more sentence and explain. After all, he has coexisted with Qi Lu for so long, and the system understands some ways. So it's better to explain it. System, in this piece of dragon scale, the most critical dragon soul fragment is missing, and according to the detection of this system, the dragon soul fragment should still be between this world. System, so, host, you must find the dragon soul fragment to complete the task. System, otherwise, it's useless for this system to hold a single dragon scale. This is true, the system has never lacked any forging materials. All kinds of treasures and materials, as long as they fall into the hands of the system, are basically the fate of being disassembled, analyzed, and then copied. So according to experience, what the system says should be the truth. Then where do I go to find this dragon soul fragment? Qi Lu couldn't help but ask. Since the task has been accepted, it must be done at one time, and there is no reason to give up halfway. System, this system is not clear, but the dragon scales in your hand will guide you. When you encounter dragon soul fragments, the dragon scales will change. The host, you just need to pay attention at all times. Spicy chicken system. When Qi Lu heard this, he could only scolded silently in his heart. How else could it be? I have the dragon scales in my hands, no matter what, I have to find the dragon soul fragments. This is related to an advanced purchase channel. Only in this way, the task in the summoning world has become heavier. In addition to collecting the power of faith, it is necessary to search for dragon soul fragments, which is really a long way to go. But when it comes to dragon soul fragments, Qi Lu is quite curious. A giant dragon with the lowest cultivation realm and the peak of the powerhouse level, the remaining dragon soul fragments must not be weak. But more importantly, it is the ancient fortune secrets known by the dragon soul fragment, as well as all kinds of knowledge. After all, knowledge is power. So, this Erbi system was originally the idea of fighting dragon soul fragments. Qi Lu thought about it, and suddenly figured it out. Damn it! It turns out that this dragon scale is just a treasure map. The real treasure should be the remaining dragon soul fragments. But after thinking about it, Qi Lu wanted to spit out the fragrance even more. After digging for a long time, only one treasure map was dug up, and whoever put it on it would have to swear a few words. However, such a thing has happened, and it can only be taken one step at a time. However, this trip was not entirely fruitless. At least after the dragon scales were dug up, there would no longer be a wave of monsters gathering in the Blackwater Forest. If the dragon scales have been left in the Blackwater Forest, it is guaranteed that it will not be long before the next batch of demon beasts that have been catalyzed with combat effectiveness and fierceness will begin to gather. Judging from the current situation, Xuanhuan really can't stop the next wave off Warcraft. Because of the surviving soldiers of the frontier garrison at Xuanhuan, there were only more than half of them, and almost everyone was injured. It is not something that can be done in a day or two to fully recover the combat power. Forget it, this can be considered a great deed, let's go back first and talk about it. Qi Lu put away the golden dragon scales, continued to illuminate with fire magic, and started to walk out of the cave. 7 turns and 8 turns, another twist and turn. After turning around for a long time, I finally came to the entrance of the cave and saw the light outside. After walking out of the defensive magic circle at the entrance of the cave, he stretched out his perception again and spread to the surroundings. Qi Lu, who was about to investigate the situation, suddenly frowned. Because in Qi Li's perception, a large army was detected, which was rushing towards the direction of the stone pass. The route forward is all within the boundaries of the Blackwater Forest. How can so many people enter the Blackwater Forest at such a time, and look at the direction of this group of people? Thinking like this, Qile raised his eyes and frowned. It's the Blackwater Kingdom. As soon as the word appeared in his mind, Qile instantly understood the cause and effect of the whole thing. The appearance of the dragon scales was indeed not an accident, but a conspiracy of the Blackwater Kingdom. It is to let the wave of monsters hit the giant stone pass to weaken the defensive power of the giant stone pass, thereby creating a gap in the sidewall to facilitate the entry into the Yanlong Kingdom. Whether or not Da Shiguan held off the attack of the Warcraft Tide, the result was the same. If they didn't hold on to it, of course, needless to say, as soon as the army off the Blackwater Kingdom came, they would be able to drive straight in and save a battle. And even if it is defended, it is a tragic victory, and it is simply impossible to fight against the army of the Blackwater Kingdom. It's a simple and easy to understand strategy, just because of the addition of a crucial dragon scale. Qile couldn't help shaking his head. Most of the strategies always require the right time and place, and at least one of them must be satisfied. Without this dragon scale, the Blackwater Kingdom would not have been able to attack the Boulder Pass, no matter what. Who are you? Why are you here? Just when Qile shook his head, a stern questioning voice suddenly sounded. Qile looked up and saw a group of black armored cavalry figures appearing not far away. The warhorse wearing light armor was rushing towards his position, and the black armored knight on the horse also raised the long sword of the knight in his hand. Are you from the Blackwater Kingdom? It's really quick. Dragon scale is such a good treasure. When the Blackwater Kingdom begins to attack the Yanlong Kingdom, it will definitely send someone to take it back. So Qile was not surprised at all to meet these guys. I even felt that these black armored knights came a little late. I'm asking you, who are you? Why are you here? The voice of the leading black armored knight was 3 points more severe. The matter of dragon scales must not be lost. Although before coming here, the national teacher said that there is a defensive magic circle outside the dragon scales, which must be broken through by special methods. But be careful, there is always no big mistake. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that this is what you guys want to get. Qile raised his eyebrows, and there was a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Then, he took out the golden dragon scale. Dragon scale? How can it be in your hands? The black armored knight's face was startled, and then there was a strong killing intent in his eyes. The dragon scales are of great importance, and those who are outside the plan will be killed without mercy. The words of the king were still in his ears, which made the black armored knight make up his mind. The matter of dragon scales must not be known to redundant people. If there is, then he will never be able to speak. Everyone obeys the order and shoots. Rush ahead. There are absolutely no redundant words. As long as the dragon scales can be retrieved, an unrelated person can stay in the Blackwater Forest forever. It's really decisive, you have to fight and kill, before you finish a word. Unfortunately, you don't want me to get dragon scales, and I don't want this news to be known by others. Saying that, Qile slowly raised his right hand and aimed at a whole team of black armored knights charging over. So, the people who should stay in this Blackwater Forest should be you. At the same time as the voice fell, Qile raised his right hand and held it lightly. The black armored knights who were charging, as if frozen, stayed in place in an instant. Bam! The next second, a muffled sound came out. The armor on the black armored knight shattered abruptly, and blood splattered everywhere. Without a half scream, the man and the war horse fell down together, lying in a pool of blood, without breath. Vulnerable. But now is not the time to dawdle with these guys and waste time. The news of the Blackwater Kingdom must be sent back to the Stone Pass as soon as possible. Qile had no feeling at all about this one move to defeat the enemy. Bullying the weak is not Qi Li's hobby. It's just self-defense. According to the distance, the army of the Blackwater Kingdom should need at least a day's journey to see the giant stone pass. There should be enough time to prepare. While thinking about it, Qi Li used the power of the broken boots to open the door of space. Qila? When did you appear? Angel and others who were still on the road from the Blackwater Forest were shocked when they saw Qi Lu, who suddenly appeared. It took Qi Lu at most half a day to find the cave and then get the dragon scales. With the strength of Angel and the others, they couldn't get out of the Blackwater Forest so quickly. It was a little urgent, so I had to come back early. Qi Lu first smiled at Angel, and then said with a serious face. The army of the Blackwater Kingdom is about to attack, and on the way to attack, the target is the Boulder Pass. By the way, this wave of monsters was also created by the Blackwater Kingdom, and the purpose was to use it as cannon fodder to consume the combat power of the giant stone pass. Serious tone, not like a joke at all. And Angel also knew that Qi Lu wouldn't joke at all, let alone joke about this kind of thing. So, the news of the Blackwater Kingdom's attack is true. What? The elite soldiers of the Xuanhuan border garrison heard the words, but their faces changed greatly. The previous wave of warcraft had exhausted the strength of Xuanhuan. At this time, if he fought against the army of the Blackwater Kingdom again, the odds of winning would be terribly low. Once the giant stone pass is broken, the Yanlong Kingdom will be lost. No, it won't. Kamaibo was also so shocked that his whole body tensed, and the cold sweat on his back suddenly broke out. Then what are we going to do now? Angel habitually asked Qi Lu. Since having Qi Lu as a familiar, Angel has become less and less fond of solving problems by himself. When the soldiers come, they will block it, and the water will cover it with the soil. Let's go back to the Jusher Pass first. With a wave of Qi Li's hand, he directly opened the space door leading to the stone pass. The group of them stayed in the Blackwater Forest and couldn't negotiate any results. Let's leave this problem to those professionals to solve it. Regarding the tactical arrangement, the lieutenant and commander of the Xuanhuan border garrison will naturally study it. Right. Angel nodded. Nora looked up at Gluck in the sky. You just go back first, what do I do? Gluck bared his teeth, looked at Nora, and said with some dissatisfaction. Originally, the familiar contract was signed only under the strong pressure of Qi Lu. Of course, Gluck would not be convinced by the little girl Nora. It's just that it's one thing to be unconvinced, and it's another to ensure the safety of the owner's life. So usually, Nora can't move Gluck. But when Nora's life is in danger, Gluck will never stand idly by. And now, the so-called usual. In Gluck's cognition, what does the Blackwater Kingdom have to do with Nora when attacking the Yanlong Kingdom? Well, that's fine. Nora pouted and hesitated for a while before walking into the door of space. If you want to get Gluck's approval, you probably have to wait until Nora's power level is equal to Gluck's. Hey, Gluck. Qi Lu, who was walking at the end, suddenly raised his head and shouted. A sentence. What's up? Gluck felt a bit of a toothache when he heard Qi Li's voice. Unfortunately, I can't beat it, so I can only listen. This world is much bigger than you think, so I don't know if you're interested in looking for news about the Dragon Clan? Qi Li asked loudly. Regarding the whereabouts of the dragon soul fragments, although I don't know where to start. But the news of the dragon family is always a key point. As long as you can find the giant dragon in this world, you should be able to find the clues of the dragon soul fragments. News from the Dragon Clan? What are you looking for with the Dragon Clan? Gluck immediately heard what Qi Li meant. It's just that Qi Li's proposal also made Gluck interested. After all, the flame Yalong has the blood of a giant dragon flowing in its body, so it can be regarded as a close relative of the dragon family. Just because the blood is not pure, it is not recognized by the dragon. But looking for the whereabouts of the dragon family, there is still no problem. There is one very important thing. I want to ask those guys. If you have extra time, go look for it. Maybe I can find a way to help you purify your blood. Qi Lu said with a smile, and by the way, threw a bait that Gluck couldn't refuse. Purify the blood. This is what every monster with dragon bloodline wants to do. Even if Gluck is now a familiar, it will not change. Are you sure? I have to say that Qi Li's words really moved Gluck. Of course I'm sure, but I don't know if you'd like to help me find it. Qi Li nodded with a smile on his face, and said it with certainty. Purifying the blood of other races may be a bit of a problem, but purifying the blood of the dragon race is really not difficult for Qi Li now. Just ask the system for some pure dragon blood essence. However, if this is the blood of other races, it is not as precious as the blood of the dragon race. Okay, I'll help you with this. Gluck accepted the bait as a matter of course and agreed. Anyway, it's not that difficult, just go to find out about the news of the dragon clan. It just so happened that I was wandering around in this world, and there was nothing to do, and now I just had a small task. And it's such a lucrative task, it's hard to ask for it. Gluck has no reason not to agree. Thank you very much then. Qi Lu waved to Gluck, and after saying goodbye, he followed into the door off space. Boulder Pass. Those elite warriors who were sent to explore the Blackwater Forest ran toward the news as soon as they left the gate of space. By the time Qi Lu came over, he was long gone. Kamaibo hurriedly went to find the team leader and talked about the Blackwater Kingdom. That's why Angel and Nora stayed where they were, waiting for Qi Lu. Those guys run really fast. But I estimate that you will most likely be asked to stay. Qi Lu looked back at the camps and residences in the city wall of Xuanhuan, and then set his eyes on Angel and Nora. If it was said that the wave of warcraft was defended before, most of it wasonly to train the actual combat ability and increase the combat experience. Then the next battle with the Blackwater Kingdom is a real battle. And the strength of the Xuanhuan border garrison is seriously insufficient, so the support mission will definitely be released. In order to be able to get enough support in the shortest possible time. Under the attraction of military exploits, those summoners who want to upgrade their titles will surely flock to them like sharks smelling blood. In this way, the most critical issue at Xuanhuan is how to withstand the first wave of attacks from the Blackwater Kingdom. As long as the reinforcements from the Yanlong Kingdom arrive, the attack of the Blackwater Kingdom will be easily resolved. Then the combat effectiveness of the students of the Flame Academy is an indispensable part. Naturally, the Blackwater Kingdom also understood this truth, and knew that it could not give the Yanlong Kingdom a chance to reinforce it. That's why the timing was calculated, and at the weakest moment of the Giant Stone Pass, the frontier troops who came to hit the Giant Stone Pass were caught off guard. It's just that the only thing missing from the Blackwater Kingdom is Qi Lu, an outsider. The whereabouts of the army of the Blackwater Kingdom will be discovered in advance, which will lead to their loss of opportunity. But this, the people of the Blackwater Kingdom, don't know it yet. After all, the black-armored knights who discovered Qi Lu had no way to send the news back. Just stay if you stay, just treat it as accumulating military exploits. Angel said with a face full of indifference, and even there was a high fighting intent in his eyes that was eager to try. With Qi Lu by his side, he is so confident. Yes, no matter how terrifying the people of Blackwater Kingdom are, they will not be more terrifying than the tide of monsters. Nora was also encouraging herself, but her body involuntarily leaned in Angel's direction. The next matter, we have to wait for the captain and commander of the Xuanhuan border garrison to discuss the results, and then pass it on. So Angel and Nora also had half a day of rest time, which they could use to adjust their state. It's just that Kamaibo, who is not very strict, went back and told the team leader about this matter, which really made the students of the Flame Academy panic for a while. These pampered aristocratic children have just experienced the war with the monster wave, and they have not calmed down yet. As a result, in the blink of an eye, it was about to fight the army of the Blackwater Kingdom, so it was strange not to panic. Especially at this time, the Xuanhuan border garrison is not strong enough, and it is probably even more difficult than the previous wave of monsters to fight. Moreover, if they were defeated and the Boulder Pass was broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. All calm down. You are the sons and daughters of nobles who were born in the noble family of the Yanlong Kingdom. You are so panicked. The leading instructor slapped the table and scolded, stopping the discussion among the students. If the students were allowed to discuss this further, the morale would have been low and the morale of the army would have been disillusioned before the war started. The Blackwater Kingdom and the Yanlong Kingdom have had a long history of grievances, and the giant stone pass was built to guard against the Blackwater Kingdom. Now, the Blackwater Kingdom dares to invade the border of the Yanlong Kingdom. As the citizens of the Yanlong Kingdom, we have the responsibility to fight for the Yanlong Kingdom. We should stand up bravely. As an aristocrat, you must fight for honor and for the Flame Dragon Kingdom. You guys, are you confident? Boosting morale is the most important part before the war. The instructors who lead the team naturally understand and are also very proficient in how to motivate these students. It is nothing more than to awaken their fighting spirit and the righteousness of the family and country from the aspects of honor and military exploits. The aristocratic children who are still in the academy have not yet been infected with so much utilitarianism. An impassioned speech was enough to arouse their blood. You must know that the Yanlong Kingdom will support so many noble families. Is to reserve combat power. Every noble family needs to have enough summoners and enough fighting power to ensure that the title is not lost. The promotion of the title must also have the support of enough merits. All of them illustrate one point. When necessary, the whole people can be soldiers. We have confidence. For the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Defeat the invaders of the Blackwater Kingdom. The kingdom of the Flame Dragon is immortal. Once the enthusiasm of young people is aroused, the high fighting spirit can easily be passed on to those around them. For a while, in the lobby where the students of the Flame Academy gathered, the shouts were loud. Everyone is shouting slogans, inspiring themselves, but also boosting the morale of the entire group. Even Angel and Nora, who were calm at first, couldn't help but shouted a few words. It's nice to be young. Qi Lu, who was leaning against the door frame, slapped his mouth and sighed in his heart. Although it is said that Qi Lu has never engaged in these stupid things, but he hated to admit that the effect is still very obvious. High morale can dispel timidity and fear, and boiling blood can even relieve pain in battle. Of course, this is just a subjective feeling. To put it bluntly, it is that the attention has been diverted, and after the reaction is completed, what should be done or how. After all, how can you not be hurt? However, the change of mentality may become permanent. It's just whether you can do this or not, then the benevolent sees benevolence, and the wise sees wisdom. Such high morale not only inspired the students, but even shocked the messengers who came to pass the news. When the messenger saw this scene of shouting slogans, what he wanted to say most was, the students who came to experience this year are not very good, but their mentality is quite good. Hearing the battle is happy, that is the best mentality of a soldier. Fortunately, the leader of the team was smart, and immediately found the messenger at the door, and hurried over. The results of the discussions between the captains and the commanders of the Xuanhuan border garrison have already been obtained. The formation of troops has also been arranged. And the most important part is the students of the Flame Academy. That is the summoned beast. Blackwater Kingdom can calculate the right time and send a large army to surprise the giant stone pass, and there will be not too many people. Otherwise, if the movement is too large, the purpose of the surprise attack will fail. Therefore, according to the estimation of the marching experience, the number of enemies that Zheshiguan will face is about 100,000 horses. There may also be a small number of summoners mixed in. This amount is not a big problem for the complete Boulder Pass border garrison. After all, there are more than 100,000 soldiers in the complete Zheshiguan border garrison army, and they can also rely on the advantages of the city wall to fight the enemy. In order to wait for work, the Blackwater Kingdom only sent 100,000 horses, but there was no way to attack. But not now. The frontier garrison at Zheshiguan, after experiencing the attack of the monster wave, a pile of remnant cavalry and cracked armor, still full of wounded soldiers, and the number is not enough. In the face of the 100,000 horses sent by the Upper Blackwater Kingdom, even with the advantage of the city wall, I am afraid it is very reluctant. Therefore, only summoned beasts can be used to make up for the combat power. It's just that the students of the Flame Academy have a fighting power that is obvious to all. There is no need to argue whether they are strong or weak. The icing on the cake is okay, but if you want to turn the situation around, I'm afraid it's still a little short. After all, this group of students has not fully grown up yet, so it is already very good to have such high morale. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is really impossible to force it. Therefore, the messenger came here. In addition to bringing the negotiation results to the team leader, there is another purpose. That is to invite the angel students over to discuss the summoning scroll. Anyway, they are all summoned beasts, and the way they are commodities, not the same. Since these new summoner students have no way to reverse the situation, they can only rely on the summoning scroll to turn the tide. Looking for me? Then let me go. Angel also felt a little surprised, but still followed the messenger to the conference hall. The person responsible for greeting Angel was still Commander Orion. Because the two are relatively familiar with each other, they can talk better. The area of the conference hall is not very large. After all, there are not many people who are qualified to enter this place. Angel is an exception. There is a ring-shaped conference table in the middle, and sitting around are the 11 people with the highest positions in the Zheshiguan border garrison. A lieutenant, and 10 commanders. Student Angel, I suddenly found you this time. I hope I didn't disturb you. Orion brought Angel to the conference table and deliberately added an extra seat. The news that the army of the Blackwater Kingdom is attacking the Great Stone Pass was brought back by you. We will report this credit truthfully. But this time I asked you to come here for another thing. Giving benefits first and then negotiating conditions can really make life feel good. So Angel quickly reacted, with an expected expression on his face, and said aloud, I know, you should be summoning the scroll. How much do you need? What level? Talking about business with people in the military, there is no need to do extra temptation, it is better to be direct. The Angel student is really refreshing. Since this is the case, then we will not cover it up. I wonder how many summon scrolls are there on your side? The lieutenant of the frontier garrison at Zheshiguan was silent for a while, and suddenly asked aloud. Listening to this, it seems that I intend to buy them all. As long as the military spending at the Stone Pass is sufficient, the summoning scroll I have here will be sufficient, but it will not be credited. When Angel said this, he paused for a while, and then went on to emphasize our request from Qi Lu. Although Angel didn't quite understand what Qi Li's request was for and what effect it had. But stick to it. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about military spending, and we don't have the habit of taking credit. The lieutenant smiled and said it cheerfully. It is true that in the previous wave of Warcraft, the summoning scroll purchased had already cost a lot of military expenses. However, in such an important border area as Zheshiguan, how could there be no reserves in it? Even if the military funds allocated from the Yanlong Kingdom every year in the past, the unspent part is saved, it is a huge sum of money. What's more, in this wave of monsters, all the materials on the monsters that were harvested, as long as they were all sold, would be an astronomical figure. You know, that's hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of warcraft. Even the material dismantled from a monster can only be sold for 1 or 2 gold coins. That's worth hundreds of thousands. And for some powerful monsters, how could the dismantled hides, teeth, bones and other things from the corpse be only worth 1 or 2 gold coins? So you don't have to worry about military spending at all. The only thing that needs to be considered is when can these monster materials be sold. If that's the case, that's fine. If you need any summoning scrolls, just maki a list and give it to me, and I'll be able to send it to you soon. As long as it's not on credit, that's fine. Angel naturally wouldn't reject such a big business, but she just needed Totok to Qi Lu. After all, the summoning scrolls are all on Qi Lu, and Angel is not very clear about the exact number. Then I'll trouble you, we'll give you the list later. The lieutenant of the frontier garrison at Xuanhuan nodded and watched Angel leave. The next matter to be discussed is the important matter of the military aircraft, so Angel will not be left to continue to listen. It's over so quickly. How many summoned scrolls do you need? Qi Lu was at the door of the conference hall. After seeing Angel come out, he said casually, "You don't need to think about it. Facing the attack of the Blackwater Kingdom, what can be done by calling Angeline is nothing more than to summon a scroll. I don't know, they'll send the list over later. It's just. Qi Lu, how many summoned scrolls do you have? Will it be enough?" Angel scratched his head and asked a question. How should I say it? I should say, there are as many as there are. Qi Lu pretended to be thinking, and then said with a smile. Because the summoning scroll is really how much and how much. For systems, the speed of delivery is never a big issue. Only the speed of collecting the power of faith is the biggest problem. And this issue, in the forging world, when Qi Lu obtained the casting jade plate, the system focused on studying it. In addition, according to the function of the cast jade plate, the method of collecting the power of belief has been improved. Therefore, Qi Lu can now sell the summoning scrolls wantonly without worrying about the problem that the power of faith cannot be collected. I can rest assured that. Angel patted her chest and exhaled. Blackwater Forest, outskirts. The army of the Blackwater Kingdom is attacking at full speed, pointing directly at the Boulder Pass. Because the wave of monsters was assembled soon, it was dispersed by the frontier troops at Xuanhuan. Therefore, in the outskirts of the Blackwater Forest, there is no monster that dares to provoke such an army. Horseshoe bursts startled the sky. Report to the commander, not far ahead, is the giant stone pass. May I ask the commander whether to set up camp or continue to move forward? A spy in light armor returned to the torrent of this large army and asked for instructions from the commander who commanded this surprise attack. Go ahead and explore again. An indifferent voice sounded. Cyborg, the leader of the Blackwater Kingdom's surprise army. Perhaps in the frontier army, the commander is one level lower than the captain. But in the expedition team, the commander is the highest commander. Because the captain of the frontier garrison needs to sit at the border, unless the Lord has an order, he can temporarily leave the border. And foreign expeditions have always been the task of commanding. Yes. The spies took orders and left quickly. The army of the Blackwater Kingdom did not stop. Hundreds of spies walked at the forefront to explore the way, and from time to time, spies would come back to report news and let Cyborg make a decision. Yanlong Kingdom, it was our Blackwater Kingdom that lost the battle decades ago. It's a pity that this time, the god of summoning is favoring us. The wave of monsters caused by the dragon scales should have already made the frontier troops at Xuanhuan have no fighting power. As the supreme commander of this expedition, Cyborg naturally knows a lot. The thing about dragon scales, even the cyborgs themselves are involved. A piece of dragon scale dug out due to an accident can actually have such a miraculous effect. This is not the blessing of the god of summoning, what else could it be? Reporting to the commander, some brothers have sent back news that outside the Boulder Pass, the traces of the war with the Warcraft Tide are extremely obvious. And on the battlefield, there are still a few corpses of monsters that haven't been cleaned up in time. Soon, another spy came back with news. The battlefield has not been cleaned up yet, and it seems that the casualties at Xuanhuan are indeed heavy. Otherwise, it would be impossible to leave the corpse of the beast outside the Boulder Pass. Although with the physique of the beast, even if he died, the plague would not appear so easily. However, if such a strong bloody smell does not dissipate, it is very easy to attract other monsters, thus triggering the second wave of small monsters. So the reason for this situation, the biggest possibility, is the lack of manpower. After all, after a war is over, if you want to clean up the battlefield, the first person to arrange for the burial must be your own troops. Whether buried or burned for ashes, there will be a result. Then it's time to sort out the spoils. So it seems that the situation of Xuanhuan is really not optimistic. Go on, set up camp 30 miles away from the Jiu Pass, rest for one night, and prepare to attack the Jiu Pass in the morning. As a battle-hardened warrior, Cyborg would not give the frontier troops at Xuanhuan a chance to sit back and relax. The urgently needed troops could not be replenished overnight. But the hard work of the long-distance attack can be eliminated in one night. 30 miles away from Boulder Pass, it was still in the Blackwater Forest, covered by trees, and Cyborg was not worried that the army of the Blackwater Kingdom would reveal the location. At least on the surface, that's how it looks. It's a pity that Cyborg didn't know that the news that they came to surprise the Stone Pass has long been exposed. Yes. Lord Commander. The spies who came to report the news immediately acted as messengers. The order was passed on, and a full 100,000 horses quickly stopped and began to set up camp. The tent was in front, blocking the light of cooking. Just as the captains of the Xuanhuan border garrison and the commander's guessed, the number of troops sent by the Blackwater Kingdom to attack was 100,000. Eat, then arrange a sentry, then rest and recover. That night, the army of the Blackwater Kingdom was always preparing for battle because they needed to worry about the monsters in the Blackwater Forest. On the side of Xuanhuan, the soldiers of the frontier army are also waiting for the moment. Waiting for the Blackwater King. Country's attack. Silent all night. It was not until the next day that the first rays of light penetrated into the Blackwater Forest. A loud whistle was blown. The warriors of the Blackwater Kingdom, who were always ready, quickly came out of the camp in neat clothes. Assemble, put on armor, and mount. The cyborg didn't lecture, because it wasn't necessary. Ever since they knew that they were attacking Xuanhuan, every soldier here had a high fighting spirit. The grievances between the Blackwater Kingdom and the Yanlong Kingdom are not a day or two, so there is nothing to say. This time, they came to break through the Boulder Pass. The order, the target, the Boulder Pass. Kill. After the cyborg mounted, he said in a deep voice. Mixed with a grudge, carrying the word kill, it reached the ears of every soldier. Immediately, everyone's fighting spirit was aroused, and morale was boosted to the highest point. For the sake of the Blackwater Kingdom, kill. Break the Boulder Pass. Invade the Flame Dragon Kingdom. Kill. The horses under the soldiers neighed in unison, and the sound of the hooves sounded one after another, and they soon merged into one. The ground began to tremble slightly, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust, like clouds, covering the sky and the sun. On the side of the Stone Pass, the position of the sentry was also arranged. Always monitor the movement in the Blackwater Forest. Because the Yanlong Kingdom and the Blackwater Kingdom are separated by the Blackwater Forest, although they are not completely located on both sides of the Blackwater Forest, there is no way to bypass the Blackwater Forest. It's just that you can choose to pass directly through the Blackwater Forest, or come around from the outside. Of course, no matter which way you go, it's actually not very far apart. Otherwise, it is impossible for the Blackwater Kingdom to have nothing to do with the Yanlong Kingdom. Boom! A subtle sound came from the Blackwater forest abruptly. Along with it, there was a little smoke and dust that passed through the canopies of those tall trees and rose into the sky. Enemy attack! The soldiers guarding the sentry position immediately sounded the alarm. Such a big movement must be an enemy attack. Moreover, whether it is a wave of monsters or an attack from the Blackwater Kingdom, there is actually no difference, and there is no false alarm at all. It's coming so fast. It's only been 2 days since the wave of monsters passed, and you're here. You're really impatient. Orion stood on the city wall, looked at the smoke and dust in the Blackwater forest, and sneered to himself. If there is no news in advance, at this time, the trace of the enemy attack is suddenly discovered. It was indeed all too late. The enemy was about to be hit in the face before the alarm was issued, and he must have been caught off guard. But now, the Xuanhuan border garrison has long been prepared, waiting for the army of the Blackwater Kingdom to come. As for the corpses of beasts that were laid outside the city walls and had not yet been cleaned up, they were deliberately stopped in order to create an illusion that the enemy was severely understaffed. Since it is a plan, then the play must be played in a full set. The war is imminent, and any information asymmetry will have very serious consequences. It's just that the cyborg doesn't realize the problem. The 100,000 army of the Blackwater Kingdom is still charging at full speed, rushing towards the Boulder Pass. The loud and high-pitched siren sounded throughout the stone pass, and naturally, it also reached the cyborg's ears. Don't think it's too late to sound the alarm now. Cyborg sneered, and when he looked up, he could already see the towering city wall of the stone pass. With the speed of the Blackwater Kingdom army's attack, no matter how fast the frontier troops at Xuanhuan responded, it was impossible to organize a formation to resist this surprise attack in such a short period of time. The whole army obeys the order, speed up. Charge! With a loud shout, Cyborg grabbed the horse's belly, and the warhorse under him accelerated again. The army of 100,000 who followed it also accelerated together, and the sound of horseshoes hitting the ground suddenly merged into a wave of sound. Although the process of the rapid march was silent, the high fighting spirit made the morale like a rainbow. But at this time a mutation suddenly occurred. At the junction out of the Blackwater forest, a lot of tripping ropes were suddenly pulled up. These tripping ropes may not be useful for foot soldiers, but for galloping horses, they are accurate. Oops! With sharp eyes, the cyborg noticed the sudden appearance of the tripwire. But the stumbling horse rope is in front of you, this short distance of a few steps, even if you want to hide, you can't escape. The army of 100,000 charged rapidly, even if it was urgently stopped, it was impossible to stop instantly. This distance is too subtle. Bang bang dash. The next moment, countless war horses in the charge were tripped by the tripping horse rope. Together with the warriors on the warhorse, they flew out together and fell to the ground, breaking their bones on the spot, screaming miserably. However, the army behind them did not stop moving forward, and the horses and soldiers who were submerged in this torrent had nowhere to hide. The casualties had already begun at this moment. Haven't even entered the battle yet. Damn it! How can there be a stumbling block here? Could it be that I've been tricked? Cyborg couldn't understand why there were so many trip lines at the intersection out of the Blackwater forest. However, the army of the Blackwater Kingdom is not vegetarian. After reacting, all the tripping cables were quickly cut off, which did not affect the speed of the charge at all. As expected of a well-trained expeditionary force. In this scene, Orion was on the city wall and could see it clearly. Already out of the Blackwater forest, the shelter of those tall trees iceless. The mighty army of the Blackwater Kingdom, after being swayed by the sudden appearance of triumph, still has a high morale. But the traps set up by Xuanhuan are not only the tripping Ma Sua. Just as Orion had expected, these galloping warhorses were once again thrown out in large numbers not far from the Blackwater forest. At such a fast charge speed, he suddenly fell. It is meaningless, whether it is a warhorse or a warrior, all of its combat effectiveness will be lost in an instant. This is a horse trap. Cyborg's complexion has completely changed. If the previous trip was just an accident, those trapped horses have been prepared for a long time. A horse trap is not the same as tripping a horse rope. The trip line is just a rope that is at the height of the horse's knees. When you find it, you can cut it off. But the horse trap was a small pit that was only one circle larger than a horse's hoof, dug out to limit the charge of the horses. Whether it is for warcraft or for infantry, it has no effect. But the action power used to block the war horse is extremely effective. Moreover, the horse trap is not as easy to solve as the tripping horse rope, and it must be filled with soil or the like. Slow down. Cyborg ordered immediately. I don't know how long the pit area ahead is. If you continue to charge and fill these horse pits with the bodies of the soldiers of the Blackwater Kingdom, you will lose at least thousands of soldiers, and even tens of thousands are not impossible. And it was a huge blow to morale. The real battle has not yet begun, and so many troops have been lost because of these small traps. The impact on the military is too great. Could it be that the news of the surprise attack on Boulder Pass leaked out? How is this possible? The black-faced cyborg looked up at the giant stone pass not far away. The city wall dozens of meters high was even taller than before. This side wall is the side wall that was specially raised after the battle between the Yanlong Kingdom and the Blackwater Kingdom. From the previous 10 meters, it has been added to dozens of meters. Cyborg, are you still satisfied with the gift we gave you from Xuanhuan? Above the city wall, Orion's voice rang out. The Yanlong Kingdom and the Blackwater Kingdom have been at war for a long time, and the commanders and captains of the border areas have long known each other. It's just that in the past, it was a small fight, but it was the first time that a surprise attack of 100,000 horses was dispatched at one time. It's you, Orion, is this the gift you gave me? Cyborg naturally also knew Orion, looked up and looked away, his tone was a little stern. The captain of the border garrison at Xuanhuan did not intend to come forward. In terms of level, even if Cyborg is the supreme commander of the Blackwater Kingdom's army, it is only a commander. It was just right to let Orion come forward. If the captain of the frontier garrison at Xuanhuan is allowed to come forward, he will look down on Cyborg instead. There is no equivalence in identity. Of course, Cyborg, if you want to attack my Boulder Pass, you have to prepare for defeat here. The gift just now is just a little thought. A sneer appeared on the corner of Orion's mouth, and his eyes glanced over the army array displayed outside the city wall. After being greeted by the tripping horse rope and the trapping horse pit, the 100,000 horses sent by the Blackwater Kingdom are still standing, and there are only 90,000 horses left. Just a little trap can wipe out thousands of enemy troops, which is already very cost-effective. After all, as Orion said, the trap is just a little mined. The purpose of using it to take the lead is not so much to consume the enemy strength, but to destroy the enemy's morale. Shameless. Olaine, the wave of monsters a few days ago should have made you all overwhelmed. Cyborg sneered, his eyes swept around the place, and then looked at Orion on the city wall. Look outside the city wall. Even the corpses of the monsters have not been cleaned up. It must be empty in the Boulder Pass. If you want to use this kind of trick, let me retreat, you look down on me too much. At the end, Cyborg snorted coldly. The warhorse under the seat snorted suddenly, and its hoofs hit the ground, showing a high fighting spirit. War. The soldiers who followed Cyborg immediately shouted in unison. Shout out loud. As expected of a battle-hardened commander, he is indeed determined. Orion squinted his eyes and thought to himself. Even if it is an enemy, in the same position, it does not prevent Orion from admiring this moment. Just the few words of Cyborg just now pointed out the current problem of Zheshiguan, and also brought up the morale of the Blackwater Kingdom's army that had been lowered. The wave of monsters is really your ghost. No wonder the wave of monsters this time is so huge. Although I noticed a problem, I really didn't expect it, it's really you. Alan said this, his tone suddenly became a little gloomy, and his face became bad. The previous wave of monsters took away the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers in the frontier garrison at Zheshiguan in one breath. Whether it weighs in terms of friendship or the responsibility of guarding the frontier, Elaine was very sad. Now that the mastermind behind the scenes has appeared, it is strange, not Tobangri. That's right, it's us, the Great Blackwater Kingdom. Cyborg said without concealment. At this time, if Orion can be swept away by anger, then this battle, the Blackwater Kingdom's side, the odds of winning will increase by a few points. Good, very good. Orion took a deep breath and calmed down. In fact, when they learned that the Blackwater Kingdom had sent troops to attack Zheshiguan, the captains and commanders of the border garrison at Zheshiguan thought of this. Asking now, just to verify. Then let's fight. Cyborg, no need to say more, let's decide who is right and who is wrong. As soon as Orion raised his hand, the archer hidden under the city wall immediately got up and revealed his figure. The archer is ready, open the bow. Prepare for a volley. On the city wall, tens of thousands of archers immediately drew their bows and arrows. The dazzling iron arrows flashed, with a chilling light that sent chills down the spine. The expedition army of the Blackwater Kingdom is not like those monsters with strong physique, fur, or scale armor with strong defense. Feather arrows are very lethal to them. Although most of the warriors were hard armor, and even add a face armor to resist attacks. However, the war horses under them, in order to run long distances, rarely wear armor. There is a pit in front of the horse, and there is a rain of arrows in the air. Olaine looked at Cyborg coldly, just to see how he would defend this round of offense. It's still the same way of fighting, Orion, do you really think I'll have no defense at all? The archer dismounts, draws the bow, and prepares to attack. Get on the rocket. As soon as Cyborg waved his hand, tens of thousands of people dismounted and took down the longbow from behind. These fighters could have been riding and shooting, but there was a horse pit in front of them, so riding and shooting was impossible. Therefore, it is better to shoot arrows directly at the people on the wall of the boulder pass. Others, raise your shield. Wow wow dash. When the armors collided, countless shields were raised, and the edges were spliced together. Looking from above, it looks like a huge shield, firmly protecting the head of the Blackwater Kingdom's expedition army. There are only some half-fist-sized gaps in the middle for archers to shoot arrows. Shoo! Whizzing! The next moment, the archers on both sides loosened their bowstrings tacitly. The sound of breaking the sky is endless. In the ear. In an instant, the sky was full of flying feathers and arrows, like a dark cloud shrouded in the sky, and even blocked the light shining down from the sky. Immediately afterwards, the shadows dissipated, turning into a dense rain of arrows. The sound that pierced the sky, like layers of screams, mixed together and was mind-blowing. Raise your shield, Orion said coldly. The arrows rained like a waterfall, falling from the sky, like a downpour, smashing down. The defensive power of the shield is useful, but under the continuous attack of countless feather arrows, it will always reach its limit. Casualties appear. Under the broken shield, the armor of the soldiers alone could not resist such a terrifying rain of arrows. Whether it is the frontier army at Zheshiguan, or the expedition army of the Blackwater Kingdom, it is the same. After the rain of arrows, corpses were scattered everywhere. It's just that the frontier troops at Zheshiguan have the advantage of the city wall, standing high and playing low, and the casualties are much smaller. If it wasn't for the rockets that Cyborg ordered, I'm afraid the casualties would be reduced by another level. Let the summoner with the army do it, and use the summoned beast to lead the battle. Cyborg looked at Orion on the city wall with cold eyes, and said aloud to the messenger beside him. Yes, Lord Commander. The command was passed on as quickly as possible. Everyone is ready, follow behind the summoned beast and charge. The second order follows. The function of the arrow rain, for the cyborg, is not only to kill the enemy, but also to fill in the horse pit ahead. The wooden feather arrows all over the ground, in addition to the iron arrows that cannot be smashed, the arrow body part is the best filler. Roar. Not long after, a violent beast roar sounded from the rear of the army formation. Deafening. Soon, hundreds of summoned beasts came to the front of the army, and with the order of Cyborg, rushed towards the giant stone pass. This time, in order to attack the boulder pass, Cyborg specially asked the Lord for instructions and brought these powerful summoners. Each of them is at least a mid-level summoner. Among the hundreds of summoned beasts, high-level summoned beasts accounted for the majority. That's why cyborgs are so confident. Since the surprise attack plan went bankrupt, it would be better to change it to a storm attack. The surprise attack just occupied a first-hand position, and the frontier garrison was caught off guard by hitting the boulder pass. Even if it is changed to a strong attack, Cyborg does not feel that he can resist the boulder pass that has just experienced the wave of warcraft. Charge. For the sake of the Blackwater Kingdom, kill. Invasion of the boulder pass. The roar of the attack rang out suddenly, like a volcanic eruption, shocking the world. The expedition army of the Blackwater Kingdom also moved amidst this roar, and started running. Speed up. The armored warriors rushed towards the boulder gate like a torrent of steel. Although there are occasional trips in the horse pit, it is completely harmless and will not affect anything at all. Arrow rain is just a prelude. Heavy cavalry, prepare. Crush the enemy's line. Orion also stared, and gave an order. The enemy's charge speed has really increased, and it is definitely not something that arrow rain can stop. Once the enemy's position is close to the city wall of the stone pass, then the archers are completely useless. Only the cavalry can stop the cavalry from charging. Especially the heavy cavalry. However, even the heavy cavalry, who had to wear heavy armor, would not be able to run long distances at all. Therefore, in the expedition army of the Blackwater Kingdom, there is basically no heavy cavalry. Otherwise, it would not be a surprise attack, but an upright siege. After all, carrying so much heavy armor will definitely drag down the speed of the march. For the Boulder Pass. For the Yanlong Kingdom. Charge. Inside the Boulder Pass, the heavy cavalry who had been prepared for a long time also rushed out with a roar. Compared with the enemy's light cavalry, the heavy cavalry with heavy armor and even the warhorse wearing heavy armor is more like a torrent made of steel. Once you start charging, it's unstoppable. You know, whether it is heavy cavalry or light cavalry, if you want to exert real power, you need a long distance to start before you can really start charging. Therefore, it is impossible for Orion to wait for the enemy to approach before letting the heavy cavalry attack. Because a team of heavy cavalry that didn't run was just a bunch of live targets with stronger defense. As long as the horse's horsepower is exhausted, it can only be slaughtered by others. The archer stops attacking, starts using the summon scroll, and surrounds the enemy with summoned beasts. The soldiers are ready to block the enemy from both flanks, and always pay attention to supporting the heavy cavalry. Students of the Flame Academy, start to summon your summoned beasts and go to the battlefield for free support. The rest are always ready to replace the fallen. Orders were issued in an orderly manner from Orion's mouth. Boxes of summon scrolls were also removed. In order to win this battle and leave a deep impression on the Blackwater Kingdom, the frontier troops at Xuanhuan have paid for it. All the military expenses that have been saved for so many years have been taken out. Boom! The cavalry charged, the earth trembled. On the Blackwater Kingdom side, there are hundreds of summoned beasts rushing in front. The head is a high-level summoned beast, which looks like a bear and ice extremely powerful. The eyes that look at the heavy cavalry are even more bloodthirsty. Obviously, in front of this summoned beast, the charge of the heavy cavalry is nothing. Death to me. But at this moment, a spear condensed by light suddenly flew out. Then it pierced the heart of the bear-shaped summoned beast impartially, and a blood flower burst out. The cyborg frowned in shock. And this war, with the appearance of this dry spear, officially started. Well done, great progress. On the city wall, Qi Lu stood by Angel's side, watching Angel dealt with a high-level summoned beast with one move, and said with a smile. The encouragement that should be given should still be given. Blind criticism cannot educate good students. I feel a little bad, and the consumption is still too much. Angel took a few deep breaths, feeling the depletion of magic power in her body, and said aloud. It's better than before, Angel, you just need to compare with yourself. If you compare with me, then you'll have a hard life. Qi Lu said with a smile. In fact, under the guidance of Qi Lu, Angel's power level is now the threshold for entering a higher level. If this rate of progress were to be disclosed, I am afraid it would shock other people's jaws. For the degree of control of his own power, Angel is also much stronger than the average summoner or warrior. It's just. Angel likes to compare herself with Qi Lu when she has nothing to do. It would be strange if it didn't get hit. Qi Lenning has the strength and fighting ability he has now. If you count the time spent in the trial space, it has been thousands of years at least. And it's thousands of years that haven't rested for a minute. This is still based on Qi Li's talent and potential, which are all excellent resources. Therefore, it is very important to identify the reference target. It's okay, Qi Lu, although I know that I may not be able to catch up with you for the rest of my life, I have to learn to work hard. How can you come to a conclusion if you don't try it? Angel said to Qi Lu very seriously. Well, that's fine. Qi Lu shrugged, non-committal. I just added a sentence in my heart, only after trying it will I know how desperate it is. Because to be honest, in terms of potential and aptitude, Angel is definitely not as good as Qi Lu. And, not even the most important time. If you want to catch up with Qi Li's footsteps, you must be a ghost if you didn't despair. However, Qi Lu will not try to undermine Angel's confidence. It is better to have a goal than to have no goal. Even this goal is out of reach. Outside the stone pass, the two men and horses finally collided. The impact of the heavy cavalry charging up is definitely no joke. It was impossible for the light cavalry of the Blackwater Kingdom to resist the charge of the heavy cavalry, and the formation was torn apart in an instant. It was as if a huge curtain had been cut into two pieces. And the heavy cavalry of the Xuanhuan border garrison, the pair of scissors, rushed forward without the slightest stagnation. The heavy cavalry owned by the frontier army at Xuanhuan is really a weapon. It's really good to use it as a sharp knife to pierce through the enemy's formation. Cyborg saw this scene without the slightest surprise and shock on his face. The heavy cavalry of the Xuanhuan border garrison is quite famous in the Yanlong Kingdom and the Blackwater Kingdom. Charge into the battle, strong and unparalleled. It's just that the heavy cavalry is difficult to play a role on the road off surprise attacks. So more often, it is used for defense. The cyborg who came to attack the giant stone pass naturally expected a little. The formation is scattered to the left and right, and the two wings meet in the middle, blocking the path of the enemy's heavy cavalry turning back and killing them in the army formation. So after a sneer, the cyborg quickly gave the order. The strongest point of the heavy cavalry is the unparalleled impact after the speed of the charge increases. However, the heavy cavalry with no speed, the lethality has dropped by 90%, and the heavy armor will seriously affect the flexibility of the soldiers. Based on this, the most troublesome place for heavy cavalry is the U-turn after charging. If you can turn around successfully, you can cross and dash in the enemy formation, thereby completely tearing up the enemy's formation. But if there is no way to turn around, then there is no need to say more about the ending. When the charge is exhausted, it is the time of death. Orion understands this, and so does Cyborg. So in any case, it is worthwhile to prevent the heavy cavalry of the frontier garrison army from turning around, even if it takes their lives to fill it. Even you know how to restrain heavy cavalry, don't I know, Cyborg? If you think you can do it, then go ahead and do it. With a stern face, Orion quietly watched the charge of the heavy cavalry, without any intention of turning around, and charged directly into the Blackwater forest. As long as they don't slow down and turn around, the impact of the heavy cavalry will not weaken. Unless the horse runs out of horsepower. But these war horses that have been screened and specially trained, it is not so simple to run out of horsepower. This level of rushing can last for at least 5 rounds, before the horsepower is insufficient. I ran straight into the Blackwater forest? Interesting. Cyborg immediately understood the implications of these actions. Ordinary siege warfare, the charge of heavy cavalry, no matter how strong the destructive power is, there will be an end. Because trying to crash the city wall with a warhorse in heavy armor would be a dream. So after the charge reaches a certain level, it will definitely stop. This is also the reason why cavalry is rarely used to attack cities. But in such an open plain, it is normal to rush past as long as the heavy cavalry is not blocked in the defensive battle. And if you turn around far away from the enemy, rush to kill again, you can also stab the enemy's army from behind. While each round of rushing will consume more horsepower, it will be safer. The big deal is to charge 2 rounds less. But, Orion, do you think this little trick will work for me? Cyborg sneered at Orion, who was standing on the city wall, and raised a hand. Let the light cavalry catch up, wait for the enemy's heavy cavalry to run out of horsepower, and then slowly surround and kill. In terms of destructive power when charging, the heavy cavalry had to throw the light cavalry several blocks away. But in terms of flexibility in battle, the light cavalry can definitely beat the heavy cavalry to the north. Therefore, chasing after the tail is the best way for light cavalry to deal with heavy cavalry. Avoid its edge and deal with it slowly. Sure enough. Seeing the light cavalry team that separated from the army formation and went to pursue the heavy cavalry, a gleam of light flashed in Orion's eyes. When the two armies are at war, isn't it just a matter of calculation and calculation? Whoever counts more things will have better odds of winning. As long as there are no overwhelmingly strong players, there are not a few examples where the weak beat the strong. Continue to attack. The whole army strikes. Cyborg glanced back at the whereabouts of the hussars, and shouted loudly. The amount of resources needed to feed a heavy cavalry can be several times more than that of ordinary warriors. So Cyborg is not worried at all that he will rush out another heavy cavalry in the Boulder Pass. If this happens, it can only prove one thing: the lieutenant of the Dashiguan border garrison is an idiot. As the fire of war fully ignited, the battlefield was in full swing. The drums roared loudly. The lives of countless soldiers were buried in this battlefield, blood was spilled, and corpses were everywhere. The students of the Flame Academy, even on the city wall, looked pale. This battle is much more dangerous than the Battle of the Warcraft Tide. After all, the target of the wheel battle is the frontier troops at Dashiguan. Kill. However, when the expedition army of the Blackwater Kingdom and the frontier army of Dashiguan were fighting endlessly, a shocking shout suddenly appeared from the back. Fong's Blackwater forest spread out. Unexpectedly, the cyborg looked back suddenly. However, they saw a large number of soldiers wearing the armor of the Boulder Pass border garrison coming out of the Blackwater Forest. Along with them were the heavy cavalry who had entered the Blackwater Forest before. How could this be? Orion, you dare to set up an ambush in the Blackwater Forest when the troops at the Stone Pass are seriously insufficient. I really underestimated you. Cyborg said through gritted teeth, a look of anger already appeared on his face. Such a bold decision is especially rare in a defensive battle with insufficient troops. Because if these ambush soldiers who entered the Blackwater Forest were discovered before the war, it would be equivalent to losing so many troops in vain. Not only does it have no unexpected effect, but it will make the frontal battlefield more difficult. However, if the strategy is successful, the resulting effect will also have the power to change the situation on the battlefield. Especially now. Those light cavalrymen who went to pursue the heavy cavalry should have been buried in the Blackwater Forest. The encirclement has been connected. Cyborg, since you dare to attack the Stone Pass, you must be ready to go back. Orion seemed to have been waiting for this moment. When he saw the soldiers ambush in the Blackwater Forest, and the heavy cavalry who joined in later, walking out of the Blackwater Forest together, a smile appeared on Orion's face. If they were to fight head-to-head with the army of the Blackwater Kingdom, in the end, it would definitely be the frontier army at Xuanhuan who would lose. It's just a matter of whether it's long or short. Therefore, if you want to not die slowly, you have to take a slanted sword. As long as the encirclement is successful, the heavy cavalry can dash at will in the enemy's army formation. Combined with the summoning scroll, it is not impossible even to leave all the warriors of the Blackwater Kingdom in the Great Stone Pass. Encirclement? With such a small number of troops, can it be called an encirclement? It's ridiculous. The cyborg looked around, then sneered and raised his head as if he had heard some funny joke. Elaine, your idea is really good, but when there is a gap in the strength of the troops, the encirclement is just a joke. Instead of relying on the advantages of the city wall, you chose to fight outside the city. I have to say that your character is still the same as the rumored one, too conceited. Having said that, Cyborg looked towards the rear of the army formation. There are powerful summoners, protected by warriors. Go all out, summoners, let the people of the Yanlong Kingdom see the power over Blackwater Kingdom. As you wish, Chief Cyborg. The summoners who came with the army also knew how severe the current situation was, and naturally, they would not let go. The summoning magic was condensed one by one, and the summoned beasts followed. Roar. The loud and ferocious roars of roars proved the power of these summoned beasts. The violent momentum swept forward like a hurricane. With the addition of these summoned beasts, the combat power of the Blackwater Kingdom's expedition army suddenly increased a lot. A powerful summoned beast, but an expert in attacking fortifications. Especially in the enclosing circle, as long as a gap can be opened, the enclosing circle can be pierced very quickly. Is it a summoned beast? It's really unfortunate. We also have a lot of summoned beasts at the Stone Pass. Seeing Cyborg's confident appearance, Elaine couldn't help showing a playful smile. Summoning beasts used to be a big problem for Orion's confidants. Before he got the summoning scroll, what Orion was most worried about was that among the enemies who came to attack, there were powerful summoners. But now, the whole army obeys the order and strikes. With an order, the sound of vindictiveness was entwined, like a blast-off thunder. The soldiers of the frontier garrison at the Stone Pass heard the sound and immediately took out a summoning scroll from their arms. There is no one exception. In the next instant, tens of thousands of summoning scrolls were opened at the same time, and terrifying magic power fluctuations spread from all directions. The speed at which the summoning magic takes shape is faster than expected. It also made the faces of the summoners who came from the Blackwater Kingdom with the army turned pale. This. Such terrifying magic fluctuations are all summoning magic? How can that be? What is the thing in their hands? Why can they condense the summoning magic? In this stunned voice, tens of thousands of summoned beasts also emerged from the summoning magic, eyeing the enemy in front of them. At this moment, the soldiers of the Blackwater Kingdom held their breath in shock. The strong pressure made everyone feel a heavy feeling in their chests. What is the concept of tens of thousands of summoned beasts? That is definitely a force that can completely turn the tide of the battle. How could it be possible? How could the Great Stone Pass hide such a fighting force? Cyborg was immediately dumbfounded. The sudden change completely changed the situation on the battlefield. The army of the Blackwater Kingdom that came to surprise the Great Stone Pass, it was impossible to prepare too many troops. Originally, it was only calculated to suppress the frontier garrison at Xuanhuan, and to beat these remnants, there was still no pressure at all. But who would have thought that such a boost was actually prepared in the frontier garrison at Xuanhuan? These tens of thousands of summoned beasts were not the last straw that broke the camel's back. It is completely a high mountain pressing on the top of the head, destroying all the enemies that block the front. So, that's what you mean by the encirclement. Orion. The cyborg suddenly understood. The so-called encirclement was not the plan to defeat the Blackwater Kingdom and set off the army, but the decision to keep them all at the Stone Pass. Without this encirclement, cyborgs would have chosen to withdraw when they saw that nothing could be done. But now, there is no chance. Not to mention that these tens of thousands of summoned beasts are staring at them. Even those heavy cavalry who have slowed down are enough for the army of the Blackwater Kingdom to drink a pot. And the rest of the soldiers are completely here to plug the loopholes. Make sure that no enemy can escape in this encirclement. Humans are not as good as the heavens, the god of summoning is favored. Is it your flame dragon kingdom? No. It's impossible. The cyborg in despair suddenly ignited a raging fighting spirit. Even if you lose this battle, I will never let you win so easily. For the sake of the Blackwater Kingdom, kill. Chong dash. Sword drawn. The cyborg, who took the lead, made the surrounding warriors all ignite a high fighting spirit. As a warrior, you can die in battle, but you must never retreat. It's over, all the archers are replaced with strong crossbows, to prevent the enemy from escaping. Orion took a deep breath and raised his head slightly. After the army of the Blackwater Kingdom was introduced into the encirclement, this battle was actually a victory. And all of this is due to the news brought back by Angel and others. There are also summon scrolls provided by Angel students. These credits will be reported after the battle is over. Orion thought silently in his heart. Orion can't do anything about embezzling credit, and it's not necessary. For Angel, Orion is really grateful, and of course very interested. It would be great if she could be drawn into the frontier garrison at Boulder Pass. After all, such a powerful combat power is definitely a huge help to the border area. The end of the war is complicated. Although it is normal to say that the army is defeated like a mountain. But the enemy who is in the encirclement and will die without fighting is still quite difficult to deal with. The encircling net was slowly closing, and the enemies were slaughtered one by one. There were very few people willing to surrender. Of course, Orion didn't care either. Whether it is a prisoner or not is actually the same, anyway, it is not good to catch the giant stone pass. Even if a prisoner is caught, there is a high probability that he will be sent to the capital Xuanhuan. Unless a prisoner like a cyborg is caught, the Boulder Pass border garrison can still apply for a lot of benefits. After all, it is quite rare to lead an enemy of this level. However, Cyborg is also aware of this matter, so it is absolutely impossible for Olaine and others to take him to receive the reward. Would rather be killed in battle, or self-destruction. Cyborgs are impossibilito capture. So, the battle was settled the moment the cyborg was killed. the Blackwater Kingdom was defeated, and no one escaped. This matter was quickly passed back to the ears of the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom, which immediately attracted the Lord's great joy, and directly announced that he would reward the garrison troops at the Great Stone Pass. A large number of rewards are on the way to be transported. At the same time, the Xuanhuan border garrison, which handled all the post-war matters, also compiled the performance of the students of the Flame Academy in this support mission. So, it's time to say goodbye. Student Angel, although you have already answered it, I still want to say it again. If you figure it out one day, and you are willing to come to Xuanhuan, the door here is open for you at any time. On the way to say goodbye, Orion spoke to Angel again solemnly. If I had the chance, I would. Angel also replied politely. Seeing this scene, the surrounding students were envious. But none of the students had other ideas, because they knew that Angel was worthy of this honor. This is not only because Angel has a superior level familiar, but also because Angel's own strength is much stronger than them. So they are only envious. That's good, Angel. Nora walked beside Angel, looked at Qilu enviously, and said, Gluck doesn't want to follow me, and now I don't know where it went. There is an excellent level familiar, but a useless summoner. I am afraid there is only Nora. In this regard, Angel did not know how to comfort Nora. Let time wash it all away. So it took another 3 days to sway, and it was only after returning from the Stone Pass to the City of Flames, the Academy of Flames. The experience of this support mission can be regarded as an eye-opener for the students of the Flame Academy this year. At least this group of students is definitely the most experienced group of students in the Flame Academy in the past 10 years. Another wave of monsters, and another attack from the Blackwater Kingdom. If this is said, it will definitely make these guys blow for most of the day. The sons of nobles, needless to say how much they value honor. Encountering such a good opportunity, how can it not be publicized? And the performance situation sorted out by Xuanhuan was also sent to Dean Fide. After backing up, the copy was sent to the capital, and the reward was decided there. Or to seal up the achievements that are not enough to enhance the title for later use. Angel Student provided the summoning scroll. When exploring the Blackwater Forest, he discovered the conspiracy of the Blackwater Kingdom. In the battle, he performed particularly well. As expected of a summoner with an excellent level of familiars, his performance is really outstanding. Fader touched the beard on his chin and muttered to himself with great relief. The better the students perform, the more the college they are in can promote and the more fame they get. For Fader, this is simply a happy event. I don't know what the reaction was from the capital. Judging from their achievements, Angel students probably won't have to wait for graduation to get the title of knight. Fader thought as he continued to flip back through the book. Looking at it, Fader's face suddenly froze. Student Nora, why is it so far away? Could it be that Student Nora's familiar is a fake excellence level? Also, as a summoner with an excellent level of familiar, Nora students' achievements are one in the sky and one in the ground compared to Angel students. Although when exploring the Blackwater Forest and facing the Blood Moon Wolves, Nora students' familiars played a role. But the one who really took care of the aftermath was Angel students' familiar. Forget it, you can't have such high demands on everyone. Fader comforted himself in his heart. But with the jewel of the Angel student in front, the performance of the students in the back is completely inconspicuous. However, I still have to explain one thing here. According to what I said at Xuanhuan, the achievements of exploring the Blackwater Forest are not included in the assessment results of the Flame Academy. But it will be included in the merits of the title assessment. Because grades are grades, and titles are titles. The two statistics are not the same. After the support mission, the Flames Academy was calm for several days. After all, the students have only gone through so many things, and they still need time to digest it. Therefore, theoretical courses and practical courses have also been temporarily suspended. This calm atmosphere was not broken until the parchment representing the reward was sent from the capital to the Flame Academy. The Flame Academy also issued a notice. Tomorrow morning, in the Academy auditorium, the award ceremony will begin. As the Dean of the Flame Academy, Fader is qualified to wear the honorary title for the students. The award ceremony, isn't it? In this support mission, is there really someone who can earn a knighthood for their merits? Of course there is. Look at classmate Angel, isn't she not qualified enough? Enough, of course that's enough. For the college to hold the award ceremony, there must be some students whose achievements have reached the standard. Otherwise, after the support mission, it is actually a matter of taking a few more days of rest, and then what to do or what to do. It's the award ceremony, Angel, it must be held because of you. After Nora saw the notice, she said to Angel with envy. Getting the title of knight in the academy is definitely the best start. Not necessarily, Nora, maybe it's even possible for you. Angel said very modestly. Can't be proud, can't be proud. Although it is very possible, it is absolutely impossible to draw a conclusion until the last minute. This is what Chi Lu taught her. Low-key life, high-profile work. Anyway, the result of the matter will be known tomorrow, so there is no need to publicize it at this time. So, under all kinds of speculation, envy, jealousy, and excitement, the students who participated in the support mission this time came to the auditorium of the academy in high spirits the next morning. Everyone was well-groomed. If you are lucky, you can walk on the stage of the auditorium. A reward ceremony. Student Angel, I will definitely catch up with you. Kamibo stood at the door of the auditorium, looked at Angel's back, and sighed in his heart. After the shock in the Blackwater Forest, Kamibo understood the gap between himself and Angel, and also knew that if he continued to die, he might really die. So I gave up the idea of continuing to fight against Angel. Kamibo came from an aristocratic family after all. As a son of a nobleman, he seldom does stupid things, like taking his life away. After all, one of the things that nobles do most is to weigh the pros and cons. When encountering an opponent who can easily crush him, he still rushes upward. That kind of person is just a simple fool, not an aristocrat. But giving up the idea of going against Angel doesn't mean Kamibo has neither ideas. People always have dreams. Since they can't beat them, they can only try to catch up with the opponent's footsteps. At least you can't lose too badly, can you? The spiritual victory method, at least it can make my heart feel a little more comfortable. It's the same principle as being harsh. Students, please enter the auditorium in an orderly manner. The reward ceremony will begin immediately. The instructor standing at the door, talking and gesturing, guided the students into the auditorium. After all the students have entered the auditorium, the award ceremony can officially begin. Of course, if someone is late, the reward ceremony will not be delayed, and it will still start as scheduled. However, in such a grand award ceremony, there will be no students who are deliberately late. As a son of a nobleman, isn't this the moment he looks forward to the most? To be honored, to be envied, to be envied. In particular, this invigorating feeling of standing out among peers is simply unstoppable. Students, please be quiet and take your seats in an orderly manner under the leadership of the instructor. This award ceremony officially begins. The instructor in charge of the opening looked at the time and said aloud. As soon as these words came out, the auditorium suddenly became quiet. The students who were still talking in a low voice all looked at the stage in the auditorium with excitement and anticipation on their faces. Even if the chances of getting a reward are very low, you still have to look forward to it. What if you get hit? After all, the statistics of military exploits are all handled by special personnel, and these students do not know what their exploits are. After the war started, they just obeyed the orders and drove the summoned beasts to fight together. Therefore, there is no way to estimate how much merit you have obtained, you can only guess. All the students here, I am very happy that you can successfully complete this support task, and I am very happy that you can have such an excellent performance. I am proud of you. You came to the Flame Academy from various city-states in the Yanlong Kingdom and became students here. Although Dean Fide's opening remarks, as always, were some clichés, they did not make people feel drowsy when placed in this award ceremony. On the contrary, it can also make the students in the room feel high. Everyone stared at the stage, Dean Fide who was speaking. Looking forward to being able to read my name after the opening remarks. During this support mission, several outstanding students also appeared in your Flame Academy, which attracted the attention of the king. The reward order from the capital has also been sent to the Flame Academy. So, the students whose names are read next, please come to the stage one by own, receive the reward order, and accept the reward. After a long and lengthy opening remarks, plus self-promotion and boasting, Dean Fader finally got to the point. It also raised the emotions of the students present below to the highest point. Number 1, Student Nora. Fader read out the name of the first student without pausing. Ugh. It's me? Is it really me? Nora, who was still full of anticipation, was stunned when she heard her name being called out by Fader. Surprise, surprise, incredible. Complex emotions surfaced on Nora's face until Angel, who was sitting beside her, reached out and patted her shoulder, reminding Nora, hurry up and accept the reward. Oh, yes, come on stage. Nora, who came to her senses, got up quickly and hurried to the stage. While walking, I reminded myself in my heart that I should pay attention to my image and be more reserved. Hello, Student Nora. Hello, Dean Fader. Looking at Dean Fader in front of him, Nora quickly said hello, and then stopped, very cautiously. Don't know what to do next. Don't be so nervous, Student Nora, you did a great job in this mission to support Xuanhuan. Especially, protecting the elite team exploring the Blackwater Forest and successfully sending the news of the Blackwater Kingdom's surprise attack on the Stone Pass, and sending it back to the Stone Pass is a great contribution. Dean Fader first comforted Nora, and then began to read Nora's achievements. During the reading process, a tutor also came up behind the stage, holding a delicate plate with a simple parchment scroll on it. This is a reward order from the Yanlong Kingdom. It is also a symbol of aristocratic status. Hereby, with the permission of the Yanlong Kingdom, granted by the Flame Academy to Nora. Student, Knighthood. I hope Nora students can live up to expectations. Having said that, Dean Fader also reached out and picked up the reward order from the plate and handed it to Nora. Thank you, Dean Fader. Nora raised her hand and respectfully accepted the reward. From this moment on, Nora's identity is no longer a commoner, but a noble knight. Although this is only the lowest threshold among the nobles. But it happened to be such a threshold, I don't know how many people were stopped, and even many nobles were overwhelmed. That's good, the title of knighthood. The first person to receive the award was actually Nora. This is something I didn't expect. Actually, I have long felt that Nora's achievements have reached the standard, but I just didn't say it. Then the next one should be classmate Angel. The students under the stage were talking a lot, and their eyes looking at Nora were also full of envy. This is a genuine title of knighthood, so it's strange if you don't envy it. These noble children worked so hard to become a summoner, for what? Isn't it just to gain the status of aristocrat, cannot disgrace the family's reputation and the glory of the ancestors? Congratulations, Nora. Angela's heartfelt congratulations. Nora, who got off the stage, scratched the back of her head and said a little embarrassedly, Angel, in fact, it is thanks to you, because in the Blackwater Forest, I didn't do anything. By the way, and Chi Lu. Nora said, and looked at Chi Lu, who was sitting on the other side. Speaking of which, getting this reward order was something Nora had never thought of. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so surprising and surprising. After all, the exploration of the Blackwater Forest and the news of the Blackwater Kingdom's surprise attack on the giant stone pass were basically due to Qi Lu, but now they have to share a part of it with himself. Honestly, Nora does feel a little ashamed. It's okay, Nora, we are good sisters, Qi Lu won't care anyway. Having said that, Angel also gave Qi Lu a special look. Right. Right. Qi Lu raised his head and glanced at Angel, and answered helplessly. Even caring about it is useless, the credit of the demon will be counted on the head of the deed master, so the credit of Qi Lu will actually be converted into the credit of Angel in the end. But if Angel can ask such a question, it shows that she still cares about Qi Lu quite a bit. At least he really treats Qi Lu as a person like himself, not a familiar. I still feel ashamed. Nora said this last sentence, but did not mention it again. Again, it's hypocritical. Second place, Kamaibo student. On the stage, Dean Fide's voice rang again. The name that I read this time is a name that none of the students thought of. Why isn't it classmate Angel? Did you miss it? No, even Nora can do it, how can Angeli or not? Let's see. In the performance at Xuanhuan, Angel's excellence is obvious to all. If all the students are asked to choose a candidate who can get the award, it must be Angel. But now, it's me. Great. Suddenly hearing his name was read out by Dean Fader, Kamaibo almost jumped out of his seat in surprise. Fortunately, the etiquette of aristocrats started from elementary school, so Kamaibo restrained his impulses. The second is me, so it seems that I am stronger than Angel? Kamaibo took a deep breath, calmed down, and then glanced at Angel's location. It seems unlikely. But since I can also get the reward, it means that Angel and I are on the same starting line again. What about the excellent level familiar? I will definitely not lose. Thinking of this, Kamaibo tidied up his clothes, smoothed out the wrinkles, and then strode up to the stage. Confidence is the most important thing. Hello, Kamaibo student. Hello, Dean Fader. Kamaibo's etiquette was quite in place, and he humbly bowed to Dean Fader. Very good, Kamaibo student, in this mission to support Xuanhuan, your excellent performance is worth learning from. The performance of bravely going to the Blackwater Forest to explore and bringing important news back to the Stone Pass is the embodiment of your courage and courage. Dean Fader followed the procedure and began to read out Kamaibo's achievements. However, Kamaibo, who was standing on the stage, listened to Dean Fader's words, but the more he listened, the more he blushed. Courage? Courage? When encountering the Blood Moon wolves in the Blackwater Forest, if Angel's faculties hadn't made a move, Kamaibo's ashes would have been lifted by now. Also talk about the courage and courage of a hammer. From this point of view, exploring the Blackwater Forest and discovering the conspiracy of the Blackwater Kingdom is actually a collective achievement. Hearing the end, Kamaibo can be considered to understand, co-authoring himself was dipped in Angel's light, and only got this reward? Depend on. This is also chasing a hammer. As a son of a nobleman, Kamaibo also has his own pride. This kind of reward that was obtained out of thin air really made Kamaibo feel very uncomfortable. However, if the reward order was rejected on stage, it would prove that Kamaibo did not accept the reward from the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom. The consequences are by no means what Kamaibo can afford. Hereby, with the permission of the Yanlong Kingdom, the Flame Academy will grant Kamaibo students the title of knighthood. Wang Kamaibo students can be unbelievable. After reading the last sentence, Dean Fide also reached out and picked up the reward order from the plate. Thank you, Dean Fader. Kamaibo gritted his teeth, then took a deep breath, a happy smile appeared on his face, and reached out to take the reward order from Dean Fide. After thanking him, he turned around and walked off the stage. When passing by Angel, Kamaibo stopped. What do you want to do? Angel looked up suspiciously and glanced at Kamaibo. Although there has not been much interaction between the two over the years, Kamaibo's style is really unpleasant. Especially recently, after repeated calculations, Angel did not directly go up to smoke Kamaibo's two big mouths. And, Angel. This time, thank you very much, Kamei will definitely pay back this favor. Kamaibo held back for a long time before saying this sentence. Even if it is inflamed, there are principles. Huh? What are you talking about? This sudden thank you made Angel almost unresponsive. I said, this time the reward is something that I owe you, Kamaibo. In the past, I was sorry for you, and I apologize to you. But this favor, I will definitely return it. Kamaibo gritted his teeth and finished the sentence, and left soon without waiting for Angel's reply. What's the situation? Why did you suddenly change your sex? Angel looked bewildered at Chi Lu and Nora beside her. Will you actually apologize? Is this still the arrogant Kamaibo? If you don't know, how can I know? Chi Lu shrugged, pondered for a while, and then continued, however, I heard that after a person has suffered a huge blow, his personality will change. I don't think that guy is a good guy. Nora stared at Kamaibo's back and said aloud. I know, but, a huge blow, what would it be? Angel answered Nora's words, and the doubts on her face still did not disappear. But this matter is not important. Because even if Kamaibo wants to play any tricks, Angel is not afraid at all. This is the confidence brought by strength. The third place, Student Angel. Just when Angel was deeply confused, Dean Fide's voice rang again. Angel was able to get a reward, that was what everyone expected. It's your turn, Angel, don't be stunned. Nora touched Angel's arm with her hand and shouted softly. Is it to me? I know. Angel shook her head, then stood up from her seat. He patted the clothes on his body lightly, took care of the folds that appeared from sitting down, and then walked gracefully towards the stage. Student Angel, hello, it's a pleasure to see you here. Dean Fide saw that among the students in this class, the one he was most satisfied with came to the stage, and even the routine greetings changed. Hello, Dean Fader, I'm also very happy to see you here. There was a hint of surprise in Angel's eyes, but the gesture of returning the salute did not stop. This is the etiquette ingrained in the bones of noble children. You're welcome, Student Angel, your performance in this mission to support Xuanhuan is obvious to all. I heard that Commander Orion wants you to join the Xuanhuan border garrison. Fader said with a smile, completely different from the previous tone. Yes, but I have refused. Angel nodded and answered truthfully. Orion is definitely not an unknown person who can sit in the position of commander in the Boulder Pass border garrison. So it's not unusual for Fader to know about Orion. That's really a pity. If Angel students can guard the border, it won't be long before they can sit in the position of thousands of households or even commanders. After Fader sighed, his face turned straight. Then read aloud, Student Angel, in the task of supporting Xuanhuan, performed extremely well and made a considerable contribution. And in the Battle of Xuanhuan, the performance was excellent and the credit was huge, especially the summoning scroll provided for the frontier garrison at Xuanhuan, which played a role in laying the foundation for victory. For this reason, the Xuanhuan border garrison, the captains, and the commanders commended the Angel students. With this in mind, Dean Fide also raised his eyes and glanced at Angel, and then glanced at the mentor who was walking forward. The plate in his hand and the parchment rolls in it seemed to be a little different from the previous two. Hereby, with the permission of the Yanlong Kingdom, the Flame Academy will grant Angel students the title of Baron. I hope Angel students can live up to expectations. Having said that, Dean Fide also took the reward from the plate and handed it to Angel. However, before Angel received the reward order, the students in the audience were in an uproar. Baron? I heard right. Actually obtained the title of Baron directly, this is too powerful. Although I agree with Angel's performance, this Baron's award is too incredible. It can't compare, really can't compare. As expected of the most powerful student in our class, I bet that student Angel will become a marquis in the future. Countless envious and jealous eyes fell on Angel. Still in the Flame Academy, he has not graduated yet, he is already a Baron, then can he still get it? Men. Baron. I still think I can catch up with Angel, which is ridiculous. Kamaibo stared at the situation on the stage, and smiled self-deprecatingly. In the past, the trend of the flames and the power, to today, has to pay the price. Unfortunately, regret is useless. Now that you have made a decision, you must be prepared to bear the consequences for this decision. The only thing that Kamaibo is happy about now is that he did not fight Angel, but chose to try. Anyway, there is still some wiggle room. Cannot afford to offend, but also to hide. Wow, it's great that Angel can actually get the title of Baron. This is what Angel should get. If it's really just a knight's title, I don't think it's fair. Nora clapped her hands under the stage and said with joy. This feeling seems to be even happier than her own reward. This little girl is a bit interesting. Sheila watched from the side, a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of Ofi's mouth. There are not many people who can sincerely feel happy for the achievements of those around them. Especially if it is not mixed with any interest or purpose. Thank you, Dean Fader. Angel, who was standing on the stage, was also quite surprised. To be honest, the title of a knight, Angel felt like the sky. I really didn't expect it to be the title of a baron. There are emotions of surprise, but more than that, it is a sense of joy and achievement that is recognized. Don't be so polite, student Angel. After the award ceremony is over, you need to stay for a while. A messenger came from the capital city and said that he wanted to talk to you about the summoning scroll. After Dean Fide handed out the reward order, he said with a smile. The messenger of the capital? I know. Angel nodded in response. This is another little surprise. The summoning scroll was originally only famous in the noble circle, so that most nobles came to buy it. However, after the boom has passed, the sales of summoned scrolls are actually not very ideal. Because there are not many battles to be fought between nobles. Hyena can. So it's a natural disaster that consumes the most summoned scrolls. In this way, once the market is saturated, the sales of summoned scrolls will definitely decline gradually. But now that the summoning scroll has been noticed by the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom, the meaning is completely different. Compared with the noble circle, the number of summoning scrolls that the entire Yanlong Kingdom needs to consume is too much. The first point is the border area. Needless to say, the border areas that have experienced various wars all year round, the demand for summoned scrolls is completely bottomless. There will always be a market for summoning scrolls unless there is never another battle. Second, there are wars of a strategic nature. For example, expanding outward, or cleaning up the monster group, exploring the monster forest in the territory, and so on. You can use the summon scroll. Originally, these things should be done by the summoner. However, the status of a summoner and the difficulty of training a powerful summoner are well known. And once there are too many wars, the summoners are also incapable of being cloned. At this time, the importance of the summoning scroll is reflected. Has Yanlong Kingdom finally noticed the summoning scroll? Then we can proceed to the second step of the plan. After Qi Lu learned about this from Angel's mouth, he smiled and nodded. Needless to say, this must also be the credit of the Jushuguan border garrison. There is one thing to say, after these warriors have fought with the summoning scroll, it is impossible to say that they are not envious of the summoning scroll. This kind of good thing that can minimize casualties is absolutely what every lieutenant and commander wants. You know, the frontier army is not so easy to cultivate. Every year's battle report, at every turn, hundreds of thousands or even millions of soldiers were killed in various battles, big and small. Just looking at those staggering numbers is heartbreaking. And it is almost impossible to cultivate a qualified warrior within a year. It is not something that can be accomplished in a year, just to hone the will and stamina. Not to mention other professional training. Therefore, these casualties will naturally be reduced if they can be reduced. What's more, the power of the summoning scroll was also well displayed in the Battle of the Stone Pass. It is strange that the main country of the Yanlong Kingdom is not moved. Afterwards, the matters discussed with the envoys of the capital were naturally solely in charge of Angel. Qi Lu is only responsible for supplying goods and ensuring Angel's safety. In this award ceremony, only 3 students received the award. Nora, Kamibo, Angel. So after Angel returned to his seat, Dean Fader also began to make the final summary. Then after the other students left the auditorium, Dean Fide took Angel Tove place where the envoys from the capital were received. By the way, I also handed over the reward order for conferring the title of knighthood to Angel. Because the award of the title cannot be skipped, but the process can be honored. So Angel's reward order actually has 2 copies. It's just that what really takes effect is only the one with the highest title. Soon, Angel met with the envoy from the capital. After introducing each other, we started directly to the main topic, the transaction about the summoning scroll. The negotiation process is actually quite simple. The price of the summoning scroll has long been spread among the noble circles, and it is easy to know if you ask, and there is nothing to say. So after a negotiation, Angel pretended to be painful and gave a 10% discount, and made the envoy of the capital so happy that he couldn't find the north. 10% off doesn't seem like much. But this also depends on the actual situation. If the Yanlong Kingdom is going to purchase the summoned scroll, it must be delivered to the border area. In terms of quantity, there is no doubt that 10,000 is definitely used as a unit. Under such a huge amount, the 10% discount, the gold coins that can be saved, is definitely an astronomical figure. Therefore, the envoy of the capital did not mention more requests. They have taken such a big advantage, and it is obviously inappropriate to ask for others. After all, the nobles are not philanthropists, and it is impossible to take out all their wealth for the Yanlong Kingdom. After the discussion was over, the envoy from the capital left directly. Because the procurement is not the responsibility of the messenger who came to negotiate the price, but the person from the logistics department of the Yanlong Kingdom. According to the results of the negotiation, the logistics department will send a commissioner to the fief of Viscount Barrett to directly connect with them. At that time, the summoning scrolls that came out of the fief of Viscount Barrett will need to give priority to meeting the needs of the logistics department of the Yanlong Kingdom before they can continue to supply them. The discussion is over so soon, I thought you would drag on for several days. Sheila leaned against the door and said leisurely after seeing Angel come out. It's just a matter of making profits. As long as both parties feel that they have made a profit, the result of the negotiation will be easy to come out. Angel shrugged and said with a smile. Only Sheila knew the cost of the summoning scroll. But from the price Sheila said when he handed the summoning scroll to Bellet and asked him to sell it, he knew that it would not be a loss even if it was a 10% discount. At most it's on sale at the original price. It's just that gold coins are too much, who would think too much, giving a 10% discount is already very face-saving. That's right, but these things, you can be clear on your own. Also, let's go back to the fief tomorrow. I need to arrange some things, otherwise the supply speed of the warehouse will not be able to keep up. Sheila said while thinking. A stable market has been established, so the simulation robots used for supply should also be taken out. Otherwise, Sheila might really have to run to Viscount Bellet's fief every day. After the award ceremony, there was a short vacation. First, it is to relieve the pressure accumulated by the trainees in the support tasks. Second, it is to allow the students to digest the combat experience gained in actual combat and truly transform it into their own. Third, after the award ceremony, the students who received the award can go back and report their happiness. After all, while still in the academy, he acquired the status of a noble. This kind of good thing, no matter in that noble family, is something worth celebrating. It is enough to prove that the future is boundless. So Angel could just take this opportunity to go back to his fief with Qi Lu. However, even if there is no vacation, in fact, no mentor in the Flame Academy will find trouble with Angel. Because it's a fee. Students who are handpicked by Dean and who do not need to go to class. So how could there be a mentor who is so oblivious to gossip about Angel? Although the reputation has risen, the location is still the same remote. Qi Lu sat on the carriage, looked at the gradually familiar environment around him, and said slowly, "Gold coins are now available. But whether the fief can be developed is another matter." But having said that, this time to the fief of Viscount Bellet, the situation along the way, at least not as desolate and inaccessible as the last time. And not only is it not deserted, but it also looks very lively. Although the road connecting from the fief to the outside has not yet been built into these mountains and forests. But on the Inuit plain, the green brick road has already been paved. People from various noble fiefs also traveled back and forth between Viscount Barrett's fiefs through this road. The original low wall was also demolished. At this time, a brand new city wall is being built, and the scale looks quite grand. It can be seen that Barrett has a grand plan in his heart. This towering city wall is completely built according to the scale of a large castle. The materials used are high quality, and a number of supervisors were dispatched during the masonry process to prevent cutting corners. The idea is good, but I don't know how far it can go. Looking at the towering city wall in front of him, Qi Lu smiled silently. The nobles who have a grand plan in their hearts waiting for the opportunity to unfold, the fiefs they build are definitely much stronger than those nobles who eat and die. For example, the city wall in front of me, the mere hyena people, are absolutely impossible to attack. In this way, in terms of security, this fief is guaranteed. And this kind of fief, which can ensure the safety of the residents in the fief, is very attractive to ordinary people. After all, life safety is the foundation of all follow-up activities. If you can't even survive, then what about production, opening up, construction, and enjoyment? Come on, go in and have a look. This time back to their own fief, Angel and Qi Lu were finally not blocked from the outside. Because since the summoning scroll became popular, people from various noble families came to buy the summoning scroll in Viscount Bellet's fief every day. Then, under this huge crowd, other products or specialties were also sold. Later, the nobles who came to buy the summoning scroll found that other nobles who did not meet often could meet in the fief of Viscount Bellet. So after thinking for a long time, they decided to use this fief as a transit point for transactions. If you have any items you want to trade, don't go anywhere else, just come here. Killing two birds with one stone, but also convenient. As a result, the fief of Viscount Bellet has developed better and better. It was originally just a transfer station for transactions, but later, it became more and more like a large trading city-state. It's just that in terms of the scale of the fief, it is far from the point of a large trading city-state. So Bellet, who saw the opportunity for development, also made up his mind to make his fief into a big city-state famous throughout the Yanlong Kingdom. A trading city-state is a good development direction. At least in terms of economy, it is definitely among the best among all types of city-states. With sufficient economic capacity, the attractiveness of the city-state will gradually increase, attracting more people to live there. It's a virtuous circle. After all, in a large city-state, the permanent population is a hard indicator. If there is not enough population, then this city-state is built, no matter how majestic and gorgeous it is useless. So now is a good start. The towering city wall being built is a signal of growth. After entering the tall city gate that had been built, Angel and Qi Lu also looked at the surrounding buildings along the way. The small houses that used to be there are no longer there. Instead, there are a large number of beautifully built multi-story buildings, as well as various shops. Such a huge change is a perfect transformation from a small village to a big town. And not only that, judging from the crowds coming and going, the shops and the people sticking their heads out of the windows of the small buildings, the number of residents in Viscount Barrett's fief also increased a lot. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has been doubled several times. You must know that many refugees have escaped from the fiefs of various nobles these days. Moreover, the refugees mentioned here refer to the ordinary residents who have been squeezed to the point of being unable to survive. Or because the fief was attacked by the hyenas, the fief was destroyed, and the ordinary residents had to escape to save their lives. They are just ordinary people who just want to live. Therefore, when he learned that Viscount Barrett's fief was recruiting refugees who had escaped due to various reasons, to replenish the fief's population, these people came without hesitation. And after comparing their previous lives, these refugees were even more grateful to Viscount Barrett. In fact, what ordinary people want is very simple. If they can live and eat and wear warm clothes, it is already very good. But in the fiefs of many nobles, even these simple problems cannot be solved. Life is really hard. However, these problems, in Qi Li's view, are actually problems of insufficient productivity. However, Qi Li can see the essence of these problems, which does not mean that Qi Li can solve this problem. In fact, if productivity wants to make a qualitative leap, the key issue is still in the way of production and changes must be made. And this problem, Qi Li can't solve it. After all, in a world where believers call a god, there is a risk of being beaten to promote science. Moreover, the most critical problem is that Qi Lu is completely unclear about the manufacturing principles of those production machines. Not a science student, not an engineering student, it is really difficult to take the road of scientific development. This fief has developed very well during this period of time. It seems that it will be officially named Silvermoon City in a year or two at most. Qi Lu watched all the way and couldn't help sighing. If you want to hang the name of the city-state, you can't just say it yourself. Instead, they have to submit the application documents to Yanlan Kingdom for reporting, and then a commissioner will come to review the qualifications. It includes the review of various aspects such as population situation, development status, development direction, popularity, influence, and so on. Then after passing these audits, the Yanlan Kingdom will announce the news to the world. At least in the entire Yanlan Kingdom, every city-state will be notified. As for the surrounding, the power is not within the jurisdiction. However, it is a little difficult for the surrounding forces to pretend not to know, with such a big fanfare to announce to the world. It's still early. It's not that easy to put the city-state's name on the fief. Angel is very self-aware. Even if the development of their own fiefs is very good now, they can become a city-state qualification review, and it is not that simple to pass. Because in addition to the situation in the fief, there are also requirements for the applicant's strength and title. The fief has become a city-state, so the controller of this city-state must at least be a marquis. After all, there are city guards in the city-state, and the qualification to recruit private troops must be a marquis at a minimum. So before there is a marquis in the family, this kind of thing is just a thought. It's better for people to have some dreams, Angel. This fief definitely has the potential to become a large city-state, don't waste it. Qi Li's words were gentle and encouraging. If the fief of Viscount Barrett can really be built into Silvermoon City, the market for the summoning scroll was truly opened. A huge trading city-state can definitely sell summoned scrolls to any corner of the world. Its power is by no means comparable to that of a small fief. Of course, to build the fief into a city-state, but I have a dream since I was a child. Hearing Qi Li's encouragement, Angel immediately raised her head and said seriously. Being able to build a city-state in one's own hands, and it is also a world-famous city-state, is definitely a beautiful talk that can be passed down through the ages. A huge honor that is enough to honor the ancestors, be included in the genealogy, and even extend to the younger generation. But looking at it now, it's really far from it. At least in terms of the area of the fief, compared to a city-state, it isn't very attractive. You must know that in the Yanlong Kingdom, a fief that truly fits the size of a large city-state, it is a duke or even a prince-level fief. And Angel's family, the highest, has only reached the earl. Still a long way to go. It's a good thing to have this ambition, so let's go to the summoning scroll warehouse first. Qi Li smiled and nodded, then walked forward. In fact, since Angel and Qi Li returned to Viscount Bellet's fief, they were recognized by the aborigines in the fief. Barrett naturally also knew the news. So when Qi Li took Angel to the outside of the summoning scroll warehouse, Bellet came from somewhere. Father, I'm back. Welcome back, Angel and Qi Li. Barrett smiled and greeted the two of them. Because in Bellet's eyes, Qi Li is not a familiar, but a mysterious powerhouse. It's just that everyone has their own secrets, so Bellet never thought to ask Qi Li's purpose. After all, the familiar contract has been signed, no matter what, Qi Li can't harm Angel. Barrett, these days, the fief has been developing quite well. Qi Li looked at the summoning scroll warehouse and asked, casually. The summoning scroll warehouse is the most heavily defended area in the entire fief. Outsiders are not allowed to approach at all. Qi Li and Angel were able to come over because the people guarding the warehouse knew them, so they let them go. After the summoning scroll opened up the market, various commodities in the fief were also sold, and the funds obtained were also used to build the fief. City walls, roads, and various shops and residential buildings. However, the remaining funds in the fief are actually not much. Speaking of this, Bayrat immediately regained his spirit and began to talk incessantly. By the way, I also talked about some follow-up fief construction plans, as well as things like the future development direction. Fortunately, there are no people in this area, so there is no need to be afraid of being overheard by people with ulterior motives. Don't have much reserve funds. Qi Li touched his chin. This question is very real. Although Viscount Barrett's fief is only in a remote location, there are actually quite a few other resources. But after all, it is just a fief that has not been developed and developed. Although the development of the fief was put on the right track by the east wind of the summoning scroll. However, after all the summoning scrolls left by Qi Li were sold out, the capital flow in Bayrat's hands would suddenly decrease. After all, the funds that can be obtained by selling the specialties in the fief, or the output of other materials, are really incomparable with the summoning scroll. Therefore, the development speed of the fief had to slow down. While recruiting more refugees who fled everywhere to increase the permanent population of the fief, slowly promote the construction of the fief. Fortunately, the refugees who escaped from other places were all grateful for Viscount Barrett's grace. When it comes to doing things, it is also willing to work hard, and no one will be lazy. Therefore, although the speed of fief construction has become a bit slow, it is better than stability. Exactly, Angel and I came back this time to solve this problem. There shouldn't be any inventory of summoning scrolls in the warehouse. Qi Li pondered for a moment and spoke. It was long gone. Barrett nodded. Then I'll go in and take a look alone, so don't follow up. Qi Li heard the words and said aloud. Before he finished speaking, Qi Li had already arrived at the door of the warehouse, pushed open the door, and walked in. Qi Li. Angel, just wait outside. Bellet grabbed Angel, who wanted to go with him. Compared with Angel, Bellet is obviously much more transparent, and Qi Li is a person full of secrets. He is also a very terrifying powerhouse. Even though he is Angel's familiar now. But in the eyes of such a powerhouse, a mere familiar contract obviously cannot restrain them. As long as the life safety of the deed master can be guaranteed, there are ways to restore freedom in disguise for this level of familiars. So, restrain your curiosity, don't spy on the secrets of these powerhouses, it will be much easier to get along with each other. System, you should have a simulated robot there. Get one. After Qile entered the warehouse, he shouted in his mind. Hero-level simulation robot, in the system, really? Just like the free one, as long as there is a valid reason, you can get it for free. System, host, the simulation robot you need has been issued, please pay attention to check it. So soon, Qile saw a man in a magician's robe with a staff in his hand, appearing in front of him. Since it is a world that believes in the god of summoning, then the simulated robot should also be in the shape of a summoner. This is also a better way to explain the origin of the summoning scroll. Excellent high-level summoner, providing both summon scrolls and guarding Fief. Qile looked at the simulated robot in front of him, rubbed his chin, thought for a while, and then said aloud. From now on, you will be called Xuanhuan. Because the location of this fief is really too remote. Qile has always been very casual about naming things, because he really isn't very good at it. So the Gu family has added another member. Yes, sir. The simulated robot named Xuanhuan said with a blank face. Although the tone appeared to be respectful, it did not actually contain the slightest emotion in it. It's an artificial robot after all. Don't call me young master, go according to my settings. You say that you have been saved by me once, and now in order to repay me, you are willing to stay here and make a summoning scroll. Qile quickly waved his hand, and then said his own settings. Even if Bellet and Angel didn't ask, but a person appeared out of nowhere, Weshold explained the origin. Otherwise it would be a little weird. Yes. Xuanhuan is still a quiet answer. Xuanhuan didn't know what it was, but Qile's order was executed just fine. Then let's go out together. After Qile made a symbolic turn in the summoning scroll warehouse, he walked out with Xuanhuan. Qile, what are you doing in the warehouse alone? Hey, who is the person behind you, who is it? As soon as Qile appeared, Angel came up. Then he looked at Xuanhuan, who was following Qile, with a look of astonishment. Why did one go in and two come out? Miss Angel, hello, my name is Xuanhuan. When I was in danger, Mr. Qile saved me life. So after I learned that Mr. Qile would come here, I waited here, hoping that Mr. Qile would give me a chance to repay my gratitude. According to Qile's explanation, Xuanhuan said it in a straightforward manner. Although the tone is a bit blunt, the content is reasonable. Repaying kindness is not uncommon, especially for nobles who do not like to others' favors. It's just that the way of repayment is different. However, like the one in front of me, I don't know where to chase after him to repay her kindness. This is the first time Angel has ever seen her. To say that he is eager to repay his gratitude, it would be too impatient. Hello, Your Excellency Xuanhuan. Angel stabilized her emotions and returned a salute. However, Bayrat, who was standing beside him, looked around in amazement, and then turned his attention to Xuanhuan. There is such a tight defense around here, I don't know how Your Excellency got in. This is a very serious question. Summoning the scroll warehouse is the foundation of Bellet's foundation. If it can be so easily infiltrated by unknown people, it will be a big deal. Although it was my own person who sneaked in this time, it might not be the case next time. Defensive? No kidding. Xuanhuan shook his head expressionlessly when he heard Bellet's question. Just because these people are arranged around here, it can be called a tight defense? You should take a closer look. Magic, perception impairment. As Xuanhuan spoke, he lifted his left hand upward, and the magic power instantly condensed, turning into a shimmer of light that enveloped him. Perception barrier, one of the general magic, the main effect of covering the body and breath. For creatures with weak sentience, the effect is almost equivalent to invisibility. It's just that the magic of perception obstacle will automatically dissipate once it is shot, so it is usually used to sneak in. Moreover, the effect will be greatly reduced for creatures with acceptable perception, or for creatures who are more sensitive to magic fluctuations, so few people use it. It is a tasteless general-purpose magic that is tasteless and a pity to abandon. However, there are disadvantages though. The magic of perceptible obstacles can be regarded as a magical skill in a world where the magic heritage of the summoning world has almost completely disappeared. If it is only used for infiltrating and inquiring about news, it will be good. Therefore, as Gu Yuan completely enveloped himself in perception barrier magic, Bellet suddenly realized that the person in front of him had disappeared out of thin air. What's going on? Bellet's eyes widened in shock at such a strange scene, and he couldn't even speak. Even Angel, who had learned a lot of magic knowledge from Qi Lu, was shocked together, and then looked at Qi Lu with a puzzled face. This is just a very simple little magic, what are you doing so surprised? Qi Lu looked at the two of them in confusion. Although this is not the first time I have seen such a rare and strange expression, every time I see it, Qi Lu will feel very strange. Is it not common sense for a magician to be familiar with the effects of various general-purpose magic? Wait, aren't you orthodox magicians? That bothers. Simple little magic. This kind of magic that can disappear out of thin air is just a simple little magic? Barrett was once again shocked by Qi Li's speech. To be honest, Beirut felt that Qi Lu was a mysterious and powerful person from the very beginning. But it was absolutely unexpected that such a powerful magic, in Qi Li's eyes, was actually just a simple little magic. Perception impairment, almost equivalent to the effect of invisibility. If it is used for assassination, the deterrent power displayed will definitely make countless people sleepless. It's a pity that Qi Lu didn't know Bellet's thoughts. But even if it was clear, Qi Lu would probably only smile and not make comments. Use the magic of perception disorder to assassinate? What a joke. Does this make the magician transfer to be an assassin? There is one thing to say, the real assassin class, among the martial arts that can be learned, there are many powerful martial arts that can be used to hide their own breath. And it doesn't have so many drawbacks like perception barrier magic. It's just that Bellet is ignorant of magic knowledge, so he feels that perception barrier magic is powerful. Yes, this is indeed a simple little magic, but it is still enough to deal with you people. I do not know when the ancient time has lifted his perception barrier magic and appeared in Beloti. In front of. Then he affirmed Qi Li's statement indifferently. Qila, can I learn this magic too? Angel stared at Gu Yuan, and after watching for a while, he turned his head and asked Qi Lu. Do you want to learn perception disorder magic? It's not necessary, it's not very useful. Qi Lu glanced at Angel and shook his head seriously. Angel now feels that the perception barrier magic is magical, entirely because Angel's current strength is too low, and the gap with ancient times is too great. If Angel's perception ability can be a little stronger, he will find that perception barrier magic is not so magical. Because in the face of powerful perception barriers are simply useless. So Qi Lu has never used this magic, nor intends to teach it. A real warrior should be straight ahead. By the way, you don't need to be so surprised. I will bring Gu Yuan here, and I also want him to stay here and help guard this summoning scroll warehouse. After ignoring Angel's resentful gaze, Qi Lu turned his head and said to Bellet. This is the topic of returning to the fief this time. What? Will Your Excellency Gu Yuan stay here? Barrett took a deep breath and looked at Gu Yuan in front of him, trying to oppose the consternation in his heart. Beirut doesn't know what Gu Yuan's strength is. But judging from the magic that disappeared out of thin air just now, it can be guessed that Gu Yuan's strength is definitely not weak. As for how strong it will be, it is unknown. So I suddenly heard Qi Lu say that Gu Yuan might stay here to help guard the summoning scroll warehouse. It's not surprising that Bellet's heart is not shocked. You must know that whether a fief can be truly built and developed, in addition to the necessary funds, strong power is also an essential thing. After all, what you can protect is what truly belongs to you. Everyone knows the truth of the innocence of the common man and the guilt of the cherub. Therefore, during this period of time, the rapid development of the fief has also caused Barrett to think. So that the scale of the fief and city walls must be built directly according to the specifications of the large city-state, in order to have a little sense of security. But now, if such a strong man from ancient times can be left in the fief, that Beloti can also build it boldly and confidently. I'm not too sure. Gu Yuan said that he wanted to repay my life-saving grace, so he came here to wait. But I really can't think of anything that needs him to repay, so I asked him to help guard this summoning scroll warehouse. Anyway, it's something I spent me time. But whether Gu Yuan will agree or not, I can't guarantee it. Qi Lu then spoke according to the set script. Gu Yuan's identity must be perfected so that Gu Yuan can be perfectly integrated into this fief. As for when Qi Lu saved Gu Yuan, those were all things before becoming a familiar, and a smart deed owner would not explore it. Mr. Qi Lu, if this can repay your kindness to me, then I will naturally be willing to guard this place for you. Gu Yuan cooperated and said it immediately, without hesitation. This scene fell into Beirut's eyes, and immediately made him happy. Very good, Your Excellency Gu Yuan, on behalf of all the residents living in his fief, I welcome you. Being able to keep such a strong man has too many benefits for fief construction. Of course, a warm welcome. Qi Lu, let me ask a question. What kind of strength is Your Excellency Gu Yuan? It seems to be very strong. Angel, on the other side, came to Qi Li's side and asked in a low voice rather curiously. Since Gu Yuan is going to stay in his own fief, he still needs to know the situation. Strength. According to what you said, it should be an excellent high level. Qi Lu pretended to think for a moment, and then answered aloud. Excellent, high level. As soon as these words came out, Angel turned around in shock and looked around Gu Yuan seriously. It is completely impossible to see that this ordinary man in a magic robe is actually an excellent high-level powerhouse. By the way, he's a summoner who also studied magic. Qi Lu added another sentence. This cold breath must be inhaled. Not smoking is not enough to reflect the shock and surprise in Angel's heart. A summoner who also studied magic. As an amateur magician who wanted to become a summoner, but could only learn magic, and could not become a summoner, Angel was quite aware of the difficulty of learning magic. Especially when a person is studying magic, it is boring and painful. However, this guy in front of him actually practiced magic under the premise that he is a powerful summoner. And so strong. It's just a change, no, it's a genius. Don't be so surprised. And I have also taught Gu Yuan how to make a summoning scroll. When you need a summoning scroll in the future, you can directly ask Gu Yuan to provide it. Before Angel came back to his senses, Qi Lu continued. However, this sentence is obviously said to Barrett. Gu Yuan, Your Excellency, can still make summon scrolls? This is incredible. Bellet looked at Gu Yuan at the moment, as if he was looking at a humanoid treasure. It's almost glowing green. However, Gu Yuan did not respond to Beirut's words, just bowed slightly to Qi Lu, and then walked back to the summoning scroll warehouse. Began to earnestly fulfill the so-called repayment task. Your Excellency Gu Yuan, this is. Belet suddenly felt a little uneasy about Gu Yuan's indifference. It's alright, don't worry about it. When I met Gu Yuan before, his character was like this, it's just cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Qila looked relaxed and explained. What emotions can you ask of an artificial robot? So that's the case. I thought Your Excellency Gu Yuan was dissatisfied with this fief. But a noble fief that is under construction, there is really no way to make such a strong man interested. Barrett was relieved at first, and then said with a self-deprecating expression. But after laughing at himself for a while, Belet raised his head again and said confidently, but it's okay. As long as Your Excellency Gu Yuan can stay here, I believe that soon, the name of Inua City will be heard throughout the entire Yanlong Kingdom. It is every nobleman's dream to build his own fief into a large city-state. But, willing to pursue this dream, there are not many nobles who go to struggle. After all, choose from the option of being busy with the development and construction of the fief every day, or relying on squeezing the residents of the fief to enjoy life. It shouldn't be difficult. Dreaming of this kind of thing, just say it verbally, it is still very simple. But it's really not that easy to do. Well, I think so too. Qila followed him and nodded perfunctorily. Qila doesn't care about the name of Silvermoon City, as long as the summoning scroll can be sold all over the world. And now, Gu Yuan has already arranged it, even if the cornerstone of powerful combat power is placed in this fief, it can come out to clear obstacles at a critical time. As for how to develop in the future, Qila was too lazy to point fingers. Professional matters are better left to professionals. Since Belet has this dream, he must have studied this direction carefully, but just lacks the necessary conditions. Now that the conditions are in place, it is time to show the big picture in my heart. So next, there is nothing about Qi Lu and Angel. However, it is indeed rare for her own fief to come back once, so Angel did not plan to go back to the Flame Academy so soon. Or take a good look at the changes in your own fief, and then take a few days off. Qi Lu is also happy to relax. Teaching Angel to learn magic before was just a hobby of last resort. Mainly to make up for Angel's lack of combat power that he couldn't become a summoner. But now, after Angel has the ability to protect herself, it doesn't matter whether she learns magic or not. Or building a fief is more important. As for the future, if Angel still wants to learn magic, even if he can't find Qi Lu, it is the same to ask Gu Yuan. In the acquisition of magical knowledge, Qi Lu, like Gu Yuan, comes from the system. It's just that Qi Li's control of his own power is more skillful and exquisite. So, in this leisurely and relaxing time, 3 days have passed. Until this day, when Qi Lu was sitting on the chair and was reading the annals of the Yanlong Kingdom to pass the time, he suddenly sensed the breath of a flame dragon. This breath, it's Gluck. Qi Lu closed the annals of history, stood up, flickered, and disappeared in place. In the sky, Qi Li's figure suddenly appeared and stood in front of Gluck, frowning slightly. You are injured, what's the matter? Gluck's appearance at this time, although not miserable, is definitely scarred. Large and small wounds covered Gluck's whole body, and the appearance of blood dripping was even more terrifying. Fortunately, these wounds are not too deep, and the powerful resilience endowed by the dragon bloodline has already recovered more than half of Gluck's injuries. However, after careful identification, it can be found that the scars on this body are more like caused by the same attack. Qila? After a surprised shout, Gluck was stunned for a moment, and quickly reacted. Stop talking, I'm not looking for news of the dragon clan. Although there is not much information about the dragon family, it is not difficult to find it. Gluck flapped his wings, and stopped in front of Qi Lu. Although he was still a little surprised, he still said aloud. The first lord who established the Yanlong Kingdom has a demon that is a genuine dragon of the dragon family. I know. Qi Lu glanced at the annals of the Yanlong Kingdom in his hand. To be honest, Qila didn't expect that the first lord of the Yanlong kingdom would have a real dragon with a familiar. And it's a fire dragon. It turned out that the way they named it was really straightforward. But does this have anything to do with your injury? Qi Lu brought the topic back again. Listen to me first. Gluck cleared his throat, and then continued, I will follow this clue and continue to look for news of the dragon race. Then I found out that the Blackwater Kingdom once dug up a dragon scale. He heard that the place where the dragon scale was dug up was the place where the first lord of the Yanlong Kingdom disappeared. I don't know if it's true or not. Oh? Qila raised his eyebrows and became interested. According to the situation recorded in the Yanlong Kingdom's annals, the first lord of the Yanlong Kingdom did not die, but disappeared unexpectedly. This is intriguing. You must know that the first lord who single-handedly established the Yanlong Kingdom, his strength is beyond doubt. But the news alone is quite suspicious for a powerhouse of this level to disappear unexpectedly. But it did happen, and it left a plausible vanishing spot. At that time, the Yanlong Kingdom also sent a large number of people to Ozark, but they were all unsuccessful. So in the end, this matter can only be a thing of the past. After all, if you continue to search, you will only be able to waste the country's strength. In addition to years of searching, according to calculations, the lifespan of the first country lord has almost reached its limit. Even if found, there is no way. So the second lord of the Yanlong Kingdom hurriedly ascended the throne and presided over the overall situation. It's just that the things recorded in the annals are true and false, and most of the time they can only be used as a reference. But there should be nothing wrong with such a big thing. So I went directly to the place I heard about, to see if the rumors were true or not. If you can dig out another dragon scale, it will definitely prove that the dragon clan once stayed in that place. When Gluck said this, he was still excited. But soon, it turned into a tangled expression. I just didn't expect that I had just arrived at that place and was about to go down to have a look when I was shocked by an invisible force. That coercion, if I don't feel wrong, is definitely pure long way. So I'll come to you right away. Although Gluck is a flame dragon, he has the blood of the dragon family in his body, and he is not low. However, in the face of pure dragon power, these demon beasts with impure dragon blood can't resist. Especially looking at the wounds on Gluck's body, which are densely covered all over the body. Gluck, the injury on your body was not caused by that. Long way. Qiladwa asked a question. That's right, it was shaken by that dragon's might. Gluck was quite certain that that invisible force was the pure dragon might. Dragon might that can directly cause destructive power. Qi Les Hen. Hand, rubbing his chin. Just looking at this dragon's power that can be condensed into essence ice enough to prove how terrible the cultivation realm of the master who released this dragon's power is. You know, coercion is more of an impact on the spiritual level. Once it rises to the level where it can damage the body, the realm will be completely different. At least, it is also something that can only be done by a powerhouse. Could it be that the disappearance of the first lord of the Yanlong Kingdom had something to do with a giant dragon at the power level? However, according to the records of the Yanlong Kingdom's annals, the strength of the first country lord should be at the power level. Moreover, he is also a summoner in the powerhouse level realm, and the combat power that he can display is more terrifying than the general powerhouse level power. Therefore, the dragon might that Gluck encountered was most likely emanating from a giant dragon at the peak of the powerhouse level. The pinnacle of the powerhouse level. This dragon of the realm of cultivation, let Gluck deal with it. Even if you don't do it, just relying on the condensed killing intent, I am afraid that Gluck can be killed. Fortunately, Gluck knew how to advance and retreat, and knew that he couldn't handle it, so he immediately ran over to inform Qi Lu. As for why Gluck knew that Qi Lu was here. Angel's movements are not a secret, just ask Angel's whereabouts. You did a great job. Now tell me where Long Wei erupted. After I confirm it, you will get what you deserve. Qi Lu thought for a while, before speaking aloud. Look, definitely have to see it. Even if it is not clear whether it is true or false, it is necessary to go and see the news that I have obtained with great difficulty. If the dragon soul fragments cannot be found, then the dragon scales in Qi Lu's hands are useless. If the task cannot be completed, there will be no advanced purchase channels. What's more, if this time passes, the giant dragon that can be found is really the same as Qi Li's guess. It is a giant dragon at the peak of the power level. It makes sense why the golden dragon scales found by Qi Lu have such a powerful function. It's just that why a dragon with such a high level of cultivation will have its reverse scales removed, and then another reason needs to be explored. For the specifics, you need to see it in person to find out. Okay, I'll wait. After Gluck told Qi Lu the location, he was about to leave here. The task is completed, it is time to take care of the wounds on the body. Wait, before that, I'll pay you a part of the deposit first. By the way, help me to find out about the dragon clan. Seeing that Gluck wanted to leave, Qi Lu stopped it after thinking for a while. Before the place where the dragon's might erupted was determined, and the dragon soul fragments could be obtained, the news of the dragon family could not be interrupted. So Gluck's mission isn't over yet. Oh? What deposit? Gluck turned around and looked at Qi Lu. It's just a little dragon blood essence. After you swallow it, carefully refining it, you can purify the dragon blood in your body. Qi Lu smiled, then stretched out his hand and flicked his fingers. A cloud of golden red liquid flew towards Gluck and stopped in front of it. The majestic breath also emanated from the golden red liquid. It turned out to be the blood of a giant dragon. How can you have such a thing on your body? The breath of the golden red liquid suspended in front of him made the dragon blood in Gluck begin to stir, and it also proved the identity of this group of golden red liquid. It is indeed the real blood of the dragon. This made Gluck look extremely shocked, completely unable to understand what Qi Lu wanted to do. Since Qi Li's hands have the blood of the giant dragon in them, why do they still need to find the news of the dragon clan? Why do I have dragon blood here? It's not something you should worry about, you just need to do what you need to do. Qi Lu glanced at Gluck indifferently, not intending to explain the problem. Only the mysterious and unpredictable can make people fear. Although Qi Lu simply did not want to reveal the existence of the system, that indifferent look still gave Gluck a creepy feeling. I was the one who made a blunder, sorry. Gluck hurriedly bowed his head and apologized, then swallowed the blood of the giant dragon in front of him. There is no way, a strong man who can obtain the blood of the dragon, Gluck does not think that he has the ability to deal with it. Serving soft is not a shameful performance, a man can bend and stretch. The same goes for the flame dragon. Then, Gluck, who got the deposit, left. All that has been said, what are you still doing here? Do you really have to wait for dinner? I didn't expect that the news of the dragon clan would come so soon, and am not ready yet. Qi Lu moved a bit, then looked into the distance. It's better to talk to Angel about acting alone, lest this little girl can't find anyone and starts running around in a hurry. So Qi Lu did not waste time and went back to find Angel. Then he solemnly rejected Angel's bold idea of going with him, and set foot on the road to the place where Long Wei erupted by himself. The location Gluck said was not close. In a desert far away from the Yanlong Kingdom, I don't know how the Blackwater Kingdom found it. The most incredible thing is that they can still dig up dragon scales. When Qi Lu found the place, at a glance, he could only see the endless yellow zen, and there would be a large piece of debris in the desert from time to time. These ruins, which were mostly covered by yellow sand, proved one thing to all the outsiders. That is how prosperous it was in the past on this desert. It's a pity that it is now all submerged by wind and sand, leaving only desolation and dead silence. Even those who are exploring and hunting for treasure are reluctant to come to his place because they can't find anything good at all. Could it be that this desert was also a prosperous city-state back then, or was it a prosperous country? Qile walked on this desert with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, walking through these ruins. The erosion of time has made these high-quality building materials extremely fragile and rotten. The Blackwater Kingdom will send people here to hunt for treasures, probably because they have read the annals of the Yanlong Kingdom, and know that this is the place where the first lord of the Yanlong Kingdom disappeared. Otherwise, why would you try your luck in this ghost place? On the road, Qile also tried to dig something out of these ruins. It's a pity that these ruins have become fragmented and scattered on the ground before they are dug, and they are almost mixed with the yellow sand. This also makes Luxing came up with a conjecture. When the first lord of the Yanlong Kingdom came here, it was most likely because he knew that this ruins buried under the yellow sand contained some unknown treasures. Of course, this is just speculation. After all, it's so long ago, who knows what the truth is? It's not far ahead, it should be the position Gluck said. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Above this desert, Qile, who had walked for an unknown distance, suddenly raised his head. Although in this endless desert, looking up, it is full of yellow sand, and it is impossible to distinguish the location. But the breath that permeates the air cannot be faked. In the scalding yellow sand under his feet, there is still a little inconspicuous blood, and the breath of the flame yellow that is difficult to detect, which cannot be covered by the wind and sand. Then ahead, it should be where Gluck was injured. Suff. At this moment, when Qile wanted to move on. In this vast desert, a huge storm suddenly rolled up, raising the yellow sand all over the sky. The gust of wind howled, mixed with the sound of the roar of yellow sand, making people feel a sense of depression in their hearts involuntarily. The blue sky was also obscured by the yellow sand, and it became gloomy. Is this a sandstorm? It doesn't seem like it, or is this a welcome to me? Qile looked at the sudden storm, roared and swept over, and immediately formed a protective barrier around him. The sudden sandstorm is just an appetizer. The real challenge should still lie ahead. Qile thought so, his face became serious, and the muscles on his body also tightened. A giant dragon at the peak of the powerhouse level, the current Qile, has no way to ignore it. Even if the sudden sandstorm was just a bluff, one should never let go of the vigilance. Roar. It didn't take a moment for an earth-shattering dragon roar to be heard in the storm. Even the roar of the gust of wind could not cover up this shocking dragon roar, as if it could reach the heart. In an instant, Longwei appeared all around and appeared beside Qile. The violent aura and the vast dragon's might, like a huge wave, slapped towards Qile. The momentum is great, the mighty. Such a powerful Longwei, it seems that the situation is not far from what I guessed. Qile took a deep breath, and then immediately mobilized the energy in his body to open the protective barrier and solidify it. The energy higher than the fighting spirit and magic power, after adding the spiritual force to condense into a protective barrier, the defense force will become extremely powerful. It is not a problem at all to resist the wind and sand and the dragon power in front of you. However, Qile still didn't know how long this mighty dragon might last. And is the dragon power in front of you the full power of that giant dragon that has yet to appear? After all, the realm of the peak of the powerhouse level is definitely a terrifying realm. At least Qile has not yet reached such a high level. Although it is said that from the realm of the powerhouse level to the realm of the peak powerhouse level, there is no need to experience the tempering of the trial space, only enough heaven and earth luck and one's own perception. Then connect the qi of heaven and earth with your own qi to reach the state of perfection. In this way, the destiny of heaven and earth that one owns can be endlessly generated, completely out of the control of the will of heaven and earth. It can be called the pinnacle of the powerhouse level. But there are very few powerhouse level experts who can do this. One of the factors is the limitation of the transportation of heaven and earth. But another more important factor is still subject to their own perception. You must know that a powerful person who has truly been promoted to the powerhouse level has already reached an incalculable level in his body's fighting qi or magic power. No matter how to increase do qi and magic power, the effect it can play is very small. Therefore, the acquisition of heaven and earth luck, to a large extent, has replaced the improvement of fighting qi and magic power. In addition, one's own perception and control of the fate of heaven and earth has become the most important thing. Until the peak of the powerhouse level, the fate of heaven and earth will basically completely replace the fighting qi and magic power, and become a higher level power, which will be used in battles. This is also why the powerhouse level power and the powerhouse level peak power are basically the biggest reason for the two realms. The reason why Qi Lu is not a powerhouse level peak power is because the power Qi Lu currently uses is still the special energy given to him by the system. Although the quality is indeed higher than the grudge and magic power. But compared to the fate of heaven and earth, it is still a long way off. This is also a gap that is almost irreparable. To give the simplest example, the power of absolute control possessed by the powerhouse level peak power is to completely control a space through its own tyrannical destiny. In this space, even the will of heaven and earth cannot intervene. The only thing that can counteract this power of control is the same level off power, who can use the heaven and earth to protect themselves. This is the level of power. There is a qualitative change between the strong level and the peak of the strong level. It is an insurmountable chasm. And the power lent to Qi Lu by the system. To put it bluntly, in fact, it is to replace all the special energy used by Qi Lu with the luck of heaven and earth. Otherwise, why would Qi Li's body not be able to support this power for so long? It is because the power converted from the fate of heaven and earth is too violent. If it cannot be fully controlled, it will easily cause irreparable damage to the body. Who is it? How dare you break into the realm of this seat? Just as Qi Lu was struggling to resist this dragon's might, a majestic voice fell from the sky. Its mighty momentum is like the resonance of heaven and earth. It fell into Qi Li's ears, causing his chest to feel stuffy, and his back even stood up. However, the appearance of this voice also made Qi Lu heave a sigh of relief. Because, finally, the main lord was brought out. I'm a human, Qi Lu. Then who are you? Qi Lu took a deep breath, and said aloud, without showing weakness. Although the momentum of the opponent's eruption is relatively strong, the momentum on his own side can't be defeated. People of the human race? Qi Lu? Anonymous. After the voice repeated Qi Li's remarks, it seemed a little scornful, and commented unceremoniously. But then, a majestic voice came from the sky. Only this time, he became arrogant. Book. The seat is the angel of the summoning god. What? This self-introduction really surprised Qi Lu, and his heart was even more shocked. What are you kidding? Familiar of the summoning god? It is no exaggeration to say that, regardless of the title of the god of summoning, it does not sound like a very good feeling. But he is currently Qi Lu, who is the identity of the demon, but he clearly knows that the strength level of the demon is the upper limit of the power of the master. To put it simply, the owner of this voice is the facilitator of the god of summoning. In terms of strength, it is not weaker than the god of summoning, and may even be stronger than the god of summoning. If this is the case, then the strength of the owner of this voice is a bit terrifying. No, that's not right. But soon, Qi Lu recovered from the shock. The facilitator of the god of summoning, why do you still stay in this world? Even the god of summoning is no longer in this world. How could a mere demon stay here? Qi Lu immediately thought of the loophole. If the god of summoning was still in this world, then Qi Lu sold the summoning scroll and robbed the god of summoning of the power of faith. It would have been long before the god of summoning appeared. Then Qi Lu couldn't stay in the summoning world for so long. It should have been sanctioned by the god of summoning. So, the truth of the matter is, you are lying. After Qi Lu wanted to understand the key, he went back unceremoniously. Lying? This seat never bothers to lie. Ignorance Junior. You broke into the domain of this seat without authorization, and you dare to say such a thing, then don't blame this seat for being ruthless. This majestic voice suddenly sounded. Then in the next instant, a giant dragon with a wingspan of several kilometers long appeared in the sky from the yellow sand in the sky. The incomparably huge body covered the sky and the sun, making the whole world seem to have entered the dark night. A terrifying and unparalleled aura, like a giant wave, surged forward. The violent long way was like a giant palm, pressing on Qi Li's body, making Qi Li's movement slow by 3 points. This kind of terrifying dragon might can never be released by a powerful dragon. This guy is a real giant dragon at the peak of the powerhouse level. Qi Li took a deep breath and raised his head, staring at the giant dragon in the sky with a look of astonishment. The wingspan of thousands of meters, the dragon body of thousands of meters. What is that concept? Across the sky, it is like a huge mountain range, suspended in the sky, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression. Just a simple look at it, will be shocked, and can't help but want to worship. This is the giant dragon at the peak of the powerhouse level. It is also the first real powerhouse level peak power Qi Lu has encountered. Whether he can win or not, Qi Lu really has no idea in his heart. System, host, the dragon in front of you is the dragon soul fragment that needs to be collected in the mission. Please defeat it as soon as possible, so that the mission can be completed. But at this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in Qi Li's mind. Under such a tense atmosphere, Qi Lu almost didn't frighten Qi Li's legs, and sat directly on the ground. What did you say just now? Do you dare to say it again? The giant dragon at the peak of the powerhouse level in front of me is just Adragon soul fragment? However, after Qi Lu reacted to what the system said, the shock in his heart was even more profound than when he saw the giant dragon appearing just now. A giant dragon at the peak of the powerhouse level, is it just one of the dragon soul fragments? In front of this giant dragon, what kind of cultivation realm is it? And many more. That being said, what this giant dragon said before, it is the familiar of the god of summoning is true. The realm of cultivation, beyond the peak of the powerhouse level, I am afraid that only the gods can do it. However, why did the facilitator of the dignified summoning god leave a piece-off dragon soul in this world? Could it be that the god of summoning was severely injured by other gods, and even his own demon was killed, and only this piece of dragon soul remained? This is a reasonable guess, not impossible. As for why Qi Lu didn't guess that the god of summoning had died, it was because the master of the contract died, and the demon would also fall with him. Then there will be no dragon soul fragments left. This is really interesting. Accidentally, I discovered the lucky secret between the gods. It's just that what happened specifically, we won't be able to figure it out until we defeat the guy in front of him. Qi Lu moved his wrists and ankles, and then looked around with the corner of his eyes. Since the giant dragon in front of him said that he had broken into its domain, then it means that this space should be a small space independent of the summoning world. No wonder that after so many years, nothing has been discovered in this desert. A giant dragon at the peak of the powerhouse level has a domain that is not so easy to break into. Otherwise, why was Gluck knocked out by Long Wei before he got close? As for the people of the Blackwater Kingdom, Qi Lu estimated that the dragon scale dug up should have been accidentally left in the desert. Besides, Qi Lu couldn't think of any other explanation. Bring it on. Qi Lu, who wanted to understand the whole story, stood up abruptly, looked up at the sky, and shouted. Interesting, the mere ants dare to challenge this seat. Then get ready to die. The dragon's temper was not very good. Seeing that Qi Lu dared to fight, he let out a roar. The overwhelming long wave swept in, and in an instant, the surrounding air seemed to become sticky. It seems like a chain of space shackles, firmly imprisoning Qi Lu. Qi Lu couldn't move at all. When the power of absolute control possessed by the powerhouse-level peak power acted on him, Qi Lu realized how powerless his opponent was at the beginning. The fate of heaven and earth is the use and control of the power of heaven and earth. The realm of the peak of the powerhouse level is indeed tyrannical. Qi Lu felt the power around his body, and the spatial shackles bound his body. The terrifying power of control made Qi Lu unable to move a finger. Can't even make a sound. And the most terrifying thing is that Qi Lu can clearly feel that his heart is beating more and more slowly. The blood all over the body is flowing more and more slowly under the power of this control. The only thing that cannot be affected is probably only his own thoughts. Those who trespass into this area without authorization. The giant dragon in the sky looked at Qi Lu with cold eyes, and spat out a word without mercy. Die. Qi Lu could clearly feel that the spatial shackles bound to his body began to turn into spikes. If there is no accident, in the next second, these space spikes will pierce his body. At that time, if he dies in this area, Qi Lu may not even be able to escape his soul. Seeing it with my own eyes, and personally feeling the power of the powerhouse level peak power, really made me feel a lot. But unfortunately, I don't want to die here yet. Qi Li's eyes swept across the surrounding space spikes, and then looked at the giant dragon in the sky. In an instant, a mighty force erupted from Qi Lu and swept away. In an instant, all the space spikes were shattered, and the space shackles on Qi Lu were also shattered. Heaven and earth luck add to the body, protect the body. At this moment, Qi Lu has already stood on the same level as this giant dragon in the realm of cultivation. Huh? How is this possible? In the human race, when did such a genius from the sky appear again? After the giant dragon saw the power that Qi Lu had erupted, there was a touch of human consternation in the beast's pupils. Again? Qi Lu very keenly captured a very crucial word in the dragon's self-talk. Could it be that among the human races in this world, is there still a mighty power as strong as this giant dragon was alive? This is absolutely explosive news. To be honest, from Qi Li's point of view, the peak of the powerhouse level might not be enough to cause the dragon to be shocked. After all, only a single dragon soul fragment is so powerful. When this giant dragon was still alive, the power it possessed was unimaginable. Therefore, the human race that can shock this giant dragon should be the existence of the same realm as it was in his lifetime. That is, above the power level realm. Above the peak of the powerhouse level. If this kind of power really exists in the summoning world, then Qi Li should be careful. Because of the existence of that level, Qi Lu really might not be able to deal with it. You have to stabilize a wave of development first. Junior of the human race, you should not be a creature of this world. After sensing Qi Li's cultivation realm, the giant dragon suddenly restrained his hostility for some reason. Moreover, the title of Qi Lu has also changed from the previous disdain to the title of the seniors, calling the juniors. However, Qi Lu had no opinion on the issue of the title. After all, in terms of the years this giant dragon has lived, and the realm of cultivation, it is actually understandable to call Qi Lu a junior of the human race. It's just that Qi Lu won't call this giant dragon according to the name of his predecessors. What's more, the most critical point now should be the firm words of this giant dragon, which really makes Qi Lu somewhat incomprehensible. Why do you say that I am not a creature of this world? This is very important information. In particular, the extremely determined tone of this giant dragon made Qi Lu feel very strange. Did this guy see his true identity? Little guy, you don't have to think about taking the words of this seat. In fact, it doesn't matter if I tell you the truth. It's impossible for a dragon who doesn't know how long to live that he can't hear such simple words. Just don't care. The reason why this seed is so certain that you are not a creature of this world is because when the god of summons left this world, it shattered the will of this world. In the absence of heaven and earth, how could there be a creature like you in the realm of cultivation? The giant dragon lightly said the good news about the god of summoning, and Chila's eyelids jumped wildly in shock. The will of heaven and earth was shattered by the god of summons. After knowing this, it was really difficult for Qi Lu to imagine how powerful the god of summoning was. In other words, how powerful the dragon in front of him was before his death. However, even for such a tyrannical dragon, there is still only one dragon soul fragment left at this moment, and the whereabouts of the god of summoning are unknown. Who did this? Thinking of this, Qi Lu always felt that he had come into contact with some incredible fortunate secrets. Is this the world of the strong? System, host, this system has something to say. Qi Lu didn't even finish his emotions when he heard the system's voice coming out of his mind, and he was suddenly confused. You two-stroke system, what else do you have to say? System, host, according to your current thinking, this system feels that this system still has a little say in the will of heaven and earth. The damn system is spying on my mind again. This was Qi Li's first thought after listening to the system's words. But soon, Qi Lu reacted, and the system suddenly came up with the meaning of these words, probably to answer his doubts. Because there is a question about the will of heaven and earth, it may not be a particularly difficult problem for a system that can directly connect to the will of heaven and earth. Therefore, since the system can take the initiative to speak out, it means that there should be something different about the summoning god. Could it be that, is there any difference between the will of heaven and earth? Qi Lu seemed to have a flash of inspiration and immediately asked in his mind. System, hey. I can't see it, you seem to have suddenly become smarter, host. I really don't know where you got the confidence to say this. Qi Li's face was silent, and he was speechless. When asking someone for advice, even if the corners of your eyes twitch, you have to stay calm. When you are not ashamed to ask questions, you must do your best on the surface. Besides, the system is still taking the initiative to show up to help solve problems. Of course, I can't show it. System, as the host said, it is also the will of heaven and earth, but depending on the world in which the will of heaven and earth is condensed, the power of the will of heaven and earth is not the same. System, simply put, the higher the power level of the world, the stronger the will of heaven and earth condensed. System, in addition, the longer the will of heaven and earth is condensed, the more growth it will gain, and the power it possesses will naturally become stronger. The easy-to-understand explanation made Qi Lu quickly understand the meaning of the system. Because I have said before that the essence of the will of heaven and earth is actually the instinct of a world, the product of extreme condensation. When the power level of the world is raised, the will of heaven and earth will naturally become stronger. After the will of the day and the earth becomes stronger, it will be fed back to the heaven and earth luck of the creatures between the heaven and the earth, or other cultivation resources. Will become more. In this way, the power level of thousands of creatures can be increased, so that the power level of the entire world can be raised. Then a virtuous circle is formed, complementing each other. Therefore, generally speaking, when the will of heaven and earth is born, it is the most vulnerable time. If at such a time, there is a power that surpasses the highest level of power in this world, it can indeed shatter the will of this newly born world. The behavior of the summoning god may be so. After thinking about this, Qi Lu suddenly realized that these worlds that believed in gods seemed to be the same. The fate of heaven and earth does not exist, and the will of heaven and earth does not appear. The power level of the entire world is tightly restricted. When he collected the power of faith from the god of forging before, Qi Lu wastingly guessing. But now, Qi Lu is basically certain. The will of heaven and earth is the enemy of those gods. As for the reason, Qi Lu can probably guess, it is nothing more than a question of the power of belief. What is the most important factor in believing in gods? Because these gods have tyrannical power and boundless power, these creatures dare not give birth to the heart of resistance, so they can only believe and worship. However, the existence of the will of heaven and earth will make the creatures living in this piece of heaven and earth become stronger and stronger. Until one day, it was powerful enough to resist the gods. Then these creatures will begin to question the majesty of the gods. Faith begins to crumble. And this kind of situation, no matter which god is, it is impossible to seat. Therefore, smashing the will of heaven and earth at birth has become a necessary means to prevent the loss of the power of belief. As long as these creatures are always weak, they will always believe in their own gods. Become a fanatic and become a big trend in this world. This guess, even if there is a deviation, is probably not too different from the real situation. It turns out that it is no wonder that the power level of these worlds is so low that you can't even feel the slightest luck in the world. Qi Lu frowned unpleasantly. Regarding this inferred fact, he just felt a little disgusting. Yep, it's disgusting. The birth of the will of heaven and earth is the expectation of thousands of living beings, and the cohesion of the purest instinct of heaven and earth. However, for their own selfishness, these gods ruthlessly cut off the path for these creatures to become stronger. It's like raising animals in captivity to be slaughtered. It's just that the poultry and livestock provide meat, and what these thousands of creatures provide is the power of faith. Forced helpless power of faith. It's just that these creatures do not know these lucky secrets, so it is impossible to know their identity and positioning in the eyes of those gods. In fact, it is not much different from the poultry and livestock they raise themselves. Still living in this kind of false happiness in such a muddled way, contributing his own beliefs. And it's hard to wake up. So even if Qi Lu guessed this fact, he didn't plan to say it. After all, it is obviously impossible to break the situation that the god of summoning may have managed for thousands of years with just a few words of affamiliar. What's more, there are clearly more important things to solve now than the task of enlightening the world. That is the giant dragon in front of him. Why would he say this? Thinking of this, Qi Lu looked at the giant dragon in the sky again, and asked it in a deep voice, "If this is the case, then why are you telling me about such a secret thing? Aren't you afraid that I will tell you?" Talking to a dragon that has lived for so long, probing or something, can be completely omitted. They're all smart people, and it's better to keep things simple. No, you won't say it. The giant dragon looked at Qi Lu with great certainty, and said slowly, "A creature that can reach the realm of your cultivation will only appear in that world. So, you and this seed are the same, both come from the four directions." Speaking of this name, a gleam of light flashed across the dragon's vertical pupils. "What place did you say?" Hearing this, Qi Lu looked at the giant dragon in astonishment. "Where is the quartet?" Qi Lu was sure that he had never heard of this name, nor had he seen records anywhere. But looking at the fact that the giant dragon in front of him looked like something, it gave Qi Lu the illusion that he had forgotten something important. Or, what did this guy misunderstand? "Looking at your expression, this seat is more convinced that you are indeed a junior of the human race." Qi Li's stunned expression made the dragon in the sky laugh out loud, obviously in a very happy mood. "Yeah, since that battle, the Xifeng realm is no longer called the Xifeng realm. Then let's put it another way, the junior human, are you from the eastern wilderness, or the northern mountain range?" Although the dragon's tone was slow, the content of the words sounded like a thunderbolt, resounding in Qi Li's ears, causing Qi Li's brain to buzz. East Wilderness. Or North Mountain Range. The giant dragon in front of him could even say these two names. That also means that the Xifeng realm in the mouth of this giant dragon really refers to the world where Qi Lu lives. However, the Xifeng realm is obviously only a piece of heaven and earth. Why are there two heaven and earth wills, the East Desolation and the North Mountain Range? Could it have something to do with the war in the mouth of this giant dragon? "I do come from the Xifeng realm." Qi Lu took a deep breath and calmed down before speaking aloud. "Ha ha ha. It's really not easy. I have been waiting here for thousands of years before you appear. The dragon in the sky laughed again, and his tone became kinder. That, Senior. This burst of laughter made Qi Lu stunned and had to stop. Now that I know that the giant dragon in front of me is from the same world as myself, I don't feel wronged when I call my senior. Because whether in terms of seniority or cultivation realm, Qi Lu is in the position of the junior. Therefore, Qi Lu will not be less polite. This seat knows that you will definitely have many questions in your heart, but don't worry, this seat will tell you what you can say. After the dragon was tired of laughing, he looked at Qi Lu and continued. All right. Qi Lu scratched his head and swallowed the question in his mouth. Talking to a smart person saves effort, just open your mouth and you will be guessed. Want to say something? Then Senior, the first question, I want to know your identity, what is it? So Qi Lu changed the conversation and directly asked the question that interests him the most. After a pause, he added, it is an identity other than the identity of the summoning god's demon. Junior human race, you can ask, but even if I tell you, you probably won't know. The identity of this seat is the Holy King of the Dragon Clan. The only Holy King. Dragon King. Qi Lu had never heard of this name. But if you think about the cultivation realm of the giant dragon in front of you, you can know how noble the Dragon King is. From the ancient times to the present, among the entire dragon clan, there is only one Holy King. It doesn't take much to say anything to understand what a noble position, Tis. I see. Qi Lu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, wrote down the title, and decided to ask Lan Qi when he went back to see if he knew about the Dragon King. Lan Qi is also an orthodox dragon. He should not be unfamiliar with this kind of secret within the dragon family. Then the second question, Senior, why did you come to this side of the world? Qi Lu knew that there was a feeling of knowingly asking. But I couldn't help but want to make sure. Little guy, the familiar contract on your body hasn't disappeared, why are you asking this question? The Dragon King glanced at Qi Lu, and seemed to answer the question. But it answered Qi Li's question very well. Since the identities of both are familiars, they were naturally summoned by the Deed Master. Then what is the situation with you now, Senior? If the will of this world is shattered, it should be impossible for anyone to threaten your safety. After Qi Lu confirmed the way the Dragon King came to summon the world, he immediately asked the third question. Because the situation in front of me is really weird. This seat is willing to stay here. This question, the Dragon King was silent for a while, before he spoke slowly. In order to wait for the creatures from the four directions to come here, in order to reunite the will of this world. As soon as these words came out, Qi Li's heart suddenly shook. Reconsolidate the will of heaven and earth on this side? Why? Aren't you the familiar of the god of summoning? Qi Lu looked at the Dragon King in astonishment. The god of summoning tried his best to shatter the will of this world, but the Holy Dragon King, the enchanter of the god of summoning, actually wanted to condense the will of this world. Is this a backstab from one's own people? Or is there another lucky secret? This piece of heaven and earth is the starting place of the god of summoning, and the will of the heaven and earth is shattered just to confer a god. This seat left the remnants of the soul and waited here for 1,000 years, in order to allow the living beings in the four directions to reunite the will of heaven and earth for this world. Junior human race, do you know that it is absolutely impossible to enter the realm of the outside world if it is not at the power level? When the Dragon King said this, he suddenly raised his head and glanced at the far end of the sky. Then he turned around and looked at Qi Lu. It's no wonder that no one has discovered it for thousands of years. A little doubt in Qi Li's heart was immediately answered. The will of the summoning world was shattered by the god of summoning, and it was impossible to appear the power of the powerhouse level. According to the King of Giant Dragon, it seems that only the Sifeng realm can have the power of the powerhouse level realm, So the creatures it is waiting for are only the creatures of the Sifeng realm. So, is there any plan in there? Senior, why do you have to condense the will of this world? Qi Lu asked, a little puzzled. Although the will of heaven and earth has been condensed, it is also a good thing for Qi Lu, but before he knows the reason, Qi Lu always has a feeling that he will be tricked by others. In order to sever the acquisition of the power of faith, the Dragon King said it firmly. Wait, if you cut off the power of faith in the god of summoning, it won't do you any good. With that said, Qi Lu was even more puzzled. As the facilitator of the god of summoning, he actually wants to cut off the power of faith of the god of summoning. If there is no conspiracy here, Qi Lu absolutely does not believe it. This seat knows what you want to say, but the real god of summoning is dead. The Dragon King's tone seemed very calm. But what he said made Qi Lu unable to calm down. What did you say? The god of summoning is dead? Then why did you? When Qi Lu said this, he suddenly stopped. Because the rest of the words are spoken, there is always a feeling of cursing people to death, which doesn't sound good. You want to ask why this seat is still alive, right? It's very simple, as long as you can separate the souls and sign the familiar contract, it's enough. Because you only need to smash the part of the soul that signed the demon contract, and the effect of the demon contract will be invalidated. It's that simple. The Dragon King said lightly. However, when Qi Lu heard the level of danger, he felt a cold sweat. Smashing part of one's own soul is easy to say, but if it is really done, iPhone is not careful, one's soul will be dissipated. Because the soul is one, if you want to separate, you can't do it. No wonder, the current giant Dragon King has only a part of dragon soul fragments left. The rest of it had been shattered by itself. Of course, it is also possible that the god of summoning encountered a powerful enemy and died, which led to the death of the soul of that part of the Dragon King. After all, there is more than one god, and the strength is naturally strong and weak. However, Qi Lu is not sure what the specific situation is. Then, Senior, you want to recondense the will of heaven and earth, is it for? After learning that the god of summoning had died, Qi Lu suddenly had a guess in his heart. You are right. If you don't recondense the will of heaven and earth, it is impossible for the next god of summoning to appear, so this is a necessary process. The Dragon King nodded and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, a strange look appeared in Qi Lu's eyes. God, can you make it yourself? The so-called gods are nothing more than a group of powerhouses who transcend ordinary living beings, and they are not born gods. Seeing the change in Qi Lu's eyes, the Dragon King explained with a sneer. Immediately after. Before he finished speaking, the Dragon King opened his mouth, and a black shadow flew towards Qi Lu immediately. What is this? Qi Lu's conditioned reflex generally raised his hand to catch it, and after a closer look, he found a statue that was caught. A statue with a rather strange appearance, it looks like the picture after countless beasts collided and distorted. You can be regarded as the core of the will of heaven and earth. The Dragon King said in a deep voice. This is, the core of the will of heaven and earth? Qi Lu looked at the strange statue in his hand with surprise, and suddenly remembered what the system said a long time ago. It was what the system said when Qi Lu went to look for the dragon scales. It is said that the treasure this time has something to do with the will of heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, I didn't see any relationship at the time, but now it appears in front of Qi Lu. Yes, if you want to go further and surpass the powerhouse level, then use this core to condense the will of this world. Beyond the powerhouse level, there is a wider world. The Dragon King nodded slightly and said in a serious tone. It's just that his tone became very tired compared to before, as if he had lost all his strength. The realm above the strong level. Wait, Senior, your voice. You gave me this core, it has a great influence in you. Qi Lu was keenly aware of the change in the tone of the Dragon King. It doesn't have a big impact. In fact, I should have left this world long ago, just waiting for your arrival, and I am here to survive. The voice of the great Dragon King, although tired, was full of relief. This kind of relief, as if after telling Qi Lu, even after explaining his last words, he can leave with peace of mind. The rapid changes in this situation made Qi Lu feel unprepared. You said it well just now, how come you are going to die all of a sudden? Although the Dragon King did say that staying in this world is to reunite the will of heaven and earth. But there is no need for such a sudden attack. Wait a minute, Senior, I still have questions to ask. In the Xifeng realm, what kind of war happened? Why did it become like this? Qi Lu can clearly perceive that the breath of the giant dragon, Holy King, is getting weaker, and he hastily asked aloud. If this is not asked, there may be no chance to ask again. To be honest, Qi Lu didn't understand why the Dragon King suddenly gave him the core of the will of heaven and earth. He also said such a strange thing. It is not the first time that Qi Lu has done the matter of condensing the will of heaven and earth. What does it have to do with breaking through the powerhouse realm? Moreover, he didn't say how the god of summoning fell. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to entice people? Also, why do you have to wait for other people to condense the will of heaven and earth? Can't you do it yourself, the Dragon King? Find someone to do things, you have to make things clear. A lot of questions lingered in Qi Li's mind, but in this case, he could only pick the most crucial questions to ask. Therefore, the battle in the Xifeng realm was what Qi Li cared about the most. I'm sorry, Human Race Jr., your current cultivation realm is not enough, knowing that too early will not do you any good. So, work hard to become stronger. When you step into that level, you will naturally know everything you want to know. The voice of the giant dragon Holy King is getting lower and lower, and the breath and coercion are getting weaker and weaker. The surrounding space also spread countless cracks, and it was about to collapse. Damn. Isn't it the same as saying it and not saying it? Although Qi Lu was annoyed, he had nothing to think about. The breath of the giant dragon Holy King is almost too weak to be perceived, and it will soon disappear completely. What can be done? With only one dragon soul fragment, it has been here for thousands of years, which is already amazing. What more can you ask for? Wait, that's right. And that dragon scale. Since the dragon scales and the dragon soul fragments are one body, it should be useful. Thinking of this, Qi Lu immediately took out the golden dragon scale. You actually have the dragon scales of this seed on your body. There was a little surprise in the voice of the Dragon King, but he calmed down quickly, as if he was thinking about something. Forget it, junior human, since you have dragon scales, then this seed will leave a remnant of your soul with you. As for what you can do, it depends on your talent. After that, the dragon body of the giant dragon Holy King shattered like a mirror image. Immediately it turned into a sky full of fluorescent light, scattered into the void, and disappeared. At the same time, a ray of light pierced the sky and fell into the dragon scales in Qi Li's hands. It was the remnant soul promised by the Dragon King. The next moment, the domain space where Qi Lu was located suddenly collapsed. The endless desert appeared in front of Qi Li's eyes again. The yellow sand was like fire, and it was extremely dazzling. I didn't mean that. Qi Lu stared blankly at the golden dragon scale in his hand, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. Originally, the dragon scale was taken out because Qi Lu felt that the dragon soul of the giant dragon king was exhausted, so with the dragon scale as a carrier, he might still be able to live. But who knows, after seeing the dragon scales, the attitude of the giant dragon Holy King is even more decisive. He self-destructed the dragon's body on the spot and died, leaving behind a trace of remnant soul. What the hell? Headache. Having experienced so many strange things, Qi Lu couldn't help covering his head. This is all anger, it really hurts my brain. System, don't look at it, I know that the number of quest items you need has never been required. The dragon scales and dragon soul fragments are all in hand, so the quest should be considered complete. After Qila sighed for a while, he said it in his mind. System, is the host sure to submit the quest item? Sure. Dragon scales and dragon soul fragments have no effect on Qi Lu, and they didn't know what to do with them. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task reward will be issued when returning to the store. A very reasonable approach, after all, high-level purchase channels are useless in the summoning world. As for the additional use of the power of faith, to be honest, although Qile is looking forward to it, he has not expected it to the extent that he has talked it now. Because now there are more important questions to ask. System, help me to see whether the function of this core is true or not, and whether there are any hidden functions. After Qile handed in the task, he immediately picked up the weird statue in his hand. Although the Dragon King said that this is the core of the will of heaven and earth, but the actual function, what it was, Qile did not know. The so-called intention of harming others is indispensable, and the heart of defending others is indispensable. Even on the surface, the Dragon King has no intention of harming anyone. But there was a conspiracy behind it, and Qile couldn't see it for a while. At any rate, it also involves a more ancient secret. With insufficient information, no matter how smart Qi Lu is, he can't guess anything. System, host, please wait a moment, it is testing. The results will come out soon. Qi Lu was not in a hurry for a while, and sat down directly on the hot yellow zan, thinking quietly. Although there is not much news from the mouth of the Dragon King. But every news can be called shocking. The Great War in the Sifeng realm, the fall of the god of summoning, the thousands of years of waiting by the Dragon King. Qile never thought that he could learn so many lucky secrets, and he seemed to be trapped in it. Although I faced the god of blacksmithing a long time ago, it has never been as clear as today, directly blocking the power of belief, and it is simply to forge a deadly vengeance with the gods. However, the matter has come to this point, and my future path will probably not change. If Qile wanted to collect the power of faith, he would inevitably face those gods. So this dead knot, Qile will not bother. It's just that Qile hates being involved in such a vague way. He doesn't even know what happened, so he has to fight those unknown enemies to death. It feels pretty bad. So if Qile wants to understand these things, he must dig out those ancient fortunate secrets. Then the question turns back. Whether the words of the giant dragon Holy King are true or false is unknown to Qile. However, it is a truth to strive to become stronger. Only when you are strong enough to not fear any enemies can you be qualified to face these ancient fortunate secrets. Only have the ability to detect these strategies buried in the long river of time. For this reason, Qile had to cheer up, temporarily give up the idea of eating and waiting to die, and honestly become stronger. So, the world above the powerhouse level, do you know the system? Qile suddenly asked this question. In the previous conversation, Qile already had a guess about the cultivation realm of the Dragon King before his death. An existence beyond the realm of the powerhouse, what would that be? System, host, if you want to know, this system can tell you. System, ordinary powerhouse level realm, condensing the sky and the earth's luck, when it reaches the realm of endless life, it is the peak of the powerhouse level. System, at the peak of the strong level, you can gather the power of faith and turn it into the supreme throne. System, when you ascend to the throne, it is the day you step into the king level. Above the powerhouse level is the king level. The Holy King of the Dragon gathers the power of faith of the dragon race, and the one under his seat is the dragon race throne. Therefore, the dragon clan has only one Holy King, the only Holy King. It's no wonder that those gods spread their beliefs wildly in order to gain the power of belief. All for the supreme power. So that's the case, is the power of faith. It was the first time that Qi Lu heard about the realm above the powerhouse level, but he didn't expect to use the power of faith. Wait a minute, the system just said. Gather the power of faith. Become the supreme throne? The system, the new use of the power of faith, isn't this, right? It's Yuseto condense the throne, so as to break through the powerhouse level. Qi Lu, who was just waking up from a dream, suddenly came back to his senses. It is no wonder that the trial room in the store has not been upgraded, and there is no higher level trial space. It turned out that if you want to break through the powerhouse level and be promoted to the king level, you don't need any trial crystals at all. What you need is an incalculable power of faith. The reason is not complicated. Because, using the power of faith to condense the king of the throne, ice itself a power at the level of the will of heaven and earth. The trial space opened up by the trial crystal is essentially a method used by the will of heaven and earth to limit thousands of living beings. If you want the will of heaven and earth to limit the power of the same level, how can you do it? This is also the reason why the forging world where Qi Lu has been, and the summoning world where he is now, are promoted to the realm of cultivation, and there is no need to try crystals at all. After all, even the will of heaven and earth has been shattered in these two worlds, so what is there to limit? System, of course not, host, because it is impossible for you to condense the supreme throne, so the power of faith in your hands is not very useful. What did you say? When he heard this answer, Qi Lu was really shocked. Can't condense the supreme throne? Wouldn't that mean that there is no way to ascend the throne and break through to the king level realm? System, no, host, your worries are completely unnecessary. System, as long as this system is there, you can rest assured as a host, but the way you become stronger as a host will be a little different. What's the difference? You tell me. There was a bad premonition in Qi Li's heart, and it was very strong. Generally speaking, the whim of a powerhouse level almighty predicts that the success rate is not low. So Qi Li's mood at the moment is really very complicated. System, what's different? You will naturally know when the host has enough cultivation realm. That's it again. Hearing this, Qi Lu couldn't help but compare his middle finger alone. But to be honest, before the cultivation realm has not reached the peak of the powerhouse level, it is really meaningless to know these things. After all, Qi Lu is not lacking in the power of belief or something. At least the source of the power of belief in the system is at least as much as one world. It was still stolen from the god of blacksmithing. Forget it, I'm too lazy to ask you this question. You still say, is this test finished? Qi Lu was referring to the weird statue in his hand. Getting stronger is not something that can be achieved overnight, it has to be accumulated continuously. The supreme throne is not so easy to condense, and the power of belief that needs to be spent is even more astronomical. Otherwise, why are those gods calculating the number of worlds when they obtain the power of faith? If it were so easy, the gods would not be so rare. System, master, if you don't mention it, this system almost forgot. Just now, it has been tested. System, this strangely shaped statue, called the Heart of Summoning, does have the function of nurturing the will of heaven and earth, and it also stores innumerable power of belief. Summoning heart. There is still the power of faith in this? The Dragon King is so generous. Qi Lu looked at the weird statue in his hand and said with emotion. The importance of the power of faith is as indispensable to a king level mighty, just as the fate of heaven and earth is to a strong level almighty. Because the fighting power of the king level almighty is inseparable from the throne he holds. And if you want the throne to become stronger, you must have enough faith. As a genuine king level almighty, the Dragon King cannot fail to understand this truth. So to say it generously, it's true. By the way, system, the Heart of Summoning shouldn't have any side effects. Qi Lu deliberately asked one more question. Don't be fooled by the generosity on the surface. System, don't worry, host, after the identification of this system, the Heart of Summoning does not have any side effects, that is, in terms of material, it seems to be very similar to that thing. What? Sheila asked, quickly. System, cast jade plate. Casting jade plate? Hearing this familiar name, Chi Li's eyelids jumped, and he couldn't help but evaluate the summoning heart. The will of heaven and earth in the forging world was bred from the casting jade plate. Unexpectedly, the material of the summoning heart will be similar to the casting jade plate. The only difference is that there is no power of belief in the cast jade plate. System, yes, although the materials of the two are slightly different, there should be no difference in essence. It's a great discovery. Chi Li weighed the summoning heart in his hand and muttered to himself thoughtfully. After a long time, he said slowly, since there are no side effects. Since there are no side effects, what about the will of the giant dragon kings to recondense this world? Anyway, I will definitely meet those gods, so it's better to strike first. Chi Li thought clearly about this question. This is how Zhu Bao was condensed, and it helped a lot when fighting against the Hall of Casting. So now condensing a will of heaven and earth, it will not have any effect. The only regret is that the senior dragon Holy King walked too fast, and I destroyed the dragon's body before I finished asking questions. Having said this, Chi Li couldn't help but sighed. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy can help you win 100 battles. But now Chi Li is completely confused. If it really starts to fight, he is toe guard against the trump cards of those gods. System, host, if this is what you are thinking about, in fact, this system also checked it out just now. Huh? What did you probe? Chi Li almost didn't respond. System, it's the giant dragon Holy King you said, why is it so eager to self-destruct the dragon's body? Although the IQ of this system is not very high, it can always give surprise at critical moments. Chi Li's eyes widened in surprise. Then what did you find out? What's the reason? Chi Li asked, quickly. If this reason is not asked, it is simply a torture of curiosity. And the current situation will also bring fog. System, the great dragon king self-destructed the dragon's body in order to release the power in the dragon's soul fragments, block the location of this piece of heaven and earth, and prevent those with ulterior motives from detecting the world coordinates. Reuniting the will of heaven and earth is likely to be detected by those gods. Especially in the case that the god of summoning has already died, those gods will definitely find a way to encroach on this world. As long as the will of heaven and earth is successfully condensed, it may not be long before an emissary of a certain god will appear, come to preach the faith, and take the opportunity to take away all the followers of the summoned god. And then shattered the will of heaven and earth again. This situation is not impossible. Because the summoning world and the forging world are different. Even if the forging world has reunited the will of heaven and earth, it still belongs to the god of forging in name. After all, the god of blacksmithing has not yet died, so no matter what happens, other gods will not attack the forging world. But the god of summoning is gone. Then the summoning world is equivalent to a piece of meat placed on a cutting board. But at present, the summoning world has not yet condensed the will of heaven and earth, so the power of belief belongs to the state of dispersal. Under such circumstances, the gods who are greedy for the power of faith can barely balance. Because the situation where everyone wants to do it will almost always turn into a situation where no one dares to do it first. However, after the will of the sky and the earth was reunited and the power of belief was blocked, the situation began to change. After all, eating less meat is not the same as eating no meat at all. Therefore, the location coordinates of this piece of heaven and earth must be masked. Otherwise, the battle that took place on the northern mountain range would definitely repeat itself in the summoning world. And the overall combat power of the summoning world may not even reach half of the northern mountain range. It's obvious what happens. Self-destructing the dragon's body, just to obscure the position coordinates of this world. Qi suddenly recalled a small movement of the giant dragon Holy King. In the previous conversation, he glanced at the end of the sky. Qi didn't care at that time. But looking back now, I am afraid that at that time, the Dragon King had already noticed it. Reuniting the will of heaven and earth is abhorrent to any god. So there must be no negligence. This kind of self-sacrificing spirit, I admit, I can't do it. Dragon Holy King, you can afford this title. Thinking of this, Qi was instantly in awe. This is a powerhouse-level peak power. If you dedicate yourself, you will dedicate yourself without considering the consequences at all. It is impossible to replace it with someone else. Qi is even more self-aware. At most, he can make sure that people don't offend me, and I don't offend others. Otherwise, it will be a win-win situation. As for self-sacrifice, think too much. System, in addition to this, the Dragon King has another purpose in destroying the dragon's body. System, it is to use the heaven and earth it has as a guide to help the will of the heaven and earth in this world to condense faster. At the last moment, they are all sacrificing themselves and others, willing to be a stepping stone. Qi can be regarded as an insight. What is a righteous person? Even if I'm rushing into this matter, I have to help this side of the world and recondense the will of heaven and earth. I can't let the kindness of the senior Dragon King go to waste. The matter has been clarified, and Qi has nothing to complain about. It is also out of the trust of Qi that the Holy Dragon King can self-destruct the dragon body without hesitation. I think Qi can do what it says. So Qi did not want to betray this trust. It's over, let's go. The purpose of coming here has been completed, so Qi does not plan to stay any longer. How to condense the will of heaven and earth, we have to take a long-term plan. According to the system, the will of heaven and earth in this world is about to take shape, but it is still missing the most crucial point. That is the abundance of heaven and earth. In the past, when the casting jade plate was used to nurture the casting treasure, although it was a crooked attack, it also relied on the majestic power of belief and a powerful soul with suitable attributes. But this time, the steps are a little different. Qi only needs to use the summoning heart in his hand to transport the qi of heaven and earth to the will of heaven and earth. By the way, get familiar with the will of heaven and earth again to facilitate future actions. Subsequent matters will be just fine. However, in the process of nurturing and casting treasures, what happened isn't without any reference value. At least one point, judging from the formation of the cast treasure, the power of faith is not useless for the will of heaven and earth. It's just not as useful as the luck of heaven and earth. After all, the will of heaven and earth does not need to condense any supreme throne. As long as the power level of the world is high enough, the will of heaven and earth will have the corresponding power, which can suppress the king-level mighty. It has nothing to do with the power of faith. Because thousands of creatures under the will of heaven and earth were born relying on this piece of heaven and earth, and the power they possess will naturally be fed back to the will of heaven and earth to a certain extent. It is not until the peak of the powerhouse level that this connection can be cut off. Completely free from the limitations of the will of heaven and earth. It is precisely because of this that it is said that the king-level almighty is at the same level as the will of heaven and earth in the realm of cultivation. The will of heaven and earth, and all the creatures in the world complement each other, only to improve the power level of the world. King-level power, relying on the power of belief of thousands of creatures, condensed to the high throne. The two seem to be unrelated to each other, but in fact they are opposed to each other. Because the power level of one world wants to improve, what is needed is the improvement of the overall power of thousands of creatures in the world. It is not a problem that can be solved by one or two top powerhouses. But this is something that those king-level experts don't want to see. If the cultivation realm of all the creatures in this world has been raised, then who will believe in them? So a contradiction arises. And it is still a contradiction that cannot be reconciled, and it is simply incompatible. After all, How many people like the giant dragon Holy King can sacrifice themselves for others, looking at the past and present? Based on this, although the power of belief does not help the will of heaven and earth very much, as long as it is sent to the side, the will of heaven and earth can also be fully received. At any rate, it is the same level of energy as heaven and earth, even if the attributes are wrong, it doesn't matter. Digestion and digestion, even if there is a loss, it is in vain. What's more, survival is also an instinctive manifestation of the will of heaven and earth. Therefore, if it can weaken those king-level powers, or find some unpleasantness for those gods, instinctively, the will of heaven and earth will also do it. This can be reflected from Zhu Bao's body. Although he likes the luck of heaven and earth, he is also open to the power of faith, and he hates the god of blacksmithing quite a bit. So with this factor in it, when Qi Lu is fighting against those gods, he will have a way to find some help for himself. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. And this friend is more trustworthy than an ordinary ally. What's more, the power of the will of heaven and earth is not low, and the most important thing is that there is no need to worry about betrayal. How could a guy with only instinct think about betrayal? As long as the interests are the same, they are forever friends. So the conclusion is simple. Turn the will of heaven and earth into an ally, and then exchange the fate of heaven and earth for the friendship of the will of heaven and earth. At least let the will of heaven and earth instinctively feel their friendliness. This is Qi Li's tentative plan, and it is also inspired by Zhu Bao. It's not necessary to fight alone. The next thing to do is to find a way to sell the summoning scrolls to the entire summoning world. First, get all the sources of the power of faith in his world and talk about it. By the way, system, do you have a way to modify the shape of the summoning heart? Halfway through thinking, Qi Li suddenly asked aloud. No way. At first glance, the appearance of the summoning heart is indeed a little weird, and it does not conform to the aesthetics of normal people. Countless monsters collided together, and the twisted shape was amazing. System, host, the shape of the summoning heart reflects the path of the summoning god, so if you want to change the shape of the summoning heart, you can only destroy the summoning heart. Let's forget it. Qi Li didn't expect to just change the shape, and even need to use such high-end means. Then you can put a shell directly outside the summoning heart. Since there is no way to directly change it, then find a way to cover it up. Qi Li planned to put the summoning heart directly into the fief of Viscount Beloti in order to better collect the power of faith. Because the material of the summoning heart is similar to the cast jade plate, it can also speed up the acquisition of the power of faith. And Viscount Belot's fief will be inherited by Angel in the end. So no matter what. With the existence of the heart of summoning, as long as the will of the world of summoning is condensed, it will instinctively protect the area where the heart of summoning is located. In this way, the safety of Inua City will be guaranteed. Of course, when Viscount Belot's fief can become Silvermoon City is uncertain. But it's not a big problem. System, host, what kind of shell do you want to put on? Let's make it the appearance of the Dragon King. Qi Li thought for a moment before speaking aloud, then paused, and added, remember to scale down. The dragon body of the giant dragon Holy King is thousands of meters long, like a mountain range, covering the sky and the sun. Even if it is made, there may be no place to put it. System, host, do you think there is a problem with the IQ of this system? For the sentence Qi Li suddenly added, the system immediately expressed deep dissatisfaction. It's not a feeling, but a certainty. Qi Li smacked his mouth and said without hesitation. Blackwater Kingdom, the Lord's study. The important thing of attacking the Yanlong Kingdom must have been instructed by the king. Therefore, the result of the failure of the surprise attack on the giant stone pass will naturally be passed back to the hands of the Lord at the fastest speed. 100,000 horses were wiped out, race. Borg died in battle. Humph. It's just a boulder pass that was hit by the wave of monsters. I paid such a huge price, but I haven't taken it down. The Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom snorted coldly and threw the battle report in his hand on the desk. The guard at the door suddenly trembled. Under such a solemn atmosphere, I really don't know who will suffer next. The dragon scale that can catalyze the ferocity of beasts has not been retrieved, and all the soldiers who were sent over have also died in battle. The Flame Dragon Kingdom is really a good method. Although in the battle report, it was a mysterious strong man who took away the dragon scales. But the Yanlong Kingdom is a vested interest, so this account is naturally counted on the Yanlong Kingdom's head. The Blackwater Kingdom and the Yanlong Kingdom had never been able to deal with each other, but now that this battle is over, they will be immortal. Therefore, the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom would naturally not be reconciled to such a result. Da-da. The sound of fingers tapping on the desk resounded rhythmically in the study. A secret letter was also sent to the study at this time. The messenger was dressed in black and could not see clearly. After leaving the secret letter, he bowed out of the study, and once again hid in the darkness, without saying a word during the whole process. Finally come. The Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom stopped beating on the table and looked at the secret letter in front of him. Every major force will have its own means. It is very common to infiltrate your own chess pieces to the surrounding forces, big or small, to obtain the information you need. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that if the chess pieces are found, they will end up dead. Maybe, they will also leak their own information. Therefore, the chess pieces placed out are basically loyal dead soldiers, and they are also the objects who need the least doubt about their loyalty. The secret letter sent is naturally the most accurate information. The fundamental reason for the failure of the surprise attack on the Boulder Gate is the summoning scroll. According to the results of the investigation by the spies lurking in the Yanlong Kingdom, the place where the summoning scrolls are produced, the fief of Viscount Belodi. Seeing this, the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom was also slightly surprised. Before that, he imagined many situations and various reasons that would lead to the failure of the Blackwater Kingdom's surprise attack on the Stone Pass. But I never thought that this failure would actually be the reason. Summoning Scroll, an item that first became popular among the noble circles of the Yanlong Kingdom. Summoning magic is stored in the Summoning Scroll. As long as it is opened, the summoning magic can be released, and a summoned beast can be summoned for battle. And anyone can use it. Anyone can use it. There is such a good thing. Although the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom had never seen the summoning scroll before, from the description in the secret letter, he could also guess what the summoning scroll was used for. Simply put, as long as there are enough summoned scrolls, anyone can become a summoner. This is definitely a good thing that can change the pattern of major forces. No wonder 100,000 horses went to attack the giant stone pass, but they could only smash their halberds into the sand and end up being wiped out. In the face of this kind of battle, personal bravery may be useless, but the number of summoned beasts so large is different. This is completely an invincible, unmatched powerful force. It's not wrong to lose this battle. The value of the summoning scroll can be seen by anyone with a little common sense about summoners. Not to mention the foresight person like the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom. This summoning scroll must be obtained. If it can't be done, it can only be destroyed. After pondering for a moment, the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom said in a deep voice. The huge strategic value of the summoning scroll is there. Whoever can get it can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the frontier army. At that time, whether it is defense or expansion, it can be unfavorable. The fief of Viscount Barrett. At Chi Li's speed, it didn't take long to return to the Yanlong Kingdom from the desert. A round trip, plus the process of talking to the Dragon King in the middle. When Chi Li returned to Viscount Bellet's fief, only 3 days had passed. Chila, you're finally back. Where have you been these past few days? Angel, who was sitting in a daze in the room, first rubbed her eyes when she saw Chi Lu, and then jumped up abruptly. In fact, Angel was also a little confused. In the past, when I was alone, I could obviously live well. But since Qi Lu became his own familiar, he would feel particularly unaccustomed to being alone by himself. Just went outside for a while. Angel, you haven't missed your homework these days, right? Qi Lu answered casually and turned the topic back to Angel. Of course not, I worked very hard. Angel clenched her fists and said with a very serious expression. When you feel that you are not used to it, the best way is to occupy your time in various ways, so that you have no free time to experience this emptiness. Days and training are both very good ways. Therefore, in a daze, Angel's time is basically used to practice all kinds of magic. Diligence can make up for one's clumsiness, knowing that hard work is good. Although your talent is not bad, you must not let it go. Otherwise, you will waste your talent. According to the usual practice, Qi Lu gave Angel a sip of chicken soup and taught him a sentence. Then he continued, by the way, Angel, this time out, I brought you a gift. Gift? Angel's eyes lit up when she heard the words. What gift? A statue, see if you like it or not. Qi Lu took out the summoning heart that had put the system in a shell. Compared with the original appearance of Summoning Heart, the appearance of the Dragon King is much better looking, domineering and majestic. Just by looking at it, you can feel a faint coercion covering him. Giving the Summoning Heart to Angel was also Qi Li's plan. Just like the casting jade plate obtained in the forging world before, and finally handed over to Ziyin for safekeeping, Qi Lu also did not intend to bring back the Heart of Summoning. After all, this is the core of the summoning world, condensing the will of heaven and earth. If it is brought back to the Sifang world, who knows what will happen? You know, one world cannot accommodate the will of two worlds. But when it comes to this, Qi Lu is even more puzzled about the situation in the Sifang realm. Because the Sifang realm is divided into two different worlds, the eastern wilderness and the northern mountains, thus condensing two wills of heaven and earth. It's really rare, no, it's an exaggeration to say it's rare. This is simply the only one. However, Qi Lu doesn't know what the specific situation is now, and he can only investigate it later. The most important thing now is to give Angel the Heart of Summoning. Anyway, if you give early or late, you should give it early. And in this way, Angel's breath will also be recorded by the will of heaven and earth that is about to take shape. After the will of heaven and earth is condensed, if the Heart of Summoning is still there, then let Angel continue to keep it. If it is integrated into the will of heaven and earth, then there is no need to worry about it. And by doing this, the will of heaven and earth can instinctively protect Angel. Even if Qi Lu leaves the summoning world and returns to the store, he can rest assured. After all, Angel was also Qi Li's chosen spokesperson in the summoning world, so safety issues had to be seriously considered. Is this a statue of a giant dragon? Wait, I seem to have seen this look somewhere. Angel first cheered, then looked closer, but frowned again. There was also a look of thought in his eyes. Have you seen it? Qi Lu heard the words, and a curious expression appeared on his face. Have you seen the Dragon King? That was incredible. Well, I always feel a little familiar with this look. I must have seen it somewhere. Angel nodded firmly, frowned, and fell into memory. Qi Lu watched with interest. After a long time, Angel raised her head. I remembered, the appearance of this giant dragon statue is very similar to the familiar demon of the first lord of the Yanlong kingdom. Angel said this sentence with certainty. And after finishing speaking, Angel ran out directly, found a somewhat quaint book from the study, and handed it to Qi Lu. This is the first annals of the Yanlong kingdom, and it contains the portrait of the first master's familiar. Angel helped to open the page and explained one sentence. The portraits in the annals are almost indistinguishable in appearance, except that the colors are not very rich. After all, there are still a lot of people like Master Dan Qing if you really want to find them. So when Qilu saw the portrait of the flame dragon familiar at first glance, he realized that the appearance of this flame dragon was indeed a bit like thinking of giant dragons. Not an illegitimate child, right? Could this be the reason why the first lord of the Yanlong kingdom had to go to that desert? But does the Dragon King really have heirs? Several questions suddenly appeared in Qili's mind. Because it's really weird. Wait a minute, let me think about it. The area where the Dragon King is located is impossible to be discovered by outsiders until it is opened. Then the contents inside are naturally impossible to leak out. You must know that a field that can completely block even the breath is almost another space. How can there be items left behind before it is opened? Is the space barrier really made of paper? But why? The inverse scale of the giant Dragon King appeared in that desert, and was dug up by the people of the Blackwater Kingdom. Could it be? After thinking for a while, Qile suddenly discovered a problem. That is the familiar demon of the first lord of the Yanlong Kingdom, and it is very likely that he was transformed by a piece of the reverse scale of the giant dragon Holy King. After all, just a piece of dragon soul can be transformed into a powerhouse-level peak power that is immortal for thousands of years. It seems that there is nothing wrong with turning a piece of inverse scales into a flame dragon that is about to enter the realm of powerhouse level, and becoming a familiar. Anyway, doing things like a demon, the Dragon King has experience and will definitely not reveal flaws. In this way, it makes sense why the dragon scales of the giant Dragon King appear in the desert. And it is not surprising that the first lord of the Yanlong Kingdom would go his own way and go to that desert with the familiar. Logically, absolutely fine. If you think about it this way, you should be right. It seems that the fate between me and the senior dragon, Holy King, is really not shallow. Qilu covered the history book in his hand and thought silently in his heart. It's a good feeling to solve another doubt. How about it, Qilu? I'm not wrong. Seeing that Qilu had closed the annals of history, Angel hurriedly asked. Maybe it's a coincidence. This is a gift I specially prepared for you. It was forged by me. Qilu unceremoniously took the credit of the system to himself. System, bah. For this shameless behavior, the system expressed strong condemnation. However, Qilu used the skill, turning a deaf ear, and successfully avoided the bickering with the system. Ah, thank you, Qilu, I like it very much. When she heard that it was forged by Qilu herself, Angel was overjoyed. Quickly took over this giant dragon statue. The size of the giant dragon statue is about the size of half a child's body, and the production is extremely fine and lifelike. However, due to the material problem, the dragon statue is not very heavy. Angel can also carry dozens of pounds of weight. Nice. You love it. Qilu smiled, and then continued, Angel, drop a drop of blood on the statue now. What did you say? Angel was still happy, but when she heard Qilu's words suddenly, she didn't react. This statue is a very magical treasure. As long as you drop a drop of blood and stand it in the center of this fief, it can protect you and this fief. Qilian explained it succinctly. It's too complicated to say, and it is estimated that Angel can't understand it. And in the case of insufficient strength, it is not a good thing to come into contact with news of the level of the will of heaven and earth. Because many times, knowing too much is also a sin. Is that so? I know. Angel's trust in Qilu is blind. So after listening to Qilu's explanation, Angel didn't say a word, just bit his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood onto the dragon statue. It is different from ordinary treasure identification. If you want the will of heaven and earth to remember the breath of a living being, ordinary blood is enough. Otherwise, Qilu would have to teach Angel how to condense blood. The bright red blood penetrated the surface of the dragon statue and was quickly absorbed by the summoning heart. Angel's breath naturally left a trace on the summoning heart. Of course, simply dripping blood is definitely not enough. Otherwise, the traces engraved on the summoning heart would be too cheap. Can leave this. The traces are mainly due to the luck of heaven and earth that Qi Lu paid, which is the biggest temptation for the will of heaven and earth. So it's normal to be a little lenient. Very well, it has been successful. Angel, now just need to find a place to erect this statue. Qi Lu looked at Angel's tangled face and said aloud. Because if not reminded, Angel may continue to drip blood on the dragon statue. Oh, is this a success? Angel put the bitten finger in his mouth and took a bite. Or else? How much blood do you want to bleed? Qi Lu said amusingly, walked over and pulled Angel's finger out of her mouth, releasing a healing magic on her fingertips. The small wound healed in an instant, and there was no trace of it. This is? Angel stared at her fingertips and widened her eyes. Just simple healing magic. Qi Liyun replied calmly. Healing magic is not that difficult to learn, but there are only a few magicians who can learn healing magic. Generally, those who learn healing magic are priests. And the orthodox magician, it must be learning combat magic. Wow, can I learn then? Angel asked quickly. Angel wanted to learn the perception barrier magic that was used in ancient times, but unfortunately it was said to be unnecessary. Now, this healing magic should not be unnecessary. This can be learned, but it shouldn't be suitable for you. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes and recalled Angel's character. He was excited as soon as the battle started, a typical violent method. Learning healing magic seems like a waste. How can it be inappropriate? I think healing magic is very powerful. Angel said with burning eyes. If you want to learn, I don't have any opinion. Although healing magic is not suitable for you, it is indeed useful. Qi Lu spread his hands and said noncommittally. That said, there are many advanced healing magics that Angel cannot learn even if she wants to. Because those magics are the patent of the priest class. Unless Angel can break through to the peak of the powerhouse level and convert all the magic in the body into heaven and earth luck, in this case, the class is no longer a restriction. Because the luck of heaven and earth is a higher level of energy than vindictive energy and magic power. Naturally, various martial skills and magic can be perfectly derived, and it can also give those martial skills and magic more powerful power or effects. Therefore, when you become the power of the peak of the powerhouse level, the restraint of the class will disappear. And the king level almighty, the throne under the seat, represents a great road. The power passed down is a new class. Even the will of heaven and earth can't govern the king level almighty. How can the rank be bound to the king level almighty? As long as you follow the Tao possessed by the throne, there will be no taboos. But at that level, creating new martial arts and magic is a matter of hand, and there is no question of whether to learn or not. However, the matter of learning healing magic is not urgent for the time being. It is more important to erect the statue first. Qi Lu is still very clear about which of these two matters is more important. Learning healing magic is just a pleasure. If it's really useful, you have to top it down the summoning heart. The specific steps are to pour a high platform in the central area of Thief, then put the summoning heart on it, and then arrange a multi-defense magic circle for strict protection. Make this dragon statue a symbol of this fief. When Silvermoon City is built, this giant dragon statue will also become the totem of Silvermoon City. The reason why Qi Lu decided to do this was not all to place the summoning heart. It also has a little selfishness of its own. What the Great Dragon King did is awe-inspiring. Qi Lu couldn't save the Great Dragon King, so he could only use this method to commemorate and cherish the giant Dragon King. As long as Silvermoon City does not fall, the Dragon King will never be forgotten. Oh, I see, then I'll go out and arrange staff first. Angel pouted, hugged the giant dragon statue, and walked out with little interest. For such an important matter, such a powerful treasure, Angel must first speak to her father, Viscount Bellet. The location of the statue's high platform should also be well arranged. After all, this is related to the planning and construction of the city-state. If the location is not properly placed at the beginning, it will be very troublesome to change it later. Walk slowly, I'll rest here for a while. Qi Lu waved his hand and watched Angel leave, then found a sofa and lay down. It is more comfortable to sleep on the sofa when taking a nap. Closing your eyes and blowing the warm breeze, the whole person instantly became lazy. The matter of the high platform of the statue, Angel just talked to Bellet, and after a little discussion, it was settled. Qi Lu said that this giant dragon statue, as long as it stands in this fief, can shelter this fief. Although this statement is a bit unbelievable, it doesn't matter. Because Beirut simply felt that it was a good choice to use this dragon statue as the totem of the fief. With such a symbol present, as time goes by, as long as others see the giant dragon statue, they will think of Silvermoon City. That's where the fame is. Therefore, the construction of the high platform of the statue was put on the agenda. If you want to build it, build the best one. You must know that this is the Silvermoon City in the future, the symbolic totem of the city-state. How can it be sloppy? There are also city-state plans that have to keep up, centering on the statue high platform, and begin to design and build various functional buildings outwards. Since he came to the fief in ancient times, Beirut has begun to develop his fief in the direction of the city-state. The planning and design of the city-state also found a number of masters in city-state construction to conduct on-site inspections, and then gradually planned outwards, and began to draw detailed drawings. Now it's just an extra statue tower, which has little impact on the original design. There is also no need to overthrow and redo. After all, the area of the statue's high platform is not large. At most, a large square is added next to the statue's high platform to make the whole statue more magnificent. As it happens, in the original city-state planning, there are several squares that need to be built. Just take out the central square and change it to a statue square. As soon as the planning drawings come out and the design drawings arrive, give an order. In this world where labor is abundant and labor is extremely cheap, simple buildings can be constructed very quickly. Angel, who has already asked the Flame Academy for leave, will go to see the progress of the construction if she has nothing to do. After waiting for the base of the statue to be built, it's time for Qi Lu to set up a defensive magic circle. For setting up a defensive magic circle, Viscount Bellet's seal. There are not many people in the field who can do it, let alone handing over such an important thing to others. Qi Lu is not at ease. The defensive magic circle is simply arranged in 3 layers, one for defense, one for lost, and one for hallucination. Qi Lu stood in front of the base of the high platform of the statue and said thoughtfully, "Before the will of heaven and earth is condensed and formed, it is impossible for a strong level power to appear, so it is not meaningful to arrange too many defensive magic circles. Just need to ensure the quality of the defensive magic circle. Defense, lost, hallucinogenic, triple defense interlocking, layer upon layer, just right. If it is arranged too much, I am afraid that tourists who are connected to the high platform of the statue will be in danger, and then something will happen." The development direction of Silvermoon City is a large trading city-state, and the daily passenger flow is definitely a huge number. If there is a problem with the statue square in the center, it will definitely be a huge blow to the popularity and reputation of Silvermoon City, as well as various trades. "Okay, Angel, you can put the dragon statue on it now." Qi Lu, who had drawn the magic pattern, returned to the square and looked at Angel not far away. The defensive magic circle has only been outlined and has not been activated. Once activated, the high platform of the statue will be shrouded in the triple defense magic circle. Before closing the defense magic circle, you can only watch it, but not touch it. It is good. Angel nodded, then walked up holding the dragon statue. The height of the base is not too high, after all, the size of the dragon statue is not very large. If the base is made too large, it will inevitably be a bit overwhelming. May overshadow the majesty of the dragon statue. However, if the overall look of the statue's high platform is too small, it will appear too petty. So after some negotiation, Barrett came up with a good idea. That is, according to the dragon statue given by Qi Lu, a larger dragon statue was imitated to serve as a facade. And the imitation dragon statue will be placed on the roof of the city lord's mansion in Silvermoon City. Make sure that all visitors entering Silvermoon City can see this dragon statue at first sight. Boom. Angel put the dragon statue on the pedestal and made a muffled sound. At this moment, a circle of invisible fluctuations came out from the giant dragon statue, sweeping across a large area nearby. The spread is so wide that after including all the fiefs of Viscount Bellet, there will be a lot more. This is a symbol of being favored by the will of heaven and earth. Although I don't see any use for it yet. But as long as time goes on, it can be found that in places favored by the will of heaven and earth, all kinds of heaven and earth treasures are born, and the probability of all kinds of talents appearing will be much higher. It is also known as the place where Zhongling Yuxiu is beautiful and the place where people are outstanding. It's so fast. Others may be unaware of this fluctuation, but they can't hide it from Qi Lu Sayes. Qi Lu also knew that this was the benefit of the summoning heart, so he didn't say anything. After all, this subtle benefit has to be experienced slowly. Now that the heart of summoning is completed, the task of condensing the will of heaven and earth should be put on the agenda. Thinking of this, Qi Lu couldn't help but look up at the sky. The will of heaven and earth that has not yet been formed needs more time to be warmed up, and it is useless to encourage seedlings. After the Dragon King self-destructed the dragon body, he had already returned a part of the heaven and earth to this side of the world. This part of the fate of heaven and earth is the most critical nourishment when condensing the will of heaven and earth. And Qi Li's task is to provide the past in time when the will of heaven and earth needs more luck in the world through the heart of summoning. The rest, just wait quietly. Qi Lu, I have something to tell you. After Angel finished placing the dragon statue, he walked back to Qi Lu and said aloud. What's up? Qi Lu was thinking about something, so he replied casually. Among the people who came to trade in the fief yesterday, a merchant from the Blackwater Kingdom was found. Angel briefly described what to say. The merchants of the Blackwater Kingdom, is there a problem? Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, and then asked back. It is true that the Blackwater Kingdom and the Yanlong Kingdom do not deal with it very much, but the trade between businessmen does not care about these problems. Some merchants can even cooperate with their enemies as long as there is enough interest. Therefore, the disagreement between the Blackwater Kingdom and the Yanlong Kingdom really has no way to interfere with those profit-seeking businessmen. Even if the Great Stone Pass only happened in the war not long ago. Eh? Is there any problem? Angel didn't quite understand why Qi Lu asked such a question. From Angel's point of view, since the Blackwater Kingdom and the Yanlong Kingdom have had a long-standing grudge, the merchants who come from the Blackwater Kingdom are definitely not a good thing. So their own fiefs don't want to trade with those guys. But looking at Qi Li's reaction now, it doesn't seem to be what he thought. Of course there is no problem, Angel, since you want to build the fief into a huge trading city-state, there is no need to worry about these things. Businessmen pursue profit. As long as you can give them enough benefits, they are your most loyal allies. Even if he betrays his own kingdom, a merchant will not betray the interests in front of him. Looking at Angel's eyes, Qi Lu knew what Angel was thinking. A little girl of this age is indeed a full-blooded age. However, if you want to manage a city-state well, especially a large-scale trading city-state, it is not a good habit to be emotional and develop with passion. Ah? Is that so? Angel may be an excellent son of a nobleman, but he is not an excellent businessman. Therefore, Qi Li's words are still somewhat incomprehensible. Angel, remember, there are many ways to trade. Even if you are dissatisfied with the target of the trade, you can only do it in secret, and it doesn't matter if you do something underhand. Because you're not alone, you can't do whatever you want. There are many things you need to worry about. If you are alone, you can go barefoot without fear of wearing shoes. To offend someone is to offend. However, when running a large trading city-state, if it is reckless and the reputation of the city-state is ruined, it will be completely ruined. After all, while businessmen seek profit, they also cherish their lives. Otherwise, you will earn so much money. Coins, who are you going to leave to enjoy it? However, Angel, you only need to understand one sentence. When Chila said this, he paused, and then a strange smile appeared on his face. No matter what you have done, as long as others have no evidence, you have not done it. This is a truth. You must maintain your positive image on the bright side, but who knows when you are behind the scenes? Even if it is accidentally found out by others, as long as there is no evidence, it can be completely denied. As long as the positive image on the bright side is maintained well, the reputation will not be affected. Angel was a little stunned when she heard Chi Li's theory. The young noble children felt that their worldview was about to be changed after learning about these things for the first time. Born in an aristocratic family of the Yanlong Kingdom, he was taught from a young age to be loyal to the Yanlong Kingdom. To be loyal to the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom. As an aristocrat, you must be honest, understand etiquette, and value honor. But now, his own familiar is actually teaching him how to play tricks, which is too exciting. Don't think so much, tell me the specific things first. Chila reached out and waved in front of Angel's eyes, and only said aloud when Angel came back to his senses. Well, it's the merchants who came from the Blackwater Kingdom. I heard that we have summoning scrolls for sale here, so I came here from a long distance, hoping to buy some summoning scrolls. Angel briefly recounted the incident. It actually spread to the Blackwater Kingdom so quickly. Chila raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself as if he had expected it. The fame of the summoning scroll is so great that it is impossible to hide it. It's just that the speed of news spread is fast or slow, and Chila has no way to determine when the news of the summoning scroll will reach the ears of other major forces. Now, with the opportunity of the Great Stone Pass, the news of the summoning scroll will definitely break out. Blocking news is very unrealistic. After all, the 100,000 horses of the Blackwater Kingdom, plus a frontier army commander, were all folded outside the giant stone pass. With such a big event, those forces that did not pay attention to it must have lost their minds. In addition, the popularity of the summoning scroll in the noble circle of the Yanlong Kingdom is judging from the popularity. Presumably, from the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom, the envoys sent out in such a hurry would go directly to the Flame Academy to find Angel. There must be some news, and people who know other forces are also paying attention to this matter. So start off strong. As long as you buy all the summoning scrolls in the fief of Viscount Bellet, you will not be afraid of people from other forces buying the summoning scrolls. No matter how bad it is, as long as there are enough reserves of the summoning scroll. Then there is no need to be afraid that people from other forces can also buy summoned scrolls. It's a really good calculus. Because the Yanlong Kingdom clearly stipulates that under normal circumstances, it is not allowed to interfere with the business activities of noble families. So this is the only way to compromise. It's a pity that the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom could never have imagined that the summoning scrolls in Viscount Bellet's fief could not be bought at all. Angel, what are your thoughts? Chila rubbed his chin and didn't say his suggestion, but asked Angel in return. I want to see how Angel handles this situation first. How should you react when faced with a hostile businessman who wants to buy a secret weapon? I think they should be kicked out. If the summoning scroll is sold to them, the Blackwater Kingdom should make a small move again. Angel said seriously. The thinking of a very typical noble child is completely different from that of a businessman. No, 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 Angel, it's not like that. Qila shook his head, sighed, and couldn't help but speak. If you think like this, you can't manage a trading city-state well. Why don't you change your career and engage in tourism? If the Inua Plain is properly organized, it can still be regarded as a beautiful place with beautiful birds and flowers. If you plan well, you may not be able to do tourism. However, in this world, there should be not many people who like to travel. Ah? Then what should I do? Angel asked quickly. It's very simple, sell the low-level summoning scrolls and the medium-level summoning scrolls to them, and the high-level summoning scrolls are said to be limited in production and will not be sold for the time being. The Yanlong Kingdom and the Blackwater Kingdom do have a grudge, but there should be no grudge between you and the gold coins. Qilu answered lightly. As long as the high-level summoning scrolls are not sold to the public, the low-level summoning scrolls, as well as the medium-level summoning scrolls, will not be able to make much trouble at all. Selling a bunch of low-end products to hostile forces and earning gold coins back, the best of both worlds. You must know that the amount of gold coins required to build a large city-state is an astronomical figure. Just speaking it can make people terrified. Not to mention taking it out. Therefore, this opportunity to earn foreign exchange is absolutely not to be missed. And those businessmen who came here from the Blackwater Kingdom all the way, naturally knew the value of the summoning scroll. The greatest value among them is not how strong the summoned beasts summoned by the summoning scroll are. Instead, anyone can use the summon scroll. Therefore, no matter what level of summon scroll, it is a rare item. If it was a businessman who came for profit, he would not care about the level of the summoning scroll at all. Because whether it is a low-level summoning scroll, a medium-level summoning scroll, or a high-level summoning scroll, it is profitable. The only difference is how much a summoning scroll can earn. Then it depends on the ability of these businessmen themselves. Therefore, if a businessman complains about why he can't buy a high-level summoning scroll, it must be a conspiracy. For example, it was sent by the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom to spy on information. For this kind of person, just throw it out. By the way, publicize the crime. After all, large trading city-states are neutral in most cases. It is precisely because of this feature that it is widely loved and respected by businessmen of various forces. So this kind of spy, like an undercover agent, is deeply disgusting. Yes. There is such a practice. When Angel heard the words, she clenched her right fist and hammered it on her left palm, with a look of sudden realization. Merchants are profit-seeking, so as long as you release the profit, they will come. Even if you just leave them a mouthful of soup while eating the meat, they will. The same will be grateful to Dade. Who can't get along with gold coins? As for the things you buy from you, whether they are of the best quality or of highest quality is not what these merchants are concerned about. It's not for them to use it anyway. You understand it, and now you know what to do. Qilu showed a teachable expression. This is just a simple means of trade. Because the best products, of course, have to be in their own hands. Otherwise, how to form price suppression, how to form quality suppression, and how to formulate standards. As for whether this approach is beneficial to the Yanlong Kingdom, Qilu has not really considered it, but Angel will consider this issue. So Qilu helped Angel with the answer by the way. At the same time, it is also to pass this information to other forces through this matter. The fief of Viscount Barrett is a fief of free trade. It will also become a free trade city-state in the future. If you don't believe it, just take a look at this. The merchants from the Blackwater Kingdom can also conduct trade. So what are you waiting for? Once the fame is established, as long as the construction of Inua City is completed, it does not matter even if it is not recognized by the Yanlong Kingdom. Because the entire summoning world, big and small, has already recognized the name Silvermoon City. Is it still important to be recognized by the Yanlong Kingdom? Justifiably? That's only for those noble families. For Qi Lu, as long as they can accomplish their goals, that's fine. It's just that Angel shouldn't have thought about this issue. Otherwise it wouldn't look so happy. In terms of fame, with the fermentation of time, there should be no problem. Qi Lu watched Angel's back running away, gradually disappearing into the shadow of the building, and his eyes fell on the towering city wall in the distance. Due to the increasing abundance of gold coin reserves, Barrett raised the construction standard of the city wall by another level. In a large trading city-state, security issues cannot be ignored. The tens of meters high city wall and the huge city gate more than 10 meters high are almost the same as the side wall of Xuanhuan. Majestic and oppressive. The only pity is that now, there are only city walls. After the construction of the front wall is completed, just hang up the plaque of Silvermoon City. Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. Although Bellet and Angel's personalities, and the education they received in the noble family, would definitely not do such a thing. After all, for a city-state that has not been recognized, it is really shameful and unethical to hang a plaque directly. But Qi Lu can't handle so much. If you want to use the fastest speed to let the name of Silvermoon City be known by the major forces, the best way is to cut it first and then play it. When the boat is over, even if you don't want to admit it, you should admit it. What's more, in Viscount Bellet's fief, it is not that there are no outstanding summoners. For example, in ancient times, you can work part-time as a guest secretary in the Barrett family, with an ancient power level. As long as Angel's merits are sufficient, there is no problem in helping Angel obtain the title of a marquis. With the title of marquis, after gaining the power to recruit private armies, upgrading a fief to a city-state is a matter of course. This series of developments are all in Qi Li's plan. As for the item of sufficient merit, the summoning scrolls provided to the frontier army alone are worth a lot of merit. If it wasn't enough, Qi Li had to think of something else. Trade is indeed a science. If Angel had driven out all the merchants from the Blackwater Kingdom because of his own emotions, then the idea of developing his fief into a large trading city-state might have to be diverted. Even if you monopolize the supply of summoning scrolls, it will not help. Because of a large trading city-state, it is impossible to sell only one commodity in any case. This kind of practice is a kind of deformed trade. It may flourish for a while, but it will definitely not last. Fortunately, Angel was smart enough to come over and ask Qi Li's opinion. As a store manager, although Qi Li usually does whatever he wants, he still knows more about trade than Angel. Some pointers can be regarded as the guests and the host. After that, the merchants who knew the grievances between the Blackwater Kingdom and the Yanlong Kingdom also passed the news back to their own forces. Viscount Bellet is generous and treats all merchants in the Blackwater Kingdom equally. I think Viscount Barrett has a good daughter, and the judge of this incident should be Angel. In fact, it doesn't matter who made the decision. They want their fief to become a place for free trade, isn't it exactly what we want? Yeah, who can't get along with gold coins? Then let the people below go over there. There are quite a few people who are jealous of the summoning scroll. The reason is the high price. Certainly. Conversations like this frequently occur among various forces. In particular, those big and small forces with a serious business nature paid more attention to the fiefs of Viscount Barrett. Free trade is one of the things that these businessmen value most, besides profit. It is a pity that among the various kingdoms, there are very few large city-states that can truly achieve free trade. Because the city lords of the city-states, or the nobles who took over the management of the city-states, would consider the thoughts of the lords, and basically would not accept those sent by those forces with hatred. Otherwise, what should I do if I wear small shoes? Therefore, the managers of these city-states generally take the initiative to avoid things that should be avoided. After all, you are controlled by others, but you can't do whatever you want. What's more, as the manager of the city-state, he is not a businessman. Even if he likes gold coins, he will put his status in front of gold coins. Based on this, those trading city-states in the past had a clear division of the trading objects they targeted. Knowing the forces behind them and having grudges against the forces to which these trade city-states belong, those businessmen would choose to take a detour. To avoid looking at his face in the past, he has not gained the slightest bit. And this time, the merchants of the Blackwater Kingdom will take the risk to go to the fief of Viscount Bellet. The main reason is because the temptation of summoning scrolls is too great. This kind of monopoly commodity, and its function is so powerful, has always been a model of short supply. When the supply is low, the price will rise immediately. The profits are so large that it is difficult to imagine. If those businessmen don't flock here like sharks smelling blood, it's all a brain problem. So no matter how big the risk is, it is worth trying. The final result also proved that this attempt was completely worthwhile. The merchants of the Blackwater Kingdom used their experiences to prove that the fief of Viscount Barrett was indeed a land of free trade. If it can develop, it will be a paradise for all businessmen. No matter how these merchants thought, they could never imagine why Viscount Bellet could completely ignore the thoughts of the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom. But what does it matter? Anyway, it was Viscount Bellet who was at risk, and it had nothing to do with their merchants. So as soon as these news spread, in just a few days, Viscount Barrett's fief gained a huge reputation among the major forces. The land of free trade has also become widely known. And all of this was something that Bellet and Angel didn't expect. Chile, these days, the number of businessmen and tourists in the fief has skyrocketed several times for some reason, and the number is still increasing. Will there be any problem? Angel stood on the roof of a tall building, looking at the tall city wall being built and the tall city gate. The bustling crowd, like crucian carp crossing the river, gathered at the city gate. The dense crowd was rubbing shoulders. Although it was very crowded, it was very disciplined, and there were long queues at the gate of the city. At a glance, it is almost impossible to see the end. This kind of grand occasion, even the ordinary city-state, is difficult to see. But it actually happened on a fief that the nobles have not yet built, which is really rare. It can be called unprecedented. As for whether there will be no one here, no one can say for sure. What could go wrong with this? At most, it's because you traded with the merchants of the Blackwater Kingdom, so you were named by those guys in the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom. Sheila leaned against the guardrail on the roof and said lightly. But what does it matter? As long as it is profitable, businessmen are the type of people who value order the most. Because only by maintaining the order, can you ensure your own safety, and you can earn a lot of gold coins with confidence. Otherwise, the issue of personal safety is the most important thing to say about a large trading city-state. If you can't even guarantee your safety, and you have just finished your business, and the gold coins are still warm, then someone else takes it away, then who would dare to do business on your site? That's why the merchants and tourists at the gate of the city behave like this. Almost no extra manpower is needed to maintain order, and the stability it deserves can be well guaranteed. Even if a few people occasionally want to break the rules, there is no need for the guards in the fief to do it. Just the guards brought by the big businessmen are enough to clean up those guys. It's just that the logistics department of the Yanlong Kingdom must have heard about the trade with the merchants from the Blackwater Kingdom. Then the names of Viscount Bellet and Baron Angel must have been recorded. After all, the enmity between the Blackwater Kingdom and the Yanlong Kingdom is well known. Bellet and Angel don't care. Could it be that no one in the Yanlong Kingdom cares? As long as there is, then this knot is broken. When the time is right in the future, it will definitely explode. However, how could Qi Lu not have imagined such a simple cause and effect relationship? Just don't care. As Qi Lu said, what does it matter? When Silvermoon City is fully built, there is a summoning heart, and there is a will of heaven and earth, so do you still need to be concerned about other people's thoughts? With absolute strength on the bright side, it can break through all conspiracies and tricks. If you are afraid, it can only show one problem: not strong enough. Is it okay to be noticed by people in the capital? Angel frowned, and glanced at Qi Lu worriedly. As a person from a noble family in the Yanlong Kingdom, Angel received education from a young age to be loyal to the Yanlong Kingdom. Therefore, he is still in awe of the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom. The essence of a large trading city-state is an absolutely neutral force that does not hold any favoritism. So it's noticed, let them pay attention. Qi Lu supported the guardrail on the roof with both hands, looked at the crowded scene on the street below, and said aloud. Look at the crowds down there and think about the prosperity they can bring to this fief. A city-state capable of free trade is the dream place for these people, so they came here from afar, looking for opportunities. When Silvermoon City is built, they will be the most loyal supporters of the city-state. Having said that, Qi Lu turned around and looked at Angel. As long as you hold the power in your own hands, you can be fearless. Angel, as long as Silvermoon City is strong enough, no one will dare to make irresponsible remarks. Absolute power is both truth. When the power of Inua City exceeded a certain limit, Yanlong Kingdom couldn't stand the way of Inua City anymore, so it could only endure it. After all, Silvermoon City is a city-state belonging to the Yanlong Kingdom no matter what. As long as the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom is not too conceited, he knows what to do to make good use of the value of Silvermoon City. Large trading city-states, truly free trade, will become the label of Silvermoon City. And when Silvermoon City is talked about, it will also become a means of making the Yanlong Kingdom famous. In the end, it's all about mutual benefit. I see, Qi Lu. Angel thought quietly for a while, then raised her head and said aloud. Looking at his eyes, he seemed to have understood something. You just understand. After the city walls and gates are completed, put the name of Silvermoon City on it. Qi Lu nodded lightly with a smile, and then proposed aloud. The decision to list a city-state is definitely a matter of great significance. According to normal procedures, the name of the city-state should be submitted to the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom for review. Only after success can it be announced and advertised. But Qi Lu didn't want to go the usual way. If this really waits until the review is successful, how long will it take? How complicated is the review process for building a city-state? Qi Lu is not unheard of. Just make a few stumblings, drag it a little, and a year or two will pass. And not necessarily successful. It is convenient and quick to simply cut first and then play. Even if the above is held accountable, it doesn't matter. As usual, it's just a matter of dragging. When Inua City is full of wings, how can you be afraid of not being held accountable to this level? Qi Lu, is it too soon to put up the name of Inua City at this time? Angel was hesitant to hear that. Because this approach is really too deviant. But after hesitating for a while, Angel gritted her teeth and said, I'll go to my father to discuss it. No way, in name, this fief belongs to Viscount Barrett. So even if Angel agrees to Qi Li's proposal, there is no way to make a decision alone. Go, Angel, I don't think your father will let you down. Qi Lu naturally wouldn't stop Angel's actions. Bellet is a man with great ambitions. Angel doesn't understand what Qi Lu wants to do. Could Bellet not know? Among the nobles, there may indeed be idiots, but most of them are quite shrewd. Otherwise, living in a circle formed by a group of cunning nobles would have been trapped to death long ago. Angel couldn't understand the stakes, it was because of inexperience. Not because of not being smart. Otherwise, why would he go straight to Barrett to discuss the reason without asking Qi Lu why? Hanging the name of Inua City directly on the city gate, this Qi Lu's idea is really wild. This hand is cut first and then played. It's really clever. After Barrett heard Angel's words, it was as Qi Lu expected. The stakes are clearly seen. although this decision has an element of gambling in it. But obviously, the bet was won, and the status of Silvermoon City was established from then on, and no one could shake the name of the Free Tradecity state. If the bet is lost, it is just a return to its original state, and there is no substantial loss. At most, it's a loss of face. So the next thing is very simple. This kind of multiple-choice question with completely unequal gains and losses, if you want to make a decision, you don't have to think at all. Father, what are your thoughts? Angel saw that Bellet's face changed, but finally showed a smile, and couldn't help asking. Chi Li's idea is very good. The 3 words Silver Moon City must be created quickly by someone. Barrett said with a smile. The meaning of the words is obvious, that is to agree with Chi Li's proposal. It's just that the listing has to be done quietly and not in a big way. Because before the Yanlong Kingdom's review was completed, if the name of Silvermoon City was publicized with great fanfare, it would be a blow to the Yanlong Kingdom's face. It is clear that it is to fight against the Yanlong Kingdom. In this case, even if the value of Silvermoon City was great, the Yanlong Kingdom would send someone to attack it. Otherwise, the majesty will be lost, and any city-state may dare to do this in the future. But quietly hanging the name, the meaning is different. The Yanlong Kingdom can completely prevaricate for reasons such as ignorance and the personal behavior of Silvermoon City, and then watch the aftermath. If Silvermoon City can bring enough benefits to Yanlong Kingdom, it will be mutually beneficial. Then the Yanlong Kingdom can also let Silvermoon City exist, until the time is right, and officially recognize the existence of Silvermoon City. And if Inua City is useless, it is just a name that is put on for face. That Yanlong Kingdom can also send people to crusade Inua City, use it to kill chickens and warn others, and tell others not to play such small tricks. Otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk. So Barrett is still very confident about his betting options. Others dare not do this, because they are not skilled enough and of insufficient value. If you do, you will lose everything. After all, the construction of the city-state, the amount of gold coins invested, just think about it, it is frightening. It's easier said than done if you want to take it out. But Silvermoon City is different. The summoning scroll alone is enough to attract countless merchants. The number of gold coins harvested is even more difficult to count. This is also a prerequisite for building a city-state. Secondly, among the fiefs of Viscount Bayrat, there are such powerful people as Guyuan. This is the bottom line. Not to mention the dragon statue that Chi Lu brought back. Although Bellet still doesn't believe in the usefulness of the dragon statue, isn't the totem a symbol? If it really works, it's a pleasant surprise. Therefore, Bellet dared to make this decision and put the name of Silvermoon City directly. It's all because of the right time, place, and people, and all of them are accounted for. If this is put on other people, the day after the name is hung up, the army of the Yanlong Kingdom may be killed. I see, Father, I'll arrange the manpower now. Although Angel still didn't understand, the expression on her face was very excited. Build your fief into a city-state. Presumably any noble with a dream will be excited about this. Since the 3 words Silver Moon City have been decided to create, it is necessary to invite the best masters and use the best materials. This is to be inlaid on the top of the city gate, as the front of Silvermoon City. There is no room for sloppiness. So when these 3 big characters were forged, Chi Lu took a special look and was speechless. Dozens of rare ores and various advanced materials have created 3 dazzling golden characters. Every word has a height of 3 meters. Sturdy and durable enough to be mounted on the city wall and weathered for thousands of years. It is estimated that the city wall will fall, and these 3 words will not be broken. Sharp. Chi Lu silently gave a thumbs up. Then, silently engraved 2 defensive magic circles on these 3 characters. Paimyan is something that needs to be protected well before it can be called Paimyan. Then, when the city wall and the city gate were all completed, these three characters were inlaid on the top of the city gate while it was dark. Let all those who come here see these three big characters at first glance. The next day. Silver. Moon. City. When a businessman was lining up to enter the city gate, he saw the big characters on the city wall and couldn't help but read it out. What Silver Moon City? Is it the city-state you've been to before? The friend next to him heard the sound and turned his head to look suspiciously. He just asked a few words when he saw these three prominent characters. Suddenly his eyes widened. Silver Moon City. When did it happen? When I came here last time, I didn't even see these three words. This exclamation immediately attracted the attention of the people around, and then looked up. The three big characters Silver Moon City looked a bit dazzling under the light of the light. But it also made these people look confused. Why didn't you see it when you came last time? I didn't see it when I came yesterday. Another businessman frowned, his face full of tangle. It turns out that this place is called Inua City? It finally has a name. Some people seem to be waking up from a dream. No, wasn't this the fief of Viscount Barrett before? When will the Viscount be able to manage the city-state? Who knows, it doesn't matter. Just let us do business, whatever his name is. Silver Moon City is Silver Moon City. That's right, it's better to call you by a name, or you don't know where itis when you say it. The name that suddenly appeared on the city wall attracted many discussions among merchants and tourists. But at the end of the discussion, it was the same point of view. What is the name of Viscount Barrett's fief? It has no influence on them at all. On the contrary, the name Silver Moon City is more convenient to call. So this seemingly big thing only caused a small wave in the hearts of these merchants and tourists who came to Silver Moon City. The impact is small though. But the name Silver Moon City will spread to a wider area with their mouths. This is fame, this is word of mouth. Although Silver Moon City cannot be called a qualified city-state yet. After all, there is still only a complete city wall, and the various public facilities and various functional buildings have not been completed. All kinds of houses and shops are also under construction. Fortunately, Barrett had already anticipated this situation. Therefore, the salary offered to those workers is more than twice the normal salary level. The purpose is to let these workers work overtime to build the required buildings as soon as possible. As long as you are willing to work hard, the salary will never be less than half. It is precisely because Bellet is willing to spend gold coins that none of those workers are lazy, and all of them are working hard. With a lot of gold coins thrown in, Silver Moon City can be said to be the same every day. This also makes the name Silver Moon City more and more worthy of its name. The merchants who came to Silver Moon City from all over the world, all forces and thousands of miles, are also constantly settling in the shops of Silver Moon City, bringing all kinds of goods. The more variety of products, the more tourists can be attracted. This can also further promote the prosperity of Silver Moon City and provide more funds for the construction of Silver Moon City. And the more prosperous the city-state, the more talents it can attract. There is a saying that good birds choose wood to live in, and excellent talents naturally want to find a good owner for them. Only in this way can you not bury your talents. You must know that throughout the ages, there have been many outstanding talents who have been buried in the world and have no aspirations. An undiscovered maxima is indistinguishable from an ordinary horse. Therefore, from ancient times to the present, those rare and unparalleled talents have the habit of choosing Mingzhu to serve. And once a decision is made, it is absolute loyalty. After all, outstanding talents are confident in their own vision, and they also have their own pride, and they will not do things that are duplicitous. Barrett is familiar with all kinds of history books, and he is naturally familiar with these things. Now that Silver Moon City is officially on the right track, the momentum of development is unstoppable, and its reputation is getting bigger and bigger. As long as there is no unstoppable deviation in the middle, with the continuous progress of this virtuous circle, Silvermoon City will definitely be famous in the entire summoning world. At that time, talents from all walks of life will also come to Inua City and put themselves under their command. This is of great help to the development and growth of Silvermoon City. And the beginning of all this is due to the appearance of the summoning scroll. In other words, thanks to the appearance of Qi Lu. The greatest luck in my life may be to have Angel's daughter, who is deeply blessed. Bayrat sighed, piled the processed documents together, and then notified the guards outside the door, and quickly sent them to the corresponding department. In the process of building a city-state, the affairs that need to be dealt with are piled up. All aspects must be managed and coordinated. But before that, Barrett had never thought that his fief could become a city-state so quickly. Therefore, many professionals were not recruited in time, and the civil servants were not complete. In this newly built city lord's mansion, most of the departments were vacant. Those backlogged affairs can only be temporarily handled by Bayrat himself, until the required professionals and civil servants have been recruited. This also caused many talents from various industries who heard the news to come to Inua City one after another, in order to seek a half-official position. Although Silvermoon City is still under construction. But this is an investment. The icing on the cake can never be compared to giving help in the snow. If you want a better future, you must pay enough price. So these days, not even the city lord's mansion is peaceful and noisy. So annoyed, Angel took Qi Lu and ran back to the Flame Academy overnight, preparing to hide for a few days and be quiet. Hey, Angel, why are you back? I heard that your fief is almost built into a city-state now, shouldn't you stay there? When Nora saw Angel appearing in the academy, she asked, curiously. There are too many things in Silvermoon City, so I secretly ran back. Angel scratched his head and returned somewhat embarrassedly. Girls of this age are at the age where they like to play, and it is normal that they cannot stand a lot of affairs. It's a little embarrassing to say something like just sneaking away. That's right, Uncle Barrett won't blame you. Nora didn't think there was anything bad about it. As a son of a nobleman, eating, drinking, and having fun is the business, so how can you go to work? Unless it is those noble children who have dreams. It is clear, however, that Nora has no dreams. Isn't that possible? Father is so busy right now that he shouldn't have to find me. I'll go out to take shelter for 2 days and go back in 2 days. Angel then scratched her head and continued to speak. Even if it is an evacuation, one must pay attention to the basic law. It is impossible to hide outside all the time. Inua City will be taken over by Angel sooner or later. If you don't understand it now, you will not be forced to understand it in the future. For these things, Angel still knows. After all, after staying in the Flame Academy for a long time, it is not quiet. The reputation of Inua City is so big now, even the big cities around the Yanlong Kingdom. The small forces have heard of it, and it makes no sense that other nobles in the Yanlong Kingdom do not know about it. So Angel will run back to the Flame Academy overnight, and she doesn't want other students to see her. In order to avoid another bunch of flattery, falsehood and condescension. Although socializing is one of the necessary skills for noble children, Angel does not like this kind of communication purely for profit. Especially after experiencing the coldness of the world, Angel hated this feeling even more. Pure friendship is enjoyable. Hypocrisy can only make people sick. Therefore, only Nora knew about Angel secretly running back to the Flame Academy. Anyway, Angel didn't need to go to theoretical courses and practical courses, she just had to wait quietly for graduation. And he will graduate from the Flame Academy as the best graduate. After all, although the title of Baron is low, among the students of the major colleges, it is definitely a rare existence. As an excellent graduate, there is no problem at all. Otherwise, Angel would not have been taking leave all the time and would have stayed in his own fief. Not because of fearlessness. Into the night. Qi glanced at Angel who was sleeping, and walked out of the dormitory. Because in the sky above the Flame Academy, Gluck's breath once again appeared within Qi perception range. Qi, you seem to appear in front of me in time every time. Gluck had just reached the sky above the Flame Academy when he was stopped by Qi who suddenly appeared in front of him. It's just because your breath is not restrained, it's too obvious. Qi put his hands behind his back and said indifferently. According to this breath, it seems that the dragon blood essence that was given to Gluck last time should have been absorbed. The further refinement of the dragon bloodline has brought Gluck a considerable increase in strength. These situations can be reflected in the breath. Did you come here this time? Did you hear any news again? Although the dragon soul fragment has been obtained, Qi has not forgotten the task assigned to Gluck. Even if it was just in case at the time, it didn't work out. That Qi will not repay. Anyway, Gluck has also paid for the labor, and it should be paid for it, otherwise who would dare to help him in the future? If you say it's the news of the Dragon Clan, it may disappoint you. According to the information I have found, almost all the Dragon Clan in this world are familiars. The dragon family that originated in this world does not seem to exist. Gluck flapped his wings and said aloud. The races that exist in one world cannot be all-encompassing, and there is not Ergon race, which is reasonable. Qi was not surprised by this news. After all, the giant dragon king was summoned. If there are other dragon races in this world, it is impossible not to be found by the giant dragon king. And according to Qi speculation, even the first lord of the Yanlong kingdom possessed the familiar demons, which were transformed by the reverse scales of the giant dragon holy king. Then it is obviously an impossible task to find other dragon clansmen. So, Qi, why do you want to find the traces of the dragon clan? I don't believe that you did this, because of your hobbies. Is it for the blood of the giant dragon? Or is it for the dragon soul of the giant dragon? Seeing that Qi was silent, Gluck couldn't help asking aloud, and then followed up with his guess. It's not the behavior of a giant dragon, and it's naturally not Gluck's style. Therefore, Gluck did not hide the guesses in his heart. Rather than trying to figure it out behind your back, it's better to ask directly. Just some old things. I sensed the breath of an old friend in this world, so I asked you to help me find it, that's all. Qi said half-truth. Old times is true, the war in the Xifang realm once, I don't know how many years it has been. It's just that Qi did not participate in it. As for the smell of an old friend, it's just an excuse. However, these remarks, in Gluck's ears, explain Qi behavior. The summoning world has a very long history, and there are countless familiars that have appeared. Occasionally encountering one or two familiars from the same world is not uncommon, but the probability is so low that it is outrageous. Therefore, there is no problem with Qi rhetoric, and naturally, it will not cause suspicion. So it turns out, it seems that you are still a person who values love and righteousness. Gluck nodded slowly, believing Qi statement. It is not uncommon for a strong person like Qi to have an old friend of the dragon family. After all, a creature like a giant dragon can be transformed into a human form. And in this way, the origin of the dragon's blood essence in Qi hand can be clearly explained. As a close friend of a giant dragon, it is also very reasonable to have the blood of the giant dragon on his body, right? Well, I thought I could see it again. But now that I think about it, there is no news from such a search, then it may have died. Qi saw that Gluck actually made up the cause and effect by himself, so hesitantly followed the situation and continued to talk. This will also ensure that it is not exposed to the greatest extent possible. Because no matter what kind of creature it is, it always believes in what it thinks it is. Even if these so-called facts are just made up by the brain, that is the same. Since that's the case, I can only wish it, all the way. Gluck, even if your mission is completed, there is no need to look for the news of the dragon family. As for your reward, it won't be less, don't worry. Having said that, Qila raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Another group of dragon blood essence flew in front of Gluck and was suspended in the air. Qila, my condolences. Gluck silently swallowed the blood of the giant dragon in front of him, and comforted him by the way. However, under the feigned sadness of Qili's expression, in order to hold back his laughter, he almost pinched his thigh purple. God's special condolences. If it weren't to perfunctory your curiosity, could we say such a thing? But there is one thing to say, if the Dragon King is an old friend of Qi Lu, then it is indeed dead at this moment. But Qi Lu did not feel sad about this, but was very proud and awe-inspiring. In order to recondense the will of heaven and earth of this side of the world, such an ancient power with profound sense of righteousness is willing to destroy the dragon's body to turn it into nourishment. Such deplorable behavior cannot be humiliated with sadness. Have you finished talking? Holding his thighs and waiting for a while, Qila looked up and found that Gluck had not left, so he couldn't help but ask. Didn't I accompany you in silence? Gluck scratched his head in embarrassment and said with a smirk. Who knows how this flame dragon folded his claws to such an extent? Have you finished your silence then? Qila took a deep breath and continued. It's almost there. By convention, it should be 3 minutes, oh, that's no. Gluck settled the account with his pause, and then answered with great certainty. Hearing this, Qili's eyes couldn't help twitching. I really wanted to laugh so hard I couldn't hold back. Then, after the silence is over, I actually have another news to tell you. Gluck paused and said suddenly. Qila looked at Gluck quietly, thinking silently in his heart, as expected, you still have no news to say, just say no sooner, what do you have to do with the silence? But this word cannot be said. Because acting is to do a full set. What news, tell me. After he finished complaining in his heart, Qila spoke up. It's about the Blackwater Kingdom. On the way to find the news of the Dragon Clan, I passed by the Blackwater Kingdom many times, and I can clearly feel that in the Blackwater Kingdom, it seems that someone is about to break through the shackles. Gluck nodded, and his face suddenly became serious. Break through the shackles? Qila raised his eyebrows, a little unclear. If it is said that it is a breakthrough, it is not uncommon, is it necessary to say it on purpose? Yes, it is to break through the shackles of this world and achieve a higher realm. Gluck explained. This time, Qila finally understood. What Gluck said, the shackles of this world, actually refers to the lack of luck in the world. After the will of heaven and earth in the summoning world was broken, the luck of heaven and earth dissipated, so the creatures in the summoning world also cut off the possibility of breaking through to the powerhouse level. Of course, in the summoning world, they seem to call the power of the powerhouse level realm the monarch. The only possibility of obtaining monarch-level power comes from those familiars who possess monarch-level strength as soon as they are summoned. For example, the familiar of the First Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom. Because these monarch-level familiars have their own destiny, they will not conflict with the summoning world. And after the death of these demon bodies, the fate of the heaven and the earth they possess can also be fed back to the world of the summoning world, which is naturally of great benefit. However, not long ago, because of the sacrifice of the giant dragon king, the destiny of the summoning world began to gradually recover. This also makes the original powerhouses in the summoning world more likely to break through. Therefore, what Gluck said about breaking through the shackles of heaven and earth should mean breaking through to the level of a monarch. This is not good news. The sudden power might make the Blackwater Kingdom start to move. If you can't keep it together, you will have to use the Yanlong Kingdom beside you. I see, this is really important news. Qila rubbed his chin and nodded. The will of heaven and earth is reunited, and the fate of heaven and earth begins to recover. This kind of breakthrough is an inevitable situation. Looking at the past and present, it is not impossible for a few geniuses to emerge in the long river of time. What Qi Lu didn't expect was that the first person to break through to the monarch level would actually appear in the Blackwater Kingdom. This should be the worst case. After all, between the Blackwater Kingdom and the Yanlong Kingdom, the old grudges, if not for their overall strength, would have been fought long ago. But now this balance seems to be broken. Wait, if it is said that the local monarch-level power of the summoning world is about to appear, does that mean that the will of heaven and earth is about to be condensed? While thinking about it, Qi Lu suddenly thought of this. The will of heaven and earth is the bearing foundation of the monarch level. Because in the case of insufficient air luck between heaven and earth, the limited air luck between heaven and earth will give priority to the cohesion of the will of heaven and earth, followed by the acquisition of living beings. Therefore, when the luck between heaven and earth can be obtained by qualified creatures, that means that the will of heaven and earth already has excess heaven and earth luck, which can be spared. Although the previous news was indeed not very good, the current news is still very exciting. To be honest, Qi Lu is not worried about the appearance of a monarch-level power. Because these new monarch-level powers, no matter how strong they can't be stronger than Qi Lu. It's just that Qi Lu won't take the initiative to find trouble with those guys. After all, the strengthening of living beings is the result of the natural operation of the world. And with Qi Lu, who has no grudges, why do you want to do such a thing? Qila, I have delivered the news, so I will leave first. I have a hunch that when the dragon's blood essence is refined this time, it shall also be able to break through this shackle and become a monarch level. Familiar. Gluck thought for a while, before positioning himself as a familiar. No way, the magician contract has been signed, so what else is there to struggle with? Thank you for your news, walk slowly, I won't send it. Qi Lu responded, and after watching Gluck leave, he also returned to Angel's dormitory. The will of heaven and earth will be condensed successfully, which is a big event. It seems that tomorrow, I will go back to Silvermoon City to have a look. The Yanlong Kingdom, the capital city. Count Bellot privately put the name of Silvermoon City on his fief. This news has long since spread in all directions with the mouths of many businessmen and tourists. Naturally, it also reached the ears of the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom. Putting the name of the city-state privately is already a violation of the law set by the Yanlong Kingdom. If it is not severely punished, it will be difficult to ensure that other nobles will not mess around in the future. Count Bellot's behavior has violated the laws of the Yanlong Kingdom, and urge you to punish him severely. I privately set the name of the city-state, and also used this method to announce it to the world. If you do this, I urge you to abolish the title of Viscount Bellot. Minister. The remonstrance of the court officials, like snowflakes, flew to the table of the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom. The content in it, without exception, is to detail the inappropriateness of such behaviors, and implores Viscount Bellot to be severely punished. He also said that if left alone, many nobles would be arrogant and domineering. Severely punish Viscount Bellot? It's easy to say. The Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom threw the memorial on the table and rubbed his aching eyebrows. The struggle between court officials and nobles has long been known. Nobles govern their fiefs and enjoy power. The courtiers in the court assist in the governance of the entire Yanlong Kingdom, but they cannot interfere in the affairs of the noble fiefs. The two mandates are not related. However, the more fiefs the nobles have, the less power the courtiers have. So between the two is a situation where the other is strong and the other is weak. The courtiers wanted to weaken the power of the nobles, and the nobles wanted to increase their power. So this time, Viscount Bellot's actions would cause such a huge movement among court officials. The Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom had actually expected it. Such a big handle, if you don't grasp it and attack to death, then it's worth it. It's just that these guys only think about how to expand their power, but ignore more important things. That is the summoning scroll. At present, there is only one place that can produce summoned scrolls, and that is the fief of Viscount Bellet, which is now widely known as Silvermoon City. As for the value of the summoning scroll, there must be no need to say more. If it is to reduce the casualties of the frontier troops, the summoning scroll that needs to be consumed is simply an astronomical number. And you can also use the summoned scroll to expand the territory, clear the surrounding monster forest, and so on. Such a good thing with many uses should be kept in hand no matter what. It is precisely because of this that Inua City has now become the most troublesome place for the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom. It is indeed against the law to name Silvermoon City privately. But Viscount Bellet was very smart and kept silent, as if he had made the 3 characters Silvermoon City as a kind of decoration and decorated them on the city wall. Beirou's approach has reached a tacit understanding with the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom. Silvermoon City continues to provide summoning scrolls for the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom, and please turn a blind eye to the matter of privately putting up the name Silvermoon City. When the merits are sufficient and the time is ripe, it will be good to announce the matter and make it known to the world. What's more, the addition of a world-famous large-scale trading city-state is also of great benefit to the Yanlong Kingdom. So how to choose, the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom has long known in his heart. Come on, take out these copies and seal them up. Sealing up means that these copies will never be seen again. This also means that the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom has made the decision to turn a blind eye. The exchange of benefits is like that. Compared with the courtiers who are calling and causing chaos in the court, this kind of real interest is obviously better. The excerpts of the rumors can only be used as a reference. The Lord's vision must be long-term. How to deal with these matters should be based on the Yanlong Kingdom, not oneself. Therefore, regarding Viscount Beirou's private listing of Silvermoon City, the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom directly suppressed it, ignoring how the courtiers denounced it. But Bellet was unaware of this. Of course, even if Barrett knew, he would probably say something unexpected. Because those who work for the country and the people, and those who are selfish, think differently. Although Bellet is not for the Yanlong Kingdom, it is definitely for the people in his fief, or for the residents of Silvermoon City. On this point, Bellet and the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom reached an agreement. Then the follow-up development will naturally be as expected, and a tacit understanding will be reached between the two. And the ministers in the court did not dare to have any opinion on the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom, so they could only take their anger on Beirat. In this way, the pressure on China will be greatly reduced. However, does Barrett really care about these guys who only talk about it? The answer is obvious. Inua City is far away. As long as there is no army coming to crusade, will you care about your mouthpieces? Just kidding, if you have the ability, just go to Inua City to say a few harsh words, and try to see if you can still stand back. Silvermoon City. After 2 days of quiet in the Flame Academy, Angel quickly returned to this ever-changing city-state. Because Bellet sent a message to Angel, saying that today is the day when the City Lord's mansion will be completely completed. In the construction plan of Silvermoon City, when the tallest building of the City Lord's mansion is completed, a huge dragon statue will be poured on the roof so that everyone who comes to Silvermoon City can see it. That is the totem of Silvermoon City, the symbol of Silvermoon City. Although the appearance of the giant dragon Holy King is very similar to the demon Yanlong, the envoy of the First Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom. But there are differences in the details. Especially when the size of the dragon sculpture is large enough, these differences are also magnified. As long as you observe more, you will find these differences. So Bellet is not worried that he will be severely criticized by those ministers in the DPRK in China. Said he had offended the majesty of the first king. You must know that this is a very serious issue. If the guilt is convicted, it violates the principle. That is not a problem that can be solved by a simple exchange of interests. So Belit is quite cautious at this point. Never leave a handle. Hasn't the magic core been inlaid yet? That's a big project. Qi Lu, who came back with Angel, took a special look at the grooves on the towering city wall. These are the positions that Qi Lu helped point out when the city wall was being built. Only after the city wall is completely built, insert the magic core into the grooves, and finally seal the grooves. In this way, a magic circle for protecting the city will be automatically formed between the magic cores. As long as the city wall is attacked, the magic circle of the city protection will emerge, and it will automatically resist the damage. At the same time, this set of defensive magic circles can also be manually opened to form a protective shield to resist attacks from the sky. It can be said to be very convenient. No matter which city-state it is embedded in, it is the best choice. The only downside is the high cost. Because the number of magic cores required for this set of magic circles to protect the city is completely determined by the length of the city wall. The longer the city wall, the more magic cores are needed. And the stronger the power of the magic circle to protect the city, the higher the level of the magic core used. In short, one word: gold coins. The amount of gold coins required to complete such a set of magic circles for protecting the city, if you really want to count it, is actually not much lower than rebuilding a city wall. Completely piled up with gold coins. However, the defensive power possessed by the two city walls is definitely not as strong as this. A strong moat magic array is enough. Moreover, it was troublesome to build two gates, and the number of guards had to be doubled. The city guards are not enough. Actually, the purchase of magic cores has not been in place yet. After Angel heard Qi Li's words, she answered with some embarrassment. The current Inua city, although it seems that it is advancing in gold every day, accumulating gold and jade, and earning a lot of money. But the construction of a city-state is undoubtedly a bottomless pit for swallowing gold. Therefore, the gold coins contributed by these merchants and tourists were almost passed in the vault of Silvermoon City, and then flowed out. The purchase of various materials, the demand for various materials. And the big payroll, and those public buildings. For example, road building. This is not the road that connected the nearest city-state at the beginning, and the entire Silvermoon City can be guaranteed to lead in all directions, like a spider web-like road. And it also extends beyond Silvermoon City, leading to all directions. After all, a large trading city-state can not only focus on the situation within the city-state, but also see visitors from outside the city-state. Then there are health needs and medical needs. A city-state that is full of filth and mess, but it can't attract many tourists. Therefore, the health of the city-state is still very important. In this regard, common facilities are sewage ditch, garbage dump, landfill incineration, and so on. They also have to be equipped with corresponding sanitation personnel to patrol the entire city-state and clean up. This is a must-have expense. As for medical needs, to be honest, the main thing is to take care of the local residents of Silvermoon City. It is very normal for ordinary people to have headaches and brain fever on weekdays, 3 diseases and 2 disasters. However, in the past when the conditions were insufficient, they could only rely on minor illnesses and serious illnesses to see their lives. There are not many people who can afford to be sick. So now, Belit has this condition, and naturally he wants to build the medical system of Silvermoon City. And this decision, speaking of it, was the first one that Qi Lu proposed. Life is nothing more than food, clothing, housing and transportation, birth, old age, sickness and death. Medical needs are among them, but occupy a very important position. In addition, the entire Inua city is in vain, and there are many places where gold coins need to be invested. Therefore, the purchase of magic cores can only be done slowly. That's it. But I'm not in a hurry. Judging from the current situation of Silvermoon City, no one should come to attack Silvermoon City without opening their eyes. Chi had also participated in the construction meeting of Silverman City before, and of course, he was aware of these situations. So as Chi said, Silverman City, as a solid free trade city-state, is a place that almost all businessmen yearn for. If someone wants to attack Inua City, it can be said that they are fighting against these businessmen. Before making a decision, they have to weigh their own weight. Therefore, the magic circle of the city has more functions, just in case. Really don't worry. Good steel should be used on the blade, and gold coins should naturally be used where it is most needed. Then go ahead and see how far the city lord's mansion has been completed. Sheila walked forward while talking. Angel went back to Silverman City, mainly to see the completion of the city lord's mansion. And Sheila returned to Inua City, to see how much the will of heaven and earth was condensed. According to Gluck, Sheila speculates that the days when the will of heaven and earth will take shape should be in these few days. Silverman City, the city lord's mansion. In the beginning, this was for the sake of Silverman City, and in order not to lose face or to be weak, he decided to build it. Then after Sheila took the giant dragon statue back, and then Bellet and Angel discussed it, they decided to expand the scale. Directly build the city lord's mansion into the tallest building in Silverman City. Then pour a statue of a dragon on the roof. And now, the city lord's mansion has been completed, and the statue of the giant dragon has reached the final step. That is to pour the smelted gold on top of the dragon statue, and at the same time plated with a layer of dazzling gold, protect the dragon statue from the wind and the sun, and it can be immortal for thousands of years. It is also easy to repair after damage. Before I sneaked away, this giant dragon statue only had a base. I didn't expect it to be built in 2 days. In fact, as soon as Angel entered the city gate, he could see the huge dragon statue. It's just that if you want to see the whole picture of the dragon statue, you have to run to the roof of the city lord's mansion. However, before it is completely completed, the top 3 floors of the city lord's mansion are places where idlers are not allowed to enter. On the contrary, in the rooms of the various departments below, there was a lot of noise, and all were people who came to apply for jobs. So it was pretty quiet upstairs. The dragon statue on the city lord's mansion was carved according to the reference of the statue brought back by Chi Lu. Just made some changes in the action to make it more majestic and domineering. After all, it is a giant dragon. If it can't make people feel majestic and oppressive, how can it be called a giant dragon? It can be seen that the people who carved this statue are all skilled craftsmen. Sheila looked up at the nearly 10-meter-high dragon statue, and couldn't help but sigh. Although it is far from the dragon body of the giant dragon Holy King, which is thousands of meters long, there is no comparison at all. But as far as the statue itself is concerned, it is already very good. The giant dragon is half folded on the base, its wings are spread, the dragon's head is slightly raised, and its vertical pupils are fierce and majestic, as if the next moment is about to flutter its wings and rush to the 9 heavens. Of course, my father said that the craftsmen I recruited are all world-famous master carvers. Angel looked at the dragon statue in front of him and said proudly, "Famous masters, no wonder." Sheila touched his chin and nodded silently. Gold coins are really a good thing. Such a huge statue can be completed in just a few days. It is estimated that many master carvers started to carve together. As for the character of the sculptor? Originally, they wanted to persevere, but Viscount Barrett gave too much. Everyone has to eat. Angel, Chi Lu, you are all here. At this moment, Bellet also came up from downstairs and came to the side of the giant dragon statue. "Father, I shouldn't be back late." Angel shouted and walked over happily. "Of course not, the time is right." Barrett smiled. Behind him, there are many workers carrying combined ladders, and they are busy erecting high ladders next to the dragon statue as soon as they come up. After all, it is a nearly 10-meter-high dragon statue. If you want to pour the molten gold, you can't do it without a ladder. The workers started to get busy, and of course Angel and Barrett stepped aside. Cannot affect the work of workers. Qi Lu was standing on the roof of the city lord's mansion, looking at the giant dragon statue on the statue square, feeling the summoning heart hidden inside. Through the heart of summoning, we can perceive the cohesion of the will of heaven and earth. Sure enough, we have reached the last step, and there is only one chance left. Qi Lu put his hands behind his back, and after finding out the situation, he withdrew his gaze. The high ladder around him was soon completed, and a dark curtain was also surrounding the statue of the giant dragon. The workers carrying the molten gold came up from the downstairs and sent the molten gold into the curtain in buckets. Then the workers inside poured the mined gold melt on the dragon statue. It started, and soon, it can be unveiled. Bellet looked at the curtain that was constantly being opened and closed, and said with a smile. And those businessmen and tourists in Silvermoon City also noticed this scene. The giant dragon statue is on the roof of the city lord's mansion. It's hard not to notice such a tallest building in Silvermoon City. What happened? Why did the curtain suddenly surround it? It's weird, I remember that the roof of the city lord's mansion is a statue. Yes, I still remember that it was a statue of a giant dragon, a bit like the facilitator of the first lord of the Yanlong kingdom. You're talking about Yanlong, right? Don't talk nonsense, the statue of Yanlong is not for everyone, and that statue is definitely not Yanlong's. Then you say, what does the city lord of Beirut want to do? Who knows this? Let's see it first. The sudden appearance immediately made these tourists curious. When the giant dragon statue was there before, these people had nothing to say except to take a look when they entered the city, and then exclaimed. After all, it is something that you see every day, so there is nothing unusual about it. But now suddenly there is a curtain around it, but it's different. People are curious. And Bellet is also taking advantage of this to attract the attention of everyone in Silvermoon City. Lord City Lord, all the molten gold has been plated. After a while, a foreman came out of the curtain and spoke to Barrett. Mineral gold melt is an advanced material for gilding statues. After pouring, it cools very quickly, and it doesn't take long to wait. Then prepare for the opening, the lighting is fine. Bellet responded with a sound, and then opened his mouth and ordered. Please rest assured, Lord City Lord, that there will be no mistakes in the opening of the dragon statue. The foreman nodded, patted his chest, and said. Well, let's get started. Bellet nodded. The foreman took the lead and returned to the curtain. Immediately afterwards, a dozen bronze mirrors were sent to the roof, and then arranged in every corner, reflecting the light onto the curtain. This scene immediately made the tourists who were paying attention to the city lord's mansion even more curious. One by one, they were staring at the curtain on the roof, for fear of missing something important. Everyone, get ready. Pull the curtain. The foreman's voice rang through the curtain. The next second, the curtain surrounding the dragon statue was pulled down at the same time. The light reflected by more than a dozen bronze mirrors immediately shone on a golden dragon statue. In an instant, a halo emerged, and the brilliance circulated. The originally majestic dragon statue seemed to be alive at this moment, with a terrifying momentum and full of coercion. The pair of vertical pupils, against the backdrop of the golden brilliance, even showed a gesture of contempt for the world. Majestic and domineering. This is the dragon. What a terrifying aura, this is obviously just a statue, why is there such a terrifying aura? Huh. This golden light and majestic aura are definitely not Yanlong. The city lord Beirut put such a statue on the city lord's mansion. Is it saying that this is the totem of Silvermoon City? The rise of Silvermoon City is unstoppable. Once the golden dragon statue appeared, it immediately caused an uproar. The majestic and domineering aura, the terrifying sense of oppression, is like facing a real giant dragon, making people sweat and horrified. The familiar of the first lord of the Yanlong kingdom was a Yanlong. This is a well-known thing. However, what Yanlong showed was more violent and fierce, rather than domineering and contempt. So this is also the reason why the giant dragon statue will never be mistaken for Yanlong. Many tourists in Silvermoon City have been discussing and sighing with emotion. The image of the dragon statue was also deeply engraved into my heart unconsciously. Even the workers on the roof, even Bellet and Angel, could feel a faint sense of oppression when they saw the dragon statue. I don't know if this is the reason why the dragon statue is too lifelike. Huh? This dragon might. How is this going? However, Qilu looked at the giant dragon statue with a strange look. Unlike others, after the initial surprise, Qilu was able to confirm that this giant dragon statue was indeed exuding dragon might. Just very weak. This is very strange. It is obviously just a statue, but it can actually exude the real dragon power, not a psychological sense of oppression. It's like faith. It is the power of faith. Qilu looked down from the roof. With his eyesight, he could fully see the emotions in the eyes of the tourists in Inua City. The psychological impact of the dragon statue has left a mark on their subconscious. As long as these tourists come to Silvermoon City, they will subconsciously admire this giant dragon statue. It is an invisible awe. In the hearts of businessmen and tourists who come to Silvermoon City, the statue of the giant dragon is the totem of Silvermoon City, so the yearning for Silvermoon City will turn into the belief in the statue of the giant dragon. Dragon Holy King, I really didn't expect that I would be able to wake you up in this way. After thinking about the cause and effect of the incident, Qilu was also very emotional. King-level power, belief is immortal, and soul is immortal. The Dragon King just disappeared for thousands of years, so the power of faith from the dragon race was exhausted. You know, Chi Leke has never heard Lan Chi mention the name of the Dragon King. And now, with the establishment of Silvermoon City and the appearance of the giant dragon statue, people in the summoning world have once again seen the giant dragon. Dragon King, and believes in it in another way. This made the power of faith, belonging to the Dragon King, become active again. Finally, and most importantly, that is the piece of dragon scale in Chi Li's hand, and the strand of dragon soul sealed inside. It is the key to the reawakening of the Dragon King. If the soul has been completely annihilated, then the power of faith is ceaseless. So Qilu had to sigh with emotion. Fate is sometimes so magical, although it is a crooked fight, but when things reach this stage, the follow-up things are very clear. Although I don't know how long it will take for you to wake up again, there is always a chance. Senior Dragon King, if you can hear it, shelter Silvermoon City until the day you return. Qilu waited until everyone left the roof, and then came to the giant dragon statue alone. Then he took out the dragon scale of the giant Dragon King and sealed it in the giant dragon statue. The power of faith belonging to the Holy Dragon King will be condensed on the statue of the giant dragon, constantly nourishing the dragon soul of the Holy Dragon King, until the dragon soul of the Holy Dragon King recovers. Or, the destruction of Silvermoon City. What happened after that had nothing to do with Qilu. After all, the power of faith in Chi Li's hands can't be used by the Dragon King. The power of belief is the only thing that can stop halfway, only the will of heaven and earth. Because the will of heaven and earth is the prayer of hundreds of millions of creatures, and the instinctive cohesion of one side of heaven and earth can represent any creature. Therefore, no matter who the power of belief is, it is the same for the will of heaven and earth. But other creatures have no such ability. Even if it is a god, there is no way to use the power of other people's beliefs, and can only honestly develop its own believers. Otherwise, why would there be so many battles of faith? Although the gods do not care much about the life and death of their followers, they will always hope that their followers will become more. However, the number of believers is basically constant, so what to do? Then hit it. In the case of trade-offs, there is always a result. It's not a loss to come back this time, it's a good thing at the beginning. After finishing the work, Qi Lu rubbed his hands and went downstairs. The happy event is approaching, and it is not so beautiful. If there is a chance, Qi Lu still wants to wait for the Dragon King to wake up and continue to ask the questions that have not been asked. Especially what happened in the battle in the Xifeng realm. But these are things for the future. The most important thing now is to develop Silvermoon City to a world-famous level, and to ensure that Silvermoon City will last forever. And there is another reason for doing so. Before, Qi Lu only collected the power of faith by himself, but now there is Agent Dragon King. Of course, there is no conflict between the two. Because Qi Lu collects the power of faith by selling summon scrolls. As long as someone buys the summoning scroll, it will provide Qi Lu with the power of faith. The power of belief of the giant Dragon King mainly relies on the influence of the giant dragon statue. To put it simply, the more powerful and famous the Silvermoon City is, the more revered the dragon statue is as a totem, and the more the power of belief will be harvested. In exchange for this, the dragon might emitted by the giant dragon statue will become stronger and stronger. And this dragon power can be used to protect Silvermoon City. Complement each other and benefit each other. Until the day when the dragon soul of the giant dragon Holy King recovered and his consciousness woke up. It just so happened that when Qi Lu came out of the city lord's mansion, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in Yinhua City. Like a circle of invisible ripples, it swept across the entire Yinhua City, and then spread rapidly in all directions. The speed of the spread is so fast that it has spread tens of thousands of miles in almost an instant. And the rate is still increasing. If you guess right, within half a cup of tea, the entire summoning world will be covered by this energy fluctuation. Interesting, the dragon might of the giant Dragon King can actually stimulate the will of heaven and earth. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, and his eyes looked into the distance as the energy fluctuated. The center point of the ripple is the heart of summoning on the statue square. Whoosh! It didn't take a moment for the invisible ripples to calm down, but the surrounding wind was blowing wildly. Along the horizon, a series of golden runes appeared, intertwined and dense, looking extremely mysterious. The sudden vision of heaven and earth made everyone stop their movements, paused, and looked up at the horizon. This time, it's not just people from Silvermoon City. Even people from other city-states and even other kingdoms can clearly see those golden runes that suddenly appeared. These golden runes continue to emerge at the end of the sky, intertwined, gathering and dispersing from time to time, making people dazzled. At this moment, no one made a sound, all looking at this gorgeous vision. Shocked, astonished, curious, puzzled. All kinds of emotions lingered in everyone's heart, which was extremely complicated, but no one knew what this sudden vision of heaven and earth represented. The golden pattern in the sky, the golden lotus in the ground. Why is the gathering of the will of heaven and earth so big this time? The only person in the know, Qi Lu, raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself with some doubts. When Zhu Bao appeared, it was almost silent. But this time a vision appeared in the entire summoning world, and everyone could clearly see the mysterious golden rune. It's a little too loud. It really is that the god of summoning is gone, so the will of heaven and earth can do whatever they want. This is also the most reasonable explanation that Qi Lu can think of. Of course, thanks to the contribution of the Dragon King, the spatial coordinates of this side of the world are hidden. So looking at it this way, it seems that the will of heaven and earth is really the biggest between this side of heaven and earth. In this way, this situation is much better than the original Zhu Bao. After all, in the forging world, there was a god of forging watching it. If Zhu Bao dared to make such a big move, it would not be long before he would be shattered again. It's just that the god of forging appeared once, but he couldn't kill Qi Lu. It was estimated that in a short time, there should be no way to come down, so Zhu Bao became bold. And now in this situation, the opening of the will of heaven and earth in the summoning world can be more than 100 times stronger than Zhu Bao. There is enough time to keep a low profile, and it is possible to develop slowly. If you think about it, that's the only reason. However, such a dazzling vision is probably not only announcing to hundreds of millions of beings in the world, but the will of this world has already taken shape. What is the specific reason? Qi Lu did not get too entangled, but looked up at golden runes in the sky. The expression on his face seemed quite interesting. If nothing else, those golden runes should be the concrete manifestation of the power of the will of heaven and earth. As long as you understand a little bit, it will be of great benefit to your future cultivation path. As soon as this vision passes, it is estimated that the overall power level of this world will immediately rise by half a level, or even more. This is a great gift to billions of souls. Qi Lu said with emotion. The reappearance of the will of heaven and earth on one side must be a happy event celebrated by the whole world. This represents the re-emergence of heaven and earth, and the possibility of being promoted to a higher realm. The golden pattern of heaven and earth is the first gift from the will of heaven and earth. It is also the beginning of a great world. In order to compete with those gods, the will of heaven and earth must become stronger. And this requires hundreds of millions of creatures between the world and the earth to enhance their strength and elevate the power level of the entire world. Although the goal is far away, it is a matter of great benefit to both parties. While thinking about it, Qi Lu had come to the statue square from outside the city lord's mansion and observed the giant dragon statue in front of him. In fact, the main thing is to perceive the calling heart in it. As expected, it has been shattered. In Qi Li's perception, he could clearly see that the summoning heart inside the statue had turned into a pool of powder. It's just that there is a layer of shell wrapped on the outside, so it can't be seen from the outside that anything has changed. Not even that weird shape has changed. However, as long as the outer shell is opened, the powder inside will be scattered with the wind. In this case, the power of faith stored in the summoning heart, as well as the power contained in it, was naturally absorbed by the will of heaven and earth. If it weren't for this, the will of heaven and earth could not have been formed so quickly. Although Qi Lu did contribute a lot of luck. But really speaking, the core is the key, and the fate of heaven and earth is more of a nourishment. Only the core can be considered a real seed. But it doesn't matter, the heart of summoning will be shattered if it is shattered, it is useless for Qi Lu anyway. Originally, Qi Lu wanted to use his summoning heart to shelter Silverman City. Not to mention that it will last forever, at least it will last forever. But looking at it now, Long Wei with the giant dragon king guarding Inua City, without the heart of summoning, actually has no big impact. After all, the great dragon king was a king-level almighty before his death. If it is not bad, it is the same level of power as the gods. With the powerful guardian of such a realm, even if it is only Long Wei, not everyone can break through. In this way, Qi Lu can feel at ease. Just wait for a while, let the dragon statue absorb more power of faith, activate the dragon power of the Dragon King a little more, and Qi Lu can go back through the gate of the barrier. Counting the days, the gate of the barrier has probably cooled down long ago. As for what happened next, Qi Lu believed that Bellet and Angel could handle it well. And the last one is the question of the facilitator. However, Qi Lu felt that this was not a problem. Anyway, Angel is not an orthodox summoner, but a real magician. As for the magician, he does not have a magician, and it will not affect his combat power in the slightest. Even if Angel wants to learn new magic, she can go directly to Gu Yuan, not necessarily Qi Lu. The only thing to consider is how to interpret the matter. Because the familiar summoned with great difficulty, after signing the contract with the familiar, actually has to return to their original world, this situation is indeed the first case in history. Although in theory, there is nothing wrong with this approach. However, it is difficult to understand rationally. However, there must be a way for the car to the front of the mountain, and the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge. It doesn't make sense to think about this question now, let's wait until then. The current Inua city is blessed by the will of heaven and earth, and Belawis the shroud of the dragon power of the giant dragon Holy King. There are also the love of businessmen from all walks of life, as well as the good reputation of summoning all over the world, attracting tourists from all walks of life. If it is such a good situation, it can't continue to operate, then Qi Li can only admit it. After all, the summoning realm is not Qi Li's destination, but the Sifang realm. Blackwater Kingdom, Blackwater City. As the capital of the Blackwater Kingdom, it should be crowded with people here. But today there was an eerie silence. All the people who came to Blackwater City subconsciously lowered their footsteps and did not dare to make too much noise. Just because of a dense fog-like coercion that spread in the Blackwater City, it did not dissipate for a long time, so that all those who were shrouded in the coercion did not dare to breathe too hard. This coercion, this power. If a knowledgeable summoner came over, he would definitely be able to feel it. This is definitely a power beyond the superior level. Sovereign level. I don't know how many years I haven't seen it. In addition to being mentioned in the records, most of those who have seen the power of the monarch level with their own eyes are now the powerhouses of the famous side. The other small part is estimated to have been buried. It can be seen that the power of the monarch level is very rare. Even in the records that mentioned the power of the monarch, most of them were talking about the familiar, not the summoner himself. Although I don't know why. However, according to the verification of countless excellent level powerhouses, it seems that the summoner cannot be promoted to the monarch level. This is true regardless of whether the familiar possessed is a monarch level familiar. The most famous example is probably the first lord of the Yanlong Kingdom. According to the content of various rumors, the reason why the first lord of the Yanlong Kingdom disappeared seems to be in pursuit of monarch-level power. After all, as a well-known monarch-level familiar, Yanlong has also established a huge territory for its master. And established the Yanlong Kingdom, which is extremely powerful up to now. Therefore, Yanlong's experiences during his lifetime, even now, are things that people talk about with relish. There are also many rumors of various versions. It's just that there is only one conclusion that everyone can come to. That is, there is no way for a summoner to become a monarch-level power, no matter how powerful the familiar is. But now, in this Blackwater City, there is such a terrifying pressure. The imposing manner is far beyond the powerhouse of the excellent level. And most importantly, although this coercion is unparalleled, it is as unfathomable as the ocean. But it is not as ferocious and terrifying as the coercion of those familiars. Instead, it appears to be neutral and peaceful, just like the aura of a summoner. Could it be a monarch-level summoner? In Blackwater City, there are excellent level summoners. Are you going to break through to become a monarch level? As soon as this bold guess was spoken, people in Blackwater City immediately looked at each other in dismay, and everyone's demeanor was slightly different. The people of the Blackwater Kingdom are naturally ecstatic, full of pride. Sovereign level summoner, what is the concept? To put it in a bad way, as long as the summoner is lucky, the summoned beast has a high enough combat power. Then a monarch-level summoner can easily destroy a kingdom. Otherwise, why was the first lord of the Yanlong Kingdom able to build a huge Yanlong Kingdom with a monarch-level familiar? In addition to resourcefulness, force is also an essential factor. Yanlong's combat power, even among the monarch-level familiars, can be ranked among the best, almost invincible. At the beginning, the Flame Dragon Kingdom could be established with just one Flame Dragon. So now, the Blackwater Kingdom has a real monarch-level summoner, whose deterrent power and fighting power are strong, one can imagine. As for the people who came to Blackwater City to play or do business from other forces and other kingdoms, their expressions changed drastically at this moment. This kind of news is definitely a major blow to the forces to which he belongs. Although the Blackwater Kingdom did not explicitly say that it had a monarch-level summoner, this kind of thing always depended on the spies who came in to find out. No force would be stupid enough to put its own cards on the bright side. The Blackwater Kingdom is no exception. It's just a vision at the time of the breakthrough, it really can't be covered up. Therefore, it is simply sent out generously, so that everyone can know it, and it can also act as a deterrent. This is also the reason why Blackwater City has not closed its gates. It doesn't look like it says it clearly, but it's actually not much different from that. After all, when the superior level breaks through to the monarch level, the power that erupts is completely incomparable to the superior level powerhouse. Just feel it for sure. So this news soon spread to the ears of all the forces with Yu's mouths. Especially those spies who were placed in Blackwater City. Once they were confirmed, they rushed back to the forces they belonged to and reported the incident. Regardless of whether it is true or false, such a big event must be said. Even if it is to prevent it in the future. Once the news spread, it was naturally an uproar. Many forces are in danger, and they dare not go to the Blackwater Kingdom to confirm the news. In a short period of time, people were panicking. As the long-standing enemy of the Blackwater Kingdom, the Yanlong Kingdom naturally learned of this news. And it was one of the first forces to know the news. So in the study room of the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom, the Lord Saya looked at the secret letter, and his brows were obviously locked. A monarch-level summoner must be guarded by a monarch-level facilitator. This combination has a high combat power that is simply unimaginable. Saya rubbed his brows, feeling a bit of a headache. If you talk about the information about the First Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom, where is the most detailed record? It is undoubtedly in the library of this palace. Therefore, Saya has a particularly deep understanding of the concept of power at the monarch level. To use an inaccurate word to describe it, it is destroy the country. If there is no power of the same level to check and balance, it is absolutely impossible to resist. The monarch level and the excellence level are not the same level of power at all. In the Blackwater Kingdom, there is a monarch level familiar, which is not a secret, and Saya knows it. Because in the Yanlong Kingdom, there is also a monarch level familiar as a trump card. However, a monarch level summoner is completely unexpected. Adding these two together, the fighting power that erupts is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It can be said that if the strength of the summoner is insufficient, it will become the weak underbelly of the demon. Even if the familiar's combat power is strong, there will be many scruples. But when the power level of the summoner is the same as that of the familiar, not only the familiar can exert all the combat power, but even the summoner can also burst out with good combat power. You must know that monarch-level summoners, just those summoned beasts, cannot be cleaned up by ordinary people. It may not be necessary to use the magic, just rely on those summoned beasts, they can run wild. Damn, how can this happen? Why break through? Could it be that the things recorded by the ancestors are true? There is really some kind of shackle between this world, so the summoner cannot break through to the monarch level. And now, the shackles are gone. Saya, as the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom, naturally knows more fortunate secrets than the average person. Moreover, among the royal family of the Yanlong Kingdom, there is also a handbook that has never been passed on. The records are the words of the First Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom. Among them, it was mentioned that there is a shackle between this world, which prevents the summoner from breaking through to the monarch level, and can only rely on the demon to fight. The real reason for the disappearance of the First Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom was that he wanted to lift this shackle with the help of Yanlong. Unfortunately, it failed. It's gone forever, leaving only this notebook. Undoubtedly, according to the content in the notes, it actually confirmed Sheila's guess. The Yanlong is really transformed by the reverse scale of the giant dragon Holy King. Otherwise, how could it be possible to know the news that the will of heaven and earth was broken? It's just that Yanlong didn't tell the truth about its owner, but used the word shackle instead. Then it led to Tai Tai, the first lord of the Yanlong kingdom, who had to go to that desert to try, and ended up ruining his life. All I can say is that it is time and life. Although the original Yanlong did not complete this task, he turned into Outergon Scale and guided Qi Lu to complete it. By the way, it also became the hope for the recovery of the Dragon King. If you think about it, maybe everything is doomed. The shackles have disappeared. If it is true, then something will happen, and the Blackwater Kingdom will never give up such a good opportunity. Seiya habitually tapped the desk with his fingers, frowning with a frown. Thought. If the shackles really disappear, then if the first monarch-level summoner appears, there will definitely be a second, a third. At that time, people will understand that the inability of summoners to break through the restrictions of the monarch level is a thing of the past. At that time, many forces will definitely reshuffle. Whoever has a monarch-level summoner can have the right to speak. If the Yanlong Kingdom could not keep up with the rhythm, it would soon be washed away and turned into the dust of history. And the Blackwater Kingdom, as a big power with a monarch-level summoner, will undoubtedly be at the forefront and take the Yanlong Kingdom to the forefront. Whether it's killing chickens to warn the monkeys, or solving old grievances. This battle is bound to start. You know, the Battle of the Great Stone Pass was not long in the past. Now that there is such a good opportunity to get back, how could the Blackwater Kingdom not seize it? What should we do? How to arrange it? What kind of power should we use to fight? A large number of questions lingered in Seiya's mind, making Seiya's expression a little annoyed. But this matter can't be brought to the court to talk about it. Sovereign-level summoners, even if they let those ministers figure out a way, they would be helpless. This problem of top combat power is different from conspiracy and tricks, and it is also different from arranging troops. Yes is there, no is not. If you can fight, you can fight. If you can't fight, even if you are desperate, you still can't fight. Your Majesty, are these excerpts for Inua City still sealed as before? But at this moment, a guard knocked on the door and came in, landed on one knee, and asked respectfully. Yes, all are sealed, you don't have to ask again next time. Seiya was when he was bored, and when he heard this, he immediately waved and said. However, the words were just normal, but Seiya's eyes lit up, the conversation changed, and he said, Go and get the list of students reported by the Flame Academy this year. Yes. The guards took orders and retire immediately. In the major colleges in the Yanlong Kingdom, each student's directory will be backed up and sent to the special warehouse in the capital. Seiya, of course, hadn't seen these directories. It's just that the guard mentioned Silvermoon City just now, which reminded Seiya. In the list reported by the Flame Academy this year, there is a very interesting student, the Angel student. According to Dean Fade's speculation, although the level of the familiar summoned by Angel's students is set to be excellent, but in fact, it is very likely that they are familiars at the Monarch level. It's just that the Monarch level familiars are very involved, so Fader dare not make a private conclusion. So I noted this situation in the student directory and backed it up to the capital. Of course, if it's just like this, Z won't notice it either. However, what is interesting is that in the Battle of Jushiguan, Angel students performed extremely well, and even before graduation, they won the title of Baron. This also brought Angel into Seiya's sight. Then, such a special note naturally aroused Seiya's interest. It's just that Seiya didn't pay much attention to this matter at that time. After all, there is no way a monarch-level familiar can be summoned so well. It is estimated that Dean Fader is exaggerating to promote his college. So Seiya just took one more look, left an impression, and didn't care too much about it. Later, after the matter of Silvermoon City was made a big deal by the ministers, Seiya noticed once again that this Angel student was actually the daughter of Viscount Bellet. This is where it gets interesting. So when he heard the name of Silvermoon City, Seiya immediately thought off this interesting student. That one may be a monarch-level familiar, and it has become the life-saving straw of the Yanlan kingdom at this moment. If you want to resist the attack of a monarch-level summoner, one monarch-level familiar is definitely not enough, at least two are needed. Otherwise, once you are restrained by the other party's familiar, there is really nothing you can do. Your Majesty, the student name has been accepted. Not long after, the guards who were ordered to go to the warehouse walked in with a stack of sorted booklets and respectfully placed them on the table. Then, under Seiya's wave, he bowed and retired. Student Angel, during the summoning ceremony of the familiar, a humanoid familiar was summoned. After the humanoid familiar appeared, it showed the power to easily suppress the superior level familiar, and could clearly feel that there was still power left. Therefore, it is speculated that the possibility that this humanoid fascist is a monarch-level fascist is very high. Seiya flipped out the list of students about Angel, and looked at the remarks above, thoughtfully. It's easy to suppress an excellent-level familiar. Just from this point, it can be confirmed that this humanoid demon has absolutely good combat power, and at least it is a high-level excellent level. And according to the content of the remarks, the familiar of excellence level that was brought to Liwei was still a flame dragon. This powerful familiar with the blood of the dragon family is the most powerful in combat. Among the familiars of the same level, it can be said that it is almost impossible to find an opponent. In this way, the speculation about the power level of this humanoid familiar can be raised by another level. Even if it is not a monarch-level familiar, it should be not far behind. In this critical period, to have more strength is to have more hope. As long as he can resist the threat of the Blackwater Kingdom, get through the current period, and wait until there is a monarch-level summoner in the Yanlan Kingdom, then everything will be calm. Bring the crisis-ridden situation back to a balanced situation. Then do it. If Angel Student's familiar dies unfortunately, then it will be considered that my Flame Dragon Kingdom owes her. Come on, come on. Seiya, who had made a decision, no longer hesitated, and called the guards out loudly. A secret decree was sent out overnight and rushed to Silvermoon City. The secret has its own dedicated channel. The speed of delivery to Silvermoon City is much faster than that of ordinary letters. In less than a day, a messenger walked into the city lord's mansion of Silvermoon City and delivered the secret decree to Bellet. Today, the shackles of heaven and earth are fully opened, the Blackwater Kingdom is a huge threat. The content of the secret decree is very simple. Basically it is to recruit Angel's familiar to go to the capital to discuss the matter of defending the enemy. Whether it is fighting or defending, it only depends on the meaning of the Blackwater Kingdom. It only needs to wait for a monarch-level summoner to appear in the Yanlan Kingdom, and the recruitment will be over. The king wants Qi Lu to go to the capital and discuss the matter of defending the enemy together. I have to ask Angel's opinion on this matter. Bellet is not qualified to help Qi Lu make this decision, so neither. It's good to take this errand on the spot. Otherwise, Qi Lu did not agree, and Bellet would be deceived. Come on, take this gentleman to the guest room to rest. Also, have you seen where Angel is? So after Barrett arranged the messenger's room and board, he went directly to Angel and Qi Lu. It would be better to resolve this matter sooner. There is an old grudge between the Blackwater Kingdom and the Yanlan Kingdom. If there is a fight, Silvermoon City will definitely not be able to get better. Of course, as long as there is no problem with the Blackwater Kingdom's mind, it will definitely not take the initiative to trouble Silvermoon City. After all, such a large trading city-state can easily affect its image if it is disposed of at will. It's just that with this battle, in order to respond to this battle, Silvermoon City will definitely enter a state of battle. At that time, the trade channel will be temporarily closed. This is definitely a huge blow to a city-state that is under construction. In addition, Bellet himself is a noble of the Yanlan Kingdom, and it is reasonable to join the battle. However, the problem is that Qi Lu is not from the Yanlan Kingdom. No matter what Beirut decides to do, there is no way to affect Qi Lu's actions. so he can only tell Qi Lu about it and let him make his own decision. However, although Belit couldn't help Qi Lu make a decision, it was still okay to persuade him. There is indeed a monarch-level summoner in the Blackwater Kingdom. I know about it. If there is a battle, I will go over and take a look. Qi Lu replied calmly with an unexpected expression on his face. After all, with Gluck's advance notice, almost all subsequent developments were within Qi Li's expectations. However, the secret decree of Lord Xia was an unexpected joy. Because of this secret purpose, Qi Li's helping hand is even a famous teacher. If it makes merit in this battle, Silvermoon City will be justifiable. Moreover, with such great merits pressing on the bright side, those ministers in the court did not dare to say anything gossip. In this way, all obstacles will be removed. It can also make Lord Xia owe a favor to Silvermoon City, which will naturally come in handy when there is a need in the future. Qi Lu, you will have no problem dealing with a monarch-level summoner. Angel asked worriedly. Although Angel is very confident in Qi Li's strength, when it's time to worry, she will still worry. Don't worry, it's just a small character. Qi Lu said with a light smile. A monarch-level summoner can be called the power of a small role, and before the Dragon Holy King wakes up, the only person who is qualified to say such a thing is Qi Lu. For Qi Lu, the summoner is just a serious magician. If its own combat power is not strong, it is useless to have more summoned beasts. You must know that after the god of summoning ascended the throne, although the throne was achieved by the way of summoning, the fighting power of the god of summoning itself was not bad. And it can bless itself with the power of many summoned beasts. Compared with ordinary gods, the combat power is much stronger. What's more, there is the Dragon King to take care of him. So to be honest, Qi Lu always thought it was a mystery why the god of summoning fell. It is also because of this that Qi Lu was so shocked after hearing the news in the mouth of the Dragon King. And now, what appears in the Blackwater Kingdom is just an expected monarch-level summoner. A newly promoted powerhouse. In front of Qi Lu, it was really not enough to see. Aren't you going to go to the capital, Qi Lu? After Barrett got the answer, he couldn't help but ask another question. It was written in the secret decree, but to let Qi Lu go to the capital to discuss the matter of defending the enemy. But what Qi Lu is doing now is rather perfunctory. If you don't go, what's there to do in the capital? Look at the faces of those guys after you go there? Or do you want to listen to the flattery of those who tend to be more powerful? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and said unceremoniously. Communicating with people should be a pleasant thing, but what do you want to do with the vain? At the realm of Qi Lu, the most despised thing is this kind of thing. The strong act as they please. Meaningless things, unless Qi Lu likes them, they won't do them at all. That's right, what's there to do in the capital? Angel also followed behind. Unlike Belit's deep-rooted loyalty to the Yanlong Kingdom, Angel, at his age, is more likely to follow his own emotions. Otherwise, how to say hot-blooded young people are easily impulsive. Then, that's it, I'll go back and let the messenger bring the news back. At most, Barrett just persuaded him, and without saying much, he left in a hurry and went back to the study to write a letter. The specific answer is still to be explained clearly. Qi Lu cannot worry about the Lord of Saya, and even Angel cannot care. But Barrett can't. Silvermoon City is still in the territory of the Yanlong Kingdom, so it must abide by the rules, be under the control of others, and obey the dispatch. At the very least, do it on the surface. I didn't expect that the Blackwater Kingdom's actions would be so fast. Qi Lu looked up at the sky. Today, it has only been a few days since the will of heaven and earth was reunited and the golden pattern of heaven and earth appeared. There was a monarch-level summoner who appeared, and it seemed that he had accumulated a lot, and he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. If the will of heaven and earth is not formed, then this life may be over. But looking at it now, the lifespan of the powerhouse level power is still a little longer than that of the hero level. At least it can have 100 years. Although it is incomparable with the long-lived races such as dragons and elves. But compared to normal people, it is already quite long. This also means that the Blackwater Kingdom can at least remain prestige for such a long period of time until there is no successor. It will take about 3 days to stabilize the realm. Presumably when this news came out and was known to the major forces, that monarch-level summoner was already ready. Thoughts swirled around in his head, only then did Qi Lu speak out leisurely. Seizing the opportunity is a very important thing in this new era, where the will of heaven and earth is emerging. Blackwater Kingdom will definitely not miss such a good opportunity. Qi Lu, nothing will happen to the Yanlong Kingdom. Angel was silent for a while. Suddenly asked. After all, Angel is still a nobleman of the Yanlong Kingdom. After calming down, he will still care about the safety of the Yanlong Kingdom. Just a way of caring, not so urgent. Theoretically, it shouldn't. However, Angel, this kind of thing is a rare opportunity for Silverman City. Qi Lu glanced at Angel and said slowly. If Inua City can become famous in this battle, it must be known to the world. The merchants of the Blackwater Kingdom played a very important role in this battle. Blackwater Kingdom, Blackwater City Palace. In the hall, a middle-aged man stood with his head held high, looking at the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom with a proud expression. Frass, the most famous summoner in the Blackwater Kingdom, the elder of the court, guessed. It was also this time that the one who was rumored to be among the various forces successfully broke through to become a monarch-level summoner. If you want to take the Yanlong Kingdom, it's not enough to directly attack the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom. As long as the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom is destroyed, the Yanlong Kingdom will inevitably be headless. At that time, the remaining city-states might as well be left to our disposal. Frass looked around at the ministers standing on both sides of the hall, before speaking aloud. His tone was conceited and arrogant, and he didn't take Yanlong Kingdom in the slightest. Elder Frass, are you sure that you alone can break through the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom? This matter is of great importance. Elder Frass doesn't have to force himself. The Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom asked in a deep voice. This level of war is not a joke, and the required strategy is not something that can be figured out in a snap. But Frass didn't take Yanlong Kingdom in the slightest at this moment. This is of course also related to Frass's strength. A monarch-level summoner, in this world, is definitely a strength that I snuff to be proud of. It can be called the first person in the world. It's just that the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom sees further. The first Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom started from scratch and was so powerful that no one could match his strength at that time. Don't you leave any trump cards for future generations? If I can't break the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom alone, then even if I send a large army, what can I do? Slowly attack from the border? When Frass said this, he couldn't help sneering, and his face showed a mockery without concealing it. The failure of the Battle of the Stone Pass is still imminent and vivid. When this matter was mentioned, even if the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom didn't blush, the leaders of the border troops would all blush. Then it's hard work for Elder Frass. You alone will be the vanguard to attack the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom. The army will arrive later to help Elder Frass clean up the mess. The Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom knew that he could not order Frass, so hesitantly let him go. There is a difference between a monarch-level summoner and a superior-level summoner. When Frass was still at an excellent level, he would not dare to be so disrespectful to the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom. But now, it was different from before. As a monarch-level summoner, he has the strength as his confidence. It would be great if you could get there in time. Frass spread his hands and said no more, turned and left the hall. The unparalleled fighting power is the confidence to do whatever they want. For Frass, breaking the Yanlong Kingdom is just something that can be done easily. That is naturally the quickest way. Because in Fra's view, he obviously has the power to crush his opponent, but still has Suzutuzi, which is too timid. Anyway, Fras's disdain to do such a thing. Your Majesty, are you just letting Elder Fras mess around like this? The ministers in the hall couldn't help but go out to speak after seeing Fras's disrespectful attitude. Hearing this, the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom raised his eyes and glanced, but there was a sneer in his heart. When Fras was there before, I didn't see you come out and say such things? Who wouldn't let go of the aftermath? What Elder Fras did was also for the sake of the Blackwater Kingdom, so naturally, there is no need to reprimand him. The Yanlong Kingdom has been the enemy of my Blackwater Kingdom for a long time. It would be a good thing if the Kingdom of Yanlong could be destroyed and included in the territory of my Kingdom of Blackwater. Therefore, the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom also spoke in a solemn tone. After a short pause, he continued, Silver Moon City, the newly built city-state of the Yanlong Kingdom, is the birthplace of the summoning scroll. A businessman has already gone to Silvermoon City and brought back the summoning scroll, which proves that there is such a thing, and that this thing is so powerful that it can completely make up for the lack of combat power. So even for Silvermoon City, this battle is imperative. In a kingdom, it is far from enough to have the top combat power of a monarch-level summoner. The role of top combat power is mainly deterrence. If you want to manage the people of an entire kingdom, the more important thing is the combat power at the bottom. Whether it is a frontier army, a city guard army, or a patrol army, etc., they are all indispensable establishments. Human resources are the most important thing. Therefore, more combat power that can be invoked has become the most critical issue. And the summoning scroll can just solve this problem. After all, there is only one summoner of the level of Fras, and it's okay Tausit to attack Huanglong, but when it comes to managing the city-state, it's useless at all. How can ordinary people care about such a high-profile big man? Not to mention the vast territory of the Blackwater Kingdom, with so many city-states, that one person could not handle it alone. Therefore, the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom had already made the idea of Silvermoon City. A large-scale trading city-state capable of free trade, no matter what it is, it must be included in the territory of its own kingdom. Send a large army to attack the giant stone pass, and then turn to Silvermoon City to control it. This time, they have a scroll of summoning, and so do we. This matter, the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom has long planned. Fras wants to act alone, so let him act alone. At that time, the interior of the Yanlong Kingdom was in chaos, and the dragons were headless, which just happened to facilitate the attack of the army of the Blackwater Kingdom. Go straight from the border, then detour to Silvermoon City. The city-states in the middle are all supply stations. Saya of the Yanlong Kingdom, you should never have imagined that what you achieve can also destroy you. Actually refused? No, it's not right, it's not a rejection, it's just weighing the pros and cons. After Sia saw Bellet's reply, she quickly understood the purpose of this behavior. The icing on the cake is never as good as the help in the snow. The word support at any time sounds nice, but another way of saying it is nothing more than lack of human affection, and it's just a war on the outside. When the crisis is over, and then come out to save the field, the effect will be much better. It is impossible for Viscount Barrett to make such a decision, and Angel should not have such a deep city. Then it seems that the only one who can make this decision is the humanoid familiar. Putting the letter back on the table, Saya couldn't help rubbing the acupuncture points on both sides of his forehead. A humanoid familiar has always been a synonym for a resourceful familiar. Now this humanoid demon, on the basis of having such a terrifying combat power, actually possesses such a profound resourcefulness. It seems that Angel is indeed quite lucky. However, this kind of familiar is also the most difficult to control. Because they will not listen to the master's words and have their own ideas. So Z couldn't force this familiar to do anything. After all, people don't care about their status as the lord of the country Adel, they just act according to their own preferences. Headache just thinking about it. Your Majesty, there is news from Xuanhuan that the army of the Blackwater Kingdom is gathering, and it seems that they are preparing to attack Xuanhuan again. At this moment, a guard walked in quickly and put an urgent report on the table. Saya frowned, opened the emergency report, and his face suddenly gloomy. Although I had long expected that they would do it, I didn't expect that the Blackwater Kingdom would be so impatient, so impatient. Send the order, transfer troops to the giant stone pass, and transport all the remaining summoned scrolls. With the help of the summoning scroll, the disparity in troops is no longer a big problem. Although Xuanhuan was in a short period of time, there was no way to recover its troops. But there is no problem with using enough summoned scrolls to make up for this part of the combat power. Besides, it would take 3 to 5 days to gather the army from the Blackwater Kingdom, then to the army to attack and arrive at Jiu Pass. This is still in the case of fast horses and whips on the march, and things such as food and grass can keep up. Otherwise, it would take 10 days to start. Unless the Blackwater Kingdom is willing to pay the blood, use the magic circle to teleport. In this case, you only need to send scouts to the Blackwater Forest outside the Stone Pass to build a magic circle. It's just that the cost of teleporting the magic circle is really not low. If Blackwater Kingdom is defeated in this battle, it is estimated that it will be difficult to return to blood in 10 years. Yes. Your Majesty. The guards got the order and left soon. Saya was the only one left, still thinking about something. Silvermoon City, summon the scroll warehouse. Qi Lu brought Angel here and walked to a shelf placed in the corner. Chila, what did you bring me here for? Is there a new summoning scroll? Angel asked with some doubts. Since Gu Yuan came to Silvermoon City, the summoning scroll warehouse has almost become his residence. Usually, Gu Yuan can hardly be seen coming out of it, except when he comes topic up the goods. So today, Qi Lu suddenly brought her here. Angel couldn't think of anything to do. Do you want to find Gu Yuan to make a move? But if you really want to count it, Qi Li's strength should be stronger than Gu Yuan. Angel, that's why I say that you still have a lot to learn. Qi Lu looked at Angel's puzzled expression and said with a light smile. If the Blackwater Kingdom attacks the Yanlong Kingdom, do you think that in addition to the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom, there is another city-state that is worthy of the Blackwater Kingdom's attention? In the current situation, only the Blackwater Kingdom has a monarch-level summoner. At the end, Qi Lu also reminded one more thing. Yes. Could it be Silvermoon City? When Angel heard Qi Li's question, her mind suddenly got stuck, and then she asked, tentatively. Because after thinking about all the city-states in the Yanlong Kingdom, Angel suddenly realized that there seemed to be not many city-states with real characteristics. In other words, most of the city-states have developed quite well. Being in the middle of the rules means that it can be replaced, and it also means that there is no need to compete. When there is a war between kingdoms, limited troops are put into such a huge battlefield, which means that some positional competitions must be abandoned. Then the battlegrounds are those hub-type city-states, or city-states with great strategic value. Silvermoon City really meets the latter conditions. To be more precise, it should be that the summoning scroll fits the description of the latter. It has great strategic value. Especially in this period, Silvermoon City is still under construction, and even the basic city guards have not had time to recruit, and the combat effectiveness must be extremely low. So in the eyes of the Blackwater Kingdom, Silvermoon City is like a piece off at on a chopping block. As long as you get close, you can get it at your fingertips. And once you get it, it will definitely help a lot in this battle. Therefore, Silvermoon City has become a city-state that must be contested. It is obviously a city-state that is still under construction, and it has not been fully built yet, and it is about to become a city-state that must be fought in the war between kingdoms. That being said, it's kind of ironic. But from this point, it can be seen why Saya, the lord of the Yanlong kingdom, is so protective of Silvermoon City. He was able to ignore the frequent appearances of the ministers in the court, asking for the proposal of severely punishing Viscount Bellet, and pretended to be ignorant all day long. Isn't the purpose of making Silvermoon City a star city-state of the Yanlong kingdom? This is definitely a big boost to the national strength of the Yanlong kingdom. It's good that you're not stupid. Qila shrugged. But, what does this have to do with the summoning scroll warehouse? Angel was still a little puzzled. Even if the Blackwater Kingdom would attack Silvermoon City, it would have nothing to do with the summoning scroll warehouse. It's very simple. Among the merchants of the Blackwater Kingdom, there must be spies sent from the palace of the Blackwater Kingdom who have already explored the details of Silvermoon City. Then you will also know that there are still many high-level summoning scrolls in Inua City's hands, which can quickly form a powerful combat force during wartime. When Qila said this, he couldn't help but smile. Then, under such circumstances, the Blackwater Kingdom dares to attack Silvermoon City. Why do you think it is? Is it because you are prepared? Angel frowned and thought for a while before answering. It's just that the tone is rather uncertain. Of course not, the power possessed by the summoning scroll has already purchased a lot of businessmen who should. Very clear. Then the Blackwater Kingdom must have also tested the power of the summoning scroll, and will not act rashly. And in this case, if the Blackwater Kingdom dares to attack Silvermoon City, there is only one possibility left: they will throw the main force of the army to Silvermoon City, in order to quickly take Silvermoon City. Qila shook his fingers and said very confidently, "If you want to take down Silvermoon City with a small group of people, unless there is something wrong with the head of the Blackwater Kingdom. Otherwise, the commander of the expedition army suffered a brain hemorrhage on the spot. Otherwise, such a strange decision would never have been made. However, if the Blackwater Kingdom invests its main force on the side of Inua City, what about the capital city?" Angel couldn't believe it. Because she didn't think that the value of a Silvermoon City would be higher than the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom. You ignored that monarch-level summoner. I think, over there in the capital, it should be this conceited summoner, going to attack alone. How powerful is the power of the powerhouse-level power? In the current summoning world, I am afraid that only Qila knows it. So suddenly gaining such a tyrannical power, the mentality will expand, which is also a matter of course. The power of heaven and earth, how stalwart. With this kind of power in hand, how can you look down on other people? And the only one who can guess this is Qila. Of course, it's not just speculation. No way. Angel's eyes widened. This is normal. If you were asked to crush a nest of ants and destroy that nest, how many people do you think it would be appropriate to send there? Qila gave an example, a very appropriate example. In the eyes of the powerhouse-level Almighty, there is really no difference between ordinary people and ants. So in the eyes of monarch-level summoners, it's actually the same, and even because of the existence of summoned beasts, the summoners have even more self-esteem. Hearing this metaphor, Angel suddenly stopped talking. It's a pity, the information that the Blackwater Kingdom has learned is only what they think they know. Because in the summoning scroll, I have never taken out the real trump card. Seeing Angel's serious face, Qila couldn't help laughing. Are there any whole cards in the summoning scroll? When Angel heard the words, the seriousness on her face suddenly turned into curiosity. Of course there is. What's the whole card? That's all, the summoning scroll of excellence. Qila stretched out his hand and directed Angel's gaze to the shelf in front of him. The summoning scroll on it was obviously much more refined than other summoning scrolls. They are the Fire Spirit Summoning Scroll and the Ice Spirit Summoning Scroll. Superior level summon scroll? Angel suddenly widened her eyes, her face full of stunned and surprised. But the only thing that didn't appear was an unbelievable look. Because Angel completely believes in Qila, even if he is shocked, he still believes in the summoning scroll of the superior level. It is true. Lack of information can easily lead to the collapse of a war. These are the great gifts I gave to the Blackwater Kingdom. Qila looked at the summoning scroll on the shelf and said with a smile. To be honest, Qi Lu does not plan to sell a large number of summoned scrolls of superior level. Because the promotion of the high level to the excellent level is completely a qualitative change, rashly taking out a large number of excellent level summoned scrolls, it is easy to change the current pattern. So it's better to sell in limited quantities. This is why Qila did not let the system design too many excellent level summoning scrolls. Anyway, it's all sold in limited quantities, so it doesn't matter what kind. What you buy is what you earn. What else do you want to do? What's more, the two summoning scrolls, Spirit of Ice and Spirit of Fire, correspond to almost all combat situations. After all, there is no attribute that can restrain the fire attribute and the ice attribute at the same time. That's it, I understand. Angel's eyes began to light up unconsciously. This great gift will definitely make the army of the Blackwater Kingdom feel a huge surprise. Time passes like a gallop. The movement of the Blackwater Kingdom has not been concealed from the investigation of other forces, nor has it planned to conceal the forces that came to investigate. After having a strong strength, the strategy seems to be less important. Since you are not going to make a sneak attack, then you must do it in an upright manner. Therefore, the Yanlong Kingdom did not dare to neglect, and a large number of troops were also rapidly gathering towards the giant stone pass. Be sure to keep the people of the Blackwater Kingdom out of the stone pass. For a time, the border guards of the Blackwater Kingdom and the Yanlong Kingdom were at war with each other, waiting for the battle. Other forces around are also making preparations. Who knows if this war will spread to them? If you are caught off guard because you are not prepared, you will have nowhere to regret. However, just as the army of the Blackwater Kingdom was heading towards the Great Stone Pass and the battle was about to come, something unexpected happened to everyone. Boom! A loud bang resounded in the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom. A sturdy ape nearly 10 meters high appeared in the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom, beating its chest and roaring. Just when everyone's attention was on the giant stone pass, the sudden attack made all the spies lurking nearby drop their jaws. How is this going? What the hell is that ape? Why is it here? This is the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom. Wait, that ape, I seem to know what it is. This is the familiar of the Master Frass, the battle ape. The spies who can be installed by other major forces must be well informed, at least, they must be knowledgeable. For the information of those strong people, it is even more precious. Otherwise, it would be a joke if you didn't know who the person on the other side was when you met clearly. Isn't that Frass's fighting magic ape? Why is it here? Saya naturally recognized the origin of this ape, and even knew that Frass was the monarch-level summoner in the Blackwater Kingdom. Is this the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom? It really hasn't changed at all from when I came here before. Frass' figure also appeared in the sky. Walking all the way, I came to the sky above the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom, overlooking the houses and people below. Hiding one's head and showing one's tail is not the character of Frass, especially in the. After obtaining such a tyrannical strength, it is even more so that everyone knows it. Frass, what are you doing here alone? The moment Frass appeared in the sky, Saya's figure also appeared in the sky. It is also walking in the air, standing opposite Frass, stalemate confrontation. In the Yanlong Kingdom, the only summoner with a monarch-level familiar is Saya. So now, only Z is qualified to confront Frass. Isn't this the Lord of the Yanlong Kingdom, Saya? It's a real honor for me, Frass, to have such a distinguished Lord, Saya, come out to welcome me in person. Frass looked at Z and said with an exaggerated expression. It's just a tone of greeting, rather than a sarcasm. After all, from the moment that the Lord of the Blackwater Kingdom was never seen in his eyes, It was destined that Frass would not care too much about Z. Because of the power of the monarch level, only those who have personally experienced it will know how powerful it is. Frass felt this way at this moment. Only after breaking through to the monarch level, can you understand that the so-called excellence level is just that. If you don't become a monarch, you will end up as ants. The so-called excellence level is probably the ants with relatively superior abilities. Frass, your hypocrisy can even be heard by a 3-year-old. So you better put down your fake mask and tell your purpose. Saya looked at Frass with a gloomy face, and the corner of his eyes swept across the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom. When the battle demon ape did not have Frass instructions, it would not make any extra moves, nor would it take the initiative to attack. Although the momentum of the battle demon ape was quite terrifying, after all, there was no movement, just standing there quietly. It's like a majestic statue. This also made Saya heave a sigh of relief. But even so, it was a disaster for the residents of the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom. Panic crowds abound, panic, like contagion, spread everywhere. This is the threat of death. Even if it didn't come to his head. But as long as he is around, no one can remain calm. A monarch-level familiar has such a terrifying power that it can shock people's hearts. This situation is very bad. If even the capital city has become like this, then the other city-states in the Yanlong Kingdom, not to mention. Saya, can't you really see what I want to do? With a playful smile on the corner of Frass' mouth, he said slowly, how beautiful and powerful is the power of a monarch. I came here alone. Do you think I'm here to surrender, or to attack the city? The light tone gradually became gloomy. Frass's eyes drooped slightly, becoming a little stern and bloodthirsty. Do you want to break through the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom that has stood for thousands of years alone? Saya stared at Frass and let out a sneer. So what? Saya, you should know that you can't stop me. Frass spoke proudly and spoke with arrogance. A dignified monarch-level almighty naturally has his own arrogance and will not kill ordinary people. Unless it is those bloodthirsty evil people. Therefore, although Frass said that he was here to break the city, what Hirali wanted to do was not to slaughter, but to solve the top combat power of the Yanlong Kingdom. Because after Frass alone broke the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom, there was no additional manpower to take over the city-state. So naturally, it will not do such a meaningless thing. However, as long as the Yanlong Kingdom lacked top combat power, it would have no confidence. Further, it will affect morale. In this way, the frontier army of the Yanlong Kingdom would not be able to resist the iron cavalry of the Blackwater Kingdom no matter what. At that time, the Yanlong Kingdom will naturally become the possession of the Blackwater Kingdom. How will you know if you don't try, Frass? Don't you think it's too early to say this now? Saya sneered at this. Then come try it. Frass looked at the city-state below and said it indifferently. If a battle is fought here, it is easy to guess what the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom will look like. However, Frass could not care, but Saya couldn't. Do you want to destroy the city-state? Saya took a deep breath and stared coldly at Frass' eyes. With the tyrannical power of the monarch level, it is simply an easy thing to destroy a city-state. If I can, I don't want to destroy the city-state. After all, it won't be long before it will become my own. If it was destroyed at this time, wouldn't it have to be rebuilt? Frass said lightly with a chuckle, and in his words, he didn't pay any attention to Z at all. He has begun to regard the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom as his own. Damn it! Saya gritted his teeth, and although he was furious, he had to endure it. This battle must be fought. But you can't fight here. Otherwise, the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom that has stood for thousands of years will definitely be destroyed in one fell swoop. If this kind of thing really happened, how could he have the face to see the ancestors after Saya died? You too, I said. I watched you talk all the time and you've been fighting for a long time. Are you still fighting? But at this moment, a voice that seemed to be joking suddenly came out. Saya and Frass were both startled at the same time and looked around vigilantly. Don't look for it, I'm right here. As the voice fell, a third figure appeared in the sky. And Saya and Frass stood diagonally, forming a three-legged situation. If you are familiar with it, you will definitely be able to recognize that this third figure is Qi Lu, who came here from Inua City. Who are you? Frass stared at Qi Lu, who suddenly appeared, with a tone of surprise and vigilance. A person who can suddenly appear beside him and still be invisible to him, his strength must be unfathomable. Saya was the same, staring closely at Qi Lu. However, unlike Frass, Seer had to be distracted to guard Frass, who was also an enemy. You too, it doesn't matter who I am. I'm sorry to bother you, but I really can't stand it anymore. You guys have been chasing and chirping here for a long time, fighting and not fighting. It seems that I am worried for you. Qi Lu didn't care about the eyes of the two at all, shrugged his shoulders, and said slowly. To talk about why Qi Lu appeared in the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom, it must be said that Frass was too ostentatious when he came to the Yanlong Kingdom. Maybe it is too conceited, so that the momentum is not restrained at all. So Qi Lu easily sensed this momentum, and immediately guessed Frass's identity. It is too easy for a monarch-level power to destroy a city-state. And Qi Lu didn't want the Yanlong Kingdom to disappear just like that. After all, this is also a kingdom that has some origins with the Dragon King. So after handing over the excellent level summoning scroll to Angel, Qi Lu followed and came here. Otherwise, how could Qi Lu take out a bunch of summoned scrolls that are not ready for sale? What's more, in the current Silver Moon City, even if Qi Lu is not there, there will be no problem. So why don't you come to the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom to see the excitement? However, after squatting and watching for a long time, Qi Lu, who didn't see anything coming, finally couldn't help but speak. Your Excellency, this is the feud between my Blackwater Kingdom and Yanlong Kingdom. If it has nothing to do with you, please give me Frass a face and leave here first. I'll thank you when it's done. Frass was quite afraid of this guy who suddenly appeared, so he wanted to chase people away. Just have to say it nicely. I'm sorry, your face is not big enough. Qi Lu replied unceremoniously. As soon as these words came out, Frass' face suddenly became ugly, like the bottom of a pot. Your Excellency, I respect you 1 foot, but you insult me like this, what does this mean? Frass had a dark face and asked with a little anger. The powers of the monarch level have their own arrogance, and even if they are afraid of each other, it is impossible to lose their anger. When did I insult you? I'm just telling the truth. Because your face is indeed not big enough to drive me. Qi Lu spread his hands and said it naturally. That declarative tone made Frass even more insulted. The question of face has always been a very mysterious topic. The more senior the person is, the more powerful the person is, the more he cares about the issue of face. Therefore, Frass got angry with Qi Lu's 2 words, and his eyes were filled with undisguised anger. Are you? Baron Angel's familiar? However, when Qi Lu and Frass confronted, Saya, who had been staring at Qi Lu, suddenly asked aloud as if he remembered something. In the student directory, the portrait of the familiar will also be recorded. It's just that Saya couldn't remember it for a while under the tense situation just now. You know me? Oh, I see, you should be Lord Sia. Qi Lu glanced at Saya, paused, and then showed a sudden realization. Because in the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom, the only person who can know Qi Lu's identity is Saya. After all, those noble children in the Flame Academy wouldn't come to the capital when they had nothing to do. Yes, I am the current lord of the Yanlong Kingdom, Saya. Saya nodded. Fortunately, I didn't admit the wrong person. My name is Qi Lu. You can just call me by my name. Qilu also introduced himself. Familiar? You're just a familiar. Frass, who was not far away, naturally heard this conversation, and a look of anger suddenly appeared on his face. A mere familiar, dare to say such things to my great Frass. Who gave you the courage? Although most summoners treat their familiars as partners. But there are also a small number of summoners who just use their familiars as a tool to become stronger. Frass is undoubtedly one of this small group of summoners. Therefore, for Qi Li's identity as a familiar, Frass felt a huge deception, and his anger was naturally even stronger. What happened to the familiar? Did the familiar trick you to mess with you? If you don't have a demon, what are you? When it came to the issue of identity, Qilu frowned, and his face was no longer easygoing. In the summoning world, the position occupied by the demon is quite important. In addition to the fact that because of the familiar contract, the familiar and the contract owner are always equal, the familiar can stand on any high position and overlook all kinds of things in the world. Just like the Dragon King, if he didn't die, he would be tied with the god of summoning. So how can Qilu tolerate the slander of such a short-sighted person? My angel came into existence, because of me, ranking in the realm of monarchs, and my strength is also the strongest. With such a demon like you, what qualifications do you have to be equal to me? Frass scoffed at Qi Li's statement, and there was a hint of sarcasm and contempt in his eyes. Then after glancing at Qi Li's side, Frass sneered again, mocking, "Are you the only one showing up? Where's your deed master? Could it be that your deed master is a cowardly rat who only dares to hide in the dark and dare not show up?" As soon as these words came out, Qi Li's deep eyes narrowed, and a dangerous aura appeared on his body. TSK, it seems that reasoning with such a person should not work. It would be better to use a fist to wake him up. Since it doesn't work with words, it's better to use them. Anyway, the final effect is the same, as long as the enemy can surrender. Qila, don't underestimate the enemy. Frass is a monarch-level summoner, and he has his familiar beside him. I'm afraid you can't deal with it alone. Seeing that Qila seemed to have the intention of making a move, Saya said quickly. The implication is also obvious. To be able to fight in a group is definitely not one-on-one. This is the purpose of the summoner. Although Saya's own strength is temporarily inferior to Frass, but in terms of the combat power of the demon, it is still not bad. After all, they are all monarch-level familiars. However, there is one biggest problem, that is, due to the limitations of the familiar contract. How much combat power the familiar can exert depends on the cultivation realm of the contract master. So, if you really want to compare the combat power of the familiars individually, that Saya's facilitator is likely to be unable to defeat Frass' facilitator. Based on this factor, plus Saya can probably guess what kind of cultivation realm Angel is. Therefore, in Saya's view, no matter how strong Qi Li's fighting power is, it will not be the opponent of Frass and the fighting demon ape. After all, familiars are only familiars, and in terms of strength, they will still be limited by the deed master. Just this guy? Even if I don't underestimate the enemy, I won't take it seriously. Lord Saya, if you have to help me to clean up this kind of waste, where will me face go? Qilu pressed his finger bones and made a crisp sound. To be honest, Qilu really hadn't fought a battle with a powerhouse-level powerhouse for a while. Although it can't be said to be itchy, there is always a feeling of being ready to move. Especially the guy in front of him, there seems to be something wrong with his mind, and he needs to use his fist to correct it. Qila, you. Saya was still a little worried, looking at Qi Lu with worry in his eyes. Because this battle is not only related to Qi Li's safety, but also to the safety of Yanlong Kingdom, so it is a battle that cannot be lost. So, from any point of view, Saya's concerns are reasonable. Okay, no need to say more. If you're really worried, then prepare for it later and help make up Ak knife. Chila shook his hand, his eyes narrowed, obviously ready to shoot. One thing to say, if what Fra said was only aimed at Chi Lu, then with Chila's character, he might not care. But when he mocked the people around Chi Lu couldn't bear it anymore. It's too arrogant to be so arrogant just because you are a mere little familiar. If you want to show off your power in front of me, Fraz, you should wait for your cowardly deed master, dare to appear in front of me in person, and say such things again. Fraz didn't care about Chi Li's actions at all. Because Fraz doesn't believe it anymore, even if the guy in front of him is a monarch-level familiar, what can he do? You know, Fraz and the battle demon ape are both monarch-level powers. Roar. The battle demon ape standing in the capital of the Yanlong kingdom also uttered a terrifying roar as if echoing Fraz. The violent air wave, along with this roar, turned into a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye, spreading out around. Like a whistling ocean wave, it slapped fiercely at the place where the airwave was affected. Boom. The destructive power caused by the terrifying airwaves is equally terrifying. A large number of buildings collapsed in this roar, and the circular area centered on the battle demon ape was razed to the ground almost in an instant. There are broken bricks and tiles all over the ground, and countless residents who have not had time to escape, but are crying and crying. There are many more, but they are ordinary people who have lost their breath. This is the destructive power possessed by a monarch-level familiar. Damn it. Saya, who was standing in the sky, looked at the canthus. Just this roar, I don't know how many people will die in the impact of the airwaves. How should those broken families live in the future? As the lord of the country, although he is ruthless, he has to worry about the country and the people. This is also the reason why Saya never wanted this battle to take place in the capital. If the city-state is really destroyed, it can be rebuilt. But these tens of thousands of people are gone, and it is not that simple to recover. Population, no matter which city-state it is in, is a big problem. Do you guys like to treat human life like a mustard? Those goddamn gods, too, shatter the will of heaven and earth, wipe out the hope of promotion of thousands of creatures, and keep the creatures in these worlds in captivity just like raising livestock. Really, it's not a pity to die. Of course, Chila wouldn't say the words in the middle. Because whether it is the gods or the will of heaven and earth, they are all secrets that cannot be told. His own cultivation realm did not reach a certain level, and knowing these things would be a disaster. However, the words "death is not a pity," Chila read out word by word. What did you say? Fraz's face sank, and just as he was about to speak, he saw a dark shadow suddenly appear in front of him. Looking closely, it was Chi Lu. You. In this situation, Fraz was startled in his heart, only to realize that Chila's figure not far away was slowly dissipating. It's an afterimage. Chi Lu, who had come to Fraz, didn't say a word, but just threw a fist. The punch was fast, the sonic boom suddenly sounded, and cracks spread out in the void like a broken mirror. Boom. With a muffled sound, Fraz's body flew out like a sharp arrow from the string. In the air, only a cloud of blood and a few smashed teeth were left. Boom. But within a short time, Fraz smashed to the ground. In an instant, the entire capital trembled. On the ground, a huge crater also appeared, and cracks stretched outward along the edge of the crater. Bah! Waste! Chi Lu, who was standing still in the sky, couldn't help but spit. The place where Fraz smashed, but Chi Lu controlled the direction, happened to the ruins destroyed by the fighting magic ape. This is to prevent the capital of the Yanlong kingdom from being destroyed twice during the battle. At least, Chi Lu didn't want to destroy the capital. Cough cough, how can your strength be so strong? Fraz, who crawled out of the pit, had an obvious swelling on his face, and the corners of his blood-flowing mouth looked extremely embarrassed, and he was a little leaky when he spoke. Chi Li's unbiased punch caused Fraz to lose at least half of his teeth. Although with the powerful recovery power of the monarch level, this kind of injury can completely recover after the war. But the humiliation of being beaten all over the place with one punch by a familiar that he looked down upon really made Fras furious. Battle demon ape, kill him for me. Fras, who was leaking his words, stared at Qi Lu angrily, and the killing intent on his face could not be restrained. Close combat is not something that summoners are good at. Being sneak attacked by a familiar who is good at melee combat is not a shameful thing, but it is definitely a shame to say it out. Therefore, with the good-faced character of Fras, if you don't get rid of Qi Lu, it's really hard to solve the hatred in your heart. Roar. Hearing Fras's order, the battle demon ape immediately beat his chest and let out an earth-shattering roar. Although there is such a thing as spiritual wisdom, monarch-level familiars will have it. But language is not something that can be learned with intellect. So, it is estimated that only Fras, who is the master of the contract, can understand what the fighting magic ape wants to express, but Qi Lu can't understand it anyway. However, Qi Lu guessed that it should be expressing anger. Battle demon ape, fighting form. With an order, the battle demon ape, which was nearly 10 meters tall, immediately began to swell in size. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. In just a few short breaths, the already tall and incomparably tall fighting demon had swelled to a height of nearly 100 meters. Standing on the ground, it is like a towering mountain, exuding infinite oppressive force. What is this? Saya looked at the battle demon ape nearly 100 meters high, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he began to stutter when he spoke. Although the size is large, it does not mean that the combat power is necessarily strong. But the bigger the body size, the greater the destructive power it can cause, and the wider the scope of damage it can cause. This is not good news for Saya. If the capital of the Yanlong kingdom was razed to the ground, the losses would be immeasurable. Come on, familiar, let's compare with the battle demon ape. I will watch the battle demon ape crush your bones one by one, starting from your hands and feet, and grind you to powder bit by bit. The fighting ape like a mountain gave Fras great confidence. The terrifying combat power is where the confidence lies. In particular, Fras was punched by Qi Lu, and the monstrous anger mixed with confidence was even more terrifying. Qila, let's join hands. Saya looked at Qi Lu and said solemnly. If they don't join forces at this time, it will be too late when the capital of the Yanlong kingdom is gone. Qi Lu heard the words and let out a sigh of relief. I said it, Lord Saya, there is no need for this. Qi Lu twisted his neck and glanced at Fras, who was standing on the ground with a crazy face. Big size doesn't mean strong strength. If that's the case, the dragons would have dominated the world long ago. The body size of nearly 100 meters among the giant dragons is just the standard size of an adult giant dragon. Even the slender physique that a stunted dragon would have. You must know that after the dragon body of the giant dragon Holy King is fully unfolded, it is thousands of meters long, suspended in the sky, covering the sky and the sun like a mountain range. That's what's really huge. As for this one, in front of the well-informed Qi Lu, sprinkle water. Qila, this is not the time to be brave. Saya spoke, the magic power in his hand had begun to condense. Rather than persuading here, it is more reliable to summon the familiar directly. Be brave. Forget it, it's better for you to see it with your own eyes. Qi Lu didn't want to explain this kind of thing. After all, it's not that Qi Lu has never fought a giant dragon. If being big really works, then he can also make him bigger. It's just not necessary. Thousand Machine Ball, transforming form refers to the tiger. Since it was a fist-to-meat fight, the finger tiger was undoubtedly the best weapon to use. When the realm of cultivation reaches the level of Qi Lu, the pursuit of every move is not a splendid picture, but a substantial lethality. Just like the capital below, Qi Lu can destroy it with one punch. But why do it? Not being able to precisely control the power he possesses can only prove that his combat skills are not strong enough, that's all. Flas, you're starting to be complacent now, isn't it? It's too early. Between the words, Qi Li's figure suddenly swayed, and a man had appeared in front of the battle demon. The speed is so fast that no one can react at all. Uppercut. When the speed is in a state of crushing, the bells and whistles have no meaning at all. Qi Lu, who was wearing a finger tiger, just hit the most common uppercut on the chin of the fighting demon after he appeared. Even after Qi Lu punched, the fighting demon didn't react. The advantage brought by the crushing above the speed is simply too great to fight back. This is the gap in hard power. Even though Qi Li's fighting power was only about half of his true fighting power because of Angel. But that's enough. Boom. This muffled sound was even mixed with the sound of bones breaking. Nearly 100 meters high, the fighting demon ape fell backwards with a howl without even seeing where the enemy was. In this uppercut, the terrifying power that even the monarch-level fighting demon can't resist. Not only the crushing in speed, but also the crushing in terms of strength. Although Qi Li's combat power is not comparable to that of a king-level mighty. But after Qi Lu has the heart of a strong man, he is definitely among the top in the realm of the strong man. You can't fall down. There are many residential buildings behind you. Before the words fell, Qi Lu appeared behind the battle demon ape, before the battle demon fell down. This time, it's a straight punch. Twist your waist, turn your hips, and punch. Fist like lightning, sonic boom like thunder. This fist was swung out, and the terrifying fist wind roared out like a storm that swept the world. In an instant, the ground shook. The fighting demon ape, who was still falling backwards, took the punch abruptly. The violent fist wind instantly turned into a wind blade all over the sky, slicing away on the body of the fighting demon, leaving countless bloodstains. The blood spilled down from the sky and slapped on the ground, dyed with patches of dark red. The fighting demon ape also stopped the tendency to fall under this punch, and was smashed and flew out in the opposite direction. The shocking sight of this huge body nearly 100 meters high and flying out suddenly shocked everyone who saw this scene, stunned and completely speechless. No way. How can that be? Seiya was so shocked that even his breathing almost stopped. The summoning magic in his hand has long stopped. If I hadn't felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, I would have suffocated myself to death. And the most astonished was probably Fras. Fighting Demon Ape is his most proud trump card. He is so powerful that he has never encountered an opponent for so many years. Especially after Fras was successfully promoted to the level of monarch, the power of the fighting magic ape was completely liberated. The strength of the fighting force is even more incomparable. However, even under this circumstance, the fighting demon ape could still be beaten to the point of being powerless to fight back. The person in front of me, this familiar, how powerful is it? Simply unimaginable. No. It's impossible. Damn familiar, even if you win, let the capital of the Yanlong kingdom be buried with you. Fras let out a hysterical roar, spread his arms, and the magic in his body began to gather crazily. This is a large-scale summoning magic. Fras wanted to use countless summoned beasts to drown the city-state and destroy the capital of the Yanlong kingdom. Since one-on-one is not enough, let's compare the numbers. As an orthodox summoner, how could Fras forget this? Flas, do you think I've forgotten you? Qi stood in the void and glanced at Fras with disdain. Forbidden Demon Realm. Open. Universal Magic, the realm of forbidden magic. It can block the flow of magic power of all objects whose cultivation realm is lower than that of the caster in the realm. Although the domain of forbidden magic is of little significance to the enemies of the realm of the cultivator, it can only have an effect on the circulation of magic power, and cannot target the fighting spirit and the luck of heaven and earth. But in many cases, it can play a huge role. Just like now. If you can't beat it, you want to use summoning magic? There are no doors. Of course, if Frass knew how to bless the heaven and earth in the summoning magic, the forbidden magic domain would be ineffective. It's just that a newly promoted monarch-level summoner didn't even accumulate much luck in the world. Just want to know how to use the heaven and earth luck? That is impossible. Qilu was very sure of this, so he released the magic of the forbidden magic domain with confidence. After all, the will of heaven and earth in the summoning world was only condensed during this period of time. How many heaven and earth luck can be scattered? It is already very good to be able to help Frass break through the shackles and advance to the realm. How could there be any extra luck? My magic power, why was blocked, why? How could such a thing happen? Frass summoning magic was only condensed halfway, and the shroud of the forbidden magic field forcibly terminated the remaining magic power infusion. In this way, the summoning magic that has condensed to half will automatically disintegrate. As I said before, trash is just trash. Sheila sneered and answered indifferently. Can't tell if it's sarcasm or a statement of fact. Because from the very beginning, the summoner was just a serious magician to Qi Lu. Since it is a magician, the forbidden magic field will have miraculous effects. So Qi Lu didn't care about the jumping of these guys from the beginning. As long as they don't provoke him, Qi Lu doesn't bother to care about these things. After all, Qi Lu is very self-aware, knows that he can't be a savior, and has no dreams in this regard. It's just a pity that Frass didn't have this consciousness, and he just provoked Qi Li's head. Then you need to bear the consequences, but you have to be responsible for yourself. Although I'm a little sorry for the luck that was wasted on you, but it doesn't matter. After I get rid of you, I will return this part of the luck. So, just stand there and watch it. Qi Lu raised one hand and completely blocked the edge of the forbidden area, adding movement restrictions. Under normal circumstances, this kind of action ban is used in conjunction with the forbidden magic domain to restrict the magician from leaving the forbidden magic domain. Although relying on brute force, it is indeed possible to break this action prohibition. But what brute force can a magician have? Before condensing the supreme throne, physique and strength will always be the weak points of the magician. Most fellow practitioners have always just talked about it. After all, magic power and fighting spirit cannot coexist in the same person. What do you want to do? Frass looked at Qi Li's eyes, and I don't know when, there was a trace of undetectable fear. Perhaps even Frass himself did not expect it. He is a dignified, monarch-level summoner, but he would even be afraid of a familiar. What do I want to do? It's just to get rid of my enemies. Qi Lu clenched his fist hard, and replaced the finger tiger in his hand with a more comfortable grip. The battle demon ape that was smashed and flew out has just landed. The huge impact force caused the capital of the Yanlong kingdom to fall to the ground along with the battle ape, and at the same time there was a slight tremor. The violent power, breaking the city and shattering the mountain, is just a gesture. Then, next, the battle continues. Before he finished speaking, Qi Li's figure had disappeared. When it reappeared, it was beside the fighting demon ape, and he suddenly punched, piercing the sky like lightning. With a bang, the thunder suddenly rang out, and the situation changed. With pure physical strength, such a terrifying vision of heaven and earth can be caused. The power of this punch is strong, one can imagine it. Roar. However, this time, the battle demon ape had already woken up from the daze in the short period of time when Qi Lu cast the forbidden demon domain. So when he saw Qi Li's punch coming over, the fighting demon roared angrily. It is a dignified monarch-level familiar. It is also a strange beast known all over the world for its powerful strength, the battle demon ape. To be deflated in such a small hand, and twice, how could he not be angry? Once the monarch-level familiars are swept away by anger, not to mention how their combat skills will decline, at least their strength will be greatly improved. This is especially true of the battle ape, who is proud of his own strength. Since this little guy in front of him dared to punch, the fighting demon naturally wouldn't be timid, but followed with his fist. Boom! The sound of wind and thunder suddenly sounded along with the fist of the fighting demon ape. The fist wind formed by the terrifying fist strength even swept away all the clouds in the sky. A layer of gravel was thrown up on the ground, and then it was crushed into powder in the fist wind, and it was lifted into the air and turned into a sharp blade. I have to say that even though Qi Lu was punched twice in a row, he fell to the ground looking rather embarrassed. But the power of the battle demon is unquestionably tyrannical. After all, he is also a genuine monarch-level familiar, so how could his combat power be poor? Damn it! It's too much to compete with the battle demon ape. Although your previous sneak attack is indeed a bit of a skill, it can make the battle magic ape fall behind. But this time you will definitely lose. Frass, who was standing in the forbidden magic realm, saw this scene. His face suddenly showed a mocking expression, and he sneered coldly. Because of Qi Li's previous sneak attack, in Fra's view, it was impossible to win. If it is a head-to-head battle, who will lose and who will win, I don't know yet. It's not true at all to say that you are trash. Just look at it honestly. It's really noisy to say such things. Qi Li sneered, facing the counterattack of the battle ape. He did not dodge at all. In front of the fighting demon ape, nearly 100 meters high, Qi Li's body is really inconspicuous. This also made other people have a strange idea in their hearts. That guy really dared to face the attack of the battle demon, how courageous. Although the previous sneak attack has indeed proved the strength of this strong man, who is also at the level of a monarch, the power of the battle demon ape is notoriously powerful. It's terrifying. Is this a monarch-level battle? Just the aftermath of the battle is not an area we can get close to. Those who witnessed this battle, although they recognized Qi Li's fighting power, none of them were optimistic about Qi Lu. After all, the fighting demon ape has been famous for a long time as a familiar of Frass. But Qi Lu appeared for the first time, and no one knew how strong he was. Especially in the battle just now, Qi Lu took the first shot, and the battle demon didn't fight back at all. That's why they subconsciously believed that this was the result of Qi Lu's sneak attack. But Qi Li's real combat power should not be comparable to that of the battle demon ape. However, no one thought that the fighting demon ape didn't fight back. That's because they didn't fight back at all. Interesting, how dare you fight back? In that case, let's use this punch to end this battle. Qi Lu clenched Zhi Hu's fist tightly and adjusted the direction of his punch slightly. You know, when he was still at the hero level, Qi Lu could smash the dragon body of the bone dragon with his fist. Then in the realm of the powerhouse, Qi Lu doesn't think that the body of the fighting ape will be stronger than the giant dragon in the powerhouse. One punch will fix the world. Boom. This time, Qi Lu no longer held back his hands and punched with all his strength. Without dodging, without evading, without being biased, it collided fiercely with the fist of the fighting demon ape. The two violent forces collided with each other, causing the surrounding space to distort in an instant, then cracked, and finally, shattered. A punch of air outrageously spread out, carrying a huge impact, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the earth was torn apart and the sky shattered. The surrounding buildings were all turned to dust, and within the scope, they were all razed to the ground, without any breath of life. The fist wind was raging, cutting the ground nearly a meter in height, turning it into stone powder. The capital of the Yanlan kingdom sank directly down to a depth of 1 meter. Compared with the ground in the distance, it was like a big pit that suddenly appeared. The surroundings were even more silent. Because of the place affected by this air wave, no one can make a sound. Those with insufficient strength will be turned into fly ash on the spot. Even those who survived by relying on their own strength were so shocked that they were speechless. The power of this punch not only wiped out most of the capital, but even directly changed the terrain. In the future, if the Yanlan kingdom wants to rebuild the capital, this place can be directly regarded as a large lake. Cough cough. Who the hell won? Seeing that the capital of the Yanlan kingdom had been destroyed to such an extent, Seiya was indeed very sad. But the more important question is the battle between the battle demon and Qi Lu, who wins and who loses. After all, the capital is gone and can be rebuilt. As long as Frass and the battle demon ape can be eliminated, the Blackwater kingdom will no longer be the opponent of the Yanlan kingdom. No matter how much loss this battle has, it can be replenished from the Blackwater kingdom. But if Qi Lu lost, then everything would be over. Seiya has self-awareness and knows that he will not be the opponent after Frass and the battle demon ape join forces. Therefore, the result of this battle is related to the big issue of the life and death of the Yanlan kingdom. If the price of giving up a capital can be exchanged for Qi Li's victory, then Seiya is definitely not asking for it. With the passage of time, the smoke and dust in the sky gradually dissipated. Outside the battlefield, all those who survived are paying attention to the outcome of this battle. The spies sent by other forces are also waiting to pass the news back to the forces they belong to. Such a big movement can't hide the final result. The first battle initiated by the first monarch-level summoner in the summoning world. The final result is what determines the final distribution of all forces. If the battle demon ape wins, then Frass's reputation will skyrocket, and together with the Blackwater kingdom, it will go to the top of the world. And if the unknown powerhouse wins, then the Yanlan kingdom will definitely counterattack the Blackwater kingdom to make up for the loss this time. At that time, the Blackwater kingdom will be able to survive, not to mention the top position. And the Yanlan kingdom will step on the fame of Frass, surpass all other forces, and reach the top position. Roar. Through the heavy smoke and dust, the first thing that came out was the roar off the battle demon. This roar suddenly made Seiya's heart cold. I knew it was like this. You are a familiar who can only rely on sneak attacks. Why do you have to fight with the battle demon ape? Is it just because you know these sidebars? Frass laughed out loud after hearing this loud roar. Since the battle demon roared, then the battle demon must have won. In this way, the Yanlan kingdom is still in the bag, although the process is a bit tortuous, but as long as the result is no problem. What's more, it can also get rid of a member of the top combat power of the Yanlan kingdom. To be honest, if from the very beginning, the suddenly appearing familiar had chosen to join forces with Seiya, Frass really didn't have much in his heart. But now, that damn familiar has been slaughtered, and the rest of Seiya is nothing to worry about. A mere familiar, who dares to challenge my great Frass, is so conceited, and this is the end he gets. It's your greatest honor to die in the hands of the battle demon ape. The previous anger made Frass more happy at this moment, and his attitude became more and more rampant. Perhaps it was the previously imperceptible fear that caused the rebound, which made Frass ridiculed even more. It seems that if you don't say a few words, you will lose face. Frass, you are really confident. Why do you think that your familiar will win? But at this moment, Qi Li's voice also came out through the smoke. Then in the next second, a huge figure smashed to the ground heavily, causing the earth to tremble, and at the same time, it also raised the dust in the sky. Puff. At this moment, Frass's expression changed, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The spirit also fell down. This. No, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. You damn familiar. This kind of thing is impossible to happen, how can you do it? After vomiting blood, Frass's face became extremely pale, like a terminally ill person, with no blood on his face. The tone became even more hysterical. Let me finish that sentence for you. This is the backlash of the magician contract. If the demon body dies, the deed master will suffer a huge backlash, and deprive him of his power as a summoner. In the smoke and dust, a figure slowly walked out, and the words that were enough to make Fraz desperate, followed this figure and slowly spread out. Word by word, very clear. Flas, being conceited is not a good thing, and being overly arrogant is a fatal flaw. I believe in you, and you will definitely understand this in your next life. Qi Lu, who was holding a finger tiger, said as he walked. Even if the physique of the giant dragon is strong, it can't last long in front of Qi Lu, not to mention the mere fighting demon ape. You know, in terms of physique alone, it is a creature that can be compared with a giant dragon. Rarely. So under Qi Li's terrifying punch that didn't hold his hand at all, the fighting demonic ape was on the spot with all his bones shattered, his internal organs ruptured, and his vitality cut off. The last roar was nothing but a flashback. No, no. Let go, let me go. You can't kill me, you can't. Looking at Qi Lu, who was approaching step by step, Fras's expression finally showed an uncontrollable fear. As if death was gradually approaching, Fras, who was so frightened that his legs fell limply on the ground, stepped back with both hands and feet. There are only a few people who can face death directly. The more desire, the greater the ambition, the greater the fear of death. Although Fras is a monarch-level power, it should be said that he used Tobe, but at this moment, in the face of this gradually attacking fear, he isn't much better than an ordinary person. If I had known today, why was it in the first place? Qi Lu has never left a threat to himself and the habit of raising tigers. Now that we have started, we must cut the weeds and eradicate the roots to avoid future troubles forever. Call it ruthless or cold-blooded. Anyway, Qi Lu would never allow this possible threat to endanger the people around him. In the next life, be a good person. After that, Qi Lu threw a punch mercilessly. The fist that even the fighting demon ape couldn't hold slammed into Fras's face, so naturally there was no need to say more. You should be able to handle the rest alone, Lord Xia. After doing this, Qi Lu raised his head and glanced at Xia. Of course you can, thanks for your hard work, Your Excellency Qi Lu. Xia, who had just experienced the ups and downs, hurriedly responded. At this level of power, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't stay under his command, Xia would like to give it well. At this time, of course, it cannot be neglected. It's so good, then I should go back to Silvermoon City, to take a look, calculate the time carefully. The army of Blackwater Kingdom should be coming to Silvermoon City soon. Qi Lu nodded, and then said meaningfully. On the surface, this sentence is to say that the Blackwater Kingdom wants to attack Silvermoon City, but in fact, it is still reminding Xia. The matter in Silvermoon City should be resolved. Your Excellency Qi Lu, please rest assured that the matter of Inua City will be completed together when the capital is rebuilt. Seer said with his hands up. Then I will trouble the Lord Xia. Qi Lu was talking, turned his head and glanced around, and said loudly, You should have read all the things you should see. Then those who should go back, you should leave too. There is no way to stop the spies. Xia also knew these things, but didn't care. Because in the huge capital of the Yanlong Kingdom, it is really impossible to find all the spies. At most, it is to ensure that there are no spies from other forces within the range covered by the Yanlong Kingdom Palace. And that's enough. After all, if there is any secret matter in the Yanlong Kingdom, it will not be circulated. Those spies really want to be able to inquire about these confidential information, then they have the ability. But Qi Lu is different. What he shouted here was actually a warning to those spies not to attack Silvermoon City. Otherwise, you are at your own risk. When Qi Lu finished saying this, the many spies hiding in the dark suddenly felt cold behind them. This feeling is like being stared at by some terrifying monster. It sent chills down the spine and a cold sweat. It was this feeling that made these spies realize one thing. That is this unknown powerhouse, it seems that he can really lock their position. This time, it was just a warning. Then next time, I am afraid I will die on the spot. Walk. All spies have the same idea. Anyway, the news that should be inquired has already arrived. The rise of the Yanlong kingdom was already a sure thing, and it was impossible to stop it. And Silvermoon City will also become a city-state that attracts worldwide attention. And there is also a powerful enough to easily kill the monarch-level facilitator, who is guarding Silvermoon City. One thing to say, it's really annoying. I am afraid that since then, Silvermoon City will become a forbidden place for their spies. If you want to go in, you may have to stay in Silvermoon City forever without finding out any news. Another troublesome thing solved. Qilu raised his eyebrows, cupped his hands at Saya, and left. Is this the familiar possessed by Baron Angel? It is more than a monarch-level familiar. After this battle, Silvermoon City should be justified. Saya looked at Qilu's leaving back and thought to himself. Blackwater Kingdom attacking Yanlong Kingdom is not a secret thing. But Fraus went to the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom alone, but no one thought of it. Until the news came back, the people of the major forces were all shocked. The first summoner, who was promoted to the monarch level, died unexpectedly. Although half of the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom was destroyed to be buried with him. But the price paid by the Blackwater Kingdom was too heavy. From this perspective, it is already unstoppable for the Yanlong Kingdom to reach the top of the world. This is the opportunity of the new era, what a pity. I didn't expect that Inua City would have such a tyrannical power to guard it. No wonder it can rise so fast. Fortunately, we had a good relationship with Inua City from the beginning, and we didn't have any thoughts. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The better Silvermoon City develops, the better it will be for us businessmen. Yes, the appearance of Silvermoon City is really the luck of us businessmen. The news brought back by the spies of the major forces made everyone start talking about the Yanlong Kingdom and Silvermoon City. As for the loser, the Blackwater Kingdom, that's just dust that should be forgotten. Nobody cares who the losers are. Those who follow the trend only need to compliment the victors. However, just when everyone was deliberately forgetting the Blackwater Kingdom, another news appeared, which made everyone unable to calm down. That is the news of the Blackwater Kingdom attacking Silvermoon City. This incident happened immediately after Fraus attacked the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom. At that time, the Blackwater Kingdom had not yet received the news of Fraus' death, so it was still marching according to the plan. As a result, when the news of Fraus's death came out, the army of the Blackwater Kingdom had already arrived at the city of Silvermoon City. So the battle started without incident. At this time, according to the timeline, Qilu should still be in the capital of Yanlong Kingdom. Knowing this news, the big and small forces can be regarded as a cold sweat for Inua City. After all, Silvermoon City is only a city-state that dominates trade. Even the city guards have not been fully recruited yet. However, when the news came, it was too late for these thoughtful forces to support them. Otherwise, these guys are still willing to spend some effort to sell a favor to Silvermoon City. In this way, it is not a loss at all to obtain a powerful human favor at the level of a monarch. However, what everyone did not expect was the result of this war. It was the Blackwater Kingdom that was defeated and fled. And let alone the gate of Silvermoon City, the army of Blackwater Kingdom didn't even get close to the city wall. This news shocked everyone. Those high-level leaders of the major forces who learned the news even confirmed it with the spies several times. Then the result is summoning scroll. And it's an excellent summoning scroll. Superior level. The summoning scroll, is this the trump card of Silvermoon City? This? I can only buy medium-level summoning scrolls, but Silvermoon City actually has excellent level summoning scrolls. Okay, it's good if you can buy it, what else do you want? It turns out that it's not just that monarch-level power, there are so many trump cards in Inua City. Blackwater Kingdom dares to provoke Silvermoon City, does it not take his people seriously? The so-called tree falls and the hosen is scattered, and the wall falls and everyone pushes, probably referring to this situation. Although these guys didn't dare to fight the Blackwater Kingdom head-on, they were very happy to fight the autumn wind behind the Yanlong Kingdom, provide some material assistance, and help deal with the post-war matters. Anyway, the destruction of the Blackwater Kingdom is already doomed. Whenever a new era comes, there will always be some big forces who are unaware of current affairs and become sacrifices to the wheel of history in the stubborn resistance. Call it luck or chance. When one's own strength does not match one's own ambition, there is never a good end. It has always been so. Therefore, after the army of the Blackwater Kingdom attacked Silvermoon City, they were defeated and fled, and they retreated to the territory of the Blackwater Kingdom. Saya also quickly organized an expedition and began to prepare for the crusade against the Blackwater Kingdom. The priority of this matter is even on rebuilding the capital of the Yanlong Kingdom. Because the people of the Yanlong Kingdom need a window to vent their anger, and the Blackwater Kingdom is the best target. So much so that for this conscription, a large number of people signed up spontaneously, screaming and wanting to go into battle to kill the enemy. The long-standing hatred will also be completely ended in this war. The major forces that are good at opportunistic and study the trend of the flames, also followed behind the Yanlong Kingdom, and began to show off their might to the Blackwater Kingdom, and by the way, help to clean up the mess. One city after another, shattered under the iron hoofs of the Yanlong Kingdom army. The major forces that followed behind to help also diligently helped the army of the Yanlong Kingdom to move the plundered resources back to the territory of the Yanlong Kingdom. By the way, in the process of shipping, take a little bonus fee. Since there are not many points to get, Saya also turned a blind eye. After all, he is also a person who helps with things. He has eaten the meat himself, so he has to give others some soup to drink. There's nothing good about eating alone. In this way, everyone is even more happy. As soon as they saw that it was beneficial to take it, more and more forces stood on the side of the Yanlong Kingdom. Frass passed away, and the expedition army returned with a great defeat. Then, under the crusade of the army of the Yanlong Kingdom, the Blackwater Kingdom, which had been in retreat, was still facing enemies on all sides. It can be said that the Blackwater Kingdom at this moment is already exhausted. Even if you want to resist, there is no such capital. As the news of the great victory of the Yanlong Kingdom's expeditionary army continued to come back, the residents of the major city-states were also immersed in the celebration. The capital of the Yanlong Kingdom also began to rebuild in this festive atmosphere. The resources plundered from the Blackwater Kingdom have greatly accelerated the reconstruction of the capital, and even the new capital is larger than the previous capital. This can be regarded as an alternative blessing in disguise. The possible threats should be considered all resolved. Chi Lu, who was sitting on the city wall of Inua City, looked into the distance without focus, and muttered to himself slowly. Speaking of which, Chi Lu has done so many things, just to make Silvermoon City develop. Now this situation can be regarded as the best situation. At least, during the reign of the current lord of the Yanlong Kingdom, Saya, Silvermoon City doesn't have to worry about being treated unfairly at all. And wait until Saya abdicates. I believe that the dragon statue in Inua City and the accumulated dragon power are enough to deter those who have evil intentions. Chila, why are you still sitting here? Angel appeared on the city wall at some point and came behind Chi Lu. Since the Blackwater Kingdom attacked Silvermoon City, but was defeated by Silvermoon City and fled in embarrassment, Silvermoon City has become completely famous. Excellence. The summoning scroll of the level has become something that everyone yearns for. Although the will of heaven and earth has reunited, the summoning world has entered a new era. But that only raised the limit of the power of this world. Under the circumstance that the luck of heaven and earth is limited, the number of powerhouse level powerful. Therefore, the summoning scroll of the excellent level is still a powerful force. Therefore, the affairs of Silvermoon City became more and more busy. This also led to less and less time for Angel to play around. If you want to take over the position of the City Lord of Silvermoon City, you need to learn a lot. On the contrary, Angel's own combat power is not so important. After all, the defensive power that Silvermoon City possesses is not bad. And under this general trend, no one dared to come to Angel's troubles obscurely. That's just boring. For these reasons, Qilu also felt that it was time for him to leave. Now that things have been settled and arranged, there is no need to continue wasting time. Regarding the question of the Dragon King, Qilu was going to ask Lan Qi after went back. After all, it is also a giant dragon of the power level realm, so he should be able to know some lucky secrets of the dragon family. Is everything done? Qilu looked back at Angel and asked with a light smile. Forget it, it's just that Silvermoon City is getting bigger and bigger now, and the area of the fief is almost not enough. Angel nodded, then sat beside Qilu and slowly talked about what happened these days.